In the year 1500 of the Oceanic era on the open sea beyond the Sabati archipelago, the weather was far from pleasant. A violent storm ravaged the entire sea while a warship plowed steadily through the raging waters. Report Lieutenant Colonel Michael, a suspicious vessel has been spotted 2 kilometers to the northeast. It bears neither merchant flag nor pirate flag. Its size far exceeds that of ordinary civilian ships, and hidden gun ports are visible along its sides. Initial assessment: a smuggling ship. Lounging listlessly on the sofa, Michael heard his subordinates report and issued his orders. Accelerate and close, and then demand permission to board for inspection. Everyone load your weapons. If they resist, immediately board and conduct sweeping fire. Under no circumstances are we to use the cannons. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel Michael. The Navy sergeant saluted crisply, then turned to relay the orders. Michael gazed out through the window toward the endless expanse of sea and let out a sigh. Helpless and bored. Why did I have to transmigrate into the world of One Piece? Indeed, Michael was a transmigrator, and an unlucky one at that, having crossed over without any sort of system to rely on. Yet perhaps due to some alteration brought about by his transmigration, his strength, speed, and even his cultivation of haki all far surpassed ordinary people. His stamina in particular could only be described as virtually inexhaustible. Even so, after losing both parents, Michael lived through a far from comfortable childhood and ultimately sought a safer life by joining the Navy. Across the 4 seas, storms were rising. The Grand Line was shrouded in mystery and treachery. As a reader, as an outsider, he had once adored this epic tale with all his heart. But as a transmigrator, as a piece on the board, he felt this world was rotten to the core. Its political system was laughably vile, with nobility and slavery running rampant. Out at sea, pirates pillaged and slaughtered at will. Crime syndicates squeezed the common folk dry, and even the Navy itself served merely as the claws of the world government, disgracing the word emblazoned on their cloaks. The author had painted hot-blooded passion, friendship, and adventure vividly upon the page, yet had hidden the darkness and cruelty deep within the cracks of the book's spine. For instance, now, while conducting a routine patrol off the coast of the Sabati archipelago, he had come across a smuggling ship. The reason he forbade cannon fire was simple: he did not know whether the cargo aboard that vessel was alive. Anyone else who had transmigrated would know that the most lucrative trade around the Sabati archipelago was human trafficking. Low-cost, low-risk, high-return, a business that could only be described as obscenely profitable. With that thought, Michael rose from the sofa and stepped out onto the deck. In terms of performance, a smuggling vessel was no match for a warship. A wooden sailing ship was worlds apart from a steel leviathan. If not for the existence of all sorts of strange powers in this world, the Navy would long ago have rolled over the entire globe several times. In just a short while, the warship had caught up with the smuggling ship and was sailing alongside it. Navy soldiers used loud hailers to convey the orders Michael had just issued. Vessel ahead, reduce speed and come to a stop. Routine Navy inspection, cooperate immediately. After several repetitions, the ship showed no sign of attempting escape or resistance. Instead, it obediently came to a halt. Michael did not lower his guard. Leaving most of his men to watch over the warship, he led several dozen soldiers as they boarded the smuggling vessel. Dear Navy officer, our ship is engaged in entirely legitimate business. Please see for yourself. Seeing Michael, the short man at the head of the group hurried over with that eerie laughter, his car crash of a face contorting into the most sycophantic expression he could muster. Michael narrowed his eyes slightly. Behind the obsequiousness, he could see a brazen sense of impunity. What is your name? Navy officer, my name is Jerome. We deliver goods to pet shops. Delivering goods to pet shops. Michael cast a sidelong glance at the vicious-looking thugs behind him and kept his thoughts to himself. Whether your business is legitimate or not is not for you to decide, Michael said, slowly pointing toward a tightly locked hatch. Open every hatch on this ship. Yes, of course. Please follow me. Still wearing that fawning smile and cringing posture, Jerome moved to unlock the hatch. In the midst of the downpour, a bolt of lightning split the sky, and for an instant its glare illuminated the hold. The cabin, refitted into a prison, held over 100 people locked up by race in separate pens. It wasn't just the Navy soldiers who were dumbfounded. Even Michael couldn't help widening his eyes. He had seized slave-hunting ships before, but never had he seen such sheer numbers, nor such brazen disregard for Navy inspection. Jerome, this is what you call legitimate business. Which pet shop takes in such goods? Navy officer, is there really any difference between slaves and pets? Michael did not reply. Instead, he raised his hand in a signal, and every sailor who had boarded with him lifted their guns, aiming at the nearby crew members. Yet Jerome showed not the slightest panic at having guns pointed at him. Instead, he remained utterly composed as he spoke. Navy officer, please don't act rashly, or you will regret it. Regret? Michael lowered his head slightly. For arresting scum who traffic in human lives. I will never regret that. You really shouldn't speak in such absolutes. Jerome's face still wore that sycophantic smile, but a hint of mockery flickered in his eyes. You must understand this particular batch of goods has been pre-ordered by the Celestial Dragons. The words Celestial Dragons left Jerome's mouth, and every Navy soldier on board instantly showed hesitation on their faces. Especially that golden-haired prize we captured. No doubt the Celestial Dragons will fight over that one. The auction price will be extraordinarily high. Jerome tugged at the navy cloak draped over Michael's shoulders, the word justice, upon it twisting and warping under his pull. How about this? As long as you let us go this time, I'll offer 10% of the auction profits as your reward. Michael looked into the hold. The darkness there could not obstruct his sight. He clearly saw the eyes of the slaves shift from joyous hope to anger and finally to utter despair. 20%. Final offer, Michael said at last, his expression shifting again and again before he exhaled a long breath. Do you agree? You are a greedy man indeed, but I enjoy working with the greedy. All right, all of you return to the warship, Michael ordered with a dismissive wave. After every Navy soldier had withdrawn, he smiled at Jerome. Got any wine? Here's to a fruitful partnership. Yes, of course. We have the finest wine. Then let's share a drink. Michael swept his rain-soaked platinum hair back, slicking it against his head. Even with his hair pressed flat, his striking good looks lost not the slightest bit of their sharpness. He watched quietly as the lackeys carried over 2 bottles of wine that looked exceedingly expensive. Jerome, not the least bit stingy, snatched up 1 bottle, popped the cork, and drank heartily. Michael took only a single sip before sighing softly. His temper really was something else. In the next instant, he smashed the bottle against Jerome's forehead, shattering it to pieces as a cruel smile curled at the corner of his lips. Celestial Dragons, my ass. If other Navy officers wished to become dogs, he certainly did not. He would not kneel. Having spent 18 years in this world, Michael had originally wanted nothing more than to live as a salted fish and survive quietly until the story's end. But today he realized how laughable that wish was. He could not remain untouched. His humanity would not allow it, nor would his explosive temper. Since that was the case, he could only bring out the ancestral skills he had kept hidden. Faced with celestial dragons whose very blood reeked of filth and baseness, faced with the rotten world government and the great kingdoms aligned with it. If not rebellion, then what was he waiting for? Watching the slavers around him, their eyes now brimming with murderous intent that drowned out their flimsy servility, Michael smiled in sudden ease. The wine tastes awful. All of you are sentenced to death. A pair of pristine white wings unfurled from his back. Holy light pierced the heavens, tearing apart the clouds, and pure white flames clinging like maggots to bones swept across the entire deck. 5 years ago, just before formally joining the Navy, Michael ate a devil fruit. At the time, he was working on a merchant ship in charge of guarding the warehouse of fresh fruit. A sudden jolt caused the small mountain of fruit to collapse, but fortunately the floor of the warehouse was covered with shock-absorbing cushions, so no damage was done. Yet a single apple, pure white and flawless, its surface etched with spiral patterns, rolled to a stop at his feet. In Michael's mind, a faint yet urgent voice cried out, "Eat it! Eat it!" He chose to obey his own desire, opening his mouth without hesitation and biting down. After an indescribably foul stench flooded his senses, he became a devil fruit user. It was the human fruit, mythical beast model seraph form. However, after joining the Navy, when he reported his abilities to his superiors, the fruit recorded in his file was the human fruit ancient model winged human form, and apart from his power of flight, he never openly revealed much of his other abilities. This time, though, he failed to hold back his bad temper. Perhaps he had never learned in any lifetime how to be truly deep sheeming, or perhaps it was simply that the blood in his veins, which had never truly cooled, merged with the holy flame and began to blaze anew. His pure white holy flame devoured 88 people. By comparing their faces with the wanted posters, he discovered that the few men he had noticed after boarding the ship were all vicious criminals, each with a bounty of at least 40 million berries. You couldn't withstand even a single strike. That only proves you truly deserve to die. The size of a bounty was not always determined by sheer strength. Some pirates earned a price on their heads far beyond their actual power because of their cruelty and bloodthirst. High bounties and poor combat strength. Such people were usually the bounty hunter's favorite prey. On the warship, the Navy soldiers who had witnessed everything could not help swallowing hard as they exchanged glances with one another. I'd heard the rumors that Lieutenant Commander Michael was strong, but this is beyond anything I imagined. It may look exaggerated, but isn't the fact that he's only 18 this year even more unbelievable? A lot of people were unhappy about him becoming Vice Admiral Momosagi's aide, but after this, who would dare complain? Still, these were slaves reserved for the Celestial Dragons. Will we and the Lieutenant Commander really be all right? Although Michael had yet to awaken observation hockey with his extraordinary physique, he could still hear them clearly at this distance. "Hey, what are you brats muttering about? Hurry up and bring a doctor to save the survivors." "Yai, sir." The storm clouds that had brought the squall were forcibly scattered by holy light, and sunlight suddenly poured down on the slave ship. Drawing his angelic wings back around himself, Michael walked with measured steps into the No-Williamine hold. I am Michael, Lieutenant Commander of Navy Headquarters stationed at the Sabati Archipelago. You are safe, for the moment. Yes, safe for the moment. After all, slaves were not necessarily pitiful commoners. There were also brutal pirates who had simply capsized in the gutter. Yet the deeper Michael walked, the more the faint light on his wings illuminated each cell and overturned that assumption. Slaves prepared exclusively for the celestial dragons, without exception, were all beautiful women. Almost all of them were ordinary women with no strength to resist, and among them were more than a dozen young ladies whose noble upbringing was obvious at a single glance. He could not help reflecting that he should have asked his superior Momosaji how to awaken observation haki. Relying on nothing but his physical senses for everything was far too inconvenient. When he reached the cell at the very end of the hold, Michael fixed his gaze inside. In a damp, shadowy corner, a blonde girl covered in many wounds trembled uncontrollably, her eyes filled with terror, yet she shielded several little girls behind her with all her strength. Bastards! You scum! What you're doing is a crime. Michael rubbed his brow. Was this kidnapped woman perhaps a bit too naive to still be openly provoking criminals after being captured? I'm Navy. You're safe now, Michael explained, but in the girl's bright green eyes, two unspoken words were written, all too clearly nonsense. Helpless Michael had no choice but to unfurl his seraphic wings once more and intensify the radiance of his holy light. In an instant, the hold was completely flooded with light. The girl finally saw the Navy uniform on the newcomer and the Marines behind him breaking open the cells to free the enslaved women. At that moment, the seagull emblem and the cloak embroidered with the word justice granted her an unprecedented sense of peace. Sister Stella. What's wrong with you, Sister Stella? As the girl's eyes rolled back and she was about to faint, Michael hurriedly broke the lock on the cell and began examining her condition. Wait, what did you call her? Sister Stella. Michael looked again at the girl they had called Stella. No wonder she had seemed so familiar. Wasn't this the very white moonlight of the Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro, the girl named Stella whom the celestial dragons had purchased before his eyes, only to die young? In the movie, she had been little more than background, leaving no particularly deep impression. But the living girl before him now gave substance and weight to that once flat, distant figure in his mind. Don't worry. Stella is merely badly frightened and has been forcing herself to stay strong to protect you. In the end, she simply fainted from the strain. As he spoke, Michael extended his index finger and pressed it to Stella's forehead. Gentle holy light flowed into her like water, mending her wounds and easing her exhaustion. Holy light to heal, holy flame to kill. Mercy and slaughter, two faces of the same seraph. For now he had yet to awaken the deeper layers of his fruit's power. As her injuries and fatigue faded, Stella's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Big Navy brother, has Sister Stella's body recovered? A little girl asked timidly. She's out of danger now. Let her have a good long sleep. Michael withdrew his finger, then reached out to ruffle the little girl's hair one by one. She protected you very well. Once more soothing holy light flowed out, this time to calm their shaken hearts. Just as Michael had said, although Stella herself had been afraid, she had still protected these little girls. Cradling Stella with ease, Michael stood. The little girls clung tightly behind him, gripping the hem of his coat as they followed him out of the cell. Reporting, Lieutenant Commander. The sweep is complete. We've rescued a total of 260 slaves, all seized near the Sabati Archipelago and the first half of the Grand Line. Good. Bring all the victims aboard the warship. We'll deal with everything once we're back at the Sabati Archipelago. Yes, sir. The sergeant paused for a moment, then added, there's one more thing. Besides the other smuggled goods, we found a chest in the captain's cabin. Along with the dirty money inside, there were also 3 devil fruits. Devil fruits. 3 of them. These traffickers really are blessed with outrageous luck. Even Michael, a transmigrator, was taken aback. Their luck was truly absurd. It was one thing to capture over 200 female slaves, but on top of that they had managed to find 3 devil fruits as well. Had this shipment gone through, it would have been a deal worth nearly $1 billion berries. A single human trafficking run with no great difficulty would have earned them as much as the bounty on Karakuri himself. The so-called triangle trade truly did not lie. Where's this? Slowly opening her eyes, she realized she was not lying in the cold cabin of a smuggling ship. Instead, she was on a soft bed. Wait, has she been sold while in a deep sleep? Now placed on the bed by the buyer, preparing for some unspeakable misdeeds. With great effort, she propped up her weak and sore body, trying to find something for self-defense. Unfortunately, she found no weapons, but she could see the surroundings clearly. A platinum-haired young man was sitting on the sofa opposite her, studying her. In the soft glow of light, he resembled a lazy deity. After this glance, the memories before her fainting began to return. Let me introduce myself. Michael coughed lightly. I am Lieutenant Colonel Michael from the Navy headquarters. I found you on a smuggling ship, right? I was kidnapped and taken onto a smuggling ship. Stella nodded as if recalling something and anxiously asked, what happened to those little sisters? Are there other girls who were kidnapped? I have already confirmed their identities, you don't need to worry. Once we return to the Sabati archipelago, I will send the Navy to take them home one by one. That's really great. Stella let out a sigh of relief, her body visibly relaxing. Michael became increasingly interested in this background character who had died early in the theatrical version. She had not mentioned her own situation at all until now. What about you? Where is your home? I can take you back. I have no home. Stella smiled brightly without a trace of sadness. I have been an orphan since I was little, and now I am a wandering singer performing in taverns to earn money wherever I go. Michael fell silent. An orphan, a wandering singer, without power yet possessing beauty and talent. In this vast ocean, she was the perfect prey. No wonder Jerome, who was burned to ashes by him, would say she was a gem. If Michael hadn't encountered her, she might have fallen into the tragedy of the original work. But having met her, Michael could not just stand by. An orphan wandering, so similar to his own early life. After pondering for a while, Michael curved his lips into a smile, trying to make his expression appear more sincere. Since that's the case, would you like to join the Navy? Join the Navy? Stella seemed to misunderstand Michael's meaning, showing a puzzled expression. Are you joking? No, of course not. Michael shook his head, staring into Stella's pure emerald-like eyes. A great change is about to sweep through this era. The pirate king Gold. Roger has surrendered. The seas from now on will be even more dangerous. That is why I extend this invitation to you. Being alone on the seas is too dangerous. Stella looked at the earnest expression on the young man's face, and to her surprise she nodded. Joining the Navy doesn't sound bad. I know you might have questions. Wait, you agreed? That's right, I agreed. Stella bit her slightly colored lips. Safety is the most important thing on the sea. I'm not foolish. Michael smacked his lips, swallowing his urge to persuade her further. He turned to look out the porthole at the sea. Beneath the calm surface, dark currents surged. What about the human traffickers? Burned to ashes and scattered into the sea. And what about the smuggling ship, eh? Also burned to ashes and scattered into the sea. As a Navy officer, it was common sense to report to his superiors after completing a mission. Michael was no exception. As the aide to Vice Admiral Peach Bunny, he naturally had to report the matter of eliminating the human traffickers to his immediate superior. Vice Admiral Peach Bunny Shisato looked at Michael, who resembled a rolling meatball, and rubbed his forehead with a headache. What about the enslaved people who were abducted? Oh, after registering their information and confirming they were not wanted criminals, we sent them back to their hometowns in batches. Oh, and we also found 3 devil fruits. Handle the devil fruits yourself. Sure thing. Michael grinned as he handed over the task report, every platinum strand of hair exuding a shameless aura. This is the detailed report of the entire incident. Shisato took the report, glanced at it a few times, and his expression grew serious. Is this matter related to the celestial dragons? Michael specifically mentioned the issue of the celestial dragons in the detailed report. Seeing Shisato's furrowed brow, Michael smirked and said, the human trafficker leader personally admitted that the celestial dragons had reserved the goods from them. Given his blatant bribery, it must be true. Damn, do these fat fools completely disregard the laws abolishing slavery? Shisato scolded under his breath and continued to ask, since they could say the word reservation it implies. It means that those so-called human trafficking shops and auctions have already colluded with the celestial dragons. Michael cut, and considering the celestial dragons' nature, they would not lower themselves to communicate with slave traders. It's highly likely that naturally they are working through the CP organization and the Navy, who are eager to lick the boots of the celestial dragons. Shisato has always looked down on these opportunists who seek fame. Shouldn't we implement the plan we discussed before? Seeing Shisato's emotions were stirred, Michael tentatively inquired. You mean the cleaning plan for the Sabati archipelago? Shisato's brows furrowed slightly, yet he exuded charm. That's right. Although the higher-ups want us to turn a blind eye to the pirates in the Sabati archipelago and let them enter the new world to cultivate their schemes, they did not say we cannot take action against other forces. There are simply too many gangs and human traffickers in the Sabati archipelago. There are also too many internal parasites in the Navy. 2 years ago, after Michael followed Vice Admiral Peach Bunny Shisato to the Sabati archipelago, he had proposed this idea. But these 2 years happened to be a crucial period for the Navy's pursuit of Gold. Roger, so it was temporarily shelved. Now that Gold. Roger has surrendered, Michael brought up this plan again. Shisato nodded slightly, and after pondering for a moment, he gave Michael an affirmative answer. I also think the plan is feasible, but it should start after Gold. Roger's execution. However, this answer already satisfied Michael. 2 years of waiting, what's a few more months? By the way, regarding the celestial dragons and the traffickers, this time you need to go to Marineford. Shisato raised his head, his gaze intense. The internal issues of the Navy must be presented to Admiral Sengoku. In the world of One Piece, the Navy is undoubtedly the entity with the fastest sailing speed and the freest routes. Pirates avoid the calm belt like it is a den of vipers, for it is the Navy's backyard. Whenever there's nothing to do, he takes a stroll around. After becoming a member of the Navy, Michael hasn't returned to Marineford many times. He would only come back during promotions. Yet every time he still finds himself awestruck by the headquarters of the Navy at Marineford. The fleets are as numerous as trees, and the buildings soar high into the sky. And there, fluttering at the very top, is the seagull flag. Stella stood beside Michael, her emerald eyes sparkling with shock and excitement. After stepping ashore, she stretched her long neck, continuously glancing around. Michael, is this really the legendary naval headquarters? Where else have you seen so many warships? 3 days have passed since the incident of rescuing the slaves. Stella has also started to become familiar with Michael. She speaks more freely now. Where are we going next? I need to find the old man. Admiral Sengoku, for a debriefing. Should I wait for you on the ship? No need for that. It would be good for you to come along and see the world. Michael shrugged. The recruitment period has passed. If he wants to bring Stella into the Navy headquarters, he needs the old man's approval. Marineford, Sengoku's office. Although Sengoku had not yet been promoted to Admiral in the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, he had actually been performing the duties of an Admiral for many years. At this moment, Sengoku was reading a report on the current condition of GOLD. Roger. A soldier entered and reported, Admiral Colonel Michael has returned. Is that so? Let him in. Yes. Shortly after, Michael entered the office with Stella. He naturally sat down on the sofa without disturbing Sengoku. When Sengoku put down the report and looked up, he noticed that a beautiful girl was sitting beside Michael. The girl sat calmly, showing no sign of restraint even in the office of a Marine Admiral. Her eyes, like emeralds, were curiously fixed on him. Michael Peach Rabbit has already told me the whole story. Sengoku glanced at the unassuming Michael. Why are you not pretending this time? I was slacking off, and there's always a limit to that. Michael smirked. The old man really has the leisure to poke fun at him. It's not like he was just slacking off more than usual. I fully support killing slave traders. Sengoku looked at Michael and sighed. The celestial dragons indeed demanded punishment for you. Although I managed to fend them off with Admiral Akainu. Those filthy pigs better not really provoke me. All right, let's leave the matter of the slave ship at that. Sengoku pointed at the quietly waiting Stella. This is Stella, one of the rescued individuals. She is a wandering singer, so she has no fixed residence. Michael stood up and approached Sengoku's desk. I see she has some talent. Old man, can we recruit her directly into the Navy? Direct recruitment. No problem. Sengoku shrugged. But you have to personally train her. There are no new recruit training camps outside the recruitment season. Michael grinned. He already had plans for Stella. Old man, there's one more thing. I would like to borrow the Navy's Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Speaking of which, all the money he seized from the smuggling ship was confiscated. But according to Navy regulations, the person who seized the devil fruit gets to pick first, and the leftovers are then submitted for rewards. Although Michael is a transmigrator, he can't possibly know the appearance of every devil fruit. Sure. Sengoku casually picked up a piece of paper and stamped it. He then handed it to Michael. As long as he presents the stamped paper to the librarian, he can borrow the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Alright, do you have anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Wait. Seeing Michael preparing to leave, Sengoku raised his hand to stop him. During this time, you and Stella should stay temporarily in Marineford. Michael frowned slightly. He was recruited by the Navy 5 years ago. To be precise, he was picked up by Sengoku. As an orphan drifting on the sea, he inadvertently entered the calm belt, encountered numerous tribulations, and was ultimately brought back to the Navy headquarters by Sengoku. In this world, it was Sengoku who gave Michael the warmth of a home. That is also why he has the confidence to call the current most powerful figure in the Navy old man. However, since he became Peach Rabbit's adjutant, he hasn't returned home to stay. Is something wrong? The execution time has been set, and it's in 10 days. Sengoku's words lacked a subject, but Michael understood who he was referring to. GOLD. Roger. Michael felt a moment of daze. So soon. Is it coming? The so-called era of great pirates. All right, then I'll go home for a few days. Michael nodded. Just in time. I haven't seen Razanani for a long time. After saying that, he waved at Stella and left Sengoku's office. Goodbye, Admiral Sengoku. Stella clumsily saluted with a Navy salute before hurriedly chasing after Michael. Not long after they left, a tall and burly figure walked into Sengoku's office without even greeting him. He approached Sengoku's desk and grabbed some rice crackers to eat. Kapu, can you not eat my rice crackers next time? Monkey D. Kapu, a hero of the Navy, the future leader of the Revolutionary Army's father, and the grandfather of the future pirate king, the biggest troublemaker in the entire Navy. One shouldn't be too stingy, Sengoku-san. Kapu not only finished off the stolen rice crackers in 2 bites, but also wiped his hands on Sengoku's cape. Roger's condition. has deteriorated to this extent. Sengoku looked at the detailed analysis in the report, his tone somewhat rueful. Otherwise, why do you think he turned himself in? Kapu sat down on Sengoku's desk. It's merely to buy some time for his family and crew to disappear without a trace. What are the chances of finding them? Sengoku, their voluntary retreat into obscurity isn't necessarily a bad thing. Kapu pointed out the core issue. Rayleigh and Jabba are not the type to stir up trouble. But this Barrett, indeed, needs to be closely monitored. There are still 10 days until the scheduled execution time. Start spreading the news. If members of Roger's crew come to rescue him, we'll catch them all at once. All right. The two in the office casually discussed the execution of the Pirate King, and then silence fell. And an era is about to end in this silence. After leaving the naval headquarters building, Michael and Stella headed straight to the library. Upon entering the library, Michael handed the paper directly to the administrator. Please wait a moment, Lieutenant Colonel Michael, the administrator said before turning to a large safe. After opening it, he took out a hefty volume. You have half an hour to read the Demon Fruit Encyclopedia. He then handed it to Michael. After bringing Stella to a corner to sit down, Michael opened the first page of the encyclopedia. There was a striking illustration of a black tree symbolizing the tree of demon fruits. Stella placed her backpack on the table, opened it, and revealed 3 demon fruits quietly resting inside. Let me see, Michael said. This purple demon fruit that looks like a duck pear is the Paramecia type soundwave fruit. What about the other one? Let me check. Found it. This is the Zoan type mouse fruit. Tisket doesn't seem very useful. Michael quickly found information on the 2 fruits. However, he could not find any information on the last fruit, so he carefully examined this final demon fruit. Visually, it resembled a melon made of clouds. This characteristic looked very much like a nature-type fruit. Paramecia-type fruits typically exhibit characteristics on the outside, while Zoan-type fruits often display corresponding animal traits. Nature-type fruits, on the other hand, show elemental properties. For example, the flame fruit has flame-like edges, while the thunder fruit resembles a spherical lightning bolt. But this fruit could also potentially be a Paramecia type. Thus, Michael found himself torn between the soundwave fruit and the unknown fruit. To be honest, the soundwave Paramecia type fruit fits Stella's identity as a wandering bard quite well. But its upper limit isn't very high. Stella, which demon fruit do you want to choose? Michael placed the 2 fruits in front of Stella, the Paramecia type soundwave fruit, or this seemingly nature type unknown fruit. You choose first. Oh, I just want the one you leave behind. Stella blinked and pushed back the fruit that Michael had handed her. Well, I'm glad you're thinking of me, Michael said with a wry smile, but I've already eaten 1 demon fruit. Isn't it better to eat another and gain another ability? That's a nice thought, but each person can only eat 1 demon fruit. If you eat a second one. Michael didn't continue, but gestured a boom. Stella realized that her argument was somewhat ignorant, so she lowered her head and thought for a moment. In the end, she reached for the unknown fruit. Life is about taking risks, isn't it? She said, bringing it to her mouth. Wait, Michael exclaimed in shock just as Stella took a big bite. This thing is the worst tasting thing in the world, bar none. Cough, cough, cough. Why didn't you mention this first? Stella, your eyes have lost their sparkle. Can this taste really turn someone into a Yandra? Stella, experiencing the horrific flavor exploding on her taste buds, felt her face turning the color of her eyes. Yet she endured the nausea and finished the entire demon fruit. Michael wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Best not to tell her that you only need to take the first bite of a demon fruit. Just like when Michael consumed his first demon fruit, Stella at that moment knew exactly what fruit she had eaten. Michael, we hit the jackpot, she exclaimed. I am now a cloud person who has eaten the cloud fruit, a lower tier fruit derived from the ice fruit and thunder fruit. She transformed into a pure white cloud, visually reminiscent of Smoker's smoke fruit. As for being a lower tier of the ice and thunder nature fruits, there's no mistake. The essence of clouds is a conglomeration of small ice crystals and water droplets. Among the types of clouds, there are cumulonimbus clouds, which are also known as thunder clouds. Composite attributes. However, the ice and thunder abilities are both inferior to the 2 higher tier fruits. But there are only a few nature type fruits available, making this a rather powerful fruit against most enemies. Michael couldn't help but marvel again that slave trader had such good luck. Not only did he manage to capture Stella, but he also got 3 demon fruits, one of which was a nature type. But are there any downsides to eating a demon fruit? Stella then asked her question, is it really just about enduring the awful taste to gain power? There's probably no such good thing in the world. Of course, eating a demon fruit will cause you to be hated by the sea, turning you into a landlubber, and your abilities will fail upon contact with seawater, leaving you weak all over. Is that so? Then it doesn't matter. Stella said happily, I've always been a landlubber anyway. You're really quite proud? After leaving the library, Michael took Stella back to his home in Marineford. To be precise, it was the home of the Warring States. It was also the first place Michael had lived for more than a week. It was a 2-story small building with a yard. pushing open the courtyard gate that had never been locked before memories flooded back like a tide. The 3 years spent in this small yard were perhaps the most relaxing years of his life. While Michael was reminiscing, the window on the second floor suddenly opened. A tall youth with sleepy eyes leaned out. "Who is it? Why are you pushing someone else's door in the middle of the day?" "Me, Michael." "Is that you, brother Michael?" The boy rubbed his eyes again, his large white eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. With a loud cheer, he leaped out of the second-floor window. "Hey, Rocinante, long time no see." Just as Michael was about to pat Rocinante on the shoulder, he realized that the latter had grown taller than him, so he instead patted his arm. "You've already surpassed 3.5 meters. What do you eat all the time?" "Feed." Michael couldn't help but tease his younger brother's height. It's worth noting that this wasn't his limit. Rocinante eventually grew to 4 meters and 3. The human height threshold in the One Piece world is quite exaggerated. Michael thought about this with a hint of resentment. His height of 188 centimeters is already quite tall among ordinary people. But in the naval headquarters, 190 centimeters is average and 2 meters is nothing. Rocinante, unaware of what his brother was thinking, excitedly lifted Michael off the ground. "Brother Michael, I thought you wouldn't come back until your next promotion. Anyway, welcome home." Michael was momentarily taken aback. The recent burdens on his heart dissipated. "Yes, I'm back." "Michael, you've been holed up in your room for 3 days. Even Stella voluntarily trains her body. You're the youngest naval commander. Don't you feel ashamed? But did you know everyone calls you the Navy's most connected rookie? At precisely 9 a.m. Before departing, Sengoku's voice rang out as scheduled. When college students return home for vacation, familial affection lasts exactly 3 days. Naval commanders are no different. By Michael's third day back, Sengoku had already shifted from tearful pride and heartfelt relief to open disdain. Worse still, Stella had proactively begun basic recruit training. Meanwhile, Rocinante had already started mastering the 6 powers under the guidance of elite naval instructors. When only one person remains idle in a household, that person inevitably becomes the focal point of collective disapproval. And Michael was that person. And when an idle person is forcibly ejected by their elders, they inevitably evolve into the next stage, a street loafer. Thus, Michael strolled leisurely toward the naval training grounds, hands tucked deep in his pockets. The Marine headquarters training ground was sunken, sprawling over thrice the area of the Sabbaty archipelago, and year-round naval officers rotated through as resident instructors. As for which instructor one might encounter, that depended entirely on luck. Standing atop the observation ledge, Michael scanned the field, and almost immediately spotted its sole female cadet. Stella was sweating profusely, performing push-ups behind a line of naval recruits. Though she strained with every fiber, her pace lagged more than twice as slow as theirs. Michael stroked his chin thoughtfully. Tonight he would once again channel holy light to accelerate Stella's recovery. After all, just 3 days ago, she could barely manage a single push-up, let alone keep pace with formal drills. As a wandering bard, how robust could her constitution possibly be? Yet now, under the purifying radiance of holy light, her myriad chronic ailments and lingering injuries had nearly vanished. "Hey, isn't that Sengoku's brash, silver-haired whelp finally deigned to return to Marineford?" As Michael pondered, a boisterous, grizzled voice erupted from behind him. Accompanying the voice came a shrieking gale of fist wind. Alarm bells blared in Michael's mind. His body surged instantly to peak readiness. His head and torso snapped sharply right, just in time. A fist sliced past his temple. The blow wouldn't have injured him, but who willingly invites a punch? Ducking the strike, Michael whirled around. Before him stood a towering silver-maned elder, nearly 3 meters tall, his frame thick with indomitable strength. The old man made no follow-up attack. Instead, he leaned casually against the nearby railing. Upon recognizing his face, Michael couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Captain Garp, of course it's you. Only you would test naval officers with bare-knuckle sparring for amusement. I truly worry for your descendants. Wait, didn't Dragon himself join the Marines just to escape you, only to resign shortly after? Mind your own business, you little brat." Garp retorted, mirroring Michael's eye roll. "Though I must admit, your reflexes have improved dramatically since 2 years ago. Looks like serving under that young lady Kizaru has done you good. But I'm stronger than Kizaru. How about transferring to serve as my deputy?" "No thank you," Michael declined without hesitation. "Besides, Boa Hancock would be heartbroken if he heard you say that." "Impossible." Garp waved dismissively, face solemn. "Hancock practically begs me to appoint a new deputy. Why do you sound so proud of that?" "Uh-huh." Garp scratched his snowy hair with a broad grin, then abruptly changed tack, jabbing a palm-sized finger downward towards Stella below. "Heard you rescued this lass from a slave ship." "Yes." Michael nodded. "She was fortunate. I'd just seized a devil fruit unlisted in any known compendium. Its appearance suggested either paramecia or logia affinity, so I let her consume it. It's confirmed the cloud fruit, a logia type." "What?" Garp spun around, incredulous. A logia fruit. Michael smirked inwardly. He knew the old man wouldn't stay still for long. Logia fruits were rare, always have been, always would be. Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji owed their designation as the next generation of admirals entirely to their logia powers, the single greatest advantage separating them from other candidates. In this era, before the three admirals reached their true zenith, if one judged solely by haki and physical prowess, none of them could reliably outmatch Jozu or Kizaru in raw combat. Even Kizaru had been repeatedly reprimanded by Zephyr for over-relying on his fruit's abilities. Now you've piqued my interest in this girl you brought home. Garp's eyes gleamed as he slung a heavy arm around Michael's shoulders. Just think, Shirahoshi's recently reassigned to Sabaody Archipelago. She'll likely remain there for years. So what? Do you imagine everyone shares your habits, Admiral Garp, dumping branch duties on a Boa Hancock while sailing the seas aboard your flagship? Sometimes Michael truly wished he could stop calling this old man sir. Aside from hunting pirates, Garp dodged responsibility at every turn. His mastery of idleness rivaled even Michael's own. He bore immense pressure. My point is, Shirahoshi oversees Sabaody, the most chaotic of all territories. Neither she nor you can properly mentor Stella simultaneously. Garp thumped his chest with a resounding thwack. But I'm different. You just said it, I'm free. I'll train both of you. Michael genuinely weighed Garp's proposal. Yes, the old man's logic was unorthodox, his methods unpredictable. Yet when it came to mentoring novices, only Zephyr stood unquestionably above Garp. Their shared distinction. Both attained admiral rank purely through supreme mastery of physical combat and haki, no devil fruit required. In laying foundational discipline, they were peerless, because even the mightiest devil fruit draws its power from the vessel's physical fortitude. Consider Ace, his martial skill fell far short of Blackbeard's, and his fruit's weakness was exploited. That's why he fell so easily. Captain Garp, you may be onto something. Michael's own growth had recently stalled, he urgently needed breakthrough. Garp was indeed among the most suitable mentors available. And just as mutual agreement settled between them, a shadow began creeping across the sunlit sky. Gradually eclipsing the light, it spread until the horizon was veiled beneath an unnatural roiling mass, an ominous shroud pulsing with the chilling aura of annihilation, as though calamity itself were descending upon the world. Damn it. Old man Garp, look over there. Michael tugged at Garp twice. What on earth is that thing coming? Is it some weird weather unique to the Grand Line? Why does it feel like it's heading straight for the Marine headquarters? Garp's brow furrowed instantly as he focused on the direction Michael was looking, unleashing his observation haki. The moment his haki made contact with the ominous shadow, his face darkened. Damn it, it's the Golden Lion. Roger has already surrendered, and now this lunatic is going to go crazy again. Garp nearly bit through his iron teeth as he turned to Michael and said, you go notify Sengoku. I'll go intercept the Golden Lion. Without hesitation, Michael spread his angelic wings and rushed toward the Marine headquarters building. Michael, you really need to get stronger faster. The monsters on the sea will only keep increasing. After muttering this, Garp collected his thoughts and shouted to the Marine officers and soldiers in the training ground, enemies are approaching. Everyone immediately turned to evacuate in the direction away from the coastline. And don't forget to notify everyone you see along the way. Then he turned and sped toward the coastline. The Golden Lion is actually going to directly assault Marineford. It's important to know that this island is not just the Marine headquarters, it houses a large number of Marine officers and soldiers, as well as many Marine families living in Marineford. If the Golden Lion succeeds, the casualties will be unimaginable. Yet even the peak Garp cannot guarantee he can defeat the Golden Lion. After all, an unknown duel is one thing. Waging war and slaughtering is another. The former only concerns personal life and death, while the latter relates to countless lives. Therefore, Garp sent Michael to notify Sengoku, intending for their combined fighting strength to forcibly hold the Golden Lion at the outermost coastal defense. Marine headquarters, Sengoku's office. As Sengoku began his day of work, he had just picked up his pen and approved 3 routine marine documents. The next moment, the window behind him was shattered inward by someone crashing through it. It was Michael. Michael folded his wings, slightly stood up, and shouted to Sengoku, old man. Stop burying your head in those damn documents. The Golden Lion has appeared. It's already close to the outer defense of Marineford. Sengoku, who was originally focused on writing at his desk, abruptly looked up at Michael. The Golden Lion. Are you sure? It's confirmed by old man Garp. Michael's expression was anxious, his tone starkly different from his usual laziness. Garp has already rushed to the outer defense. You should hurry there too. With the Golden Lion's damned fruit ability, even if Garp can defeat him, he won't be able to stop him from destroying the Marine headquarters. Sengoku did not hesitate, he stood up decisively. Michael, immediately relay my orders to all officers at the headquarters. Leave the Golden Lion to Garp and me, and let the others evacuate as quickly as possible. Protect the families. After speaking, he jumped out of the window without waiting for Michael to nod, heading straight for the coastline. At this moment, Sengoku's face was filled with fury like an enraged Vajra. This madman Golden Lion, does he not care for his own life for Roger's sake? Everyone listen. This is the order of Admiral Sengoku. No one is to approach the outer defense of Marineford. Concentrate personnel, evacuate the families, and head to safety. The Golden Lion is attacking. I repeat, the Golden Lion is attacking. Michael spread his wings and flew at top speed across every corner of the headquarters, urging the Marines to act immediately according to the orders. His iconic white wings were quite famous in the Marine headquarters. Of course, it wasn't for a good reason. He was known as the Marine headquarters' biggest insider. But everyone knew. Before being transferred under Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, Michael had always served as Sengoku's messenger. No matter how much of an insider he was, he would never issue orders recklessly in an emergency. Thus, in this urgent situation, no one questioned him. They chose to execute the orders. After Michael rushed out of the headquarters building, he spotted Stella running towards him. Her golden hair was somewhat messy, and her emerald green eyes were filled with fear. As a nature-type user of the cloud fruit, she could already sense the terrible negative emotions filling that ominous cloud in the distance. Michael, what on earth happened? That ominous cloud, it's terrifying. Don't just stand there. Stella, you should have heard the orders. Immediately evacuate to a safe place. The Golden Lion is attacking. Upon hearing the name Golden Lion, Stella's emerald eyes suddenly narrowed. The Golden Lion is strong, but he is not the strongest. However, as the captain of the flying pirate crew notorious for his pillaging and destruction, it is well known that he is fierce beyond compare. So without any hesitation, she nodded at Michael and turned to leave. Stella had a very clear self-awareness. Right now, she was just a liability. But she also had things she could do. As she moved towards the safe zone, she activated her elemental form, transforming into rolling clouds, taking along those who could not move fast enough. After watching Stella leave, Michael turned around. Damn it, how could I forget that the Golden Lion would assault Marineford a week before Roger's execution? He was feeling conflicted. Even the peak Golden Lion could only meet defeat against Carp and Sengoku. But neither Carp nor Sengoku could stop the Golden Lion and the terrifying power of the float fruit. This was the greatest Waterloo in the history of Marine headquarters. A large number of Marines and civilians were killed, and at least half of Marineford was destroyed. Even during the later Marineford War, the headquarters did not suffer such extensive damage. This battle raised the float fruit to the level of natural disaster on par with the quake fruit. Yet here he was just deciding to rebel against the world government. How could he stand by and watch the future headquarters be destroyed? But with Gaki executing missions outside Jiuan in the Sabaody archipelago, and Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji all returning to their posts in these days. Even if he notified Kizaru now, it would be too late. With this thought, Michael took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Then he soared into the sky. Evacuating everyone from the Marine headquarters into the town was too much work. No one noticed that in the sky a pair of pure white wings pierced through the heavens, flying in the opposite direction. At the Navy headquarters on the outer defensive line beneath the dark clouds, a man with golden tousled hair stood against the sky like a lion. Upon closer inspection, one could find that the so-called dark clouds were in fact shadows obscured from view with chaotic boulders and spherical bodies of seawater. Countless iron products and wrecked ships floated in the sky, including a whole small island, all seemingly having lost their gravity. Blocking the sun and sky, this man was known as the Golden Lion, a user of the float fruit, renowned alongside Whitebeard of being capable of causing calamities. I cannot believe it. How could a man like Roger be prepared to give up his life? Damn, Roger. How can you surrender? Didn't you say that the freest man on the sea is the pirate king? If you surrender, what freedom is left? From a self-absorbed whisper, it transformed into a heart-wrenching roar. The seemingly mad Golden Lion had veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted the name of that man, once more, G.O.L.D. Roger. Not far away on the coastline, Garp had arrived. Listening to the enraged shouts echoing from the sky, his expression darkened. Shiki, you damned pirate, Roger has already surrendered. Why aren't you taking your crew to seize territory? Why come to the Navy headquarters to go mad? Garp. After his furious shout, the Golden Lion Shiki seemed to finally hear Garp's voice. It wasn't that he was so arrogant as to dismiss Garp, but that nearly all his focus was on controlling his devil fruit powers at that moment. The ammunition collected behind him through the float fruit was nearing the limit of what he could control. You're just in time. Come and try to stop me. Huh. This is merely the Navy headquarters. Today I will use this island as a burial site for G.O.L.D. Roger. Saying this, Shiki drew his two swords from his waist, dry wood and Sakura 10. Then crossing his hands, he dove down from the heights. Wave slash. Two fierce flying slashes cut through the sea towards Garp, while at the same time the objects affected by the float fruit began launching like cannonballs towards the distant Navy headquarters. Garp took a deep breath. This was the Golden Lion Shiki, the peak version of him. The entire sea was filled with top-tier figures. Garp was certainly not afraid of him, but the Navy headquarters behind him, as well as the soldiers and civilians who weren't strong enough, were another matter. But the slashes unleashed by the Golden Lion arrived in an instant, leaving no time for Garp to ponder further. First, throw a punch. Ask questions while fighting. The black armament haki swiftly enveloped both of Garp's arms. Leaping forward, just a couple of ordinary punches shattered the Golden Lion's wave slashes. But when he looked up, he saw the objects descending like shooting stars towards the Navy headquarters. Damn it! Cursing under his breath, Garp jumped into the air, without hesitation compressing and charging his armament haki. A black lightning bolt streaked across the sky. Bone Crusher. With a single strike, a tremendous force unleashed a terrifying shockwave. Everything struck by it, the debris and metal used as weapons by the Golden Lion, was reduced to dust. But it wasn't enough. Seeing Garp using all his strength, the Golden Lion decided not to hold back any longer. He had only used 1/10 of his ammunition. Now he intended to unleash everything floating behind him upon the Navy headquarters. In an instant, it was like a disaster descending from the heavens. Shiki, are you really willing to perish alongside the Navy headquarters? Garp gritted his teeth. I may not be able to stop your assault, but I will give it my all. I will kill you. As soon as the words fell, another Bone Crusher was unleashed. However, this time, it wasn't aimed at the Golden Lion, but aimed at minimizing the high-altitude attacks on the Navy headquarters. Buddha's impact. Garp turned his head, and a golden shockwave of immense breadth swept over his head, clearing a vacuum in the sky. It was Sengoku, who had hurriedly arrived directly facing Buddha. After the two massive AoE attacks from Garp and Sengoku, the debris and steel had long since turned to dust, falling into the sea. However, it did not cover everything. The remaining part was the most destructive. The seawater. A massive amount of seawater. It was headed towards the Navy headquarters. This destructive force was no different from a colossal tsunami. Sengoku's face turned green. He couldn't afford to unleash the next Buddha's impact in time. Looking at the facilities of the Navy headquarters that would likely be obliterated under this wave of seawater, the buildings were actually secondary. But within those buildings, there were many personnel who hadn't had the chance to evacuate. The horror of casualties was foreseeable and unimaginable. Yet at this critical moment, a figure with pure white wings streaked through the air like lightning. Holy crap! Garp, old man. An old man. What kind of thrill are you two creating here? I damn well regret coming to help. Sengoku was utterly stunned. Michael had actually appeared between the Navy headquarters and the oncoming seawater. Michael, what are you doing? Why aren't you escaping? This isn't a battle you should be involved in. Enough nonsense, old man. Michael grinned, shouting angrily, my home is about to be torn down. If I can still endure this, then I'm no longer human. I'm a turtle king. As soon as the words fell, countless pure white sacred flames began to spread outward from Michael's body. Perhaps influenced by their master's emotions, the usually pure and purifying sacred flames appeared particularly restless, even faintly tinged with a hint of red. As the sacred flames rapidly spread and replicated, they transformed under Michael's control into several massive round shields, blocking the terrifying onslaught of seawater. As soon as the seawater came into contact with the sacred flames, dense, white mist began to rise everywhere. The sacred flames burned everything combustible and non-combustible. The seawater was insignificant. But isn't this seawater a bit too much? Golden Lion is flooding the 7 armies here. Michael had to stand under the shield made of sacred flames, ensuring enough output, while this overload of sacred flame output was a tremendous test of stamina. Even with Michael's near-endless stamina, he began to feel fatigued. Meanwhile, within the seawater, dozens of sailing ships were being swept along, continuously breaking through Michael's 2 layers of sacred flame shields. Of course, they had also consumed a considerable portion. The remaining few sailing ships, propelled by the seawater, violently crashed against the last layer of the shield. Hiss! The sounds of evaporation and burning echoed, and unprecedented dense steam completely enveloped the entire Navy headquarters. But as the saying goes, where there is smoke, there is no harm. Michael, the voice of the giant, after transforming into the form of the Warring States Buddha, rang out like a thunderous bell, sending ripples across the entire sea. Kapu's eyes narrowed as he charged towards the Golden Lion with even greater strength. Unlike the fury of the Warring States and Kapu, the Golden Lion's face mirrored that of Kapu just moments ago. The individual combat strength of Warring States and Kapu was not inferior to his own, and he was not surprised that they could disrupt part of the float fruits offensive. Even those rocks and steel were deliberately sent towards Kapu and the others. He scattered the attack to ensure the Navy headquarters would pay a heavy price. Although he was aiming for a fight to the death, the Golden Lion had not completely lost his sanity. He had timed his attack perfectly for when only Kapu and Warring States remained as the two strongest forces at the Navy headquarters. By scattering and increasing the coverage of the float fruit's power, the overall potency would naturally diminish. If those with natural-type fruit abilities were present, he estimated that he would not only be done for, but would also fail to leave a profound lesson for the Navy. But who is this winged being releasing terrifying white flames? When did such a powerful newcomer appear among the Navy? What kind of being is that? Is he a flame fruit user? But the flames released by the flame fruit aren't this kind of white flame. And what about those wings on his back? Could it be a biological weapon developed by Vegapunk that can achieve this level of power? The Golden Lion's mutterings were interrupted as a figure emerged from the massive steam, transforming his last wave of sea assault into nothingness. Michael. As Michael soared into the air, he stared directly at the man known as the Golden Lion. Madness, wickedness, fury. Truly he was worthy of being the apex of this sea. Even when being attacked from both sides by Kapu and Warring States, he showed no signs of retreat. If not for the dual debuffs of the movie version, and being half mad and near death, would Luffy from before the war on the top have been able to take down the Golden Lion? Not a chance. But admiring strength is one thing. Whether he could actually defeat him is another. Hey, you old madman. What are you doing throwing massive water balls at others? Is something wrong with your head? Oh right, something is really wrong with it. Who could remain sane with a ship's helm stuck in their brain? Michael spat, fully expressing his disdain for this old lion. Michael, are you alright? In the midst of the battle, upon seeing Michael unharmed, Warring States finally breathed a sigh of relief while simultaneously re-evaluating Michael's abilities. He had initially thought that this guy whom he regarded as a foster son had hidden his strength, but wouldn't be particularly exaggerated. He never expected he could already interfere in the top-level battles of this sea. Michael, he's only 18, right? At that moment, a thought crossed Warring States' mind. Perhaps in the future the Navy would have a place for Michael. Old man Kapu, you two can definitely catch the Golden Lion, right? Michael shouted, then directly returned to the ground, saying, I want cheer you on. Ew, I was just too exhausted. I need a raise. You little brat. Weren't you full of energy earlier when you were cursing? Now you want to slack off during this crucial time. Even in the midst of battle, Warring States couldn't help but tease Michael for slacking off. Though he joked, he was extremely grateful for Michael's presence. To be honest, both Warring States and Kapu had planned to close their eyes, unable to bear to watch the Navy headquarters' impending fate. If Michael had not arrived in time, the Navy headquarters would have suffered unprecedented, devastating damage. A massive tsunami falling from the sky, conservatively estimating half of the Navy headquarters would be destroyed. But now that threat had been completely eliminated, they could now unleash their full strength to capture the Golden Lion. Both Warring States and Kapu, being at the pinnacle, would definitely be able to capture the Golden Lion alive. Moreover, it appeared that the Golden Lion had no intention of escaping at all. Thus, the battle of three top-tier powerhouses gradually escalated in the air. Kapu and Warring States coordinated with each other, preventing the Golden Lion from getting even a step closer to the Navy headquarters. With the concern lifted, if a 2v1 of the same level still allowed the Golden Lion to succeed, Warring States and Kapu might as well commit seppuku to apologize. Hey, you brat over there. Who exactly are you? During a lull in the battle, the Golden Lion still had the leisure to shout at Michael. Who am I? Michael slightly folded his wings and relaxedly watched the show. I'm just an inconspicuous little Navy lieutenant. Truly, not only talented, but also knows how to hide his abilities. While parrying the attacks from Kapu and Warring States, the Golden Lion said to the two, you Navy really have found a rare, strong seedling. Without waiting for Kapu and Warring States to respond, the Golden Lion suddenly unleashed his strength. The cherry blossom soared, and the withered wood swung wildly. Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. Countless massive flying slashes simultaneously enveloped Warring States and Kapu. The Golden Lion understood. At this point, there was no point in saying more. Only by fighting to the death could he find satisfaction. The ability of the float fruit was indeed quite formidable. If the peak Golden Lion wanted to escape with all his might, it wouldn't be just Kapu and Warring States. Even summoning a peak Zifa wouldn't hold him back. But the current Golden Lion was here for a suicidal assault. Escape. That word simply didn't exist. A righteous 2v1 lasted the entire night. The sun set. Then it rose again. Facing the morning glow, the sea shimmered. Kapu successfully locked sea stone handcuffs onto the Golden Lion's wrist. Of course, this was just a temporary measure. For a fruit user of the Golden Lion's caliber, a single pair of handcuffs was insufficient. There was a whole set of sea stone shackles. Michael gazed at the coastline under the rising sun, pockmarked and battered. One could hardly imagine the terrifying destruction that would have ensued had their battle occurred any closer to the Navy headquarters. But this was the best result. Akainu and Akiji had fought for a full 10 days on Punk Hazard Island. In the end, even the terrain and climate were altered. Half of the sea was ablaze, and the other half was a glacier. And in the original story, half of the Navy headquarters was destroyed with countless casualties. Yet with Michael's intervention, the Golden Lion's assault, which should have been catastrophic, surprisingly ended with 0 casualties, a miracle. Huh. Michael, I truly owe you one. Captain Carp, clad in a tattered uniform barely clinging to his frame, let out an undignified guffaw while clapping Michael squarely on the head. That force. Michael rolled his eyes. Just how immense was the old man Carp's strength? There would surely be a palm-shaped bruise blooming on his shoulder. Every time this happened, Michael couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Just how high was the human threshold in this world? Standing before Carp's towering frame, nearly 3 meters tall, Michael appeared diminutive, almost comically so. Watching Shiki the flying pirate being escorted aboard Carp's flagship by a retinue of Navy officers, Michael turned and asked, "Old man Carp, will Shiki face execution?" Of course not. A being like Shiki must be confined to level 6 of Impel down. So he'll merely be imprisoned. Why not execute him outright? To eradicate the threat forever. Executing Shiki would release that threat back into the Grand Line. Carp's laughter faded, his expression turned grave. A user of the Soru no Mi possesses power rivaling natural calamities. Were he executed, the fruit's ability would scatter, its latent essence drifting into some forgotten corner of the world. If consumed by a civilian, or even a Navy officer, that might be tolerable. But what if another ruthless pirate seized it? What if a younger, fiercer, more dangerous Shiki rose in his stead? Thus, the safest course is to contain Shiki and prolong his life just enough to slow the fruit's inevitable rebirth into the world. Carp's logic was sound. Indeed, it formed one of the Navy's core doctrines. Yet every doctrine has its exception. What if the Soru no Mi's wielder were Roger, not Shiki? Carp glanced at Michael, then spread his hands wide, saying nothing. But that silence spoke volumes. Once Roger entered the equation, even the peril of losing such a formidable devil fruit would be deemed acceptable. Execution would proceed without hesitation. Roger's influence eclipsed even the cataclysmic potential of the Soru no Mi. Michael sighed inwardly. So Ace truly had drawn the shortest straw, his entire life shadowed by his own father's legacy. Thinking of Ace, Michael couldn't help but glance again at the old man Carp. From the very beginning, Carp had relentlessly trained Ace, hoping to steer him into the Navy, perhaps with the quiet intention of shielding him beneath that mantle for life. At the very least, to spare him Roger's fate. Yet in the end, nothing changed. Suddenly, Michael felt a pang of sorrow for this silver-haired old man whose hair had long since whitened with grief. His own son commanded the Revolutionary Army, his grandson and adopted grandson alike sailed as pirates. Not a single soul in this vast family brought peace of mind. You too. Cease your idle chatter, Sengoku declared, preparing to calm the townsfolk and newly conscripted sailors. Carp, escort Shiki to Impel down. He paused, eyeing Michael, who had intervened decisively moments earlier yet now stood idly by, and gave a faint exasperated twitch at the corner of his mouth. Then he pointed firmly at Michael. And you, accompany Carp. Also, timing is favorable. Once Shiki is secured within Impel down, retrieve Gold. Roger as well. Then proceed directly to Lobetown. Carp flashed an exaggerated grin and gave a thumbs up. With a broad sweep of his arm, he slung Michael over his shoulder and strode toward his flagship. Though generations apart, they moved with the easy camaraderie of brothers. Michael tilted his head upward wordlessly regarding Carp, whose boisterous demeanor masked a deep, unspoken melancholy. Michael, when we reach Lobetown, keep your eyes wide open. Witness the closing curtain of an era. Michael nodded. This journey marked not only the end of an age, but the dawning of a new one. Michael, care for a sunbae. I lifted it from Sengoku's office. Old man Carp, I don't expect miracles from you, but a modicum of dignity wouldn't hurt. Michael stared up at the unabashedly irreverent Carp and rolled his eyes. Navy hero, fleet admiral, yet you pilfer snacks from your colleagues' offices daily. Hand me one. Then he remembered. He wasn't exactly paragon of propriety himself. Well then, all was forgiven. One did not practice double standards. He accepted the senbei, crunched it twice, and swallowed. His gaze drifted toward the calm belt. The sea stretched utterly still, unruffled by wind or current. He'd traversed these waters countless times over the years. Yet their eerie serenity never failed to stir awe, a testament to the Creator's artistry. Different worlds obey different laws, forging distinct cosmologies. This windless, tideless expanse had shattered his earthborn understanding of physics and rebuilt it stone by stone upon alien foundations. The voyage to Impel down would take time, and boredom began to creep in. Michael's nature mirrored that of a cat. Restless, perceptive, insatiably curious, yet quick to lose interest. And yet, just as ennui settled, the world unfailingly conjured diversion for souls like his. The mirror-smooth sea shattered without warning. From the churning swell, a colossal sea king erupted, leaping skyward in a single thunderous arc. It plunged straight toward Carp's flagship. Wah! A shrimp that enormous. Michael smacked his lips, startled. The crustacean, over 10 meters long, possessed near-transparent flesh revealing within its carapace vibrant succulent orange roe. Mantis shrimp, most delectable at the cusp of spring and summer. Without hesitation, he unfurled his wings and shot forward. Sacred flame blazed from his palms, coalescing instantly into a gleaming blade. With a reverse grip, he drove it deep into the creature's spine, severing its nervous system in one precise strike. Then, harnessing the beast's downward momentum, he used the flaming blade to split its shell cleanly down the back. With a deafening boom, the gargantuan mantis shrimp lay motionless upon the deck. "Notify the galley. We're adding lunch today." Carp, who had watched the spectacle, arms folded, bellowed. Navy sailors poured onto the deck, eager to carve the colossal catch. Such a massive meal could hardly be hauled below, but Carp, ever unburdened by convention, erected a massive charcoal grill right there on the deck. Grilled mantis shrimp, exquisite. Even more remarkably, Carp carried a generous portion to the temporary seastone prison cage hastily assembled on deck. Inside, Shiki wasted no time, reaching out, seizing the morsel, and devouring it whole. Michael watched, stunned into silence. He had gravely underestimated these veteran warriors. Their physical resilience was terrifying. Even Michael, in his current state, required assistance to walk after brief contact with seastone cuffs. In the original timeline, Luffy, during his early days, would collapse instantly upon exposure, rendered virtually paralyzed. Yet Shiki, eating, drinking utterly unimpeded. Michael clenched his jaw. This ocean was more fearsome than any legend dared confess. After the golden lion in the cage had eaten and drunk to its fill, it even let out a satisfied burp. Those eyes, calm and collected, did not resemble those of a golden lion at all. It was hard to tell that this was a ruthless individual who had once launched a suicide attack on the Navy headquarters. It was also impossible to tell that he had just been defeated and imprisoned. "Hey kid, by the way, you aren't really a clone created by that scientific madman Vegapunk, are you? You have wings and a strange flame ability. There has never been a fruit in this world that possesses two completely different abilities." Michael continued to gnaw on the sweet and juicy meat of the mantis shrimp in his hand. "Have you ever seen a clone with my level of intelligence? Or have you ever seen a clone with my level of good looks? As for abilities, I can only say that the world is vast and full of wonders. It's just a matter of exchanging sincerity for sincerity." After saying that, Michael curled his lips in disdain. It was utterly ridiculous. What? Is that really something that can be achieved with sincerity? The golden lion was a bit bewildered. This person had a touch of shamelessness. How could he stoop so low? But soon he felt relieved and couldn't help but admire him deep down. This level of intelligence, ability, and character. It was clear that he was a genius capable of safely growing to the peak. Yet even so, humanity was fundamentally untrustworthy. Who knows what this man might do to the Navy or even the world government in the future? Now, deep in the golden lion's heart, he had completely lost trust in the human species. He regarded Roger's surrender as the greatest betrayal of humanity against him. In his understanding, if he couldn't trust even the only man who could be compared to him, then there was no one else in the vast sea who could be trusted. "Hey kid, what's your name? Why do you want to know my name?" "I'm just an obscure Navy captain." Michael looked at the golden lion with a strange expression. "All right. My name is Michael. If one day you manage to escape from Impel Down, I will personally escort you to your final journey. So remember my name well, remember who made your attack on the Navy headquarters a failure, and then sink eternally in the 6th level of Impel Down." Michael. The golden lion nodded, not uttering another word. At that moment, a Navy lieutenant rushed out from the engine room. "Report to Vice Admiral Garp. We are about to arrive at Impel Down. It seems this brief journey is coming to an end." Golden lion. Garp raised his head, standing before the cage, looking down at the golden lion. "Take one last look. Take a look at this blue sky that belongs solely to the Piao Piao fruit, and take a look at the sky and sea that belongs solely to the golden lion." And then, just as Michael said, sink eternally in the infinite hell of the 6th level. Upon hearing this, the golden lion actually made an effort to raise its head and gaze deeply at the realm that once belonged to it. That blue sky that colored the ocean. Garp, Roger should also be in the infinite hell now, right? I want to see him. Normally, Garp, who never hesitated to mingle with anyone and was a rough character, was surprisingly agreeable at this moment. "Sure." Michael curled his lips. From his perspective, it was very clear. In Garp's eyes, there was a hint of sadness. A sadness for things past. "Hey, everyone, quicken your actions. This time it's Vice Admiral Garp, the Navy hero, personally escorting the golden lion. Everyone must not slack off." At this moment, the staff at Impel Down had already mobilized the entire family. Anyone who looked somewhat human had come to the entrance of Impel Down to welcome Garp's arrival. Navy Hero is not just an empty title. It was earned by breaking up the entire Rocks Pirates. Although half of this military honor belongs to Roger's pirate crew. But it doesn't mean Garp is a fraud, or rather it represents an unprecedented achievement within the Navy. Conversely, how many powerful individuals can be acknowledged by Roger? How many could cooperate with him? It was nothing but Whitebeard and Garp. Even the Golden Lion was merely classified as a decent opponent. As for the monsters within the Rocks Pirates, is there even a need to mention them? Aside from Rocks, the #1 from the old era, they are all masters gathered together. For instance, Captain John Wang Ji and Silver Axe, legendary pirates who exist only in the background but have never shown their faces. They didn't rank even in the front of the Rocks Pirates. Then there was the former Empress of Nine Snakes, Gold Roger, who was also a member of the Rocks Pirates. The most dazzling among them were Whitebeard, Big Mom Kaido, and the Golden Lion. 3 of the future 4 emperors were present, and the Golden Lion's peak period was undoubtedly at the 4 emperor level. The success rate of this outstanding graduate's entrepreneurial endeavors. It's a bit outrageous. This truly is scattered like stars in the sky. And Garp and Roger collaborating to defeat this group of people, what else can one say other than it's badass? Although Garp has always refused promotion to Admiral, running around the sea with the title of Vice Admiral and rarely stationed at the G3 base. But any organization that has business dealings with the Navy, who the hell dares to treat Garp as just a Vice Admiral? Navy Hero represents not just honor, but also a high position and power. Garp is directly involved in the Navy's highest decision-making processes. From the original work, it can be seen that his voice holds more weight than the 3 admirals, standing equal with the Chief of Staff Granite Tsuru. But this old roughneck is not interested in power, only fully trusts and supports Sengoku. It was during the time when the Navy was rife with factions, both internal and external troubles, that he helped Sengoku and Admiral to take control of the Navy without any objections. Soon Garp's ship with a dog-headed figurehead entered the entrance of Impel Down. Garp walked at the forefront, personally escorting the Golden Lion, who was handcuffed with sea stone shackles without the slightest hint of negligence. Michael followed closely behind Garp, observing the scene before him. It felt incredibly familiar. Wasn't this just a pirate world version of welcome esteemed leaders for your guidance? Vice Admiral Garp, thank you for your hard work. After a sharp shout from Chief Guard Hannibal, all the prison guards of Impel Down followed suit and shouted in unison, thank you for your hard work. Ha ha ha, not hard at all. You all are the ones who have worked hard. Garp wore a smile. Just because he didn't like being a leader didn't mean he couldn't be one. No need for guidance, just lead the way. Let's go directly to the 6th level of Infinite Hell. Yes, please follow me. Hannibal hurriedly came to the front to lead the way. Quick. Prepare the elevator directly to the 6th level. Upon hearing Garp's words, the guards did not dare to slack off and immediately returned to work. No kidding. How could they not take this seriously? They were about to imprison the Golden Lion. That Golden Lion who dominated the skies. Michael followed behind Garp, silent but observant, filled with curiosity about the super prison built under the sea. In the past 18 years, he had never visited Impel Down. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Garp appeared quite familiar with the place, casually asking the anxious Hannibal in the elevator, where's Magellan? He didn't just happen to go to the restroom, did he? Indeed, Magellan has gone to the restroom again. With such an unreliable devil fruit ability, he might as well let me take the position of deputy warden. Oh no, I let it slip again. Huh. You still know how to be funny as ever. Garp laughed heartily in response. However, Michael looked at Hannibal with a serious expression. After all this time, are you already eyeing Magellan's position? Your intentions remain unchanged. It's not about usurping power, but rather usurping Magellan's position, right? As Hannibal's ambitious yet guilty explanation unfolded, the elevator quickly descended to the 6th floor. The Infinite Hell. General Garp, please follow this way. Hannibal still trotted ahead to lead the way, saying the cell for Shiki the Golden Lion is ready. No rush, and we also need to take Roger with us. First, let's meet Roger. Garp shook his head in refusal, telling Hannibal Shiki and Roger have something to discuss. Well, okay then. Hannibal naturally complied with Garp's request. Furthermore, one is shackled with sea stone handcuffs while the other is gravely ill and voluntarily surrendered. How much could a few words matter? Therefore, he didn't inquire further and led the group directly to Roger's cell. General Garp, please enter. After saying this, he immediately stepped outside and even ran far away. Hannibal did not want to hear anything he shouldn't, so it was safer to keep his distance. Looking back at the distant cell door, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Garp, Roger, and Shiki all gathered in a small cell. What a tremendous pressure. At that moment, inside the cell, the atmosphere was tense. Just kidding. Huh. Garp, why didn't you bring your dog-head hat today? Upon seeing Garp, Roger mocked him mercilessly as if greeting a very good old friend. Your gray hair is starting to show your age. Alright, you were already quite a bit older than me. GOLD. Roger, show some respect to the old man Carp. He doesn't want his hair to turn into this. You little brat. Carp gritted his teeth and threw a punch of love towards Michael, but Michael easily dodged it. The one who disrespects me the most here is you. Oh, whatever. Michael lazily brushed Carp off, yet his eyes were constantly observing. It seemed Roger had truly reached an agreement with the Navy, preparing to give up what little life he had left. This cell was hardly any different from an ordinary prison in a small town. Roger looked with interest at the interaction between Michael and Carp 2 generations before shifting his gaze to Shiki the Golden Lion. Hey Shiki, you got caught by Carp 2. That shouldn't be the case. With your devil fruit ability, if you wanted to escape, even with Carp and me working together, it would be impossible to capture you. What exactly happened? His eyes filled with scrutiny and curiosity. But Shiki remained silent, as did Carp. Michael had no choice but to break the awkward silence. Isn't it all your fault? Huh, me? Roger humorously pointed at his own face. How long have I been surrendered? Can I still be blamed? He attacked the Navy headquarters out of anger because you surrendered. Like a big fool, he fought to the death, and Carp and Sengoku seized the opportunity to make a righteous Tanon. And then you reunited and Impel down. Michael shrugged. Your bond is truly strange. After saying this, Michael stepped aside to watch the drama unfold. Sure enough, Roger's previously playful demeanor gradually faded, turning into calmness. Shiki. GOLD. Roger. Shiki interrupted Roger, still bound in heavy seastone restraints. He strained to straighten his back, staring intently into Roger's eyes. Tell me, why did you surrender? Because I'm sick with only a few days left to live, so isn't it worth it to use my worthless life in exchange for the safety of my friends? Roger calmly responded to Shiki's inquiry. I need to protect those important to me. What nonsense. What person could be more important than the freedom we pride ourselves on? You are the Pirate King. You said that the freest person on the sea is the Pirate King. But now you lie in a cramped cell waiting for execution in 7 days. What kind of freedom is that, you bastard? Shiki's hair stood on end, his eyes wide with fury, resembling a bloodthirsty and enraged lion. He forced himself to raise his hand and grabbed Roger's collar, pulling the calm face close to his own. At this moment, Michael finally realized. Shiki's calm demeanor all along was merely a facade, suppressing the fury that was about to erupt like a volcano. That repressed anger echoed within him. In that moment, it was completely unleashed. You are wrong, Shiki. I am the freest. Oh, I was and I still am. Roger brushed Shiki's hands aside, his smile radiating confidence, as if he were not a prisoner, but still the Pirate King who looked down upon the sea. Choosing to protect those important to me is my freedom. Surrendering is my freedom. In my life, why should I explain to others what freedom means? Shiki spat in disdain. After falling ill, you even learned to twist words around. You are too proud. You never trust anyone, which is why you only have subordinates and no companions. I trust you, Roger. I trust only you. Shiki's gaze turned cold. But you have betrayed my trust. Enough, Shiki. You do not trust me, you only distrust yourself. Roger no longer looked at Shiki. Carp, and this young Navy officer, it's time for us to leave, right? Yes, let's go. Carp, who had been silent, nodded, turned to the side, waiting for Roger to walk out of the cell. Roger's expression was calm as he walked towards the door. The old era of the Pirate King has ended, and I am going to usher in a new era. I am Shiki the Golden Lion, and my era will never end. As their figures crossed, this was the final dialogue between the Pirate King and Shiki. The so-called belief of the strong never yielding, even when facing the only man he acknowledged. Kapu and Roger walked out of the cell one after the other. Michaela shrugged towards the Golden Lion, saying, Goodbye, Golden Lion, I wish you a fun and pleasant time here. He then followed them out of the cell. When the three of them reached the elevator again, a tall figure clad in a black coat emerged from around the corner. Vice Admiral Kapu, are you preparing to take GOLD? Roger away. Indeed, thank you for your hard work, Magellan. The person before them was Magellan, who had just come out of the restroom due to the side effects of his devil fruit ability. Michaela couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Magellan. His success and failure both stemmed from the poison fruit. His strength was indeed formidable, but the side effects were also quite severe. Deducting the time spent eating and sleeping, he had to use the restroom for nearly 10 hours a day. This meant he could only truly fight for about 4 hours each day. Yet during those 4 hours, his combat capability was genuinely terrifying. Especially in a completely enclosed space like Impel down. Taking out Blackbeard's entire family was no small feat. He had originally been a member of the Navy, but after consuming the poison fruit, he was transferred here. Moreover, at this time, Magellan was only 25 years old, a true young talent. If not for the side effects of the poison fruit, he might have competed for the position of Admiral in the future. At least he performed much better than that incompetent fool Green Bull. Everything is for justice. Magellan said, bowing slightly to Kapu. I wish you a safe journey. By the way, the Golden Lion is in Roger's former cell. Why don't you go and take care of that? Kapu pointed towards the depths of the prison. Magellan nodded, then turned and walked towards the cell where the Golden Lion was located. Apart from spending 10 hours in the restroom, he had always been diligent during work hours. He didn't attempt to curry favor with Kapu like Hannibal did. More importantly, Magellan was nearly invincible within Impel down. Thus, he didn't need to engage in scheming. After bringing Roger back to the ship, Kapu had a special room prepared for him. He didn't imprison the Pirate King in the ship's brig. Instead, he allowed him to stay in a regular room. If I understand correctly, this treatment can be considered hospice care. Michaela stood to the side, the corner of his mouth twitching. This man's heart was indeed large. Of course, there was nothing wrong with that. However, from what Michaela had learned about Kapu over the years, he was definitely a true man who abhorred evil. Yet unlike a Kainu who was somewhat dull-minded, he was full of humanity. Hence, this action could be described as unexpected yet reasonable. Roger, are you really ready? Kapu, when did you become so verbose? You weren't like this when you were hunting me on the sea. Roger sat on the bed, seemingly enjoying the comfort of a real bed for the first time in ages, humming contently. And why do you think I specifically surrendered to you, Kapu? Surrender to me? What exactly do you mean? Is there something you want from me? Kapu scrutinized the Pirate King, who was both his enemy and friend. Meanwhile, Michaela examined Kapu from the side. Indeed, even Kapu did not understand why Roger would surrender. It's not let but please. If you are willing, it could also be requesting you to help me with something. What exactly is this matter? Roger was about to speak when he suddenly remembered that Michaela was also in the room. Just a glance. The overwhelming and terrifying Conqueror's haki surged toward Michaela. Possessing the ability to hear the sounds of all things and an unprecedented level of Conqueror's haki, it was terrifying. Michaela felt as if he was completely seen through waves of Conqueror's haki continually assaulted his spirit. A suffocating sensation akin to falling into the ocean washed over him. That feeling of being utterly overwhelmed was truly unpleasant. Yet he couldn't help but marvel at this man. He truly lived up to the name of Pirate King. Roger launching a surprise attack is really quite bothersome. Feeling cold sweat all over, Michaela couldn't help but pout, spreading his wings as holy light filled the entire room. Don't think just because you are the Pirate King I won't dare to fight you. Roger raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly having misjudged Michaela's strength. Have you seen how vast the gap is between you and the top-tier powerhouses? You still have a long way to go, kid. Kapu patted Michaela on the shoulder, then said to Roger, Michaela can be completely trusted. Even if he hears something, he wouldn't bother to speak it out. With Kapu saying this, Roger did not continue to test Michaela. Beneath his calm demeanor lay an undeniable excitement and a deep sense of regret. Kapu, my child is about to be born. Indeed, can you believe it? It is my child. But to protect him, I must surrender. I have to sacrifice myself to secure his future. So I can't watch him grow up. The room inside the cabin was somewhat dim and not brightly lit. Half of Roger's face was shrouded in shadow. Even Roger, when mentioning the separation from his child, revealed a hint of tenderness between his brows. His throat moved slightly, and he finally let out a breath. My child, I entrust him to you, Kapu. As these words were spoken, shock was written all over Kapu's face. Meanwhile, Michaela, who had anticipated this, remained incredibly calm. As expected, it was the plot of entrusting a child to someone. What nonsense are you talking about? Kapu's expression shifted from shock to seriousness. You are the Pirate King, the greatest enemy of the Navy, the most feared criminal in the world. You want a Navy Vice Admiral to take care of your child. But my child is innocent. Roger did not stand up, yet his gaze seemed to penetrate into one's heart. How many times have we battled on the sea? Can you still count? Damn, if you are willing, shall we settle this once and for all now, rather than entrusting your child to me? It was Kapu who reacted most strongly to this matter. But Roger's next words indeed left Kapu completely silent. You are my most formidable enemy, ooh, I understand you better than anyone else. Conversely, you understand me better than I understand myself. So for me, the hero of the Navy inspires far more trust than the Pirate King. Michaela opened his mouth. Because he understood Kapu, so well did Roger know Kapu would agree. Kapu instinctively diverted his gaze and did not answer immediately. So Kapu, for you to protect him is the best outcome I can think of. I entrust my child to you, my rival. After saying this, the Pirate King Gold. Roger revealed a smile. A liberated and radiant smile. There are still a few days until Roger's execution. Therefore, the speed of the voyage is not particularly fast. On this exclusive flagship that only Admiral-level officers can apply for, Roger can move freely. Kapu has tacitly allowed this. After he agreed to Roger's final request, Kapu understood that Roger would absolutely not escape. Gold. Roger the Pirate King possesses an almost indescribable charisma. He is generous and witty. At first glance, one could never associate him with the title of Pirate King. However, his identity is well known aboard Kapu's warship, which means that no matter how strong his charisma is, no one dares to speak to him except for that chef. This made the sociable Roger somewhat depressed. However slow the voyage may be, there will always be a day when they dock. Hey Roger, in about an hour we will arrive at Logtown. Michael leaned against the railing, the sea breeze gently lifting his platinum hair. In the distance, Log Island could be faintly seen at the horizon. This journey is finally coming to an end, Roger nodded. It seems the Navy is taking this execution very seriously. Not just very seriously, it's the Navy's top priority at this stage. If it weren't for the fear of problems arising from an unexpected rescue, you would have already seen all the Navy high-ranking officers above the rank of Rear Admiral today. Michael was taken aback by Roger's nonchalant tone. Even if one voluntarily sacrifices their life for their family, shouldn't they react differently? He seemed utterly unconcerned about his impending execution. Throughout the journey, Michael and Kapu became the only two people Roger could confide in. Don't you have anything you want to ask? Do you know how to get to Raftel? Forget it, who wants to go to that rundown place? I certainly want. Michael looked at Roger. You are the end of an era. Everything about you has become meaningless. Roger chuckled, remaining noncommittal. After a moment, Michael finally spoke. If your son becomes a pirate and is also sentenced to execution, would you feel guilty? The only guilt I have, and the greatest, is that I cannot accompany my child as they grow up. Roger sighed, but his eyes were clear. If that day truly comes, it might just be fate. Is that so? Michael nodded. If your child becomes a pirate and is executed by the Navy, I will do my best to give him a quick end. Hey, don't suddenly say you're going to kill someone else's child. Roger pouted in discontent. And why are you so sure my child will definitely become a pirate? It would be more normal for Kapu to raise him as a Navy officer, right? How can a person be both carefree and meticulous at the same time? It's strange. It seems that the protagonists of this world all have this style. Kapu's character is indeed reliable. As the descendant of the Pirate King, he naturally wants to raise him as a Navy officer, but... Michael glanced around, and after confirming Kapu was not nearby, he continued with his temperament. Does it seem like he can properly raise a child? Hiss. You have a point. Roger sucked in a breath. He always forgets that Kapu's level of carelessness is on par with his own. You must help me out. Roger's eyes sparkled as he pondered for a moment before patting Michael on the shoulder. Are you looking for a babysitter here? Not happening. Please. Michael, this is my biggest request in life. Your life isn't going to last much longer, okay? Kapu looked from a distance at Roger and Michael. After a long while, he sighed. The ship would soon dock in a few minutes. This means that this person who has no heirs and even tries to trick Michael into agreeing to his request is about to reach the end of his life. Or perhaps, towards that predetermined fate. The next day at noon in the square of Logtown, a towering execution platform stood. Even under the blazing sun, there was still a chilling aura. Many high-ranking Navy officers and personnel from the world government were observing the execution platform from various angles. Besides watching the execution, they were also there to prevent Roger's pirate crew from attempting a rescue. They all reached a consensus this time. They would focus on just these two tasks. Even though they had already spotted many notorious pirates among the curious civilians gathered to watch the execution, this time the Navy would let them go. Or rather, this was the true purpose of the Navy, executing the Pirate King to intimidate other pirates. If the Pirate King fell on the Navy's execution platform, how could you pirates escape? The time has come. Pirate King Gold. Roger, you are guilty of 43 serious crimes. You are hereby sentenced to death immediately. The judge announced Roger's charges. Although he had not committed most of them, he didn't care to refute. The world government even changed his name to Gold. Roger to cover up the existence of the D family. Ridiculous. Roger raised his head, and with the judge's command, the door in front of him opened wide. Weighed down by heavy shackles, Roger lifted his head and slowly walked toward his final destination, the towering execution platform. Kneeling on the ground, Roger's face remained calm and serene, devoid of any emotional fluctuations as he gazed indifferently at the crowd below the platform. Fear, reluctance, delight, anticipation, confusion. No matter what emotions they came with, they were all waiting for him, waiting for the end of Gold. Roger. Thus, a proud smile crept onto his lips one last time. A surge of indomitable spirit effortlessly dispelled the shadows of death lingering over Logtown. He then raised his head. The Pirate King Gold. Roger was about to leave his final words. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, I can give it all to you. Go and seek it out. I've left everything there. As Roger spoke his first sentence, the judge kept shouting angrily for the executioner to proceed. However, the two were stunned by Roger's last burst of spirit and authority. It was only after Roger finished speaking that they raised their long knives high. The twin blades crossed and stabbed down, piercing through the body that had long been ravaged by disease. The Pirate King is dead. The old era has finally come to an end, but the new era has also begun. The great pirate era has commenced, regardless of whether this era is good or bad. But that defiance against the Navy, against death, against everything will be etched deep in the memories of everyone present. Achievements and failures will be spoken of by future generations. Michael stood atop a distant tower, wings spread wide, holy light flowing forth, a faint ethereal hymn resonating around him. He caressed the supreme blade in his hand named Ace, whispering to himself, I am Alpha, I am Omega. I am the first, I am the last. I am the beginning, I am the end. Reciting the scriptures. It seems like a lament. After Roger's death, chaos erupted across the world. This statement is not made lightly. It wasn't just the pirates. Countless civilians also set out to sea, eager to pursue the great treasure that the pirate king himself had acknowledged. Such mass fervor was anticipated by Michael. However, the actions of the world government were indeed beyond his imagination. Instead of focusing on quelling the potential waves of pirates in various nations or guiding the civilians under their jurisdiction, they poured immense manpower and resources into targeting anyone associated with Roger. They even showed no restraint, directly exposing it in the newspapers. For instance, they targeted Tom, the world's greatest shipwright, who built Roger's pirate ship using atom wood. As a result, the world government also sent him to the execution platform. If not for the fact that the Sea Train project relied on Tom, he would have received a death sentence. His fishman head was already displayed as a trophy. Seeing this bewildering maneuver, Michael felt as though his intelligence was being rubbed into the ground. How did these fools rise to power? Is it truly just a gathering of the foolish? The five elders are certainly among the most outstanding of them. A lengthy life has not granted them the wisdom they ought to possess. Instead, it has only compounded their disdain and arrogance bestowed by power. Here, old man Garp, take a look at this. Michael handed the newspaper to Garp. Garp already wore a grim expression due to the surge in pirate numbers. After reading the report in the newspaper, his entire face felt as if it were about to turn into charcoal. Do these rulers have brains the size of a rice cracker? Tom the shipwright is a totemic figure of Water 7. Is he trying to incite hatred towards the world government and navy from the entire Water 7? In the future, if shipwrights accidentally leave flaws while repairing military or government vessels, they won't even know how they met their demise. How could they offend shipwrights at sea? What on earth are they thinking? Michael's expression remained calm. After taking a sip of tea, he sneered, what's the use of cursing the world government? Can you expect wisdom from something that rules the world through brutal oppression and slavery? They only need to treat the celestial dragons as their own fathers. Although I quite agree with what you're saying. Garp shrugged, but don't forget we still have an agreement to fulfill. What's the rush? According to Roger's description, there is still quite a long time until production begins. Michael squinted, appearing to lounge in his chair while his mind raced. The era of great pirates had officially begun. It was time for him to start making his moves. As a transmigrator, it was better to be a bit reckless. He would use every means possible to change all the futures he disliked. By the way, old man Garp, what is it? Do you know Big News Morgans? That somewhat insane news agency owner. Yes, I know. They are quite closely allied with the Navy. Great, I need him to do me a small favor. What favor? Deliver a message. Ninely has a foolish prince. Ninely has a foolish prince. Alas, how did Lord Shabu Shabu end up with such a ridiculous son? Dancing naked every day? It's utterly disgraceful. Truly disgraceful. He's simply tarnishing Lord Shabu Shabu's reputation. This guy should just take his own life to atone. Various accusations and insults seeped through the walls of the daimyo's residence into the Kazuki household. Kazuki Oden, thoroughly drunk, struggled to sit upright while pouring drink after drink into his mouth. For the past year, he had mostly maintained a state of intoxication, because only by dancing naked in this state could he numb his pride. The Kazuki Oden, who was once regarded as a brother by Whitebeard capable of battling Roger, was already considered dead. He had died in the boundless sea. Inside the daimyo's residence was merely his withering shell. Oden, Oden, wake up. Hurry and wake up. Kinnaman rushed into the daimyo's residence, rolling and crawling. At this moment, he couldn't even pay attention to manners. Not to mention Kazuki Oden himself didn't care about such things. Ah, Kinnaman, your voice is too loud. My head is about to split open. Is it time to dance? Kazuki Oden replied drunkenly while standing up and starting to undress. Wait a moment, let me take off my clothes, and then. My lord, please do not demean yourself any further. Kinnaman, witnessing this scene, felt his eyes instantly moisten as a flood of sorrow surged within him. One naked dance could save 100 people. But is Kaido a man of his word? Is Orochi a man of his word? Yet Kazuki Oden chose to believe. For an entire year did Kaido and Orochi release the hostages as promised. Unknown. However, in the whole of Wano country, Kazuki Oden had thoroughly become a laughingstock. His prestige and reputation were entirely gone. But he is Kazuki Oden. He was the 2nd Division commander that Whitebeard cherished. He should be the true shogun of Wano country. Oh my, this drunkard is actually the legendary daimyo of Ninely. That's truly better to see once than hear 100 times. In fact, Kazuki Odin, the 2nd Division commander on Whitebeard's ship, is even stronger. Outside the door came a voice filled with sharp mockery, and a tall beast man covered in feathers entered uninvited, directly stepping into the room. He wore a top hat, a black cloak, a light blue shirt, and red and white checkered pants. This was one of the 6 kings of the underground world, the king of information, Big News Morgans. His appearance was due to having consumed the bird fruit in the albatross form. I think I've seen you before. Kazuki Odin hiccuped, his drunken eyes filled with boundless indifference, but don't block my way. I don't know what you intend to do, but as a friendly reminder, it's best to let me finish speaking. After saying this, Morgans took out a letter from his pocket. As one entrusted, naturally, I must fulfill the request. A man named Michael asked me to deliver a message to you. Michael? Who? I don't know him. Kazuki Odin shook his head. Whether you know him or not doesn't matter. My task is to deliver the message. This man said, Kazuki Odin, you are a fool who ruins your entire family. Your heart is nearly completely blocked. But fortunately, it isn't entirely blocked. Open the envelope. Inside is all the information you need. After finishing his words, Morgans turned and left without a moment's hesitation, not uttering another word. After boarding his airship, Morgans turned back to glance at the gradually deteriorating Wano country. Muttering softly, I am one of the 6 kings of the underground world. How could I personally deliver information? If it weren't for not being able to defeat him, I would never do such an unrefined thing. And Garp, you are a hero of the Navy. To threaten good citizens, saying they don't want to lose their base and that they should obediently obey. These 2 Navy men are more pirate-like than pirates. After Morgans left, Kogetsu Yutien did not go out to dance naked. Instead, he sat on the tatami staring intently at the envelope, his expression more serious than ever. A sharp glint even appeared in his eyes. Jean Wayman sat beside him in silence until Kogetsu Yutien reached out and opened the envelope. My lord, what does it say? Kogetsu Yutien seemed not to hear Jean Wyman's voice, his expression solemn as he began to read the contents of the letter. However, upon seeing the first word, the solemnity that Kogetsu Yutien feigned vanished. With each line he read, his demeanor became more animated, crying and laughing, anger and sadness. He even started rolling on the ground. Roger. So that's it. You actually opened a brand new era. This is truly an extraordinary life. I envy you. Jean Wayman, seeing Kogetsu Yutien appearing almost insane, couldn't help but stepped forward to grasp his hands. My lord, Jean Wayman. After a bout of hysterical outburst, Kogetsu Yutien's emotions completely settled down. The effects of the alcohol had long dissipated, and the despondence in his eyes was nowhere to be seen. Those eyes had never been so clear. I will continue to dance. What? Jean Wayman was taken aback. Just as he was about to persuade him, he was interrupted by Kogetsu Yutien's hand. Don't be hasty, let me finish. Jean Wayman, when I say I will continue to dance, it's to make the enemy let their guard down. The Kogetsu family can no longer sit idly by. Starting tonight, gather all the warriors who are still willing to follow us. In a year, it will be our chance to restore our country. And also, Kogetsu Yutien still felt a bit reluctant, but thinking of the entire Wano country, he gritted his teeth and continued, secretly imprison Kanjuro in the Sea Prism Stone prison. He is a spy for the Korizumi clan. My lord, where did you get this information? The Big News Morgans, the world's largest information dealer, brought this. It must be accurate, Kogetsu Yutien said. Yet in his heart he pondered. Why would that man named Michael want to help Wano country? To help Wano country, of course, is for our navy. Huh. Kapu frowned, looking puzzled. Wano country isn't even a member of the world government. How does it relate to our navy? Not being a member of the world government is the biggest reason I help Wano country. Don't you think, as one of the future sources of naval manpower, having no goodwill or even disdain for the world government is fantastic? Michael leaned closer to Kapu in a mysterious manner, whispering, the navy feels the same way, old man Kapu. Don't you think that a navy free from the control of the world government is the only way to achieve true justice? Kapu suddenly looked at Michael. He found that this kid was not tense at all, but rather amusedly looking at him. Do you know? Just by saying that I could immediately have you expelled from the navy and sent to Impel down. No problem. You could definitely do that. Michael curled his lips. If you're a dog of the celestial dragons. Kapu's expression changed repeatedly before finally turning into a sigh. Why are you so much like that guy Dragon? Michael rolled his eyes. Like Big Brother Dragon. No, his ideology and methods are far more advanced than Big Brother Dragon's primitive revolutionary means. After all, it's a family tradition, and it's definitely superior to those who started halfway. All right, old man Kapu, don't you wonder why I'm telling you this? You should know that even to the old man I haven't revealed a single word. Michael knew that Sengoku still hadn't realized the current issues within the Navy. It remained the sharpest knife in the hands of the world government. But Old Man Kapu was different. He had never been one to obey orders. And the D-clan seems to have a natural disdain for the celestial dragons. So what do you actually think? After calming down, Kapu also began to take interest in Michael's thoughts. No matter what he plans to do in the future, the Navy indeed faces a problem. That is a significant reduction in manpower. Because of a single parting word from GOLD, Roger, countless people plunged into the sea. But as pirates, many who were wavering between pirates and Navy completely sided with the pirates after the execution day. This is the new era. The power of the great pirate era is already beginning to show. My idea is to replace quantity with quality. Michael extended 4 fingers. I have planned 4 sources of manpower around the world. And Wano country is one of them. Those proper warriors in Wano country have quite remarkable swordsmanship. There are also a considerable number of even stronger swordsmen. Moreover, regarding the Busashoku haki, they call it Ryo Busashoku, is equally important to these warriors as swordsmanship. You say, why would we give such a strong source of manpower to that pirate Kaido? Is it just because Wano country is not a member of the world government? Michael smiled. The current Kaido is actually far from his peak strength. He still has some distance to go before becoming a true emperor. After all, even the Moonlight Moria, whose Tao heart has not yet shattered, can still exchange blows with him. And about the timeline of Kaido's upcoming battle with the Moonlight Moria pirates, Michael had already informed Kogetsu Yutian through that letter. As long as Kogetsu Yutian still has a shred of thought about restoring the country, he will undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Currently in Wano country, the Beast Pirates and the Moonlight Pirates are confronting each other, and as long as Kogetsu Yutian seizes the chance to backstab, it might just work. Most importantly, Michael despises such treacherous people like Kaido. He despises his brutality that is indistinguishable from that of the celestial dragons. Thinking of those titles like Teacher Kaido from his past life, Michael couldn't help but laugh. Such a character should not and cannot exist in the future he envisions for this world. In his eyes, even Crocodile and Charlotte Linlin are far more human than Kaido. After listening to Michael's words, Kapu did not speak, but he did find some agreement within himself. At least he was quite in favor of Michael's idea of replacing quantity with quality. Michael, you just mentioned planning 4 sources of manpower. Besides Wano country, what are the other 3 places? Seeing that Old Man Kapu had started to take interest in this topic, Michael revealed a triumphant smile. In the future, could there be anyone more suitable than the hero of the Navy to bear the great flag? Speaking of the other 3 source countries, why don't you take a guess, old carp? What are you trying to keep me in suspense for? If I could guess, would I even need to ask you? You really are quite bold. Michael watched as the old man began to roll his eyes, realizing that he had indeed kept him on edge. If it were someone like Granny Crane, a cultured and profound strategist, he would surely be able to listen to him elaborate slowly. But Carp, forget it. Anyway, there's no chance to touch upon it for now. Even with the Wano country, it's merely the beginning of the layout. So what you've been saying for half the day is just painting a huge pie for me. Upon hearing Carp's words, Michael immediately became displeased. He slammed the table indignantly. Is this even called painting a pie? This is called having lofty aspirations. This is called having far-reaching vision. Before Michael could finish boasting, Carp's telephone snail on the table began to ring. Blue, 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 blue. Carp's previously nonchalant expression turned serious. This was the telephone snail that Carp used to communicate with Sengoku. Sengoku would not contact Carp through this telephone snail unless it was for something significant. Hello Sengoku, what happened? You haven't returned to the Navy headquarters, yet have you gone back to Windmill Village? Sengoku's expression was perfectly replicated through the telephone snail. He was equally serious. No, I'm currently with Michael staying in the comm belt. I plan to take your white-haired boy back to pick up the young lady and train on the sea. Carp glanced at Michael and then replied, when did you discuss this matter with Michael? It doesn't matter whether Michael is there or not, you must immediately head to Badalara Island in the South Sea. South Sea? What are we going there for? Upon hearing this, Carp casually picked his nose, but he noticed Michael shot him a glance. Then he looked in the direction Michael pointed, at the sword hanging from Michael's waist. Ace. Carp was taken aback, remembering that a few days ago Roger had casually mentioned to him, if the child is born, whether it's a boy or a girl, just name him Ace. Named after his sword. Soon Carp understood Michael's hint, right? Badalara Island in the South Sea. Isn't that where Roger's widow resides? Thinking of this, a somewhat ominous idea suddenly popped into his mind. Sengoku, asking us to go to Badalara Island in the South Sea, could it be? The world government has received intelligence that the Pirate King's widow is there. Sengoku's voice became low and firm. The Navy and CP organization have already gone to the South Sea ahead of time. It's a tough job for you to go and oversee the search operation. All right, Carp replied straightforwardly and then hung up the telephone snail. His expression was not very pleasant. Michael felt the same. Damn it, how did the news about Roger's widow spread to the world government so quickly? Karp gritted his teeth. If it were just the Navy being sent, that would be fine, but now there's also the CP organization. In Karp's eyes, the spies from the CP organization act no differently from criminals. With their involvement in the search for Roger's widow, it would definitely not be a good thing. Not to mention, hiding a pregnant woman under the very noses of the CP organization would not be easy for Karp and Michael. Karp thought of the trust placed in him by others loyal to their requests. Michael naturally considered this point as well. But this was only one side of the matter. What truly annoyed him was the old man's mindless loyalty to the world government, which resulted in this large-scale search operation in the South Sea. As a result, the Navy's reputation plummeted. In the original work, there were two major events that completely ruined the Navy's reputation. They were the culprits that led to a severe decrease in enlistment and made recruitment significantly more difficult. One was the O'Hara incident. The other was the South Sea large-scale search operation. These two events caused the Navy's reputation to hit rock bottom, not much better than that of the pirates. Even the promotions of Kizaru Akiji and Akainu to the three admirals were delayed by at least 10 years due to the negative public opinion surrounding these incidents. Since he regarded the Navy as the foundation of his endeavor to overturn the world, he would absolutely not allow anything that tarnished the Navy's reputation to happen. The simplest way to resolve this would be to hand over Roger's widow, namely Rouge, along with the unborn ace. But that is impossible. Firstly, Michael is a man of his word, and he is also from the South Sea. Although his childhood was rather unfortunate, he still has some feelings for his hometown. Secondly, Ace is also part of his future plan, and how could he possibly hand him over to the world government? Michael's mouth twitched. It seems that both he and old Karp must intervene. Let's go, old Karp, since the old man asked us to go to the South Sea, we might as well comply. However, once we reach the South Sea, you must listen to me. Karp's eyes nearly bulged out. You white-haired brat. Listen to you. Otherwise, do you have a way to take a pregnant woman away right under the noses of the CP? Michael rolled his eyes. And as a local from the South Sea, you know the situation better than I do. Oh well. Karp rubbed his chin with his large palm. He could indeed take care of all the CP spies accompanying them. But the problem is he can't do that. After thinking it over, he could only sigh resignedly. Fine, I'll follow your lead. Since you're listening to me, let me tell you up front. Michael jumped onto the table and leaned close to Karp's ear and said, you have to make some sacrifices. In the South Sea, on Badalira Island, everyone assemble. At the port, the Navy personnel were gathering. Half were soldiers from the headquarters, and half were from the South Sea branch. Leading them was Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Ghost Spider. His fierce and menacing face, combined with hair like spider legs, made the Navy soldiers shudder in silence, quickly lining up with their heads down. You lot better move faster. This is the highest order issued by the world government. In comparison, the spies from the CP organization appeared much more disorganized. Over 100 elites were drawn from CP1 to CP9 to jointly carry out the mission of capturing the Pirate King's widow. Although this matter was important, it was not significant enough to deploy CP0. Leading them was CP9's Rob Lucci. This name might be somewhat unfamiliar, but his two daughters, Califa and Alpha, I must say it really is remarkable. At this moment, Rob Lucci wore a displeased expression. This mission should have been led by Spandam, but that officer was too busy fawning over the celestial dragons to execute the task. So he was temporarily assigned to lead in his place. Thinking of this, Rob Lucci couldn't help but grit his teeth. Damn Spandam, his ability to fawn over superiors is truly unparalleled. Hey, you guys in black suits, why aren't you lining up? Suddenly a voice came from the air. Rob Lucci instinctively looked up. A naval officer with pure white wings spiraled down from the air. Rasky adjusted his red sunglasses and looked at the descending Michael. Who are you? Lieutenant Colonel in the Navy, Michael. Michael glanced at the CP espionage team's lineup and sneered, spies from the world government. Their quality is really lacking. Michael's words directly ignited the anger of all the CP spies present. What right do you have as a Navy lieutenant colonel to speak here? Rasky showed some disdain. Just a lieutenant colonel from the headquarters. Even that ghost spider beside him wouldn't speak to the CP organization in such a mocking tone. Michael merely clicked his tongue. In the next moment, Rasky was sent flying backwards. Meanwhile, Michael remained with his hands in his pockets. However, Rasky did not crash to the ground, but was caught by a hand as large as a fan. It was none other than Old Man Karp. Michael, why did you start fighting as soon as you arrived? Heaven knows, Old Man Karp, I didn't lay a hand on him. Yes, but you did flap your wings. Karp said, somewhat amused. How can these wings be used like that? I couldn't help it. Admiral Sengoku asked you to lead this search operation, but the CP spies dared to speak disrespectfully to you. Michael spread his hands and shamelessly said, what? This bastard actually dared to speak disrespectfully to me, the Rear Admiral. Rasky was dumbfounded. When did he ever speak disrespectfully to Rear Admiral Karp? Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare. But Carp gave Rasky no chance to speak and turned to throw him towards the distant sea. After wiping his hands, he approached Michael with satisfaction. Thanks to you, otherwise I would have been bullied by those CP spies. No problem, it's good that Rear Admiral Carp is fine. Immediately, the CP spies formed a line arranging themselves from CP1 to CP9. These clever spies could see that Carp and Michael were deliberately messing with them. But what could they do? The relationship between the Navy and CP spies had never been good. Mutual scheming was actually the norm. But these two didn't even bother pretending. They didn't even bother to find an excuse. Is this the Navy? They are even more unreasonable than pirates. Of course, they kept their complaints to themselves. Even if they looked down on the Navy, they wouldn't dare to look down on a hero of the Navy. Are they seeking death? Rear Admiral Carp, you're here. Ghost Spider stepped forward and offered a standard salute. Although they were both Rear Admirals, the difference in status was too great. They were nominal colleagues, but in reality, he was the superior. Moreover, he had received news that this operation was entirely commanded by the Navy hero Carp. Everyone, listen up. Carp's sudden loud voice echoed across the entire coastline. Not only the Navy and CP spies, but even the ordinary people around the port were startled. Search for the widow of the Pirate King. This mission is led by me. Everyone remember, under no circumstances are we to harm civilians. Anyone who violates this will be expelled from the Navy. While saying this, he shot a glance at Ghost Spider and a few of his direct subordinates. He didn't say much, but it seemed as if he had said everything. In that moment, Ghost Spider felt his back drenched in cold sweat. He indeed had the intention of conducting a violent search. After all, the entire Batlira Island was not a small place. In his view, to achieve the goal as quickly as possible, some civilians would have to be sacrificed. However, after hearing what the Navy hero Carp just said, even he could only obediently comply. He still wanted to continue staying in the Navy. I'm asking you a question. Are you all mute? Michael stepped forward and bellowed with false authority. Yes. The Navy and CP spies shivered all over and immediately stood tall, responding loudly. The CP spies are responsible for the southern part of Batlira Island and the nearby sea. The Navy is responsible for other areas. Pair up. Start executing the mission. Just as Carp finished speaking, Rasky ran back from the nearby shore. Rear Admiral Carp. Wait a moment. I think we should let the Navy and CP spies conduct a mixed search. Carp didn't even bother to look at Rasky, waving his hand to signal everyone to start moving. Rasky wanted to say something else, but he found that his CP spies had already paired up and scattered. Carp also walked directly into the depths of Batlira Island. As Michael passed by Rasky, he smiled and said, "Don't always humiliate yourself. Lapdog." Michael did not intentionally lower his voice or have any ulterior motive. He was simply being petty. Since the Celestial Dragons had provoked him, everything related to the Celestial Dragons was now under his malicious coverage. I didn't expect the CP organization to be quite obedient. Of course, you should also consider what rank you really are. Michael rolled his eyes and continued, "Let the CP spies search the south and coastal areas. That way they will be fearless when heading to the location Roger told us about. If Carp made any strange moves, the CP spies would definitely notice and find ways to monitor him. But the Navy wouldn't find it odd, because Carp was known for doing whatever he pleased, and this was something everyone in the Navy was well aware of. Let's go, old man Carp, and fulfill our promise." After Michael finished speaking, he walked alongside Carp into a deep path. The Navy had not searched this area yet. Based on Roger's description, I calculated that there should still be some time before the birth. Currently, Port Gas D. Rouge was only 8 months pregnant. In the original story, she forcibly delayed for nearly 10 months before giving birth to Ace. Such a thing was nearly impossible. Normally, it would require a doctor of Dr. Correa's caliber or someone with special fruit abilities to assist. However, the original story did not mention this, so it could only be treated as non-existent. This indicates that the world truly possesses the power of idealism. Walking to the end of the path, Michael and Carp arrived at the edge of a cliff on Batlira Island. A rather luxurious manor was situated here. It seems the Portgas family was also a prestigious family before being dragged down by the reputation of the Pirate King. Approaching the door, Michael couldn't be bothered to knock and simply pushed it open. In the next moment, a large axe came swinging towards him. Although it was a surprise attack, Michael was not startled. This person was strong but did not strike with lethal intent. His angelic wings spread open in an instant, gently flapping, allowing him to swiftly retreat. Then Michael looked up again and saw the appearance of the axe wielder. The figure was as robust as Carp. The circular sunglasses on his face and the double axes in his hands made his identity evident. It was Scabbard Jabba, the third-in-command of the former Roger pirates. "Oh, not bad, young man. Is that why you dared to come directly?" Scabbard Jabba complimented Michael, then shifted his gaze to Carp, who had not made a move. "Long time no see, Carp. You Navy are making such a big fuss landing on Batarilla Island. Are you here to capture Lugio?" Carp did not explain, but smiled at Jabba and said, If I say yes, what will you do? You alone cannot stop me, Jabba. Jabba did not answer, but he knew this to be the truth. He had fought alongside Karp in the Battle of the Valley of Gods. The sheer power and terrifying might were unforgettable in this lifetime. How about me joining in? At that moment, a lazy voice drifted out from the manor. Karp was not surprised at all by the presence of this person. Dark King Rayleigh. I knew that before the Roger pirates went silent you would definitely come to protect Lugio. Karp nodded, and surprisingly walked directly into the manor without any defenses. Rayleigh did not make a move, but walked alongside Karp. But his eyes were still full of vigilance. Michael twitched his mouth. What kind of riddle are these Oldtimers playing here? Can't Karp just say he came bearing Roger's last wishes? Moreover, Michael tightened his grip on the supreme blade, ace hanging at his waist. He still had a dying message from the soul that he had not delivered. So he slightly retracted his wings and boldly squeezed past Skabajaba. With a whoosh, a massive axe blocked his path. What are you going to do? Come on, I've come all the way with that old man inside. What do you think I'm here for? Do you think I'm delivering milk? Michael rolled his eyes, pushed the axe aside, and walked in. But after just a couple of steps, the sound of the axe slicing through the air rang out behind him again. Michael's anger was starting to boil over. Damn you, Jabba. Is this ever going to end? Without hesitation, he drew ace from his waist. In an instant, the hockey wrapped around the blade was completed. But Michael was a person who pursued aesthetics. A solid black was indeed unsightly, while the hockey on the blade had formed layered patterns according to the blade and its engravings. And the pure white holy flame was also entwined around the blade. The extreme contrast created a visual spectacle. But in comparison to the visual, the power could not be underestimated. This strike, like Jabba's axe, was devoid of any flashy techniques. It was purely a collision of strength against strength. After a moment of stalemate, Michael was sent flying back several meters by the impact. And Jabba also staggered back a few steps. Michael thought to himself how monstrous this was. Even though his body after his reincarnation was extraordinary in power, speed, stamina, and hockey training, he was still rapidly improving. But time was still lacking. However, Jabba's shock was far greater than Michael's. After a brief silence, Jabba not only did not continue to attack, but instead asked, "Kid, what is your name?" Michael, a youthful and vibrant 18 years old. 18, huh? It seems Roger entrusted ace to you. Jabba seemed to sigh. And the ace he spoke of felt like he was talking about both the sword and a child. It seems Roger had long planned for Karp to help him watch over the child, didn't he? Ha, having a Navy hero take care of the child is at least better than us old pirates who are about to retire from the sea, right? You guys are quite self-aware. Michael calmly spat out a remark, then turned and walked towards the White House in the manor. This time Jabba did not stop him again. Pushing the door open, Michael saw Rayleigh and Karp standing outside the bedroom door. Oh, finished fighting. Karp feigned surprise and blinked. I thought you were going to get a good beating. Old man Karp, can't you wish me a little better? Michael twitched his mouth, but didn't bother to argue with this old rascal. Instead, he walked to the door and knocked gently. Rayleigh frowned slightly, about to say something, when Michael spoke up. Port Gas D. Lugio, I am a lieutenant commander of the Navy headquarters, Michael. I have a letter from Roger that I need to deliver to you personally. The silence in the bedroom lasted a moment before it was broken. Mr. Rayleigh, please let him in. Rayleigh sighed and gently pushed the door open. At this moment, Michael said nothing more, instead solemnly nodding to Rayleigh. Karp was astonished beside him. Michael's already handsome appearance combined with his now solemn expression and wings behind him truly resembled an angel descending to the mortal realm. Entering the spacious bedroom, Michael immediately spotted the woman leaning against the headboard. Even with her abdomen protruding, her figure still appeared frail. The news of Roger's death was nothing but the most toxic poison for this woman. From her eyes, Michael saw no will to survive. If it weren't for the child in her womb, she would have likely faded away. Mr. Michael, you said you have a letter to give to me. Indeed, but it is not a letter written on paper. Michael nodded, then drew ace. Rayleigh tensed up, about to make a move, when he saw Michael holding ace with both hands, presenting it to Lugio. The letter is right here. Touch ace, and you will receive Roger's last words. Lugio stared into Michael's gem-like blue eyes, and finally slowly reached out toward ace. The moment she touched it, she slowly fell asleep. Michael extended his hand, and gentle holy light began to flow from ace into Lugio's body, attempting to restore this body to health. Port Gas D. Lugio opened her eyes again, now standing on the edge of the cliff of Batarilla Island. This place is where she first met and fell in love with Roger. Lugio, long time no see. You should be dead, Roger. Lugio felt an unprecedented calmness as she slowly turned around and once again saw that destined man. Now that we are reunited, it means Michael has kept his promise and brought the letter to you. After Roger finished speaking, he gently embraced Lugio, soft, weightless, with no sense of reality. As expected, it was merely a dream. The child is about to be born. Yet even so, Lugio still nestled deeper into that intangible embrace, as if doing so could draw warmth from the void. I really don't know what kind of person he will become. This is something that Guy Carp should consider. Roger laughed heartily, yet there was a hint of regret in every note. I have never feared death, but I feel sorry for not being able to accompany my son as he grows up. We are probably the most irresponsible parents, aren't we? So this so-called faith, is it merely a dream? More precisely, it is a lingering fragment of Roger's consciousness, Michael explained to Rayleigh and the elderly Captain Garp, while bathing Lu Jiao in holy light to replenish her depleted vitality. Truly astonishing. Is this an ability granted by your devil fruit? One might call it an incidental secondary attribute. Michael did not deny it. As a seraph influencing the soul realm is perfectly natural, is it not? After all, how else could one escort virtuous souls to heaven? Even Garp, whose nerves were famously unshakable, could not help but silently marvel inwardly upon hearing Michael's words. So this young man still had the audacity to claim his devil fruit was the human fruit ancient Zoan-type winged human model. That blinding white flame had displayed earlier aboard the smuggling vessel, and again during the battle against Shiki. The radiant holy light just now revealed before their very eyes, and that profound power touching the soul itself. What ancient Zoan fruit grants mastery over destruction, healing, and spiritual domains, simultaneously? Was he mocking Garp's lack of scholarly refinement? Clearly Michael was destined to become the Navy's next pillar of strength. Yet one question lingered: would he, like Sengoku, possess the innate quality of a king? Michael of course noticed the two veterans staring at him as though he were some unearthly anomaly, and sighed inwardly. He hadn't intended to draw such attention. He could deal damage and heal. His boundless stamina let him serve as an unyielding frontline shield. And crucially, he could sprout wings. Damn, this was nothing short of a druid incarnate. Yet which druid radiates divine luminescence from head to toe? Under the gentle nurturing of Michael's holy light, Lu Jiao, who had just slipped into slumber, slowly stirred back to consciousness. Still, the interval had been unusually long. They had arrived on Batera Island at noon, yet evening had already fallen. Michael now grasped with profound clarity why salvation demanded far greater effort than destruction or slaughter. Sacred flame could reduce a person to ash in mere seconds. Yet restoring vitality to a gravely weakened, expectant mother required nearly half a day. Lu Jiao's complexion had visibly improved. How is Lu Jiao's condition? Rayleigh glanced at her, then asked cautiously. She was hovering on the precipice of total collapse. But now, rest assured, I'd wager she's healthier than you are. Michael spoke without exaggeration. He had even erased the faint calluses on her palms. Is it truly that miraculous? Perhaps you could try it on me sometime. My lower back's been troubling me for years. Garp stepped forward, slung a heavy arm around Michael's shoulders, and ruffled his silvery gold hair with a broad palm. Your healing art outshines any physician's hands. Michael rolled his eyes. Nonsense. Though holy light possessed potent restorative properties, it excelled primarily at mending latent injuries and chronic ailments, essentially repairing deficits in one's vital reserves. Fresh wounds and acute illnesses, however, remained best entrusted to skilled physicians. From this very experience, Michael had also discerned holy light's chief limitation, its agonizing slowness. It lacked the immediacy of a paladin's holy light. A single incantation couldn't instantly restore vitality upon impact. Yet perhaps that wasn't definitive. His own devil fruit remained underdeveloped. Further exploration of sacred light and sacred flame, as distinct spells, might well chart a luminous path toward true mastery. Old man Garp, please keep your distance. I'm hardly a child to be draped over your shoulder. What nonsense are you spouting? We're friends, aren't we, little white hair? Oomph. Michael ignored the old joker entirely, slipping free from his embrace and stepping quietly to Lu Jiao's bedside. I know, you've already resolved to die, waiting only until Ace is born to surrender fully to death. But your child has already lost his father. Now must I stand by helplessly as he loses his mother too? No, I simply cannot allow it. Before Lu Jiao could utter a word, Michael pressed onward, voice urgent and unrelenting. Yet after delivering his impassioned plea, he found Lu Jiao gently smoothing her pale pink tresses, gazing at him with quiet, knowing amusement. Did I misstate something? Every word you spoke held truth, yet her expression softened, suffused with the serene warmth of imminent motherhood. I never said I intended to abandon life. Oh splendid. Truly splendid. Michael forced a nervous chuckle and hastily retreated 2 steps. Blast it all. Utterly mortifying. He delivered a stirring monologue, only to discover she'd never entertained such thoughts at all. Sensing his fluster, Lu Jiao shook her head and clarified, initially yes, I thought precisely as you described. But after experiencing that final dream you bestowed upon me, I realized I must shoulder the duties of both mother and father. For Roger's sake as well. Whether our child is a boy or girl, I shall raise them to become the greatest soul the Grand Line has ever known. At that moment, Portgasti, Lu Jio sat upright, her former frailty vanishing as if swept away by a gale. Her bearing now radiated the indomitable spirit of a warrior queen. Truly was it any wonder she bore the legendary D. Yet, whoa ma'am, take it easy. Such a sudden movement. You risk harming the baby. Michael rushed to steady the fiercely resurgent, expectant mother and gently guided her back onto the bed. Damn it. She was one of the D, bold-hearted and utterly unflappable just like the rest. Indeed, the woman who shared a bed with the Pirate King Roger could be nothing less than extraordinary. Two people sharing one blanket would never produce two ordinary souls. Still beneath his arm, Michael felt a quiet pride. Lu Jio's deteriorating condition stemmed not solely from pregnancy's toll, but also from profound grief and mental anguish which had calcified into chronic illness. Holy light restored her physical vitality, and that final dream healed the wound within her heart. Body mended, soul unburdened. Even Huatuo Reborn could scarcely surpass this feat. Now that Lu Jio has recovered, it's time to enact my plan. At Michael's words, Garp's smile vanished, replaced by a comically stunned expression. Meanwhile, Michael himself broke into a sunlit, mischievous grin. Indeed, smiles never fade. They simply migrate. A plan, eh? Lu Jio tilted her head, puzzled. Isn't all we need to do now simply await the due date? You've remained confined to your room, Lu Jio, so you wouldn't know. Rayleigh shook his head. Today, Navy forces and CP agents landed on Batera Island, launching a full-scale search for you. Precisely why my plan is indispensable. Michael turned toward Lu Jio, his tone earnest, almost sheepish. Lu Jutaji, would you object, perhaps to changing your surname and acquiring an additional father? As soon as Michael spoke, Lu Jio and Rayleigh were instantly petrified. What on earth? Is this something a human would say? Change a surname and conveniently acknowledge a father. They recognized every word, yet when put together, they found it utterly incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Carp's face had turned from bright red to a shade resembling liver. When Michael first mentioned this plan to him, he had firmly disagreed. But Michael insisted that only with such an identity could they deceive everyone. Only with the titles of a Navy hero and Roger's arch-nemesis could there be enough dazzling brilliance to create a cover. Even the rank of Admiral Sengoku was less effective than this. Through Michael's relentless brainwashing of the old man Carp along the way, Carp had basically accepted the plan. However, acceptance in his mind did not mean that there wouldn't be physiological stress responses. It felt awkward for Lu Jio to acknowledge an extra father, but for Carp to suddenly have a daughter would definitely feel strange. But do you have a better plan now, eh? Michael shrugged. In fact, the Navy currently searching the island and the CP spies are insignificant. If I truly want to evade their search, I just need to fly away with Lu Jio under the cover of darkness from Batera Island. But what happens afterward? The forces of the Navy and the world government spread across the entire sea. Even if one hides in some remote corner, they will eventually be found. Therefore, having a new identity that would never be suspected is the optimal solution, Michael stated decisively. In the original story, Ace was discovered by the Navy because of his glaring identity flaws. Suddenly having a grandson. What about the child's parents? Although apart from Dragon, the Navy was unaware of Carp's family situation. They would certainly become suspicious. Then they would check the timeline and compare the locations. Considering Carp's personality, it would be easy to deduce Ace's identity. But having a living mother changes everything, because this way the family lineage appears complete. No one would make rash speculations about something that seems fundamentally whole. This is human instinct. As for when the old man questions it, Carp can easily say that his daughter was born in another sea area and has lived with Dragon since childhood. What? Would the old man actually go ask Dragon for clarification? Ridiculous. It's a miracle if he even gets to see Dragon. This really feels a bit too far-fetched. Rayleigh, who was at least the deputy of the Pirate King, had his intelligence temporarily shocked by this method, but eventually it returned to his mind. What? Do you think conventional methods can keep track of the Navy and CP organization as they conduct their round-the-clock investigations? Michael said with some helplessness, you pirates, as long as the world government wants to investigate, they can find out what color of underwear you wear. Hearing this, Rayleigh also smiled bitterly. No wonder back then, no matter how we hit, Carp always managed to catch up first. So Lu Jio, can you accept this method? Michael waved his hand in front of Lu Jio, finally bringing her back to her senses. She pondered for a moment, but still wore a hesitant expression. I have no issues with changing my surname. Carp's age is more than enough for me to call him father. Moreover, such kindness is akin to being reborn to parents. I would be very willing to call Carp father. But the problem is with the identity established. What about the appearance? Although the Navy doesn't have my information, yet they can surely obtain it from Batera Island. Michael immediately leaned forward, his face filled with an expression of I was waiting for you to ask this. He rubbed his hands together and said to Lu Jio, I can definitely do this. Otherwise, wouldn't this plan be in vain? Michael gestured around Lugio's head while saying, I can slightly alter your bone structure using Holy Flame and Conqueror's Haki, and by consuming 50% of the Holy Light, I will condense a Holy Light seed. Once you ingest it, your hair will change to the color of mine. He pointed to his own head as he spoke. But the only drawback is that this change is permanent and irreversible even if you eat sea prism stone for meals. You could say everything is ready. The only thing lacking is your determination. After Michael finished speaking, he fell silent. Ultimately, the decision rests with Lugio. The hardest part is herself. Indeed, after Michael finished speaking, Lugio's expression grew even more troubled. She gently caressed her prominently rounded abdomen, feeling the blood connection to her kin. For her child, it seemed not hard to accept these matters. Michael, I am ready. Ready to become Monkey D. Lugio, ready to become another person. For Ace, I can sacrifice everything. As the sun began to rise, golden rays gradually illuminated the shore from the sea. Then they spread across all of Bataraira Island. Meanwhile, the Navy, led by the Ghost Spider, searched from two directions simultaneously, finally locating the Paka's manor perched on the cliff before dawn. The Ghost Spider looked towards the Navy surrounding from another direction and asked with some confusion, During your search, have you seen Vice Admiral Carp and Major Michael? Reported the Major, we have not seen them. This is strange. Could it be that Vice Admiral Carp returned to the flagship to rest? He is not the kind of person to do that. The Ghost Spider muttered a few phrases but didn't pay too much attention. Why would a high-ranking leader stay up all night working with them? After asking, he just brushed it off. Next, the only place on the island that hadn't been searched was here. Before this, they had found 19 pregnant women on the island, all estimated to be in advanced months. If Carp hadn't arrived, he would have surely forced them to take these pregnant women away, and anyone who dared to resist would be dealt with directly. But now they could only retain the information and kindly persuade them not to leave Bataraira Island for the time being. Bang, bang, bang. Navy ordered to search. Please cooperate. The Ghost Spider knocked on the manor's door and finally heard some sounds coming from inside. The door to the room opened and a person casually walked out, heading towards the manor's entrance. The Ghost Spider squinted his eyes. This person seemed a bit familiar. How does he resemble that kid Michael? Knock, knock, knock. I knew it was knocking. You're rushing us early in the morning. Michael rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened the iron door, letting the Navy inside. And Michael, what are you doing here? Is it strange to be here? Michael rubbed his eyes and casually said, Carp, old man is staying at his daughter's house. I just tagged along for a room. The mouth of the Ghost Spider remained agape even after encountering Cap. How could he describe the absurdity of the events unfolding before him? Or was it mere coincidence? You mean to say that Vice Admiral Cap came to Battle Island primarily to meet his daughter? That the role of overall commander of the search operation was just a matter of convenience, a happy coincidence? The Ghost Spider was not wrong in what he said. Michael nodded. He had never expected the Ghost Spider's imagination to be sharper than the knife in his hand. Before Michael could even try to persuade him with words, the Ghost Spider had already convinced himself. Suddenly, Michael felt a sense of emptiness. That night, he had polished dozens of flawless phrases, yet not a single one would be put to use. Cap emerged from the guest room, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Oh, Ghost Spider, have you completed the search for the night? Yes, we have gathered information on all pregnant women on Battle Island who are close to their expected delivery date. The Ghost Spider continued gesturing. As for the CP spies, I have been keeping an eye on them, and they did not dare to trouble the civilians. After speaking, he handed the compiled information to Cap. Could Cap even read this? Usually the documents submitted by the G3 branch he was stationed at were handled by Cap's aide Bogart. So Cap hurriedly waved his hand, signaling the Ghost Spider to put away the documents. I know you all worked hard this time. This mission is very important. We must complete it while maintaining the Navy's reputation. He then called out to the master bedroom, Lugio, are you ready? If you are ready, come out and register your information with the Navy. The Ghost Spider was momentarily stunned, and after a pause he asked, Vice Admiral Cap, do you mean to say that your daughter is also pregnant? Yes, Sister Lugio is already 8 months pregnant. She had been living with Brother Long, but was deceived by a scumbag and brought to Battle Island. Michael interjected. Half-truths are the most misleading. The Ghost Spider, who only knew how to fight, was at a loss for words. At that moment, the door to the master bedroom slowly opened. A woman with hair identical to Michael's stepped out proudly, displaying her 8 or 9 month pregnant belly. The Ghost Spider's first reaction was, she was indeed a beautiful woman, but unfortunately she was already pregnant and also the daughter of Vice Admiral Cap. His second reaction was that she bore a striking resemblance to the widow of the Pirate King from the information brought by the CP organization. However, upon closer inspection, the woman's facial shape was slightly different and more refined. Most importantly, how could Vice Admiral Cap possibly marry his daughter to the Pirate King? The Ghost Spider thought this and cast aside all other thoughts. He failed to notice the sly smirks forming at the corners of Michael and Cap's mouths. Success and deception. 3 days later, at Navy headquarters. Cap. The search operation on Battle Island ended so quickly. What else could it be? Cap looked at Sengoku, who had come to the dock to greet him without any semblance of decorum. Digging his nose with one hand, he said, "It was just about finding a pregnant woman. If we didn't find her, we didn't find her. Besides, they are not foolish. Although Roger is dead and the pirate crew has disbanded, would Rayleigh and Jabba really leave Roger's widow to fend for herself?" Cap unhesitatingly pushed the blame for the failed operation onto Rayleigh and Jabba. After all, they probably wouldn't mind taking the blame for their captain. Sengoku had already received the preliminary report from the Ghost Spider. It seemed that Roger's widow was not as stubborn as expected, but she likely escaped immediately with the assistance of Rayleigh and others upon seeing the Navy land. But Sengoku did not come to the dock just to inquire about the mission status. He was curious about Cap's pregnant daughter. "I heard from the Ghost Spider that you had another purpose for going to Battle Island aside from supervising the search operation." "You heard it from the Ghost Spider?" Cap slowly lowered his hand side and wore a face of helplessness. "Sigh, a child without a mother, it's a long story." "Then make it brief." "In short, my daughter Lugio has been living with Long, but recently contacted me, which is how I learned that she moved to Battle Island and was abandoned by a scumbag." "Wait a moment, hold on, how did it unfold like this?" Sengoku suddenly rubbed his temples. "And then what?" "Then I plan to go pick up my daughter. I even discussed with Michael how to find this scumbag and smash his head in. At that moment you contacted me via the Din Din Mushi asking me to go to Battle Island for the search operation. So I simply took a ride on a free ship." After finishing, Cap turned back to Michael, who was assisting Lugio off his flagship. "Take it slow. Michael, be careful with my grandson." "Enough. Old man. Aren't you being a bit overzealous? Not allowing full speed at sea is one thing. Supporting Sister Lugio, I am almost moving in slow motion. And you still want me to slow down?" Michael rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat helpless at Sister Lugio's light laughter ringing in his ears. After a while, Michael finally helped Lugio to stand in front of Sengoku. Under Sengoku's scrutinizing gaze, Lugio maintained her composure, revealing no signs of weakness. Especially when she called Cap father. It was so natural and without hesitation. Cap's smile was so wide that it nearly closed his eyes. "Don't tell me this is your daughter Long's sister." Sengoku shook his head in disbelief. "Impossible, how could you possibly have such a beautiful daughter?" "What does it matter how I had her? You know that I certainly wouldn't lie to you." Cap maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. "Nice to meet you, Admiral Sengoku. My name is Monkey D. Lugio and I have been raised by my brother since birth." Compared to that, Lugio was much more polite. "But, Lugio, how long have you been pregnant?" Sengoku looked at Lugio's belly. "While living on Battle Island, did you have any contact with the widow of the Pirate King?" "Of course their family surname is Porgas, but I don't know their names. Our relationship was too shallow to reach the point of exchanging names." Lugio's response was flawless, leaving even Sengoku unable to find fault. "Old man, aren't you asking a bit too much of a pregnant woman?" Michael interjected from the side, questioning Sister Lugio. "A pregnant woman with so many inquiries, be careful, I might report you for misconduct." Sengoku, damn, I have been outsmarted. After Lugio moved into Carp's house at the Marine headquarters, Michaela hired 2 experienced nannies. Now the matter concerning Sister Lugio was completely settled. Indeed, the final step to achieving the ultimate secrecy was that the most dangerous place is the safest place. Who would have thought that the widow of the Pirate King lives at the Marine headquarters? Really, a novel wouldn't dare to write it this way, right? Moreover, the most important thing is that in the environment of the Marine headquarters, Ace would definitely not be influenced by the chaotic outside world, thus making becoming a pirate his life goal. A win-win situation. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After all, in his plan, Ace's importance was on par with the 4 major military sources, perhaps even slightly exceeding. However, the layout had just begun, and there wouldn't be any results in the short term. Meanwhile, the Sabeti archipelago was coincidentally at the busiest time, as the Great Pirate Era had just begun. The grand cleaning plan for the Sabeti archipelago, which he had envisioned, was indeed not easy to implement at this juncture. This led to Michaela suddenly having nothing to do. Empty. So damn empty. During this idle time, it would be better to improve his own strength. Michaela hadn't forgotten that Old Man Carp said he would take him and Stella out to sea for training for a while. After settling Lugio, Michaela went to find Stella. After some time apart, Stella's gaze had sharpened quite a bit, and the aura belonging to the Navy had clearly begun to overshadow her original singer's aura. Her blonde hair had also grown longer, cascading over her shoulders. "Hey Stella, how have you been these past few days? Aside from being a bit tired." "It's been fine." Stella smiled slightly. Although Michaela hadn't been by her side during these days, her life had also been fulfilling. When the Golden Lion attacked, she used her ability to transfer people to a safe place, and this was reported to Admiral Sengoku. She was the 4th natural fruit ability user discovered in the Navy. Moreover, she was part of the new generation. Sengoku attached great importance to this, personally completing a series of training and assessments for Stella. And 2 days ago, she was officially promoted. Moreover, she started as a major assigned under Michaela. Stella twirled around, as if to show off the justice cloak, which could only be worn by officers of major rank and above, wrapped around her curvaceous body, exuding a blend of heroism and femininity. Her golden hair seemed to dance, the tips playfully brushing against Michaela's nose. Suppressing the sudden flutter in his heart, Michaela informed Stella about the old man's plan to take them out to sea for training. Sounds great. Under Vice Admiral Karp's guidance, we will definitely become stronger. As expected, Stella readily agreed. Michaela smiled knowingly. Stella was just beginning to gain power. Since her starting point was low, she would experience significant improvements regardless of how she trained. It was the stage of maximum positive feedback, commonly referred to as addiction. Michaela experienced this feeling in the first few years after he reincarnated into this world. At that time, he even felt quite inflated, believing he was destined to be the main character. Looking back now, it was truly laughable. Purely a case of a teenage delusion explosion. Fortunately, he had long since passed that stage. He thought that as long as Stella continued to improve her strength and gradually entered a plateau phase, this addictive training fervor would eventually disappear. Alright, since there are no objections, let's go find Karp. Michaela nodded and took Stella's hand, heading towards Sengoku's office. Without a doubt, at this time, Karp was certainly slacking off in Admiral Sengoku's office. Sure enough, when Michaela arrived at Sengoku's office, Karp was just popping the last spicy rice cracker into his gaping mouth. Old man Karp, do you remember you said you would take us out to sea for training? Damn, are you all so eager? Karp blinked, suddenly cursing. I'm very strict, you know. Of course, if you're looking for a teacher, you have to find a strict one. This is for the sake of improving our strength. Michaela rolled his eyes. As long as it's not the kind of torturous training he used on Ace and Luffy in the original story, that would be fine. As long as you don't casually toss us into a bottomless abyss or throw us into a jungle filled with monsters at night or tie us to a hot air balloon flying into the sky and then waiting for free fall, that would be great. Michaela's rapid-fire words made Karp break out in a cold sweat. How did this kid know he was planning to train them like that? What? This was his unique training method. Long was trained into a true powerhouse this way. Although it could also be said that this incident further solidified Long's resolve to escape the Navy. In the future, Karp also intended to use this method to train Ace and Long's son. Ahem, where did you hear such rumors? Of course, who else besides Big Brother Long would be so familiar with your training methods? Michaela rolled his eyes. This old man really had no awareness of being disliked by his own son. Talk too much. You don't understand the mystery behind this. Karp stubbornly defended himself, but don't worry, I never planned to train Stella this way. Not planning to train Stella this way means you are planning to train me like that, right? Damn, your sudden silence is making me anxious. Sengoku watched his adopted son and old brother suddenly start joking in his office, feeling his brain begin to throb. Boiling. You two bastards. Get out of here. Under the furious wrath of Admiral Sengoku, Karp had no choice but to take Michaela and Stella back to his Vice Admiral's flagship. There was some joking involved earlier, but once you board my flagship, there's no turning back. Our training starts today, Karp said, pointing towards the vast sea. From now on, we will have only one training item every day, and that is combat. Constant combat. When there are no pirates, fight me. When encountering pirates, you will be responsible for fighting them. In short, except for sleeping time, you will be in a state of combat at all times. Even during meals, combat must be simultaneous. Michaela blinked, looking at Karp, who was filled with passion and the appearance of a bloodthirsty teacher, and asked a crucial question. So does the bounty from pirates belong to us? If you dare to mention something like split at 3070, I will definitely report you. A year and a half later, in the year 1502 of the Sea Circle calendar, the first half of the Grand Line after the onset of the Great Pirate Era is known as the Paradise. On an unknown island, a standard naval warship arrives. On the shore, a self-righteous old man is being reprimanded by an unremarkable middle-aged man. Vice Admiral Garp, you haven't returned to the G3 branch or naval headquarters for a year and a half. Admiral Sengoku has sent orders to me each time. You've made me a mere lieutenant colonel, handle the affairs of an entire branch. Do you know how much pressure I'm under? Huh. Bogart, I'm specifically training your abilities. Does my abilities still need training? It seems like I've always been assisting you with these administrative tasks. Isn't it you, Vice Admiral, who should be improving your management skills? The middle-aged man is none other than Bogart, Vice Admiral Garp's aide and a colonel in the Navy. At this moment, blocking him on the shore is undoubtedly Vice Admiral Garp, the hero of the Navy, who had set sail a year and a half ago with Michael and Stella without looking back. Vice Admiral Garp, I finally found you today. During your absence, I've brought all the commands conveyed by Admiral Sengoku and important information that various factions have accumulated. As Bogart spoke, he directly lifted a desk from the warship and placed it on the beach. The documents on the desk had already been categorized and organized. Ugh, I don't want to see that. Garp crossed his arms, tilting his large head defiantly like a petulant child. Vice Admiral, please maintain some decorum. After several deep breaths, Bogart continued, if you want me to be your administrative tool, I might really have to ask Admiral Sengoku for a transfer order. After receiving a lesson from Bogart's respectful, yet pointed words, Garp finally sat down at the desk. Did he think that was the end? Garp is still Garp. He sat down merely to eat senbei. He had made up his mind to absolutely avoid any paperwork. Meanwhile, Stella, who was watching the commotion, gently nudged Mitchell's waist, signaling him to say something. Michael rolled his eyes but still leaned in and said, Old man Garp, enough already. You've been a grandfather for over a year now, yet you still act so childish. Without caring whether Garp heard him or not, he enthusiastically began to flip through the documents on the desk. 80% of the contents were classified and top-secret information, but Bogart wouldn't stop this young lord's actions. It's a joke. In the past, Michael handled matters discreetly and tactfully. A year and a half ago, he had set fire to a slave ship, offended the Celestial Dragons, and confronted the Golden Lion's grand plans to protect the Navy headquarters. Now, who doesn't know the name of this significant connection within the Navy? As Michael reviewed the intelligence, he realized that he had been living in a constant state of readiness for battle over the past year and a half. Though Garp's training methods seemed absurd, the effects were undeniably evident. Michael had nearly engraved the word battle into the depths of his DNA, becoming the foundational logic for his survival. His battle instincts had become several times sharper than a year and a half ago. However, the downside was, he hadn't properly exercised his brain for a year and a half. He had to take this opportunity to rehabilitate his mind. After flipping through several less important pieces of intelligence, Michael finally found something that piqued his interest. It had been a year and a half since the death of Pirate King Gold. Roger. This increasingly chaotic sea also proved that this planet would continue to spin without anyone, including Roger. During this year and a half, Douglas Bullet, the notorious war maniac and former child soldier aboard Roger's ship, had caused quite a stir. As the Roger pirates disbanded, members led by Rayleigh vanished, as if this pirate crew had never existed. However, Douglas Bullet brought the whole world a memory restoration. As the only former member of the Roger pirates still making waves on the sea, the world government was sure to not let him go. Thus, the absurd situation of a single person being issued a demon-slaying order arose. And what happened next? Bullet was defeated and captured by Sengoku and sent to level 6 of Impel down to entertain the Golden Lion. Time and the torrent of history flow forward, irreversible and unstoppable. Michael is now unsure whether the plans laid out a year and a half ago can redirect certain currents of this world towards a different outcome. This is his method. When enough tributaries of change converge, they can form a new river of history. After tossing aside Admiral Sengoku's 13 guidelines following Douglas Bullet's capture, Michael continued to search. Seeing his actions, Garp gradually became curious. He opened his large hand, broader than a fan, and casually picked out a piece of intelligence. Just a glance left him stunned. After reading every word carefully, he immediately burst into laughter. Michael, quick, take a look at this piece of intelligence. This is special intelligence provided to the Navy by Morgans, Garp exclaimed, handing the report to Michael. Skipping over Morgan's exaggerated language and subjective analysis, Michael turned straight to the details of the intelligence. 3 months ago in Wano, Kazuki Odin seized the opportunity while the Beast pirates were engaged in a fierce battle with the Moria pirates to lead his samurai in a successful uprising. They executed traitors, broke into the shogun's mansion, and beheaded the current shogun Kurizumi Orochi in public. Michael began to breathe deeply at this point. This was already enough to prove that his plans were effective, that it was possible to gradually change the entire world situation from small places. But as he continued reading, he found that the subsequent developments were beyond even his expectations as a transmigrator. After beheading Kurizumi Orochi, the crimes of Orochi and Kaido were made public, inciting a surge of public sentiment, with numerous civilian samurai joining Kazuki Odin's side. After reorganizing their forces, Kazuki Odin immediately chose to lead the samurai in a surprise attack against the Beast pirates and the Moria pirates from the rear. Not only did they drive both pirate crews out of Wano, but they also left Kaido with 3 permanent scars on his back, neck, and face that could never be healed. The more Michael read, the more bewildered he became, his face filled with disbelief. Wait, old man Garp, can Kazuki Odin really achieve this level of success? This intelligence can't be fabricated by you, right? Garp was also taken aback by Mitchell's question. Weren't you the one who caused the commotion back then? You asked me, who should I ask? It's like you're trying to make sense of it with your head. Michael was left speechless by Garp's retort. After a moment of calm, he could only smile helplessly, saying, Heavens no, I merely gave him a gentle push from behind, though I never expected Kazuki, Odin to be this capable. I thought he would only be able to protect Jioli at most, and then take his people out to sea leaving Wano country. To be honest, I was already prepared to receive and arrange for the refugees from Wano country directly on the Sabaody archipelago. If I had known Kazuki Odin was this ruthless, I should have directly taken Carp along with me to Wano. Perhaps we could have finished it all in one go. Just kill Kaido directly. That way he wouldn't be the indestructible troublemaker at sea anymore. I have some understanding of that guy Kaido. He's incredibly talented, even shining under the banner of rocks. That Moria seems formidable as well, managing to hold his ground against Kaido's pirate crew, indicating he must be quite a troublesome character. Carp said a few more things, but it made Michael think of another point. Moria did not suffer total annihilation as in the original story. Does this mean he wouldn't be demoralized enough to create that terrifying three-masted ship in the first place? And if it wasn't created, then Dragon Horse's corpse wouldn't be stolen and Brook in the Devil's Triangle wouldn't have his shadow taken away. Thus, treasures like the Black Blade Autumn Water wouldn't fall into the hands of that directionally challenged green algae head. Does this imply that under his influence the timeline is truly beginning to change? Michael was uncertain if the timeline would forcibly correct itself. However, it seemed that the results were promising. The great success of Kazuki Odin signifies that the series of plans he has ahead will be successful and effective. Thinking of this, Michael shook his head. Let's not consider these trivial matters for now. How about we pop some champagne to celebrate first? But Michael remained silent as Carp gradually began to talk more. As people age, they tend to become a bit loquacious. Especially Carp, who had just recently become a new grandfather, was even more so. Michael, it's been a year and a half since you last returned to the Sabaody archipelago. How come that girl Shiori has no objections at all? Now is she so easy to talk to? Upon hearing Carp's words, Michael understood. Apparently, she had been waiting for him here. So he cleared his throat a couple of times and said with a feigned seriousness, "Please don't go and add to Shihori's troubles, all right? Right now, because of Roger's execution and that comment, the current Sabaody archipelago is like a meeting of TM radishes. Throw a brick down and 10 people die, 8 of whom are pirates. Last time we talked on the transponder snail, she even suggested that she would rather exchange zones with the Kainu and go to the G1 division at the front lines of the New World. Huh, looks like Shihori's luck isn't that great. Just after switching defenses something like this happens." Carp laughed heartily, carefree. After all, not everyone can be like him, tossing the G3 division to Bogart and calling it a day. After expressing his strong condemnation of Carp with a middle finger, Michael continued to sift through the pile of intelligence. At that moment, Michael discovered a brand new document on top of the pile, categorized as latest orders. Just a glance made his face darken. "Carp, take a look at this." Michael's voice was noticeably more somber compared to before, and he didn't add old man when addressing Carp. Carp could tell that this kid was clearly angry. "What happened? You can see for yourself." After saying that, Michael placed the document in front of Carp. After just one glance, even someone as thick-skinned as Carp couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly. The authority to initiate the demon-slaying order has been given to Spandam of CP9. That notorious fool. And it's been directed at O'Hara in the West Sea. Has Sengoku lost his mind? Who the hell did that bunch of old scholars offend? Bogart. Upon seeing this, Bogart immediately stepped forward. "Major, how long ago did the order to initiate the demon-slaying order against O'Hara occur?" "Report, Major. The document was communicated half an hour before I found you." Carp, upon hearing this, couldn't care less and directly took out the transponder snail he always carried. This was his direct line of communication with Sengoku. After dialing, it didn't take long before the phone was picked up with a sound of babu. "Carp, what brings you to contact me today?" Sengoku's voice sounded slightly fatigued, and from the expression imitated by the transponder snail, he appeared to have a furrowed brow. "Or are you finally planning to bring Michael and Stella back?" "Sengoku, you bastard, have you gotten so old that you're losing your mind?" Carp bit out through clenched teeth. Giving the authority of the demon-slaying order to CP9 is one thing. Do those scholars of O'Hara who only know how to mess with knowledge really deserve to have the demon-slaying order issued against them? That's human lives. The lives of an entire island. Once the demon-slaying order is issued, it cannot be revoked. This is the dignity of the Navy. Sengoku's voice turned cold under Carp's furious reprimand. "I will evacuate the ordinary people, but the scholars." Sengoku didn't continue, but his attitude was very clear. The scholars must die. Carp was infuriated to see Sengoku's ruthlessness, veins bulging on his forehead. However, he could not refute the first half of the sentence. The demon-slaying order would incite a national-level armed force to annihilate. It would deploy 10 of the most advanced and largest warships in the Navy. Each warship would have a rear admiral as the captain on board. Additionally, 5 elite vice admirals would accompany them to ensure sufficient combat power. Each warship would have over 1,000 elite soldiers totaling more than 10,000. Such a scale of military mobilization could not be easily changed. It was likely that even Sengoku himself would not be allowed to revoke it by the world government. Naturally, the entity most eager for the scholars of O'Hara to die was the world government. As the only admiral left, Sengoku, the highest authority in the Navy, could only arrange for that single evacuation ship. Michael took a deep breath and snatched the microphone from Karp's hand. "Hey, old man, it's me." "Michael, so you were listening in." Michael closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "Old man, Karp and I are currently at Paradise, very close to the comm belt." On the other end of the phone, Sengoku remained silent for a long time. Finally, he said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Deceiving the world government comes with a price." But it was Sengoku's words that instantly stifled his fiery temper, which had shifted from an explosive rage to a simmering anger. "Old man, do you still remember what your title is?" "It is the wise general." "Am I the one deceiving the world government, or is the world government deceiving everyone? Do I really need to remind you of this? A year and a half ago, the world government instructed the Navy to cooperate with CP spies to hunt down the widow of the pirate king, determined to capture Roger's wife and child. But if it weren't for my and old man Karp's intervention based on the styles of the Ghost Spider and CP spies, how many civilians' safety do you think would have been threatened?" Sengoku was left momentarily speechless by Michael's retort. "Moreover, among the elite generals accepting the extermination order, there's this guy Akainu. Old man, I guarantee with my head that if everything continues to develop as per your arrangements, he will definitely fire at the refugee ship to eradicate the threat. So now, old man, no, dear General Sengoku, use that wise yet foolishly loyal head of yours and think carefully. If history itself had no dark secrets and contradictions, why would the world government crazily target scholars studying history? And who is the so-called guardian of the seas protecting? Is it the world government? Or countless innocent civilians? General Sengoku, tell me." Michael's tone was exceptionally intense, his originally handsome face twisted with anger. After his reincarnation, his bond with Sengoku was incredibly deep. One could even say that Sengoku was the best person to him, without exception. But precisely because of this, Michael hoped even more that Sengoku would not become that retired Marine inspector forever living in regret and guilt after retirement. Yet Sengoku, on the other end of the phone, did not respond. The phone mimicked his expression, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Michael decided to stoke the fire further. The world government has never been just, and the celestial dragons have never been sacred. Can you watch as these two disgusting filths tower over the justice of the Navy? Speak. Sengoku, will you choose to be a loyal and obedient dog, or fight for the people and true justice? Michael's voice was deep like a devil's whisper. After a long while, Sengoku finally dropped a line and hurriedly hung up the phone. Time waits for no one. Having witnessed this series of dialogues between Michael and Sengoku, Karp was left in shock. He had never seen Sengoku like this. One must know that Sengoku and Karp's friendship had lasted for decades, from youth to old age. They were both in a relationship where they could trust each other 100%, completely relying on one another. In his view, getting Sengoku to change his mind was harder than climbing to the sky. Even he felt the same. It was a rare sight indeed. Michael, I never expected it. Sengoku, that old stubborn mule, actually changed his mind because of you. Karp patted Michael on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Michael, however, merely smiled faintly, snatching a piece of sunbae from Karp's hand. He then said, proud as Sengoku is, how could he change his mind just because someone berated him? Ultimately, it was just that he subconsciously wanted to be persuaded. After Michael found Stella back on the island, he boarded Karp's dog-headed warship, flying across the sea at full speed, first passing through the comm belt, then entering the West Sea, and then heading straight towards O'Hara at full speed. Launching the extermination order also requires time, because the massive warships that execute the extermination order only dock at Marine headquarters. Unlike in the original story, where launching the extermination order at Judicial Island was so convenient. The distance from Marine headquarters to Judicial Island is not only close, but there are also special ocean currents between these two locations, allowing for extremely fast travel along specific routes. It only takes a couple of hours to get from Marine headquarters to Judicial Island. The distance from Marine headquarters to O'Hara is after all not as short as that from the Paradise to O'Hara, so there is a time lag in between. It should be enough time to evacuate the residents of O'Hara. He had a call with Sengoku in the morning. By the afternoon, they had already reached the West Sea. Now they were even in sight of the tree of knowledge of that civilized world. O'Hara was close at hand. Karp stood beside Michael, shielding his eyes with one hand, gazing towards the distant tree of knowledge. But he asked Michael, let me in on this. What should the Navy and the world government look like in your eyes? You need to ask me such a question. Am I the encyclopedia who ate the human fruit? Michael rolled his eyes. The essence of the Navy's justice is to protect the civilians. But has the world government issued any policies to protect civilians in recent years? On the contrary, they have been persecuting civilians everywhere, even treating civilians from non-member countries as less than human. Not to mention those celestial dragons who stand above order and law. All of this is completely contrary to the justice of the Navy, isn't it? But Karp smacked his lips. He understood Michael's point very well, because he also thought that way from the bottom of his heart. But as Sengoku's only close friend, a comrade who had supported each other for decades, he couldn't undermine Sengoku's position. There's no need to be conflicted, old man Karp. I'm not asking you to directly overthrow the world government. But I believe the Navy should not be at the mercy of the world government randomly stabbing at civilians. The Navy needs to be independent of the world government system. Michael leaned against the railing, his platinum hair slightly disheveled by the sea breeze, adding an air of recklessness. But in Karp's eyes he saw Sengoku's shadow. Just a more intelligent and unrestrained Sengoku. Soon O'Hara appeared closer and larger in their view. Once ashore, Karp said to Bogart, "You all stay on guard by the shore for now. But be prepared for a large number of personnel to board the ship." Then Karp and Michael, along with several Navy soldiers, walked towards the village of O'Hara. How should I put it? This journey looks like an ordinary village. One can't discern any culture. It doesn't look like a place that could produce a bunch of scholars. Michael shrugged and explained, O'Hara emphasizes elite education, so either they are ignorant peasants who know nothing beyond basic needs, or they are scholars who understand everything and control knowledge. O'Hara atop a cliff. The tattered giant tribe was scanning the surroundings when suddenly one pointed towards the direction of the sea. Alvia, if I'm not mistaken. It seems like there's a naval warship over there. What did you say? Is the pursuit speed really that fast? We just arrived. Let's use the telescope to see if something feels off. This person was none other than Cerrone, a former Rear Admiral of the Navy and a member of the giant tribe. He seemed to have spotted the warship and immediately shouted towards Alvia. Alvia adjusted her white hair, took out the telescope, and looked towards the sea. Yet confusion filled her words. Cerrone, there's only one warship. Aren't the warships that have been pursuing us usually at least 3? Upon hearing this, Cerrone's pupils trembled slightly, and he quickly asked, Alvia, are you sure there's only one? Hurry, tell me, what does the bow of that warship look like? It has a dog's head, and it's holding a bone. After describing, Alvia looked at Cerrone only to see him frozen in shock. His body even trembled slightly. Cerrone, what's wrong? Are you okay? Alvia, if your description is correct. Cerrone swallowed hard. Then that warship is the flagship of the naval hero Monkey D. Garp. The naval hero is pursuing us. Why is the world government targeting us so specifically? Alvia hugged her head with both hands, sinking deeper into confusion and despair. She merely wanted to understand history and unveil the truth. Why must it be a path destined for destruction? If Michael were here, he would surely mock Alvia. Still only reading books. The greatest fear of every deceiver is being exposed, let alone the gigantic deception of stealing the entire world. Let's not be so pessimistic, Alvia. Cerrone steadied his mind as he and Alvia fled towards the forest, saying, Admiral Garp has been on leave for the past year. Perhaps he's just passing through O'Hara. Moreover, Admiral Garp would never accept a mission to hunt ordinary civilians. Alvia couldn't help but chuckle bitterly at his words. Ordinary people. Now that she possessed the ability to interpret historical texts, could she still be considered an ordinary person? Is elite education not good? Garp scratched his head. He truly didn't understand matters of culture. Because if knowledge is only held by a few, it becomes particularly easy to be wiped out by disasters and calamities. That directly leads to a cultural disconnection. If O'Hara scholars could integrate materials from basic to advanced with varying depths and breadths, allowing everyone to learn progressively, such situations wouldn't arise. But O'Hara's educational approach only opens all knowledge to those with exceptional talent. As for what you said, Garp, about them seeming uneducated, that's because they truly lack culture. Michael shrugged, expressing helplessness. However, they soon realized that their Navy uniforms drew the attention of O'Hara's residents. They didn't understand why the Navy had come to such a remote place like O'Hara. What could they possibly do here? The truly cultured all reside within the tree of knowledge. It is filled with scholars and archaeologists. TSK. Archaeologists. This time, even the uncultured Garp understood. Exactly, a group of scholars studying ancient scripts and another group of archaeologists learning to interpret historical texts. Together, they formed the world government's shame-exposing machine. Michael identified the direction of the tree of knowledge and walked toward it. Don't you think the world government must be anxious? These fools who have read themselves silly really don't know whether they are genuinely foolish or just pretending to be dumb. They even announced to the world planning to perform a public ceremony to shatter the cover of shame in front of the world government. What can we do about it? If they really get blown to the sky, we can't just stand by. Garp, increasingly amused and exasperated, pointed at the Tree of Knowledge. In any case, we need to find a way to convince those old scholars first. Just as Michael was about to respond, he turned around and saw a little girl with black hair. Dressed in worn but reasonably clean clothes, she was clutching a large book and wobbling towards the entrance of the Tree of Knowledge. Michael's eyes widened slightly. If nothing unexpected happened, it was Nico Robin. Michael stroked his chin. Judging by the time, Nico Robin had already scored full marks in her doctoral exam. She had officially become a scholar of O'Hara. At 8 years old, she spent every day among a group of old men. She possessed the powers of a paramecia-type devil fruit, the Hana no Mi. Black hair, a devil fruit, extremely high intelligence. All of this led to Nico Robin being viewed as a monster in the village. Hehehe. Everyone look. The monster is running towards the Tree of Knowledge again. The scholars have truly gone mad, allowing a monster to become a scholar. The cursed blackness is contaminating the sacred Tree of Knowledge. Mom, the black-haired monster has appeared again. Regardless of age, children, youth, or elderly, all harbored malice towards this 80-year-old girl. This scene made Garp, who had just recently become a father, frown deeply. The iron fists he had imbued with love were already quietly clenched. Clearly, this is O'Hara, a place that holds the world's most outstanding scholars. Yet it also houses the most ignorant and foolish people. Garp, are you surprised by this situation? This is one of the specific manifestations of the flaws of elite education. Failing to popularize education and only nurturing elites leads to such a stark contrast. The greater the contrast, the more it highlights the value of O'Hara's scholars. Of course, this is not a good thing. Michael patted Garp's arm, trying to comfort this upright and kind old man. Listening to the malicious remarks around her, little Robin buried her head even lower. She no longer dared to run directly on the main road and started to inch along the wall. At 8 years old, no matter how high her IQ was, she could not understand why the villagers harbored such great malice towards her. Even her uncle's family, who raised her on her mother's request, treated her similarly. So she only knew to keep her head down lower and lower until they couldn't see her anymore. But walking like this, she would eventually bump into something. Oh no. I'm sorry, it's my fault, I shouldn't have bumped into you. Robin, as if hitting a wall, quickly got up, picked up the book she had dropped, and apologized humbly. At most, she would just get scolded and perhaps hit a few times. She had been eating well lately and could withstand blows. But the expected insults and pain did not come. Little Robin felt confused, though timid. She still raised her small head. Against the setting sun stood a handsome man with platinum hair before her. He unfolded the holy wings on his back. Then he placed a hand on her head, not to strike her, but to gently smooth her disheveled hair. The sea breeze mixed with a gentle voice blew into her ear. Hey, I'm a monster too. Want to join me? Michael gazed at the young Robin, his heart swelling with anger towards this backward village that resembled a joke. For within this infuriating farce, the most laughable part was, this was O'Hara, home to the largest library in the world and a top-tier archaeological team, yet still regarded a peculiar child with mismatched hair color as a monster. However, Michael's fury was not directed at the villagers, but rather at the world government that ineffectively implemented its policies of ignorance. Ignorance has never been their responsibility. Everyone is born ignorant and requires cultivation and environmental influence. Compared to the so-called monster Robin, how pitiful were these ignorant villagers. Navy business, everyone disperse. Michael spoke slowly. Although his tone was not cold, it was a stark contrast to the gentle voice he had just used with Robin. A single glance swept over, and the villagers who had been agitated just moments ago fell silent in an instant. Even in ignorance, they understood the basic instinct of self-preservation. Thus they closed their mouths and returned to their own affairs. The children, wanting to stubbornly speak out, were pulled away by the adults. Kapu was quite surprised. He had expected that with Michael's explosive temper, he would at least sternly reprimand these villagers. To his surprise, Michael's smile never faded. He merely adopted a more subdued tone. His tolerance for commoners truly was remarkable. Hello, Navy sir. Robin finally found an opportunity to speak, bowing hurriedly to Michael. Thank you for helping me out. What is your name? Robin, my name is Nico Robin. Do they often bully you? The warmth in Michael's eyes surged again. It's all right, tell me, and I will help you. Hearing this, Robin hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. She then added, they say, I am a wild child without parents, a monster with black hair. A boy even threw stones at me a few days ago. As Robin spoke, brushing the dust off her old dress, but he didn't hit me. Michael listened to her youthful yet forlorn voice and sighed softly. Then he effortlessly lifted Robin into his arms. She was so light, as if she was merely a small skeleton. Wow. Robin let out a startled cry from the sudden action, almost losing her grip on the book in her hands. Robin, look at my wings. As Michael spoke, the angelic wings on his back gently fluttered, spreading out. A sprinkle of sacred light akin to fine dust fell to the ground, becoming invisible. If having black hair makes you a monster, then with wings and platinum hair, wouldn't I be an even bigger monster? Before Robin could respond, Kapu burst out laughing exaggeratingly loud. Huh, I can even shoot cannonballs with my hands. By that logic, I'm the most monstrous of all. Michael cast a disdainful glance at old Kapu. Damn it, your thought process truly resembles that of a monster. Yet it turns out that such illogical words are surprisingly effective in comforting a child. Robin was a genius, yet even geniuses can be naive in their youth. Know you are the Navy is not a monster. Robin shook her head, hesitating, then looked up slightly. And your wings are beautiful. As she raised her head, a few similarly innocent hands appeared out of nowhere from Robin's body. This is a monster. However, the anticipated disgust and fear did not materialize. The Navy big brother holding her and the excessively tall Navy grandpa beside them instead discussed her newly formed hands. Michael, this should be a paramecia-type devil fruit, right? Yes, I've seen the devil fruit encyclopedia. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the flower fruit. Flower fruit. It doesn't seem like a fully combat-oriented fruit. The flower fruit allows any part of the body to bloom like a flower, growing over any tangible object within sight. Michael gently squeezed Robin's conjured hand. Its attack power may not be particularly strong, but its functionality is very high. To be honest, it's quite suitable for a commander's fruit ability. Michael and Kapu's attitude was something she had never encountered before, leaving her at a loss. You heard that right. You are not a monster, but rather possess a very useful ability. So, do you want to join the Navy, Robin? Oh right, I haven't introduced myself. How rude of me. Michael smiled slightly and said, I am Michael, and this old man who looks like he eats children is called Kapu. As a new friend, let me tell you a little secret, but you mustn't tell anyone. Michael pretended to look around vigilantly, causing Robin to nervously gulp. Joining the Navy will give you the chance to encounter the legendary historical texts. Kapu, upon hearing this, could hardly believe his ears. Wasn't this a common tactic used by kidnappers to lure underage little girls? If he didn't know Michael's character, just from this scene alone, he would have felt an impulse to cuff the girl and send her to jail. Oh really? Of course it's true. Michael smiled and nodded. Whether it's becoming a Navy member or accessing historical texts, it's all true. The three of them, a little girl and two grown men, chatted as they arrived at the front doors of the Tree of Knowledge. Robin jumped down from Michael's arms and reached out to knock on the door. Knock, 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 knock. After a rhythmic knocking sound, the great door of the Tree of Knowledge slowly opened. After Michael and Kapu followed Robin inside, they had no time to be astonished by the world's largest library, transformed from a tree aged over 5,000 years. Instead, they walked towards the old man, standing in the center of the library. The old man turned around. His formerly green hair had now turned grayish-green with age. His peculiar hairstyle and beard formed an upside-down clover. I am Crowd D. Clover. The old man felt a moment of tension upon seeing the Navy enter behind Robin, but he breathed a sigh of relief after recognizing them. Why has Navy hero Vice Admiral Kapu come to O'Hara? Are you a scholar of O'Hara? Can you speak on behalf of this village? Kapu immediately stepped forward, towering nearly 3 meters over Dr. Clover, exuding an intimidating presence. Of course I can. Dr. Clover nodded. What's the matter? Gather the villagers immediately, then transfer to my warship at once. Kapu stated succinctly. The world government has issued a demon-slaying order against O'Hara. The execution warship is already en route. Demon-slaying order. This voice did not come from Dr. Clover. He didn't even know what a demon-slaying order was. It came from behind them. It was none other than Salong and Alvia, who had hidden in the forest. Vice Admiral Karp, is what you said true? Saron, how did you end up here? Karp, of course, recognized Saron, the well-known, good-natured giant among the Marines. What brings you here? I have defected. I am no longer a part of the Navy. Huh, why? Karp frowned. He indeed looked down upon traitors. But with the personality of the giants, it was simply impossible for them to betray unless something had happened that touched their bottom line. Facing Karp's questioning, Saron, the honest man, let everything spill out about his recent experiences. The world government ordered me to pursue an archaeological team alongside Spandam from CP9. Saron sighed frustratedly, running his fingers through his hair. I witnessed a series of orders from the world government to CP. I believe this is utterly unjust, so I had no choice but to defect and help Alvia escape. I never expected Spandam to directly issue the demon slaughter order. Saron grew increasingly furious, slamming his fist down on the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble. And I am Alvia. Alvia stepped in front of Saron, but her eyes were directed at little Robin, beside Michael, filled with guilt. Robin, I'm back. I'm so sorry. Earlier, Alvia had heard the conversation between little Robin, Michael, and Karp. She recognized this as the daughter she had entrusted to her brother Nico. Robin. She never imagined her 80-year-old daughter would be so small, and her dress looked no different from a tattered curtain. Could it be that she had entrusted her to the wrong person? In this world, could she not even trust her own brother? What did you say? You are my mother. Even though she was treated as a monster and an ominous person by the villagers, and even faced stone-throwing little Robin did not cry. Yet upon seeing her mother, she broke down completely. Thus it spiraled out of control. At the sight of little Robin's frail body and tattered dress, Olvia felt as if her heart was tightly gripped, nearly suffocating her. And the tears of little Robin rendered even the wise and rational Olvia utterly speechless. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The words she had prepared for their reunion were all forgotten. All she could say was, I'm sorry. After a long separation, the mother and daughter finally embraced, conveying their apologies and longing through tears. At that moment, Michael, who had furrowed his brows upon seeing Cerrone and Olvia, gradually relaxed. But his overall expression remained cold. It was only when the sobs of the two calmed down that Michael spoke up. Nico Olvia, the most outstanding archaeologist of O'Hara, a wanted criminal by the world government, correct? Correct, that would be me. Olvia, though still trembling from the aftermath of her tears, had indeed stabilized her emotions. It no longer mattered that her identity as a wanted criminal had been exposed. After all, the navy she faced was that legendary marine hero Carp. Even as a commoner, she had heard this thunderous name. In the eyes of the common people, Carp was an image of a protective deity of the navy. Therefore, escaping was impossible. Instead, she felt at ease. It was merely a matter of being arrested. Being able to see her daughter once was worth it. However, her daughter could no longer stay with her brother. You are a great woman, that is beyond doubt. Michael stepped forward, crouching down to meet Olvia's gaze, but as a mother you are utterly unqualified. What did you just say? Olvia was taken aback by Michael's words. What was this Marine talking about? Wasn't he supposed to arrest her? Why was he now condemning her for being an unqualified mother? Though his condemnation was not entirely unfounded. Looking at Olvia, Michael sighed. Don't be so tense. I have no interest in the world government's persecution of political prisoners. Michael shrugged and continued, you don't have a bounty from the Marines, so if I were to arrest you, that would be overstepping my authority. I am a law-abiding Marine. Michael turned to glare at Carp, who was trying hard not to laugh. Then he looked back at Olvia, whose expression was filled with shock, while Michael remained calm. His evaluation of Olvia was quite objective. After reviewing all her experiences from the original work, one would understand. This woman truly deserves the term great. Yet it must also be acknowledged. Great individuals are often not good parents. One cannot have it all. This saying holds true in any world. What about the other archaeologists? They are all dead. Olvia shook her head, her emotions seemingly stable, yet the overwhelming hatred in her eyes was so palpable it could burn. They were killed by CP spies and the Navy. Cerrone sat silently beside them. Although he did not take action, he was the Marine Rear Admiral in charge of the team. The deaths of these innocents were closely tied to him. That was why he risked everything to save Olvia, the last archaeologist betraying the Navy. The values of the giant race are exceedingly simple. They are incredibly loyal, even to the point of being viewed as foolish and ignorant by others. Stubborn to the point of being unpersuadable. However, the sense of justice in their hearts is a red line Cerrone cannot endure. Olvia, given the heavy casualties among archaeologists, I shouldn't be reopening old wounds, but your actions were so rash that it's laughable. Michael stood up, looking down at Olvia, interpreting and publishing the historical texts. How much military power do you have to act so recklessly? It was precisely because of your rashness that you attracted CP9 and the Demon Slaughter Order. Wouldn't it have been better to investigate, privately grasp the truth, and find someone strong enough to protect you before making it public? Why did you have to announce it to the whole world with such fanfare? What is this, some grand celebration? Michael's tone of exasperation made Olvia increasingly uneasy. This Marine youth, though handsome, seemed to have some issues with his thinking. Although he was mocking her in every word, his implications seemed to be supportive. At this moment, Michael turned around and approached Dr. Clover, whose face had already turned pale. He placed his hands on his shoulders, his voice calm to the point of being chilling. If you don't want to die, leave O'Hara. The Buster Call cannot be halted. Dr. Clover clung to a final fragile sliver of hope as she spoke. Do you think it can be halted? Michael offered no answer. Only a question flung back like a blade, sharper and more devastating than any reply. But sigh. Dr. Clover led the others out of the tree of all knowledge, then lifted her gaze toward its colossal sky-obscuring canopy. Its crown swayed like an emerald sea rippling softly in the breeze. All the world's most precious knowledge, no, not just O'Hara's, but humanity's entire intellectual heritage, is preserved within this library, the tree of all knowledge. And our spirits, as scholars, as archaeologists, are likewise rooted here in its very boughs. Michael let out an involuntary snort. TCH. What's with this old romantic all of a sudden? With death looming, he's waxing poetic about spiritual anchors. Yet though he rolled his eyes, he glanced around. At the scholars emerging from the tree, their forms strange and varied, but Olvia and saw mirrored in every pair of eyes the same quiet resolve. Even little Robin, only 8 years old, stood there with that same solemn light in her gaze. Michael rubbed his temples. 6. The whole family's infected with this romantic fever. What could he say? To these scholars, knowledge might well outweigh life itself. Still, I only said the Buster Call is coming. Not that we're out of time entirely. And yes, clinging to these books is understandable. They are tangible vessels of wisdom, far more enduring than mortal minds prone to forgetting, fading, and decay. Time is short, but not too short to carry them all away. Then why, for heaven's sake, are you all so fixated on this tree? Granted, a 5,000-year-old tree is rare, its hollow trunk seemingly born to cradle knowledge itself. But symbolism must never eclipse human life. Olvia shook her head, meeting Michael's gaze. You do not understand. Don't understand. TCH. This is precisely why intellectuals grate on one's nerves. Michael studied Olvia, her unwavering, death-defying certainty, and felt a sudden fierce pang of frustration, as if watching raw potential refuse to ignite. Let me tell you plainly, this tree is nothing, less than nothing. Your sacred duty is to ensure knowledge survives, not as relics, but as living flame. To fulfill that duty, you must survive, by any means necessary. To fear death, that is not weakness, it is wisdom. To bend, to bow, to swallow pride. If required, you must do so without hesitation. Everything that impedes your survival, and thus your transmission of knowledge, must be cast aside. For what use is a towering tree when all who tended it lie dead? Shall it stand as their gravestone? Michael's voice grew fiercer still, drawing every scholar from the tree into a silent, uneasy circle around him, faces etched with conflict. Watching them, he sighed inwardly. Ever since he'd resolved to defy fate itself, he'd steeled himself for this, igniting minds, forging convictions, imprinting indelible truths upon souls. There was no choice. He alone bore the burden of the transmigrator's vision, and so must shoulder strategy, doctrine, and ideology alike. You seek the truth of world history, but have you ever asked whether the common people, crushed beneath the world government, the celestial dragons, pirates, and gangs, would even care? Only when knowledge reaches them, when ignorance lifts, will more hearts yearn to grasp the truth you cherish. When such awakened minds become the majority, even the world government's relentless efforts to stamp out scattered sparks will prove futile. The wildfire will already have taken hold. That is your true calling. Silence fell. Every scholar stood frozen, stunned, torn adrift in the wake of his words. They had resolved upon learning of the Buster Call to perish alongside the tree. Now Michael had shattered their frame of reference entirely. This was not incomprehension. It was the weight of worldview. Their minds simply did not conceive of such a path. That constraint has a name: the limits of one's era. Michael unfurled his wings. Golden light rose like incense toward the tree. Where leaves dance, fire endures. When the flame of knowledge spreads across the seas, O'Hara shall cease to be a remote island, and become the sacred heart of learning for all the oceans. And you, the pioneers, shall yourselves become the tree of all knowledge, for generations yet unborn. One day later, 10 colossal warships breached the horizon, where sky met sea, converging upon O'Hara. On the flagship's foredeck stood Admiral Sakazuki, a kainu, his broad mouth curled around a thick cigar, exhaling plumes of smoke into the roaring wind. Truth be told, his bearing bore little resemblance to a naval officer, more the imposing aura of a crime syndicate's patriarch. Calmly, he surveyed the island, drawing ever nearer. Though this was his first Buster Call to him, it held no distinction from any routine pirate suppression, merely slaughter, then return in triumph. Yet behind him, another figure paced like a caged monkey. Sakazuki. I'll deploy CP9 agents onto O'Hara immediately for intelligence gathering. Every scrap of knowledge held by those scholars must be recovered and delivered to the world government. Hold your fire until our survey concludes, then reduce this accursed island to ash upon the charts. The speaker was Spandine, the man whose infamy as the clown would echo through history. His urgency stemmed from a singular ambition to capture Olvia himself, and thereby earn favor with the celestial dragons and the world government. Sakazuki glanced sideways, then dismissed him entirely. The rebuff sent Spandine's blood surging hot. After all that speech, only a contemptuous grunt. Spandine had initiated the Buster Call. Then why did command fall to another? These wretched Marines couldn't even play their part as obedient hounds. Yet these words remained locked inside him. For Sakazuki's reputation preceded him: ruthless, indifferent to collateral carnage, and a Logia-type devil fruit user. Admiral Sakazuki, entering firing range in 3 minutes. Sakazuki nodded, drew deeply on his cigar, and exhaled a dense cloud of second-hand smoke directly over Spandine's head. Per fleet, Admiral Sengoku's orders: in 3 minutes, all vessels commence saturation bombardment of O'Hara. Listening to Sakazuki issuing orders to the rear admiral captain, who came to report, Spandane's eyes nearly turned green with rage. In a fit of irrationality, Spandane even picked up his sidearm and fired 3 shots towards the back of Akainu. However, in the moment he pulled the trigger, regret washed over him instantly. His instinct for self-preservation had taken over. Watching the 3 bullets that penetrated Justice's cloak completely melted by the lava, Spandane's body trembled uncontrollably. Sakazuki, I came here with orders from the Celestial Dragons and the world government. Immediately cancel the firing order. Let us go ashore to investigate. Sakazuki suddenly turned around, his overwhelming height and fierce killing intent enveloping the small fry behind him. Spandane, shut your noisy mouth. Sakazuki reached out and seized the gun from Spandane's hand, transforming into lava and completely destroying the weapon. Spandane recoiled in horror, hastily throwing his hands away and backing away. I'm a mere CP spy, don't even think about commanding me. You can't possibly think your command authority exceeds that of Admiral Sengoku, can you? Even Sengoku has no power to halt the extermination order. As for you, just wait, I will file an internal complaint about your overstepping commands to the world government when I return. And now, open fire. With Sakazuki's roar akin to a volcanic eruption, 10 warships dispatched under the extermination order unleashed their devastating firepower upon O'Hara. The all-knowing tree, which had stood for 5,000 years and was once the largest library in the world, was also submerged in the roar of cannon fire. On this day, O'Hara ceased to exist in the world. Ouch, 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 this cannon fire. On an island merely 10 nautical miles away from O'Hara, Michaela was currently flying in midair, witnessing the fall of O'Hara through his telescope. Hey, Michaela, what are you looking at over there? Olivia and Cerrone approached him with wry smiles. Behind them, Carp was carrying little Robin on his neck, treating himself like a horse or a rickshaw. The one calling out to him was, of course, old Carp. Ever since Ace was born, this rascal had completely lost his resistance to children. It's hard to imagine that someone like old Carp, who indulges children to such an extent, would later conduct hellish training on his grandchildren. Michaela spiraled down from the sky and then raised the telescope in his hand. Of course, I'm watching to see if the extermination order will conduct long-range bombings directly, as we discussed with Sengoku, without going ashore for searches. I must say Sakazuki's bad temper is actually an advantage at times like this. Through the telescope, I saw that fool Spandane was scared into incontinence by Sakazuki's glare. Hearing Michaela mention Spandane, Olivia and Cerrone exchanged smiles, feeling a bit more relaxed. It was Spandane and his subordinate CP9 who killed the archaeologist and then hunted them down. Michaela put away the telescope and turned to Carp, asking, have the villagers been settled? Nothing unexpected happened, right? No, after all, this island is 1,000 times better than that one with almost nothing except a big tree for the ordinary people of O'Hara. Michaela nodded. Indeed, this island was much larger than O'Hara in terms of area, and what was once barely considered to have some resources in O'Hara was simply a barren little island compared to here. Originally, those villagers who were quite dissatisfied with the migration were extremely pleased after seeing the conditions of this place. Yet how could such a high-quality island so close to O'Hara have gone uninhabited all these years? Later, after Michaela and Bogart led the Navy soldiers deep into the island for inspection, they discovered that there were a large number of wild wolves on the island. Moreover, these did not seem to be ordinary wild wolves. At night, when the moon was high, there was a noticeable increase in their strength and speed. Carp explained that these wolves were called the Moon Wolf clan. This trait might be due to an ancient lineage which barely connects to the ancestors of the Fur tribe after countless generations. However, the Fur tribe eventually evolved into a proper intelligent race, while the Moon Wolf clan remained merely beasts with some special abilities. Under Michaela's leadership, all the Moon Wolves on this island were soon eradicated. This island thus became the new home for the original residents of O'Hara. Olivia, Cerrone, are you leaving too? That's right, we are both about to set off. Have you found a destination? Not yet, but we definitely can't stay on this island. Olivia shook her head. Here it's only a matter of time before the world government finds us. Michaela nodded. Olivia was not wrong. If they could find Ace's lineage, how much easier would it be to find Olivia? How about this? Let me guide you on a clear path. Michaela glanced at Carp, who was carrying little Robin, the old and young duo, laughing uncontrollably, and then spoke in a tone only Olivia could hear. Go to Baldigo and find a man named Monkey D. Dragon and say Michaela sent you. What he needs most are righteous warriors like Cerrone and archaeologists like you. Archaeologists who can interpret the true history. Olivia was taken aback by Michaela's words, and without speaking she pointed at Carp, who was not far away. Michaela nodded. That's right, he's Carp's son, and he will be your most like-minded partner. You want to pursue the truth, and Cerrone seeks justice from within. And Brother Dragon wants to overthrow the world government. Olivia's entire being trembled, her gaze fixed fervently on Michaela. Are you saying he wants to topple the entire world government? Not just him, I too am striving for a similar goal, as you see before you. Michaela smiled slightly at Olivia, choosing not to continue the conversation. At this moment, a group of various heads appeared on Carp's warship, the most peculiar being Dr. Clover, Vice Admiral Carp, Lieutenant Colonel Michaela. All the scholars from our all-knowing tree are in position. When do we set off? Olivia stared blankly at the scholars on the warship, somewhat at a loss, as she looked at Michaela. Mr. Michaela, this is. Oh, them. Michaela shrugged, smiling as he said, just hitching a ride on a boat. They are also about to embark on the path of spreading knowledge. Monkey D. Luffy, is it? Olivia nodded, then turned her gaze toward Solon. Solon tilted his head, spread his hands wide, and voiced no question. Since I've already shown you the path forward, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you. Michael pointed at little Robin, who was nearly weeping with laughter, and smiled. Robin will come under my care. They'll train her to become a Marine, and the finest Marine of all. These words carried not a trace of exaggeration. And the Marines have always been renowned for raw strength. Yet those endowed with true intellect are exceedingly rare. Otherwise, Vice Admiral Tsuru would never have risen to become Chief of Staff, the sole authority beneath the Fleet Admiral and above all others. And such is the power of intellect. And Robin clearly possessed an extraordinary mind capable of attaining that very pinnacle. Become a Marine, and Olivia could not pretend indifference to this proposal. It held undeniable appeal. It promised the greatest possible safeguard for her daughter's safety. Yet once Robin came of age, she would inevitably face the ruthless pirates of the Grand Line. Hey Olivia, there's truly no need to fret. Becoming a Marine means confronting pirates, yes, but surely that's preferable to her being hunted down as an orphan of O'Hara, branded a fugitive by the world government once her identity is uncovered. Michael shrugged lightly. Besides, just look at old Vice Admiral Garp. His doting, almost comically overeager grandfatherly demeanor makes it clear he'd whisk your daughter straight home if he could. Robin will likely become the Navy's second most well-connected recruit, right after me. In truth, Michael left one crucial point unspoken. In the attitude of O'Hara's residents, her own younger brother included, toward little Robin, and Olivia had witnessed it herself. The entire populace of O'Hara had successfully resettled on a new island, yet she departed in such haste, refusing even to linger for reunion or conversation with family. And beyond fear of endangering O'Hara through her identity, Nid also revealed her deep-seated estrangement from its people. If even her own brother treated her thus, how much more so the rest? And rather than let Robin remain here bearing scornful glances, or follow her mother down a perilous, uncertain road, Nid was wiser to entrust her to this young Marine before them. At least with him, Robin would be far safer. And though Michael had called Olivia an unfit mother, Nay had only ever critiqued her conduct, not once denied the depth of her love for Robin. No mother in this world fails to love her child. And maternal love can overturn oceans and shatter mountains, even dismantle truths once held sacred. And very well, Mr. Michael. And then Robin is in your hands. Michael nodded, then paused, as if recalling something. Oh, and please convey my regards to Brother Dragon. And tell him he has a younger sister named Rouge. Michael flashed a mischievous grin. Do remind him, he mustn't forget. And faster. Grandpa Garp, run faster. Faster. Watch this. And Garp and little Robin, a spry elder and a bright-eyed child, played with unrestrained glee. And dust swirled, bodies soared, a laughter echoed across the winds. Hey, old man Garp, that's enough. We're leaving soon. And Michael stood atop the warship's deck and called out toward the distant figure. At last Garp sprinted forward and leapt high into the air, landing squarely aboard the vessel. And how's that for distance? As he spoke, he gently lifted Robin from where she had clung around his neck. And tisk tisk, old man Garp, you certainly enjoyed yourself, didn't you? Anyone who knows you understands you're merely indulging a child. But anyone unfamiliar might mistake you for an ancient child himself, leading a tiny one astray in wild revelry. And Garp paid no mind to Michael's teasing. His heart had always been vast and untroubled. Michael knew full well his barbs would not stir Garp in the slightest. And so he turned instead to little Robin. Little Robin, just as I told you earlier, come with me and become a proud, formidable Marine, and a Marine. Robin blinked, clearly recalling the earlier suggestion, which had sounded more like playful jest. Truly may I? She glanced at Garp beside her, cloaked in the mantle of justice, towering and powerful, and then at Michael before her, handsome, kind, serene. In her clear, luminous eyes a quiet yearning stirred. But, in her gaze finally settled upon Olivia. A mother. In this Robin had never witnessed O'Hara's destruction, had never watched her mother and Solon fall before her eyes. Thus she bore no grand vow to unveil the truth behind the void century. and she simply, instinctively longed for the warmth of her mother's embrace. No matter how deeply Garp and Michael cared for her, neither could replace her mother. And for an 80-year-old girl, such a choice was impossibly difficult. This mother and daughter were fated to spend far more time apart than together. And even as destiny shifted in subtle ways, its broad course remained unchanged. Children cannot make such choices, but adults can bear the weight of agonizing decisions. And Alvia held her daughter, reunited for but a single day, tight against her chest. She stroked Robin's jet-black hair, feeling the surging tide of longing within that small frame. "In Robin, go. Become a Marine. Study under Vice Admiral Garp and Mr. Michael. You'll acquire knowledge beyond price, behold horizons wider than imagination, and pursue what sets your spirit alight." Alvia's voice remained light, yet her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. "In, remember, you now face a most dangerous criminal, your own mother. Dear Miss Marine, do show some mercy when our paths cross again." Michael's lips twitched. Nah, so it's to be chase and evasion with no escape. In had finally grasped the cruel arithmetic of this world: intellect and emotional intelligence. Choose one and max it out. These brilliant minds seemed altogether too blunt in speech. In moments ago, Robin had been perfectly composed. Then one sentence sent her into full-blown sobs. Wah! In Robin's wailing instantly unsettled Alvia. In she cradled her daughter close, whispering soft comforts until the storm of tears subsided. Robin emerged from her mother's arms, her cheeks streaked with dust from her romps with Garp, now smudged into tear-streaked patterns, transforming her into a tiny, sorrowful kitten. Yet upon that small face bloomed an unprecedented resolve. When I grow up, I will become an outstanding Marine, and I will bring Mother back to me." Upon hearing this, Solon burst into hearty laughter, slapping his thigh. What an extraordinary pair, you two mothers and daughters." Yet in his eyes lingered a quiet sense of release. And he had aided evil, committed grave wrongs. But witnessing this mother and daughter reunited, and seemed to redeem in part the guilt and remorse festering deep within his soul. After bidding farewell to Robin, Alvia and Salong boarded the CP9 warship they had previously seized and set off for Baldy, seeking refuge with Monkey D. Dragon. After seeing the two off, Michaela accompanied little Robin as the soldiers on Captain Karp's ship began to return one by one. "Report to Vice Admiral Karp, we have completed a thorough inspection of the island from top to bottom." A flowing cloud passed through the air and landed on the deck, coalescing into a human form. With golden hair and green eyes, dressed in a white Navy uniform and draped in a justice cloak. It was none other than Stella, who had consumed the cloud fruit. All safety hazards have been completely eliminated. However, this island is located in a seismic zone and has considerable earthquake risks, but without large mountains consisting mostly of dense forests and plains, so there will be no issues with mudslides. Bogart also returned to the deck, saluted Karp, and then walked into the cabin to start arranging the upcoming tasks. "Very good, Major Stella, you have completed the mission remarkably well." Michaela nodded, and then smiled at the back of Karp, saying, "Karp, it's time for us to leave." Karp did not turn around or answer. He simply stood there gazing at the scene before him. Michaela noticed that the direction Karp was facing was precisely O'Hara. Even now one could still see the smoke rising into the sky from O'Hara's sinking. It was unknown what thoughts were swirling in Karp's mind. Michaela simply bypassed him and directly informed Bogart to prepare for departure. When he returned, Karp was still standing alone on the deck, like a stubborn stone. He just stood there. One might think he was a statue lost in contemplation. Suddenly, Michaela realized something and twitched the corner of his mouth. He approached Karp's side and looked at his face. Sure enough, this old man had fallen asleep while standing again. After all this commotion, besides having a carefree heart, the D family members must also have the innate talent for unconditional deep sleep, right? Michaela could no longer tolerate it and unleashed a bit of holy flame, burning half of Karp's pants. Feeling the heat, Karp gradually woke up, looking down. "Michaela, you brat, come here and face me." Michaela naturally would not back down. After all, Karp had fallen asleep on his own. Now he dares to sleep standing up. He's probably going to fall asleep in battle in the future. He was helping old Karp, justifying himself in his heart. So when he made his move, he was especially bold. "Taste my iron fist of love." Karp, seeing Michaela start to fight back, suddenly revealed a faint smile. Then he unleashed a seemingly ordinary punch. But Michaela knew that this punch combined strength, speed, skill, and armed color hockey. So without hesitation, he drew ace, and the armed color hockey instantly dyed the blade's pattern a dark purple. Holy flames also surged from his body, wrapping around the sword's edge. He then positioned himself in front. Clang. Fist met sword, producing the sound of metal clashing. Michaela staggered back a few steps, and Karp also took 2 steps back. "This kid, your power is a bit excessive, don't you think?" Karp looked at Michaela in surprise. During this year and a half, he had thoroughly understood the peculiarities of Michaela's body. The rapidly growing power, speed, and hockey content had completely shattered his previous perceptions. But just now that sudden full-force strike made Carp realize. During this year and a half this kid had actually been holding back. If it hadn't been for his sudden strike prompting Michaela to instinctively counter with full strength, he might still have been kept in the dark. Just by the fact that Michaela could take his punch and scathe, Carp could conclude. This kid's strength had definitely surpassed those elite colonels, reaching the level of Gaji and Mamatatsu. Now Michaela just needed to fight more strong opponents to thoroughly replenish his battle experience. Thinking of this, Carp couldn't help but glance again at this guy whose handsome face revealed a sly and wicked smile. Damn it, a candidate for Admiral under 20. Who can he reason with? At this moment, Carp suddenly remembered when he asked Sengoku for a long leave, telling him he was going to take Michaela and Stella for training. Sengoku unhesitatingly granted an indefinite long leave. At that time, Sengoku's gaze was very subtle. Looking back now, that guy Sengoku must have always known about Michaela's extraordinary strength and talent. Damn, he and that old man were played. Michaela took a long time to finally appease the petty Carp. But for a long time, Carp treated him with a look that was not a look and a mouth that was not a mouth. All right, old man Carp, I admit I did hide some strength, but wasn't it to give you my master a surprise? For surprise. I think you were hiding your strength thinking of staying in the paradise a little longer, right? Michaela twitched the corner of his mouth. This old man may not be particularly clever, but that beast-like intuition is truly frightening. Cough, how old am I? How long have I been in Navy? You want me to go to the New World and fight those ruthless pirates? You have a cruel heart. Don't slander me. Oh, I never said you should go to the New World right now. Carp rolled his eyes. As a friend of Zephyr, he naturally had insights into training the Navy and would never throw excellent new blood into the meat grinder of the New World. Of course, if Akainu were to take power in the future, then it would be uncertain. By the way, have you considered changing the appearance of this sword? Carp pointed to Ace at Michaela's waist. Although Roger gave Ace to you, this is after all the Pirate King's sword, or it might cause some trouble in the future. What? Do you think I would be afraid? I don't think you're afraid of trouble, but I think you're afraid of inconvenience. Well, you really understand me too well. Michaela gave a thumbs up to old man Carp. Though that's the case, finding a blacksmith capable of forging the supreme great sword again is too difficult. Does this matter really require a blacksmith? Carp pointed to Michaela himself. Is there any blacksmith with the temperature of your holy flames? Michaela was taken aback. Right? With the holy flames, he could completely reforge Ace by himself. No need for much alteration. He just wasn't accustomed to this Western-style long sword with hand protection. Old man Carp, leaving aside everything else, your bizarre line of thought is truly impressive. He'll pretend you were complimenting me. Carp twitched the corner of his mouth, suppressing the urge to hit Michaela. But where are we going next? We can't just bring this whole ship of scholars back to the Navy headquarters, can we? Of course not. Michaela shook his head, revealing a confident smile. We're going to a place where the Navy can't interfere, but is a member of the world government. Huh? Are you talking about? That's right, we're going to Alabasta. Alabasta, a superpower located in the first half of the Grand Line, known as Paradise, boasts a population of over 10 million and a standing army of 600,000. The nation is ruled by the Nefertari family, descendants of one of the 20 kings who founded the world government, specifically Nefertari D. Lily. Back in the day, they were the royal family of Alabasta, but instead of remaining in Mariawa as the so-called celestial dragons, they returned to Alabasta. To be honest, this family can be considered one of the rare good ones in the entire world of One Piece. They truly love their people and prioritize them above all. Their refusal to become celestial dragons already established their status in the eyes of Michael. Not to mention, Alabasta has a vast expanse of inland territory. Throughout the world of One Piece, this nation possesses the most excellent strategic depth. It is indeed a natural stronghold. At this moment, Michael began to understand why Crocodile was so intent on stealing this country. That guy has quite the strategic vision. Michael in this instant not only developed thoughts about Alabasta, but also about Crocodile. He has always been rather tolerant of intelligent individuals. Navigating through the harbor entrance, they entered Alabasta, making their way towards the capital, Alyabarna. Michael witnessed the rare prosperity and peace of other regions. Alabasta seems like an atypical nation in the entire world of One Piece. After all, the current Alabasta is not in the state of being infiltrated by Baroque works post-storyline, where both monarchy and economy are on the verge of collapse. With a standing army of 600,000, the combat power is without question. Even the numbers alone are enough to intimidate the unscrupulous. The Navy's demon-slaying order only gathered around 10,000. Michael, this place is so beautiful. Stella stood side by side with Michael at the bow of the ship, gazing at the prosperous scene along the banks of the river, exclaiming, "It truly is unprecedented." Stella, once a wandering bard, has traveled through many nations along the Grand Line, but has never encountered a nation as grand as Alabasta. So my dream is to ensure that everyone in the world can live a life equal to that of the people of Alabasta. No, to live a life far beyond what the people of Alabasta have now. By the way, it's already noon. Where are Old Man Garp and Little Robin? Oh, Little Robin is currently teaching Admiral Garp. She mentioned that as a naval hero, Admiral Garp should have a higher level of education. Michael furrowed his brows. He just couldn't have heard that right. Robin teaching Garp. But upon further thought, it made sense. With Garp's level of education, he was limited to understanding newspapers and various orders issued by Sengoku. Although Robin is only 8 years old, she is indeed a bona fide genius who has earned the title of scholar. Michael, are we almost at the port? Stella interrupted Michael's thoughts, pointing into the distance. In that land of yellow sands and oases, Michael saw a massive port filled with various merchant and passenger ships. However, there were no pirate ships or naval warships. Thus, when Garp's flagship sailed into the harbor, it immediately attracted widespread attention. My goodness, is this a warship? Why is it so much larger than the warships I've seen abroad? Does the warship have a doghead at the bow? Are all naval warships like this? You uncultured folks. The dog-headed bow warship is Admiral Garp's flagship, the naval hero. Wow. Aliabarna in the Grand Palace Hall, the young King Cobra sat on the throne, exhaustedly managing the affairs of the kingdom. Meanwhile, Akaram served alongside him. Your Majesty Cobra. A palace guard rushed in, seemingly encountering some extraordinary event, forgetting the usual etiquette and directly barging into the hall. Hey, you, that's incredibly rude. Akaram scolded, but Cobra raised a hand to stop him. Then Cobra looked at the palace guard, his expression showing no signs of reproach. Calm down, take your time to explain. What exactly has happened? Ikaram's mouth twitched. Although others could not see it, he saw everything clearly. His Majesty Cobra happily tossed the heavy official documents on the table. It wasn't interest in what had happened, he simply wanted to slack off. Of course, just a moment of internal complaints. His Majesty Cobra is mostly a wise and excellent king. Huh. Your Majesty Cobra, there's a group of Navy outside seeking an audience. The Navy? Cobra's interest was instantly piqued. Then let them in. Why are you so flustered? But the palace guard swallowed hard. They have a large group of people behind them claiming to bring warmth to your Majesty. Cobra's corner of his mouth twitched, nearly losing the little authority he had. Cough, cough, then let them in. I am quite curious about their intentions. Understood. The palace guard saluted before rushing out again. However, Akaram frowned, leaning down to whisper in Cobra's ear. Your Majesty, Alabasta has never established a Navy branch. Why is the Navy suddenly so interested in us? Precisely because we don't know the situation. We should see them, shouldn't we? The young Cobra's eyes gleamed. All unconventional events could be opportunities for the country to become even stronger. After saying this, he straightened his posture, waiting for the Navy to arrive. After a while, several Navy personnel entered the hall, accompanied by a large group of oddly shaped individuals. To his shock, the Navy leading them was none other than the naval hero Admiral Garp. But amid his surprise, he noticed a Navy officer slightly behind Garp, sporting a head of platinum-colored hair. This hair color is indeed rare. Esteemed King Cobra, I am Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, it's a pleasure to meet you. Admiral Garp, this isn't our first meeting. I've also attended the World Conference. Oh, I see. Garp's previously serious demeanor instantly crumbled, and he was then sharply poked in the back by Michael. Your Majesty Cobra, I am Lieutenant Commander Michael of the Navy headquarters. Admiral Garp has had a long journey, so allow me to present the subsequent matters. All right, Michael, does the Navy have any needs from Alabasta? No, quite the opposite. We are here to assist Alabasta. Michael shook his head and then pointed to the large group of O'Hara scholars behind him. Your Majesty Cobra, with Alabasta possessing the largest land area in the world, I presume education and its dissemination must be a significant issue. These 200-plus scholars from O'Hara, I believe Alabasta would find them quite necessary. Upon hearing this, Cobra's expression turned serious. Lieutenant Commander Michael, O'Hara was not subjected to the demon-slaying order. Oh, I apologize, dear King Cobra, I misspoke just now. Cough, cough, cough. So it turns out to be our scholars from Alabasta. Cobra, a rare wise ruler in the world of pirates, indeed has a quicker mind than others. Michael merely changed his address, and he immediately grasped the deeper meaning behind the words. Michael, hurry up and arrange accommodations for our scholars from Alabasta. No, let's arrange for them to stay in the royal palace first. Although Cobra reached a consensus with Michael in an instant, he still chose to be cautious. After all, now that so many scholars from O'Hara have been rescued, it's best not to let them show themselves for the time being. Once the heat dies down, they can be given new identities. I will obey your orders, Your Majesty Cobra. Icolum immediately took the command, and then left the great hall with the scholars led by Dr. Clover. Kapu was still a bit bewildered, unable to react. Huh, is that it? What else would it be? Michael rolled his eyes at the old man Kapu. It was always a matter of mutual consent. You don't think it needs to be drawn out, do you, eh? Both Michael and Cobra, being wise individuals, understood well that their time was extremely valuable and must not be wasted on trivial gains. Lieutenant Colonel Michael, thank you for returning the scholars of Alabasta to their homeland, Cobra said seriously. I wonder what you need me to do. No beating around the bush, let's get straight to the point. Michael enjoyed dealing with such straightforward individuals. It was both worry-free and hassle-free. Your Majesty, Cobra is truly a forthright person. Michael nodded. Then I will speak plainly. I hope to establish a naval branch in Alabasta. As soon as Michael finished his sentence, Cobra's expression changed. It wasn't rejection, but rather he began to ponder whether this deal was worth it. Over 200 excellent scholars with diverse knowledge were urgently needed throughout Alabasta. Only knowledge can bring about civilization. However, to do so, would he allow the Navy to establish a branch in Alabasta, thereby extending the reach of the world government into Alabasta? If it were any other member country of the world government, they would likely agree without hesitation, as this is a shortcut to getting on good terms with the world government and the Navy. But the Nefertari family, as descendants of one of the 20 kings who founded the world government, once had the chance to become celestial dragons, yet chose to return to their homeland. They understood better than anyone what the world government and the so-called celestial dragons truly were. This is also the reason why Cobra had consistently refused to allow the Navy to station in Alabasta and had dedicated national resources to cultivate a standing army of 600,000. While he cherished peace, he also did not wish to see his country fall into a state of being controlled and exploited by the world government. I know what you're worried about. Please rest assured the head of this branch will only be me, but your identity will always be that of the Navy. I am indeed part of the Navy, Michael nodded, but my objectives align closely with those of your Majesty. Looking at Cobra, Michael took 2 steps forward and continued. As a member of the Nefertari family, which should have become celestial dragons, you should know better than I do that the world government and the celestial dragons bring more harm than good to the world. Upon hearing Michael's words, Cobra's first thought wasn't to reply or pretend he didn't hear such crazy talk, but rather to look at Kapu, who was standing nearby. To his surprise, Kapu, who had been so spirited just a moment ago, was now standing there, asleep. A huge bubble of snot was even forming on his nose. Lieutenant General Kapu, this is. Your Majesty, Cobra, don't mind Lieutenant General Kapu for now. What do you think of my proposal just now? Michael glanced thoughtfully at the sleeping Kapu and then softly smiled. Our objectives, at least the majority of them, are the same, aren't they? You wish to keep your country free from the influence of the world government, and I want the Navy to no longer be under the control of the world government. Essentially, there is no difference in what we seek. Michael, has Your Majesty, Cobra agreed to your request just like that? Stella, who had just witnessed everything in the Great Hall, couldn't help but ask Michael, isn't this tantamount to going against the entire world government? Did he really agree just like that? What of it? Everything he does in this country is to shake off the influence of the world government. Cough, cough, cough. All right, Michael, let's keep such discussions to a minimum outside from now on. Kapu, who had just been asleep in the Great Hall, had long since woken up. To be precise, he had never actually fallen asleep. This old man seemed like a brainless brute, but in reality, he was a master of performance and had an extremely keen political instinct. As soon as he heard Michael was planning to discuss some outrageous matters with King Cobra, he immediately pretended to fall into a deep sleep. After all, Michael knew that Kapu was on his side, but others did not. So Kapu simply decided to go all in on the act. But is your plan really reliable? Kapu asked in a low voice. Although we've already discussed the establishment of the naval branch with Cobra, its implementation still depends on Sengoku's stance. Kapu didn't elaborate, but Michael understood the implication. This matter was up to Sengoku, and Sengoku was still firmly on the side of the world government. The occurrence of the O'Hara incident had at most caused Sengoku to waver somewhat in his stance, but a complete change was still far from reality. Moreover, why did you set your sights on Alabasta? Are you after that standing army of 600,000? Is this one of the 3 sources of troops outside of Wano you mentioned? Of course not, Michael shook his head. Alabasta is not a source of troops, but rather a base. A base? To me, Alabasta is like Baldy's place is to Brother Long. So you understand now, right? The ruler is wise, free from the influence of the world government, and possesses favorable economic conditions for the development of spiritual civilization. Most importantly, in this country, everyone knows Alabasta, but not the world government, unlike some other nations that worship the world government. Such a favorable environment must be developed into a base as early as possible. Those sparks will ignite for the first time from the deserts and oases of Alabasta. After leaving the palace of Alabasta, the group headed straight back to the warship. Meanwhile, Bogart, who remained on the warship, immediately brought 2 big news. Lieutenant General Kapu, we just received a tip-off from the Navy headquarters. There is unrest in the Sorbet Kingdom. Monkey D. Dragon has led the Revolutionary Army into the fray. What the hell? Carp was completely stunned when he heard the news. He had originally thought that his son was merely involved in some self-defense force protests, which mostly served as a charitable organization. But to his surprise, this time he had actually joined the war. Moreover, he was meddling in another country's civil war. What's wrong? Do you find what Brother Long is doing now unbelievable? Michael smirked, commenting, when I mentioned Brother Long to Alvia, I thought you had come to a realization. Carp's expression turned melancholic instantly. It was easy to say, but when it came to his own son, he still felt a surge of blood. He truly did not understand what sins he had committed, having a son who was clearly destined to be a naval officer only to have him run away shortly after joining the Navy. Now he was off to engage in activities no different from Michael. This was enough to give his old man a heart attack. Michael ignored Carp's self-pity and turned to Bogart, asking, did the intel mention the specific situation of the Sorb Kingdom now? Bogart nodded and said the king of the Sorb Kingdom, Bekele, in order to reduce the gold tribute from the skies, decided to divide the country in half, thus enacting the North-South governance law, where one half of the territory is under state protection, while the other half becomes a true lawless land. After hearing this, Michael sighed inwardly. A country like this truly has no hope. Such actions were completely identical to those of the world government. The territory under state protection refers to the member states of the world government, and the so-called lawless land refers to those non-member states. Such actions inevitably lead to internal strife. This was also the new step taken by Brother Long leading the self-defense force. It was from here that Brother Long truly realized that persuasion and protests were all nonsense. Only from the barrel of a gun can power arise. It was also from this moment that Monkey D. Long began to contemplate transforming the self-defense force into a true revolutionary army. And after a period of time, Alvia's arrival would bring the O'Hara incident to their ears, marking the true birth of the Revolutionary Army. Is there any other information? Michael asked again, to which Bogart shook his head. All right then, Carp, we should return to the naval headquarters now. Carp's eyes nearly popped out as he looked at Michael in disbelief. Wait, the situation has escalated to this point, and you can still calmly talk about returning. What else can we do? Are you planning to capture Brother Long in the Sorb Kingdom? Michael rolled his eyes. Don't forget, the self-defense force is not comprised of criminals. Indeed, Monkey D. Long, who had not yet officially established the Revolutionary Army, was not even a wanted criminal in the Navy. Carp, aside from being a father, had no say over him. But when has this fatherly status ever worked? Michael chuckled, which turned Carp's face green with anger. Then his face changed from green to purple, and from purple to black. He was completely enraged. Michael, if I don't beat you to a pulp today, it would count as if you had never eaten a devil fruit. By the time they returned to the naval headquarters, 5 days had already passed. Michael was grimacing as he stretched his shoulders. The angered Carp was indeed a bit too fierce. If it weren't for little Robin waking up and stepping onto the deck, he surely would have been pinned down and beaten by the furious Carp. All right, what are you pretending for? With your strength, it shouldn't be particularly difficult to take my full-strength attack, right? Whether it's difficult or not is one thing, but it certainly hurts. Michael replied with a pained expression. All right. I don't have time to bicker with you. I need to go home and see my daughter and grandson. Carp waved his hand and directly left the warship, heading towards his residence. Having been away from home for so long, he had even missed the birth of his grandson, which was understandable given his urgent mood. But at least give a few words of advice before you leave. You're a vice admiral. How are you still so childish? Michael complained, but upon seeing Bogart and the other naval soldiers who had long since gotten used to this, he felt that the Navy brothers of the G3 branch really had a hard time dealing with Carp. But since they had already gotten used to it, they might as well continue to do so. Michael brought Stella to Sengoku's office. He didn't even knock, just pushed the door open and plopped down on the sofa. Yo, old man, I'm back. You could at least knock a couple of times before entering my office. You're a lieutenant commander. How are you still so childish? Wait, you're using my words against me. Stop playing dumb with me. Didn't you go out to sea training with Carp? Why are you suddenly back today? Sengoku didn't even lift his head, completely focused on the documents. It can't be that you had a falling out with Carp, right? Michael's mouth twitched. Indeed, 5 days ago he had gotten Carp all riled up, leading to a brief falling out. But you calculate so well. What are you doing as a naval officer, old man? A fortune teller. Seeing that Sengoku still hadn't raised his head, Michael decided to drop a bigger bomb. By the way, I went to Alabasta. Alabasta? That's a good place. You and Carp really know how to enjoy yourselves. You had to go to such a wealthy and prosperous place for training. Indeed, speaking of Alabasta's grand national demeanor, it truly shocked me. Michael nodded in agreement, then continued. So I had a good conversation with King Cobra of Alabasta, and we finalized the establishment of a naval branch in Alabasta. Then let's build it. Isn't it just establishing a naval branch in Alabasta? What the hell? Suddenly realizing something was off, Sengoku abruptly raised his head, looking at the giggling Stella and the calm Michael. Say that again. What did you just say? Old man, you're only 1 year older than Carp. How come you're already getting hard of hearing? Quit the nonsense. All right, you heard correctly. I talked with King Cobra of Alabasta and reached an agreement to establish a naval branch in Alabasta. But with conditions. Sengoku's frowning brow relaxed at this point. Without conditions, he would have thought Michael was fooling him. With conditions, that made sense. What are the conditions? The first condition is that the government institutions related to the naval branch must be held by Alabastans. This isn't a big problem. Sengoku nodded. Alabasta had always been on the fringes of the world government, so this condition was quite normal. As for the second condition, King Cobra requires that the head of the naval branch must be me. Zhangguo blinked as if meeting Michael for the first time. After a long sigh, he said, forget it, do whatever you want. Just be careful. Don't worry, old man, don't you know how much I value my life? Michael shrugged and left Zhangguo's office with Stella. Zhangguo gazed deeply at Michael's departing figure. From the moment Michael persuaded him regarding the destruction of O'Hara, Zhangguo knew that Michael was definitely not a compliant individual. He had always held disdain for the so-called celestial dragons and the world government. This time was clearly a confrontation with the world government. However, since it involved him, he chose to use some underhanded methods in secret. And since Carp was willing to join him in this madness, it indicated that Carp was in full agreement with Michael's actions. But it was too dangerous. Once these matters were exposed, even he would not be able to protect Michael. The best outcome would be to leave the Navy hunted by the world government for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Zhangguo could not help but sigh. What could be more frustrating than having a son? He then took out a transponder snail. After dialing, the voice of Granny Crane came through. Hello? Zhangguo, is something wrong? Little Crane, are you on your way back? I'm on my way back. That little guy named Doflamingo is quite slippery. He managed to escape. Granny Crane continued in a calm voice. However, I also uncovered some information. This little guy was once a celestial dragon. Indeed, a troublesome matter, Zhangguo nodded but spoke with resignation. However, Doflamingo is not important. Let's set him aside for now. From the tone of your voice, could it be that Michael has stirred up some major news again? Granny Crane's voice gradually took on a hint of amusement. You can never seem to deal with him. Don't laugh just yet, little Crane. This kid interfered with the demon hunt order. Say that again. Has Michael lost his mind? He didn't directly interfere. He just arrived at O'Hara with Carp ahead of schedule and relocated all the civilians, then made me order a canoe not to land and to directly execute the demon hunt order. Upon hearing Zhangguo's explanation, Granny Crane's suddenly elevated blood pressure calmed down a bit. Has Michael explained the reason for his actions? Of course. Zhangguo anticipated that she would ask this, so he recounted what Michael had said over the transponder snail. Michael actually makes a lot of sense. After a long pause, Granny Crane finally spoke. Zhangguo, we have always known that the actions of the world government are far removed from the justice the Navy should pursue. So we must be prepared. Prepare for a complete overhaul one day. After leaving the Navy headquarters, Michael did not linger around Marineford. Instead, he returned to Sabady Archipelago with Little Robin and Stella. After all, he was the Vice Admiral of Peach Rabbit, having spent 2 years fishing outside, leaving his direct superior to deal with the mess in Sabady. Even someone as thick-skinned as Michael would feel a bit ashamed. Of course, just a little bit. So, is this the reason you brought back a little girl after your return? Peach Rabbit's lips twitched as she looked at the little girl who was about the height of her calf, lost in thought. Hasn't it been less than 2 years? How did the child grow so tall? Peach Rabbit, you're only 27. Oh, why do you sound like an old lady? I'm still young. Michael comforted Little Robin, who was a bit flustered in front of Peach Rabbit, by patting her head. Oomph. Peach Rabbit snorted coldly and then returned to her desk. Are you suggesting that such a little one should join the Navy on special terms? For high IQ talents, we must grasp them early, Michael said with a hint of a smile. And I am presenting you with a good candidate for a new Vice Admiral. New Vice Admiral? What about you? Peach Rabbit instinctively asked, then couldn't help but shake her head with a laugh. After all, Michael would eventually rise up the ranks. She was not the least bit surprised that he would reach the rank of Rear Admiral in the coming years. Being her Vice Admiral in a sense was also Zhangguo's intention to keep Michael away from those sordid affairs. Seeing the relieved smile on Peach Rabbit's face, Michael shrugged and said, after more than a year of training under Carp, I've taken down quite a few pirates. Once Carp has had enough of doting on his grandson and reports to Zhangguo, I will be promoted. So I hurried back here as fast as I could before that happens. After all, we haven't implemented the plan we agreed upon yet. Michael flashed a smile that was both warm and sinister at Peach Rabbit. She paused for a moment, then revealed a hint of cunning. Are you ready? Of course. Michael nodded and said to Peach Rabbit, let's clean up Sabady Archipelago properly. There are simply too many scum. The beautiful morning. On Sabaody Archipelago's unlawful lands from Islands 1 to 29, a large number of Navy officers surged in. Fully armed, they kicked open the doors of every human trafficking shop and gang stronghold in the unlawful lands, dragging the still dreaming human traffickers and gang members out of bed. Hello, we are the Navy of Sabaody Archipelago. We are here on orders to check for fire hazards. Please cooperate. Different houses, different voices shouted the same lines. The human traffickers and gang members, after a brief moment of confusion, all reacted. This is an unlawful place. The Navy has no jurisdiction here. Who do you think we are working for? We work for the Celestial Dragons. You Navy scum better get out of here. Similar cries of resistance were everywhere. Yet they fell silent like mutes after the Navy shoved their guns in their mouths. Repeat after me. We are here on orders to check for fire hazards. Please cooperate. The leading Navy officer, as if finishing a script, ignored their reactions and waved his hand, and the Navy rushed in to begin their inspections. This table seems to have hazards. Let's flip it over and take a look. I think this wall is suspicious. Let's break it open and see. 3.5 hours later, the Navy withdrew. They left behind houses that looked as if a hurricane had passed through. The human traffickers and gang members stared blankly at their homes, shedding tears of humiliation. But half an hour later. Hello, we are the Navy of Sabaody Archipelago. We are here on orders to check for flood hazards. 3 days later. I have to say, Michael, it's really you who suffered the most. Tao 2 and Michael swaggered down the streets of the lawless zone. Looking at those who usually acted without restraint, now pale and looking like they might collapse at any moment, I couldn't help but give Michael a thumbs up. Although it is called the lawless zone, it is still largely under the jurisdiction of the Navy. Those who open shops or form gangs here are often somewhat connected to the world government or even the Celestial Dragons. Therefore, the Navy has traditionally turned a blind eye to this area. But when they truly intervene, these gangsters and human traffickers who are used to being arrogant and look down upon the Navy realize, compared to the Navy's power, they are utterly insignificant. Divide the stationed troops in the Sabaody Archipelago into 6 groups, conducting inspections in batches at different times, each lasting 3.5 hours. Even the living would be tortured into ghosts. Tao 2 shook her head with a hint of emotion. Especially those phrases you came up with. To be honest, after hearing them a few times, I start to hear echoes in my head. I can't even imagine how painful it must be for this group of people under such multiple mental torment. Did the gangsters and traffickers resist? Of course they did. Tao 2 nodded, pointing into the distance. Aren't they all right there? That was the transportation hub of the lawless zone, but at this moment, it was piled high with a small mountain of corpses. Under exhaustion and mental torment, some would eventually lose all rationality. What awaited them were bullets and blades. As for those large gangs and human trafficking auctions that hired powerful pirates for protection, after I captured 6 pirates with bounties exceeding 70 million, they obediently accepted the inspections. It's truly amusing. Not only can they not continue their human trafficking, but they probably can't even manage their daily lives. Michael nodded. This result did not surprise him. Then we can almost let all the Navy soldiers in to rescue all the victims. And then, give them a swift end and hang them all outside their respective establishments. Michael spoke calmly, and even Tao 2, who was already aware of the arrangements, couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Is this method cruel? Indeed. But when it comes to these traffickers and gangsters, Tao 2 felt a sense of inner comfort. Do they think the Celestial Dragons are their backing, giving them support, so the Navy cannot do anything? Michael curled his lips. He had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Recently, the public order hasn't been great, and the esteemed Celestial Dragons are coming to the Sabaody Archipelago for a visit. I am doing this for the safety of the Celestial Dragons, inspecting all potential hazards and preventing any assassins from sneaking in. What if a Celestial Dragon gets assassinated? Wouldn't I have the justification to sweep through the entire Sabaody Archipelago? Tao 2 glanced at Michael, who was deep in thought, and grinned. This little guy's mind is really dark, but she liked it. However, like or not, Tao 2 hesitated for a moment, looking at Michael, who was clearly still calculating something, and asked, Michael, even though I don't know what you're really planning, are you really doing this for the Navy? Michael looked at Tao 2 in surprise. This was not something that the martial arts-oriented Tao 2 would typically ask. If you see the Navy as a tool, a means for the world government to maintain control, then I am certainly not doing this for the Navy's benefit. But if you view the Navy as a protector of peace and order, as a guardian of the common people, then what I am doing now is indeed a great good. Michael had no defenses against Tao 2. Even the details of his fruit abilities were known to her. To weaken the influence of the Celestial Dragons step by step, allowing the Navy to transcend the control of the world government, ideally becoming a counterbalance to the world government. You must understand that the world government maintains its rule primarily through the Navy, not the lofty Celestial Dragons. When the world government goes against the very justice the Navy seeks, if the Navy does not correct its course, it is no different from supporting tyranny. Only when the absurd rule of the celestial dragons falls from grace and the era of great pirates representing chaotic freedom emerges as a response to their tyranny, can there be hope for an end. Michael raised his head, looking at the pile of corpses in the distance and the rising sun behind it. A clear sky should not be overshadowed by dark clouds. This event, known as the Great Inspection of the Sabati Archipelago, came to a close amidst the sounds of gunfire. Sengoku, this time Michael's actions are indeed a bit too drastic. Carp sat in Sengoku's office, leaning against the sofa for the first time, not grabbing Sengoku's snacks, but instead spoke with a serious expression. Of course I know I'm not blind. Sengoku didn't even lift his eyes, but this time, the celestial dragons actually didn't react much. No reaction. Carp was somewhat surprised. How big of a move was this? Yet the celestial dragons actually didn't react. Michael's actions this time in small terms were about addressing slave trafficking and rampant gangs. In large terms, it was like pressing the celestial dragons' faces into the ground and giving them a good shoeing. Do you think the celestial dragons care about the lives of those traffickers and gangsters? In their eyes, is there anything more important than preserving their noble lives? So after Michael sent the pirates working for the traffickers to the world government institutions saying they were the assassins, discovered the celestial dragons didn't doubt it at all. Instead, they were relieved that they hadn't gone to the Sabati Archipelago ahead of time. Carp listened and suddenly burst out laughing. How long has it been since we've seen the celestial dragons in such a predicament? Even after suffering a loss, they didn't express any anger. Sengoku's lips also briefly revealed a hint of a smile, but it quickly faded. Don't celebrate too soon. Although the celestial dragons have cowered the Gorosei and the world government have not. So, just to be safe, let's recall Michael to the Navy headquarters. Carp nodded in agreement. That's right, with the merits he's accumulated from killing pirates over the past 2 years, he is definitely due for a promotion. But does he really need to return to the Navy headquarters? If you ask me, isn't he supposed to be the head of the Alabasta Navy branch? Just let him go to Alabasta directly. Establishing a Navy branch takes a long time, and it's better for Michael to remain hidden in the shadows for now. Sengoku raised his head, looking at Carp. Do you remember my idea from yesterday? You mean that Special Forces unit? Exactly, I believe Michael is the most suitable candidate right now. Sengoku said, placing the documents in his hand down. The document was titled, Preliminary Concept for the Establishment of the Sword Special Forces Unit. According to the report submitted by Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, during his tenure at sea, Navy Lieutenant Michael has killed and captured over 1,600 pirates. Among them, the number of bountied pirates reached 52. The total bounty amount has reached 1,200,000,000. After verification by the Navy headquarters, all the above information has been confirmed as factual. Now, Lieutenant Michael of the Navy headquarters is specially promoted to Rear Admiral. After listening to the nearby Navy soldier read this document, Michael yawned. He then turned to look at the old man Garp sitting next to him, who was signaling him with his eyes. Michael, this is a promotion and awarding ceremony. You should take it a bit more seriously. Yes, Michael nodded repeatedly. So you specially called me back from Sabati Archipelago, just for this? What? Is there a problem? Of course there is a problem. For a promotion order is enough. Michael lazily scratched his neck. I was having a great time at Sabati Archipelago. Having a great time? You mean killing a lot, right? Sengoku waved his hand, signaling the soldiers responsible for reading and recording to leave, then glared at Michael. Your actions at Sabati Archipelago were simply too flamboyant. If previously, when you burned the slave smuggling ship, you were merely known to the celestial dragons, now, you are completely being targeted by the celestial dragons. Sengoku's brow furrowed. He was not speaking alarmist rhetoric. The celestial dragons really have taken action. They sent a member of CP0. Although that CP0 member was blocked by himself, if Michael continues to act so high-profile during this period, then the tricks from the celestial dragons, or rather the world government, will soon be directed at him. Being recalled to the Navy headquarters at this moment is Michael's greatest protective charm. All right, old man, let's skip the formalities. Michael smiled. With our relationship, it would be impolite to beat around the bush. After exchanging glances with Garp, Sengoku sighed. He then continued, from today on, I hereby appoint Navy Lieutenant Michael as the commander of the Confidential Special Unit Sword. Apart from internal supervisory authority, you will have theoretical maximum autonomy. Michael blinked and asked, what does theoretical maximum autonomy mean? Within the Navy, below the rank of Rear Admiral, you can temporarily dismiss anyone who does not obey orders and assignments. Moreover, any Navy personnel engaged in private benefit exchanges with gangs or even slave trafficking organizations can be executed directly if there is conclusive evidence. Furthermore, with the consent of the person being requisitioned, you can recruit anyone into the Sword Confidential Special Unit. After finishing, Sengoku took a sip of the tea on the table. Ah, refreshing. Looking at the dispatch order in his hand, Michael suddenly said to Sengoku, without any preamble, since that's the case. Razanandi just happened to have joined the Navy. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Sengoku's brow furrowed. Just joined the Navy not long ago, and is directly entering such a special unit. Can Razanandi really handle it? But since he had already given Michael the power to manage this matter, he certainly wouldn't interfere. Perhaps this is fate. Razanandi being taken from his family by the celestial dragons, is fate his parents dying tragically, and his brother completely releasing his nature, is fate being picked up by Sengoku, while drifting on the sea, is fate having Michael as an older brother. Is also fate. Some people are destined to do great things. Michael, big brother, are you sure you want me to join? Razanandi hasn't eaten the quiet fruit yet. He talks a lot. Stop babbling, Lieutenant Razanandi, do whatever the commander tells you to do. Michael jumped up and patted this guy on the shoulder, his expression slightly distorted. Tisk, what's the point of being so tall for no reason? Razanandi found himself in an awkward situation from Michael's words. Clearly it was a very happy matter, yet why did it suddenly turn to height? Razanandi himself also felt that his body was still developing with a vague trend towards reaching the 4-meter mark. So, big brother Michael, where are we going next? Since the old man has given me the power to requisition freely, I will naturally take responsibility and help him select some promising candidates from the Navy. Michael had a rough plan for the recruits he wanted. Why say roughly? After all, if someone is really unwilling to leave their original unit to join the confidential special unit, Sword, then he has no way. A forced melon is not only not sweet, but also bitter. Moreover, many of those candidates he was eyeing are subordinates of elite rear admirals. Overall, Michael, who has been authorized by Sengoku, is quite pleased. Razanandi, do you know how many elite rear admirals are currently in the headquarters? Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit is still at Sabeti Archipelago. Vice Admiral T-Pig is on a mission. Vice Admiral Akainu is stationed at G1A, and the other rear admirals are basically at the headquarters. Michael nodded as he listened to Razanandi's report. Sure enough, these days are actually the time for the Navy's periodic resume reports. After all, the Navy is an official organization. It's not just about working silently after joining. A massive organization requires the individual autonomy of the members to operate smoothly. After thinking for a moment, Michael clapped his hands and laughed. Then for our first stop, let's go to Granny Crane. Razanandi, who initially wanted to take a sip of water before setting off, almost spit it out upon hearing the name mentioned by his big brother. Granny Crane, the Navy's strategist chief advisor Vice Admiral Tsuru. Big brother, are we starting off by directly challenging the highest difficulty level? This is outrageous. Michael, are you sure? Razanandi still wanted to make a final struggle. To be honest, we could completely put Vice Admiral Tsuru last. Haha, Razanandi, your impression of Granny Tsuru is off right. Michael patted Razanandi's belly. Don't worry, Granny Tsuru is very gentle. As long as you are a good kid, Granny Tsuru will definitely not make things difficult for you. General Crane, is Hinata going to open the door? General Crane, as the chief of staff, had a pile of documents on her desk that was several times more than those on the table of the warring states. She paused her busy work, raised her head, and showed a gentle smile to Tina, saying, "Open the door, Hinata. It's that interesting child who has arrived." Hinata, still a 13-year-old girl, already possessed a hint of naval demeanor. As a new recruit specially recruited by General Crane, she had yet to see battle and still held the rank of warrant officer. But everyone knew how much General Crane valued this little girl. It was clear she was nurturing a future adjutant, perhaps even a future leader representing female officers in the Navy. In fact, there were many examples of individuals being specially recruited at such a young age. Like Smoker, who was already 15, discovered by Kazan at the execution site of Roger and brought into his own crew. And it turned out that Smoker's temper should have been matched with someone like Old Man Garp, who was also reckless. The combination of the two was uncertain in compatibility, but certainly amusing. After Hinata received a positive answer from Old Lady Crane, she stepped forward and opened the office door. Then she saw a handsome young man with platinum hair striding in from outside. "Old Lady Crane, may you live long." "Hee, Michael, it's really you. No, should I now call you Major Michael?" "Ahem, well, here with Old Lady Crane, I'm just a little brat." Michael approached the desk with a beaming smile. "You certainly have a sweet tongue." Old Lady Crane immediately showed a kind smile. Logically, she was about the same age as Garp, perhaps slightly younger, and hadn't even become a grandmother yet. But that kind of kindness seemed to be an innate power. "Oh, Hinata, long time no see." "Hinata feels it has been a long time, brother Razanandi." "Wait, you two know each other?" Michael was taken aback. The original work didn't detail the lives of every supporting character. But it made sense upon reflection. Both being new recruits, they were naval second-generation individuals nurtured by high-ranking officers, so it was normal for them to know each other. Moreover, Razanandi had always liked children. After all, even while undercover, he couldn't help but assist Ro. It was reasonable for this overly gentle brother of hers to be acquainted with these young naval officers, both in terms of sentiment and personality. Ah, this is easy to handle, old lady Crane. Michael displayed an innocent demeanor feigning naivety, somewhat reminiscent of excessive green tea. Why don't we let Hinata train with the special confidential unit? Michael, didn't Sengoku grant you the greatest autonomy? As long as Hinata agrees to your proposal, you can completely ignore me. Ahaha, old lady Crane, on such matters Sengoku has always been the one responsible for making decisions and determining the overall direction. Michael shrugged, pointing at the desk piled with documents, but the detailed matters must be decided by you, the chief of staff, which means my greatest autonomy was actually granted by you, old lady Crane. Michael wasn't just flattering when he said this. This was the position and power of old lady Crane within the Navy. If Sengoku were to lose his position, now the Navy would suffer minimal loss, at least not to the extent of being crippled. After all, the future three admirals Akainu, Kazan, and Kizaru had gradually reached their peak. Admiral Akiji was still vigorous and could easily step back into command. But if the chief of staff, old lady Crane, were to be lost, it would be equivalent to having the Navy's brain removed. In the entire world of One Piece, only old lady Crane instilled fear in others because of her intelligence. And this other refers to the future infamous Don Quixote Doflamingo. Chased by old lady Crane across the sea like a dog with its tail between its legs, even after joining the 7 warlords, he still didn't give Sengoku any face. Yet with just one word from old lady Crane, he obediently sat back in his chair for the meeting. After Michael finished speaking, old lady Crane sighed. It seems you have already grasped the situation of the entire sea, Michael. Hinata, this is your best training opportunity. And you see, for the foreseeable future, I will be trapped in the office due to my clerical work. Old lady Crane pointed at the documents on the desk, her face full of helplessness. Hinata understands. Hinata hesitated for a moment, then under old lady Crane's encouraging gaze saluted Michael. Major Michael Warren, officer, Hinata reporting for duty. In the following time, similar scenes played out continuously in the offices of various elite vice admirals. However, after Hinata emerged from old lady Crane's office, the vice admirals were quite accommodating. But it should be noted that there are factions within the Navy. Moreover, they are essentially led by the future 3 admirals who have already been predetermined. Led by Akainu, there is the radical combat faction filled with thoughts of battle and excitement, and due to Akainu's exemplary role, they usually disregard the lives of their comrades. On the other hand, the faction led by Kazan is the moderate peace faction, which is considered the most normal Navy, but is viewed as indecisive by the extremists. As for Kizaru, his faction is the neutral Buddhist faction, the largest in number, with most joining the Navy just to save their lives, obeying orders without doing anything extra. These are the 3 mainstream factions. Of course, there are other factions as well. For instance, the female soldier faction led by old lady Crane and Peach Rabbit, which doesn't need much introduction as the number of female soldiers is relatively scarce. Then there's the Navy's grandfather is the grandfather faction of the naval hero garb, characterized by recklessness. A large group of reckless individuals. They are usually very easy to talk to, granting favors to everyone. But once they get angry, even Sengoku won't be able to help. There's absolutely no situation where they would be whining to the clothing factory manager and then kneeling before the regiment commander, saying, "I give up." For instance, Smoker the Smoke Man is a typical representative. Although there are many factions, they are merely ideological differences and have not evolved into a scene of power struggles. Overall, they still share a common purpose. However, regarding whether to join the Sword Special Confidential Unit, people from various factions generally hold the same attitude. It sounds good, but I really don't want to leave my original unit. So even after Michael made a large round through the entire Navy headquarters, with Hinata added, only Smoker and the non-factional young Lieutenant T-Pen and Lieutenant Shio In chose to join. But Michael was quite satisfied with these 4. This special confidential unit was originally intended to be elite rather than numerous. Moreover, he didn't plan to recruit solely from the Navy headquarters. Major Michael, there are only 5 of us now. Is this really okay? Lieutenant Shuin, wearing a mask, said in the Navy headquarters. Of course it's fine. Michael looked at the 5 individuals before him, the eldest being 18-year-old Rosanandi and T-Pen. Shuin, who was speaking, was only 17 years old. T-Pen was a Navy character who left a deep impression in the original work. After all, he was the righteous ship-slaying hero, practically considered a semi-saint in terms of character. Other than being unattractive, he had no significant flaws. Such a renowned good person met his demise at the hands of the civilians he had tirelessly protected. Michael did not want T-Pen, such a good person, to meet the same fate in this world. However, the name Shuin, at first glance one would not recall who that was. He was the Navy colonel who used the rust fruit ability to destroy Zoro's excellent sword Snow on Judicial Island. This paramecia fruit was undoubtedly of high quality. In the original work, Shuin had little screen time and even fewer lines, but after interacting with him, Michael found him to be quite clever. He even had unique insights regarding the current multitude of Navy factions, which is why he had not joined any faction alongside his friend T. Pen. Of course, perhaps it was this behavior that led to talented young Navy members being ostracized by the so-called factions. They might not have intended to do anything to them, but the end result was delaying their growth. The Navy's training system was quite poor. The lack of resources could not solely be blamed on personnel issues. Meanwhile, the Sword Special Secret Unit was already taking shape. Apart from Michael, the commander of this unit, the Sword Special Secret Unit already had 2 Logia Fruit users, Stella and Smoker, as well as 2 Paramecia Fruit users, Hinai and Shuin and T. Pen, a promising young swordsman. This configuration was indeed quite substantial. Although both Logia fruits were lower tier, it was still sufficient. It was not impossible for lower tier fruits to rise against higher tier ones. Next, he just needed to set sail and find someone he had long had his eyes on. As Michael was contemplating, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Hey Michael, have you finished digging up the corner?" Michael paused, recognizing that lazy tone, sounding as if he was just slacking off. Turning around, indeed, it was the king of slacking off in the Navy, Kizaru Borsellino. Michael couldn't help but scoff inwardly. The temperament of a person was something that could not be changed in a lifetime. Borsellino before him was only 36 years old, in the prime of his life, yet inexplicably began to exude an elderly aura of someone nearing their end. "Tisk, dear Admiral Kizaru, please don't speak nonsense. Don't think that just because you're an admiral spreading rumors is legal. Besides, what do you mean by digging up corners? Kizaru, you are too superficial. I am giving the underappreciated young naval talents a chance to showcase their ambitions. This way they can become the true pillars of the Navy faster and better." Borsellino initially intended to tease Michael, but unexpectedly the latter skillfully responded with a series of official rhetoric. He then transformed into a streak of light, arriving in front of Michael, looking at him with great interest. "Ah, truly worthy of you, Michael." Borsellino patted Michael's shoulder. "You truly are a man raised beside Admiral Sengoku. Despite just becoming a major, you already have such skilled bureaucratic skills. It's really enviable." "Enough of the nonsense, Borsellino. Although you are an admiral, and I am a major, I am currently the commander of the special unit under Admiral Sengoku and General Staff Crane. If you keep being sarcastic, don't blame me for truly going against you." Michael shot a sidelong glance at the still cheerful Borsellino and turned to leave. But unexpectedly, Borsellino reached out to stop him. "What? Are you really planning to try me?" Michael suddenly felt his temper rising. "It was just a matter of digging a few corners." "What? Are you, Kizaru, unable to sit still?" "Ha ha ha, Michael, you are still as amusing as ever." Borsellino chuckled heartily, and then said, "Speaking of special secret units, Admiral Sengoku asked me to take you to receive the warship." "What? Receive a warship?" Upon hearing there was a benefit, his temper immediately subsided, and Borsellino's prematurely aged face appeared somewhat more agreeable in Michael's eyes. "That's right, it's a special warship specifically equipped for the special secret unit." "Wait, what kind of warship could lead you to personally bring me to receive it? This is quite a deal." Michael suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. To be honest, if it were just an ordinary warship, there would be no need for a future admiral to deliver the message right. Well, after all, I am the head of the Navy's scientific unit, so this prototype warship, which carries many confidential technologies, must pass through my hands. One must admit, Borsellino, this old slacker, indeed had a good temper. He completely disregarded Michael's earlier unfriendly and somewhat stiff tone. If Sakazuki were present, he would have likely already engaged in a fierce battle with Michael. Prototype warship. Wait, there are confidential technologies. Michael suddenly seemed to remember something, his gaze intensifying as he looked at Borsellino. This wouldn't be from Egghead Island's Vegapunk, would it? "Oh, Michael, you really know your stuff?" Borsellino nodded, smiling. "Indeed, there are quite a few excellent things just researched by Vegapunk. Taking this opportunity, I'll let you test them as well." Hearing Borsellino mention the name Vegapunk, Michael felt a bit overwhelmed. The old man and Granny Crane were indeed quite generous. It seemed they understood that there were significant internal issues within the Navy. However, at this moment, Michael had no time to ponder how much acceptance the old man and Granny Crane had for his intentions. "Let's go, hurry up, Borsellino, move faster. You're really quite anxious. Young people should be more steady." "No need to be steady. If I'm too steady, I won't be a young person anymore, but rather a pitiful middle-aged person like you who has aged prematurely." "Are you scolding me?" "I'm praising you for having maturity far beyond your age. Your sarcastic nature really resembles mine. We don't have any blood relation, do we? You are quite self-aware." "A warship here." Michael gazed at the massive gate before him and sincerely asked Borsellino. Michael knew, since Borsellino himself was handling the handover, the warship was certainly not docked directly at the Marine headquarters harbor. Thus, trailing closely behind Borsellino, they wound their way along a remarkably long and circuitous path until they arrived at this concealed base nestled deep within a mountain pass. Who in their right mind parks a warship inside a mountain? "Are we the Mongolian Navy now?" Does Yu Qian's father even exist? Without answering Michael's question, Borsellino simply swung open the base's great gate. What lay beyond was a base utterly alien in aesthetic, hidden within the jagged, rugged contours of the mountain pass, yet forged with stark, unyielding metallic austerity. At the very heart of this base flowed a subterranean river cutting its silent course toward the sea, and moored upon its dark, still surface rested a warship unlike any conventional vessel. First, its tonnage was markedly greater than that of standard warships, yet significantly smaller than the flagship vessels commanded by elite rear admirals like Karp. Moreover, it was not merely a scaled-down replica. Its entire architecture was deliberately engineered for speed and maneuverability. The more Michael studied the vessel, the more he found himself captivated. Its design resonated perfectly with the ethos of a covert elite special operations unit. Yet after prolonged scrutiny, he could detect no conventional armaments, no gun emplacements, no turrets. Borsellino, is my vision failing, or is this ship truly unarmed? Michael, you're not blind. From its inception, this vessel was conceived solely to maximize functionality and agility. So to conserve space, no artillery stations were incorporated. Having spoken, Borsellino dissolved into a streak of golden light and vanished, leaving only one final sentence suspended in the air. All unconventional systems are annotated with precise operational instructions and safety protocols. Figure them out yourself. From now on, this is your personal warship. Michael turned to the bewildered youths and smiled. All right, recruits, we set sail. This is a Beachponk original, undoubtedly the finest warship ever built. Razanati was the first to recover, gazing up at Michael and asking, Brother, where exactly are we headed? Well, at the mention of destination, Michael's expression suddenly shifted, subtly, slyly, almost mischievously. Even the younger smoker and Hina instinctively stepped back, half expecting Michael to reveal an alternate identity, perhaps one named Epstein. Recruits, have you ever heard of the legendary Pleasure Street? At the utterance of that name, every gaze fixed upon Michael turned distinctly uneasy. Even Razanati, who had always revered him as an elder brother. Brother Michael, we're Marines. True, but the person we seek isn't a Marine. The Grand Line, the New World, Pleasure Street, the largest red light district in the entire One Piece world. Yet its enterprises extended far beyond what one might imagine. More precisely, it offered nearly every conceivable form of entertainment, such as casinos. In a world where the Golden Emperor Treble no longer existed, Pleasure Street's casinos had naturally evolved into the planet's largest and safest gambling sanctuaries. After all, Pleasure Street was in essence a gray zone under the world government's tacit control, and its sovereign, the so-called Queen of Pleasure Street, Styx, was a direct operative of CP0, answerable only to the Celestial Dragons. Of course, it was common knowledge. She was a clone and a deep cover mole planted by Beachponk himself. Yet for now, Styx remained undiscovered. Publicly, she reigned as one of the underworld's most formidable monarchs. At that very moment, a dossier of unofficial intelligence on Michael lay spread across her desk, the source seated directly opposite her, the grand journalist Morgan. Morgan, the intelligence you've provided this time is disappointingly thin. Even I could gather such basic details through ordinary investigation. Spare me, Styx. Others may not know, but I do. You wield the authority of CP0 itself, while I'm merely a diligent journalist. Morgan held a glass of red wine, but did not drink. His face was pale, his demeanor strained. He had witnessed Michael's power firsthand and been personally threatened by him. And most critically, he had been unwillingly drawn into Michael's intricate machinations concerning the land of Wano. Initially, he'd assumed it was nothing more than a coerced career assignment. But then came the seismic upheaval in Wano. Kazuki Oden, against all odds, staged a miraculous reversal, routing the fearsome beast pirates who had long occupied the land. Only then did Morgan grasp the truth. He had unknowingly boarded Michael's ship, and there was no turning back. What choice did he have? If Garp's iron fist landed on him, he'd likely be paralyzed from the waist down. Submission was his only recourse. Thus, when Styx demanded all intelligence on Michael, he handed over only the most superficial, publicly accessible facts, without hesitation. Yet inwardly, he wondered, has CP0 taken an interest in Michael? Did his actions at Sabaody Archipelago provoke the Celestial Dragon's ire? Everyone knows your network rivals CP0's own spies in reliability. Never mind. If you won't provide deeper intelligence, so be it. Styx's expression remained serene. Requesting intelligence from Morgan was CP0's directive, but as a double agent, she had no intention of fulfilling it. This meeting was mere theater. After all, Beachponk himself had displayed extraordinary fascination with Michael's capabilities, even diverting his genius to design and build an entire warship in his honor. How could she possibly allow CP0, or the Celestial Dragons, to move against someone who had earned Beachponk's rarest attention? Thus, two cunning minds sat across from each other, engaging not in dialogue, but in silent, invisible warfare. Just then the door swung open. A woman entered, her makeup flamboyant, her attire seemingly revealing, yet meticulously concealing every vital point. "Madam Styx, urgent news. A contingent of Marines has arrived outside our casino. Their leader declares he's here to enforce anti-prostitution and anti-gambling regulations." Styx glanced at the woman who had broken the tension, and the faintest trace of a smile flickered at the corner of her lips. Rising smoothly, she strode toward the door. Her office stood at the exact center of Pleasure Street. The casino lay barely 100 meters away. Inside the casino hall, a strikingly handsome Marine with ash-blonde tousled hair sat calmly upon a chair. Across the circular gambling table sat a middle-aged man leaning upon a cane. Two deep, vertical scars running from his forehead down, permanently sealing, shut the windows to his soul. "Everyone, stand still. Naval anti-pornography and anti-legal publication operation. Men to the left, women to the right, and hermaphrodites in the center. Wait, you actually have someone standing there." "Oomph." With a thunderous shout, Rosinante set the gamblers stirring reluctantly. Though disgruntled, none dared provoke the Navy. Yet many muttered under their breath, and then Penn stepped forward, scanning the crowd with blazing eyes. Silence fell absolute and unbroken. Only one bold gambler trembled as he stammered, "Good heavens, do the Marines now deploy zombies for law enforcement?" At that remark, every sword operative silently recalled every sorrow they'd ever endured, just to suppress the twitch at the corners of their mouths. Ahem, ahem. Michael cleared his throat lightly to conceal his amusement, then turned his gaze toward the middle-aged man seated motionless at the gambling table. "Admiral, this round. I have an uncanny premonition I will win," the man said, shaking his head with quiet regret. "What a pity. Frankly, sir, as a blind man, your hobby is rather uncommon." Michael studied the man who would one day become a fleet admiral, curious, intrigued. "Mr. Isho, are you truly unable to see? To be sightless is itself a blessing. This world teems with filth and debasement, so vile the eye recoils from them. And more than that, I myself sealed this window shut." "I see. Mr. Isho's integrity is unparalleled, truly the rarest virtue I've ever encountered." Michael clapped softly as he rose to his feet. "Might I ask, would you consider joining the Marines?" "Join the Marines?" Isho paused, visibly startled, then shook his head calmly. Even within the Marines, true justice remains elusive. He did not voice the rest before this young naval officer. For among those vile, despicable wretches whose very existence made him close his eyes, many wore naval uniforms. Since youth, he had roamed the seas, witnessing corruption and moral decay in all its forms. Marines who accepted bribes, colluding with local gangs, or even pirates. Or those who preached regional justice, treating non-world government allied nations as less than human. At first, perhaps, he drew his cane's word to uphold righteousness, alone, unyielding. But one day he realized, no matter how formidable he became, he could punish only a fraction and save only a handful, unless he ascended to power within the Navy. Thus did Isho, a man whose youth had been spent between gambling tables and chivalric deeds, finally grasped the indispensable weight of authority. Indeed, it was precisely this conviction that would later drive him to answer the world recruitment and ascend as a new fleet admiral. "I understand." Those few words, spoken slowly by Michael, froze Isho in place. Simple, yet imbued with profound, soul-soothing resonance. And indeed it was true. From behind Michael, a pair of radiant white wings unfurled gently, and warm sacred light flooded the entire casino. Under Fujitora's advanced Kenbunchika haki, which perceived both movement and emotion, Michael's figure blazed before his eyes in pure, incandescent white, a hue Isho had never beheld. What emotion could possibly radiate such brilliance? Even he, so seasoned, felt a flicker of genuine curiosity. Without high office, one cannot enact justice to its fullest extent. That is your belief, is it not? "Admiral, do you possess the ability to read minds?" "No, I am but a novice in Kenbunchika haki. I merely excel at reading expressions and gestures." Michael shook his head, but his smile deepened unmistakably. Then he stepped beside Isho and murmured low enough for only the two of them to hear. "Mr. Isho, this is the appropriate moment for me to introduce myself. My name is Michael. I serve as a rear admiral in the Marine headquarters. But I hold another position." Isho blinked. "Another position? Are you a pirate, or a spy embedded within the self-defense force?" No, not at all. "Mr. Isho, your guesses stray rather far." Michael nearly choked. Isho truly was perceptive. Had his conduct and speech really sounded so dissonant with the world government's will? "Beyond my rank as rear admiral, I command SWORD, a top-secret special unit operating directly under the highest echelons of Marine headquarters. SWORD was established to oversee the entire Marine organization and to conduct autonomous external operations, wielding absolute operational autonomy beneath the highest leadership." Tell me, Mr. Isho, does such authority suffice to cleanse this increasingly turbid sea? Having spoken, Michael did not linger to await Isho's reply. Instead, he directed the newly enlisted sword officers to begin meticulously documenting the gamblers and the hostesses from the pleasure district who served them. Did they truly think he'd come here solely to enforce morality laws? True, he sought Isho above all. Yet he saw no harm in delivering a subtle rebuke to the world government, and even the celestial dragons. Especially given the scale of his operation. Surely the so-called queen of the pleasure district could no longer remain seated. With a soft creak, the door swung open. Stussy, the woman Michael had long anticipated, finally entered the casino. Though she ruled the world's largest red light district, her attire resembled that of a girl deep in the bloom of first love. A white floral hat, a white shawl, and a pink dress. Blue high heels adorned with satin bows. Fingernails and toenails painted in vivid, brilliant lacquer. Thus emerged before all present a stunning woman, golden-haired, sapphire-eyed, elegant, and breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, every single person fell silent, instinctively hushed. Such beauty wielded the same effect upon the room as pen, no stronger. For not a single gambler dared utter a word before Stussy, one of the underworld's sovereigns. Dear Admiral, why grace our pleasure district with your presence? Surely you know, everything here operates entirely within the law. We are after all exemplary taxpayers. Her mature, velvety voice echoed through the casino, only to vanish the instant Michael turned to face her. What? It's you. Rear Admiral Michael. I've long heard of you. Oh, how remarkably well informed you are, Miss Stussy. I received my commission just hours ago in Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office, and already you know. Michael paused thoughtfully, then offered a gentle, luminous smile. So you are in fact a thief of naval intelligence, Miss Stussy, in which case I have no choice but to place you under arrest. What? Stealing naval intelligence? Smog, who witnessed everything, looked at Hirai in astonishment. Hey Hirai, is it really okay for the commander to accuse others like this? Can you stay away from me, you stinky smoker? I don't want to inhale secondhand smoke. Sister, I am smoke itself. I am the smoke man who consumed the smoke fruit. I am not secondhand. It's firsthand smoke. Although Hirai and Smog were 2 years apart, they both emerged from the same elite training camp. The two of them could be considered the most exceptional talents taught by Zifa in recent years. Shorin and Tipong were also from the elite training camp, but since they were not in the same class as Hirai and Smog, they weren't very familiar with each other. Thus, they did not directly participate in the banter. Razanandi, however, looked at his only brother Michael with some concern. Don't be fooled by Razanandi's big, silly appearance. He has been influenced by Sengoku since childhood and is actually quite clever. The world's largest red light district, enduring and uninspected by the Navy. If one were to say it has nothing to do with the world government or the celestial dragons, Razanandi would be willing to take his own head off to use as a ball. Doesn't this mean that brother Michael is once again going up against the world government? Razanandi could only respond to this matter with a bitter smile. Since he met his brother, he often scoffed at the news about the world government and the celestial dragons. And since burning the slave smuggling ship, his brother's hatred for the world government and the celestial dragons has been etched into his bones. After all, his brother is quite petty. Don't be deceived by his handsome, noble appearance. In reality, he has a fiery temper, especially towards those who provoke him. He never forgets a grudge. This time, returning to the naval headquarters for honors, although it was a formal process, there was also the idea of having his brother avoid some scrutiny at the naval headquarters. At least for now, he couldn't stay in Sabeti Archipelago. With these things piling up, the so-called Queen of Joy Street has come knocking. Given his brother's temperament, he probably couldn't hold back any longer. Thinking of this, Razanandi secretly glanced at Michael's face. His smile was warm, but the veins representing his fury had already bulged out in 4 or 5 places. Oh no, it's bad. Sure enough, the next moment Michael directly flapped his wings and charged towards Stussy. There were no tricks, just pure physical attacks. Since Karp deemed him to have reached the level of a vice admiral replacement, this was Michael's first time openly making a move in front of the outside world. The sudden speed left Stussy as CP0 agent somewhat stunned. Without caring whether his CP0 identity would be exposed, he immediately used Shave to dodge back. But he was still a step too slow. As Michael saw Stussy using Shave, he flapped his wings behind him, accelerating into the air and instantly catching up to Stussy. He reached out and grabbed her ankle. The slick, cool skin felt great, but Michael had no intention of appreciating it. Without any intention of being gentle, he threw Stussy upwards with tremendous force, making her pierce through several layers of flooring, directly reaching the top floor of the casino. The empty office was instantly filled with debris and wood chips from the explosion. Stussy coughed a few times and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Just as she got up from the ground, Michael flew up through the big hole she had created. Hey, handsome Navy. You're really making me a bit angry. Fortunately, your face is handsome enough, otherwise I would definitely tear you to pieces. Looking at Stussy, who was struggling to maintain her composure as long as she was annoyed, he felt satisfied. However, despite his explosive temper, he did not lose his reason. He knew Stussy's true identity. At first, he couldn't hold back. But throwing her to the top floor. Wasn't it just to have a private conversation? All right, Stussy, if you're going to act, either do it all the way or don't act at all. An actor like you who only performs half-heartedly will eventually run into trouble. Michael glanced at the big hole behind him and then approached Stussy. This woman, whose age was a mystery, truly had an extraordinarily charming allure. However, as a staunch supporter of Vegapunk, the first successful product of the MADS cloning experiment, it was better for Michael to keep his distance. Flirting with women would inevitably lead to his genes being used, and Vegapunk would 100 clone himself using this material. This isn't him boasting. He estimates that his devil fruit ability has likely already reached Vegapunk's ears through internal naval information. Having a devil fruit that possesses two opposing powers naturally attracted Vegapunk's attention. Otherwise, he wouldn't have commissioned Kizaru to send him a specially made warship. This signal of goodwill made Michael both happy and frustrated. The joy was that as long as he could bring the pinnacle of technology in this pirate world to his side, the chances of smashing the celestial dragons and the world government would greatly increase. But the frustration was, Vegapunk, due to the brain fruit, had an overly high IQ and often had some inexplicable advanced ideas. Like cloning, Michael did not want to see his own figure appear among the seraphim. But to be fair, Vegapunk's seraphim plan was indeed a perfect match for him. Should he proactively offer Vegapunk some benefits and negotiate not to be cloned by him? Michael pondered for a moment, but Stussy interrupted his thoughts. What do you mean? What act? Tisk, you are an undercover agent of CP0 in the underworld, and at the same time you are also an undercover agent sent to CP0 by Vegapunk. Do I need to make it clearer? Michael had no intention of playing mind games with Stussy, and said directly, tell Vegapunk when you return that I will take good care of his ship. When the opportunity is right, I will go to Egghead to meet him. After all, we are allies now. Michael raised an eyebrow, looking at the increasingly shocked expression on Stussy's face. Damn, it's truly amazing to see a shocked face from a comic in real life. For some reason, just thinking about being in the world of One Piece made such things feel very normal. How did you know? Are you asking how I know your identity? Michael shook his head, took a step closer, and pressed a finger on Stussy's lips. Holy light flowed through his finger, bringing a hint of warmth into Stussy's body. This is a secret, okay? Our conversation today is also a secret. Please keep it forever. Dear Miss Stussy. A secret makes a woman woman. Major, was that really Stussy, one of the legendary rulers of the underworld, the Queen of Joy Street? Renai exclaimed in surprise. To them, this woman had appeared out of nowhere and suddenly started fighting with Michael. After disappearing for a brief moment in front of the crowd, Stussy reappeared without saying a word and left with her subordinates. Michael thoughtfully stroked his chin and confidently said to Renai, of course it was Stussy. Convincing her took a considerable effort from this major. He deliberately made his dealings with Stussy sound ambiguous, successfully evoking a complex expression from the young naval officers. After all, he had asked Stussy to maintain secrecy. He had to do the same. Otherwise, who would be willing to cooperate with him from now on? Thus, Michael ignored them and approached Ishao again, asking in a low voice, Mr. Ishao, did you understand what just happened? Very clearly. Looking at Yixio's blind eyes, Michael couldn't help but smile. The battle and conversation he had with Stussy might not have been clear to others. But for Ishao, it was as if it had all unfolded right before him. Yixio's observation haki was one of the most powerful in the world of One Piece, rivaling Roger's hearing the voice of all things and Katakuri's future sight. As long as he wished, the vast majority of people in front of him would lose the power to keep secrets. Since you heard, then you must understand that I am definitely not on the same side as the world government. In fact, I can say that there is no navy that wishes for the well-being of the common people more than I do. And I need Mr. Yixio's strength to eliminate anyone who threatens the common people on the sea. Ishao remained silent for a long time. Michael was not in a hurry, directing the young naval officers to escort the gamblers out of the casino. The casino staff were seething with anger, but dared not speak up. Damn it. Don't even mention that this business is legal in Joy Street, emphasizing that in front of these Navy officers is akin to seeking death. Moreover, the most important thing is, since even Lord Stussy left without caring, what are they still holding on for? They could figure something out after this gentleman is done with his business. You mean anyone who threatens the common people? Does that include the Navy? Does that include the celestial dragons? Does that include yourself? I said anyone. Michael nodded firmly. Our mission is to serve the people. To serve the people. Ishao pondered over this ordinary phrase, his smile growing more pronounced. In that case, Major Michael, from now on, please take care of me. I am increasingly intrigued by you. What kind of shell does that pure white soul of yours reside in? Who exactly are you? What color is your hair? What do your eyes look like? Just in this moment, I somewhat regret it. If only my eyes could see. So is this the reason you brought back 269 gamblers from Joy Street in the New World? These are not ordinary gamblers. They are fugitives who carry crimes and are on the run. At Sabaody Archipelago at the Navy's station dock, Tao2 brought Stacy and Little Robin here to receive these gamblers. Then she looked towards Michael, who stood on the shore with a carefree smile. Behind him were a group of young Navy officers and a middle-aged blind man, along with a ship that was clearly a special model of a warship. Michael, should we say it or not, are you going to the Navy headquarters for a promotion ceremony, or are you going there to take advantage of the fire? You're not thinking of betraying the Navy, are you? Isn't it time for the bounty to be issued? A special warship was one thing, but what mattered most was that these young Navy officers were all somewhat well known at the Navy headquarters, including Razanandi, the adopted son of Admiral Sengoku. As for the middle-aged blind man, Tao2 sensed a dangerous aura. Hello, Vice Admiral Tao2. The young Navy officers immediately saluted respectfully upon seeing Tao2 Yuan on the shore. After all, she was the only woman assigned the code of color animal. Just like her, a rare monster within the Navy. By the way, Vice Admiral Tao2, does the Navy have any vacant houses on Sabaody Archipelago? It would be best if they were larger. We can't let these talented naval officers suffer, can we? Michael spread his hands, looking helpless. However, Tao2 frowned. Michael, are you planning to choose Sword's confidential special forces base here on Sabaody Archipelago? That's right. As the junction between Paradise and the New World, there is no place more suitable than this. But don't forget, Admiral Sengoku sent you back to the Navy headquarters with the intention of making you avoid the spotlight. Avoid what? Michael snorted coldly. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. And most importantly, if these pests dare to retaliate, then I will come again to eliminate them completely. After Michael uttered those words, Tao2 was no longer surprised. After all, ever since the fire consumed the slave smuggling ship, Michael had almost completely transformed into another person. The original Michael was low-key smooth and well-liked. Now he was high-profile, irritable, and confrontational. Especially when facing the celestial dragons and the world government, it was clear that if you don't kill me, I will certainly kill you. I really don't know what impact this will have on the entire Navy and the world. Forget it, your life is ultimately your own to decide. Tao2 finally sighed and compromised. As for the place you mentioned, I'll find a way. After all, given the current situation, I want to allow them to stay in the Navy's dormitory. Tao2, you don't think I would bring trouble to the Navy, do you? Are you alright? If you are fine, eat more plums. Tao2 looked at Michael's handsome face, but recalled his explosive temper, rolling her eyes. Which secret special forces live together with regular station troops? Well, what you said does make sense. Let me think. On the Sabaody Archipelago, the Navy has several large estates, all with complete facilities, just need some cleaning. Oh really? That's quite nice. Huh, wait a minute. Michael asked Tao2 in shock. Why does the Navy have large estates? Could it be that someone is embezzling? I tell you, this matter has certainly landed on my back. You're overthinking it. This time so many gangs were purged, and all these properties were purchased by the gangs. Once eradicated, they were naturally confiscated by the Navy. The Sabaody Archipelago in a large estate. Under Tao2's arrangement, it was now designated as the base for the Sword's secret special forces. And now within this estate belonging to the secret special forces, the young Navy members were waiting in boredom. This was an age of youthful vigor, and idly waiting was excruciating. Thus, Razanandi and the others brought out by Michael from Navy headquarters were now standing in the living room, staring wide-eyed at the 80-year-old Robin. Hanai was surprised. You say you are 8 years old this year. Hanai said with disbelief. Can you join the Navy at 8? Cough cough, Hanai, you're being a bit hypocritical. Razanandi glanced at Hanai and reminded, when Admiral Crane decided to recruit you, you were only 9 years old. Right. Hanai almost forgot, slapping her forehead. Clearly you just forgot, didn't you? A nearby smoker muttered, instantly receiving a death glare from Hanai. The essence of a person is truly cultivated from a young age and cannot be changed throughout life. And don't underestimate Robin. Razanandi patted little Robin's head. I just inquired, and although her time in the Navy is short and she is still a recruit, she actually replaced the original work of Major Michael serving as Admiral Tao2's aide. So in a sense, the Major was pushed down by little Robin and forced to be promoted. Shuin always had a unique perspective. These days, the youngsters on the sea can be quite terrifying. You guys shouldn't be talking behind Major Michael's back like that. In the end, it was T. Peng, who had no other flaws apart from being unattractive, who stood up to speak for Michael. But judging by Admiral Tao2's attitude towards Major Michael, it seems that his work as aide was indeed not done well. Chill. Keep it down. Major Michael is coming. Who is that blonde beauty next to him? I know. It's Sister Stella. She was once saved by Brother Michael from a slave smuggling ship, now a major in the Navy headquarters, and also Brother Michael's direct subordinate. Little Robin's innocent voice rang out, but what followed was the eager gaze of everyone. They were all serious about observing. Even Ross and Andy, who loved his older brother dearly, and T. Peng, who still didn't know how to navigate, felt the same way. To be honest, just from their facial compatibility, Brother Michael and Major Stella do seem like a good match. Whether they match or not is another matter. Smoker pointed in the direction where Michael and Stella were walking. Look at them, they are just walking down the street, and they aren't even holding hands. Shut up, Smoker. You emotionally clueless guy. Shuin gave Smoker a hard hit from behind. There are many ways for young men and women to express their feelings. Not everyone is like you, turning every relationship into a needle-pointing match. Ross and Andy, Smoker, and Shuin were all exchanging words about their leader, but unexpectedly T. Peng opened his mouth and directly made these few people wear masks of suffering. While you guys analyze emotional issues, it's actually more professional than being in the Navy. Since you're so professional, you three must all have girlfriends, right? Silence. A deathly silence. And the one who finally broke the silence was Hanai's uproarious, shameless laughter. Ha! When it comes to theory, you guys have a whole set sounding like three romantics, yet in reality, you are three who have no emotional experience at all. The mocking laughter echoed in the ears of the three, turning their previously smug remarks into sharp boomerangs that pierced their hearts. Damn, my heart hurts. Why can someone's words be so hurtful? My heart no longer hurts because it has been covered in rust. Oh right, I'm the rust man who ate the rust fruit. I am smoke. What smoke? The smoke of cigarettes cannot resolve the pain of the world. Strong liquor cannot dispel the sorrows of the world. Just as the three were emo in different ways, Michael and Stella had already walked into the living room. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, Michael, although he had anticipated it, still took a deep breath before speaking. You all look quite bored, huh? Major Michael, Major Stella. Although these guys were all full of arrogance, at the end of the day, they were professional soldiers of the Navy. The concept of hierarchy was still quite important. Even Smoker at this moment had not fully grown into the kind of rebel who dared to defy orders from headquarters and run off to Rogue Town. Alright, let me introduce Rob and Stella. From today onwards, they will also become members of the Sword's secret special forces. Little Robin, a recruit, a paramecia-type flower fruit user, although only 8 years old, has studied at O'Hara and earned the title of doctor. Stella, a major in headquarters, a Logia-type cloud fruit user, although she has not attended Admiral Zifa's elite training camp. She is the direct disciple of Navy hero Vice Admiral Garp. From today onwards, we will strive to change the Navy and change the world together. A month later, on this day, Tao Tu Ji Yuan arrived alone at the manor which served as the base for the Sword's Special Operations Unit. Her main purpose for coming this time was to convey a message. The other reason was that Michael and his special operations subordinates had not shown their faces in front of her for an entire month. Although Tao Tu was only 26 years old, she had already begun to feel that her mindset was starting to resemble that of a weary, overworked mother. After all, as the saying goes, when children are quiet, they are definitely up to no good. Clearly, this special operations unit, from the leaders to the members, had no one who was well-behaved. Thus, she felt it was time to take a look. Michael, Stella, are you there? A gust of wind swept by, carrying 2 leaves with it, but no one responded. Tao Tu Ji Yuan's premonition grew increasingly ominous. As she reached out with her long, slender hands, just as she was about to push open the door, a loud sound came from the backyard. Boom. Then a flock of birds was startled into the sky. Tao Tu Ji Yuan's heart tightened. Could something have happened? Attacked. She shook her head and immediately dashed toward the backyard where the sound had come from. Halfway there, she activated her observation hockey, preparing for a potential follow-up attack. Upon arriving in the backyard, Tao Tu Ji Yuan found that it had completely transformed. The original backyard was a massive garden reportedly created by the local gang leader to please his 18 wives. However, it had now been converted into a gigantic flat training ground. The privacy of this independent manor was indeed impressive. Even she had not received any news about the renovations. But after walking a few steps deeper, Tao Tu Ji Yuan was greeted by a scene of bodies strewn across the ground. Shun was hung on the only tree beside the training ground like a rag. Peng Yan still stood upright in the training ground, but he was leaning on his giant sword, having lost consciousness. Hanai was face down on the ground, covered in dirt, sporting an ambiguous smile, with her right hand reaching forward as her fingers wrote the words "run fast" on the ground. As for Razanandi, he was in a worse condition, with a half-burnt cigarette in his mouth, his body tattered, leaning against a storage box, his expression peaceful, as if he had gone to heaven. However, there were still a few people awake in the training ground. First was Nico Robin, who clearly had not participated in the battle. Instead, she stood not far away, using the power of her Hana Nomi to grow several arms, recording different things in various notebooks. Such impressive multitasking could only be achieved by someone with Robin's extraordinary intelligence. Stella and Smoker, after all, were both users of Logia-type devil fruits, one being the direct disciple of Marine Hero Garp, and the other a former subordinate of Akiji. Though both of them were also injured, they were still desperately holding on. Their opponent was a man hovering in midair with fully unfurled wings. Surrounded by pure white holy flames, a dark purple liquid-like substance flowed from his arms to the long sword in his hand, forming intricate, yet profound purple-black patterns. It was Michael. Yet Tao Tu-Ji Yuan felt as if she was encountering a new Michael once again. His exquisite control over armament hockey seemed to surpass even her own. Moreover, the long sword in his hand seemed somewhat different from the supreme sword Ace that originally belonged to Pirate King Joel D. Roger. Ace's sword looked more like a battle knife. But now Michael's long sword resembled the massive sword of T. Peng In. However, it was finer and more ornate, resembling the weapons held by angels depicted in religious texts. At that moment, Michael began to speak. He opened his mouth to mock. Stella and the foolish Smoker. You are still far from it. Even with everyone working together, you couldn't rescue Robin from my grasp. Boss, do you even know how strong you are right now? Smoker lamented with one strike. One strike almost wiped us all out. Those white flames of yours are already absurdly hot. How come you've now developed a move that makes the flames explode? If it weren't for Razanandi's swift escape, he'd be half-cooked by now. Stella's voice remained relatively calm, but Tao Tu-Ji Yuan could still hear the suppressed discontent towards Michael in her tone. It's okay. Even if he's half-cooked, I can probably save him. Your probably is quite unsettling. Looking at Smoker, who was vehemently criticizing him, Michael was ready to use his next move to give him a proper break. Suddenly, as if sensing something, his massive white wings flapped abruptly, retreating, and then a golden glowing flying slash sliced through the space where Michael had just been. Michael raised an eyebrow and looked angrily in the direction from which the flying slash had come. Hey, Ji Yuan, why are you still launching a sneak attack? We're in training here. Very serious training. Don't think I'm a nice guy. When I get angry, I'm hard to deal with. That's right, aren't you all conducting a simulated training? Like rescuing hostages. However, Tao Tu-Ji Yuan added a touch of mischief in her smile. What if a passing Marine Rear Admiral comes to assist during the mission? Wouldn't that situation arise? No, Ji Yuan, if you want to hit me, just say it. Of course I want to hit you. Do you know that during the year and a half you ran off with that old man Garp, I aged a whole year and a half under the burden of heavy paperwork? That's not. A year and a half means you should age a year and a half. What's wrong with that? Are you saying I'm old? Die, you scoundrel. Tao Tu-Ji Yuan declared as she swung her long blade, the supreme sword Jin Pai Luo, shining brilliantly. She then slashed toward Michael, unleashing two flying slashes enveloped in black armament hockey. Michael's body instantly tensed, entering battle mode. This girl was genuinely going to fight him. The flying slashes even carried hockey. Thus he did not dare to underestimate her and used all his strength to receive this flying slash. Though the two had only exchanged one blow, Stella and Smoker immediately felt the difference in Michael's state compared to when he faced them. None of them had even managed to make Michael enter his true battle state. Michael's own shock was no less than theirs. He realized for the first time that a woman could hold a grudge for nearly 2 years. This was the first time Michael fought someone of equal strength with all his might. Previously, his battles with Karp had a hint of a teaching aspect, and he hadn't truly gone all out. After all, Karp, still at his peak, was truly intimidating. The two supreme great swords clashed repeatedly in the hands of Michael and Peach Rabbit Shuan. The sounds of metal striking metal echoed in the air. Feeling the power emanating from the opponent's blade, even though Michael had already attained the strength of a vice admiral, he still felt a chill run down his spine. Everyone said that Peach Rabbit and T-Pig were much weaker than the three admirals. But now Michael understood that the title of Vice Admiral was merely a label and did not represent their true strength. The Vice Admiral was just a metaphor created by the readers, but the Vice Admirals were indeed real characters in the original work. T-Pig, Peach Rabbit, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru were all currently Vice Admirals. Michael was now very certain that if it weren't for Akiji, Akainu, and Kizu, emerging Peach Rabbit might have already shed the title of Vice Admiral. So it's not that Peach Rabbit and T-Pig are weak. Rather, Akiji and Akainu along with Kizuru are too strong. Shiwan, it turns out you never fought me with your full strength during our sparring sessions. You were strong back then, but not as strong as you are now. Shiwan wielded the golden kibi, a delighted smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. The current you can definitely satisfy my desires. Isn't that a bit too easy to misconstrue? Perhaps over the years, Peach Rabbit Shiwan's overly gentle attitude towards him had made him subconsciously overlook. Despite being a female soldier, Shiwan was a battle maniac. However, Michael himself did not realize that a similar smile began to appear at the corners of his mouth as well. So some people can get along together for a reason. The two had no techniques or strategies, just a simple clash of strength. Peach Rabbit had the advantage in power, while Michael excelled in stamina. This exhilarating battle of strength lasted a time that could be considered neither long nor short. When Ross and Andy finally recovered from his dazed state, Michael and Peach Rabbit exchanged a glance and parted ways after their final clash of swords. Ross and Andy looked at Michael and Peach Rabbit's last strike in bewilderment, not knowing what had just happened. Meanwhile, all the other members of the Sword's secret special forces who had woken up early had long since been stunned. The gap they had originally thought existed became clear after witnessing the full efforts of Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit and Rear Admiral Michael in battle. They immediately understood. The gap between them was far greater than they had imagined. The gap between people is greater than the gap between a man and a dog. Aside from Little Robin, the most cultured among them, Shuan remarked. Michael wiped the sweat dripping down his chin and approached Peach Rabbit Shuan. So what exactly do you want to talk to me about? Don't tell me you just came here to beat me up. Seeing that Peach Rabbit remained silent, he quickly understood. Thus Michael turned to Stella and said, everyone has worked hard this month, let's take the kids out for some fresh air. Honestly, I'm afraid they'll get pent up if we don't. They had been rigorously trained by Michael, this devil of a superior, for an entire month. The mental pressure over this month had been immense, and if they didn't let loose a bit, Michael was genuinely worried they might develop some mental issues. This was not something that could be easily cured, so they needed to relax properly. After all, in just a few days, Michael had designed even more terrifying special training awaiting them. In this regard, he had definitely learned the essence from that old man Carp. Just thinking about it made him a bit excited. Stella nodded, also understanding that Peach Rabbit probably had some confidential information to convey to Michael. Just then a person named Yixiao entered, tapping the ground with a blind cane. Upon entering the backyard, he suddenly froze, then, as if he were not blind, looked in Michael and Peach Rabbit's direction. Do you have something going on? Then I'll take my leave. No need, mister. Yixiao, you can listen in on this matter without issue. Peach Rabbit invited him to stay curious about this middle-aged man who was blind. According to Smoker's description, who had a loose tongue in the Sword's secret special forces, Michael seemed to have specifically gone to the New World's Happy Street to recruit this man. Yet this man had never displayed any combat abilities. Instead, he seemed just like an ordinary blind person. If it weren't for his attribute of always winning at gambling, she would have thought Michael might have finally made a mistake this time. Michael looked at Yixiao curiously. By the way, why are you back so early today? Don't you usually wait until training is over and return just in time for dinner from the casino? Rear Admiral Michael, gambling has become my only love in this life. Yixiao shook his head and continued, as for why I returned, it's because I sensed the battle between you and Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit and hurried back to see the excitement. I mean, to see what happened that made the Navy comrades draw their swords against each other. You let something slip there. However, Peach Rabbit noticed the blind spot. Ever since she and Michael had completely wiped out the gangs in the Sabeti archipelago, only one casino, which had always been neutral and without any background, remained. And this casino was basically positioned diagonally from the secret special forces base. In other words, this blind man named Yixiao sensed the battle between Michael and her crossing the entire Sabeti archipelago. And in just a few minutes he hurried back. Although he came to see the excitement, it seemed odd no matter how one looked at it. Shuan, what are you daydreaming about? Michael waved his hand in front of Peach Rabbit Shuan to bring her back to her senses. So what exactly happened? It's like this: the Golden Lion has escaped from prison. So soon. Michael wasn't actually surprised. After all, he had known this would happen long ago. Impel down, although labeled as the ultimate prison that is impossible to escape from, in reality, those most powerful individuals in the 6th level, after paying a huge price, could almost all escape. But over the years, only the Golden Lion was willing to pay that price. He severed his own legs, escaped from the sea prison, and became the first prisoner in history to escape from Impel down. The reason I made a point to inform you is that after escaping from Impel down, he encountered Vice Admiral Carp and Admiral Sengoku, and they couldn't stop the fully powered Golden Lion from fleeing. Before he left a message. For you. Michael froze. What the heck? Why is he leaving a message for me? He and the Golden Lion didn't seem to have the kind of relationship that warranted a message, did they? Has this lion gone senile? Or has that rudder on his head finally driven him to madness this day? The original words were, tell that little guy with wings that'll be waiting for him in the new world. So do you have any agreements with the Golden Lion? Actually, Michael hadn't heard the latter part of Peach Rabbit's words clearly. He was already stunned after hearing the original words. What the heck? The Golden Lion went to the New World. Shouldn't he have fled to the East Blue after escaping from Impel down? Was it because Roger surrendered that he completely lost trust in people, thus starting to seek individuals to research and transform powerful beasts to serve as his subordinates? Then lying low for 20 years, being pulled into the theatrical version by the destined protagonist Monkey D. Luffy, and then completely falling. To be honest, this latter half of his life sounded pretty tragic. But now, he ran to the New World. This meant that this situation was now completely impossible. As for the 2 legs he lost, the reason the Golden Lion decisively severed his legs was that those legs had no impact on his combat power. The reason he couldn't exert his full strength and became crazy was always that fatal rudder on his head. And the new world had countless bizarre things that could potentially solve that rudder on his forehead. Have you thought of anything after pondering for so long? Not really, just thought coincidences are truly a miraculous yet frustrating thing. Michael sighed. Roger opened the gates to a chaotic era, but the Golden Lion added even more variables to this chaos. He must also be prepared. After all, in the unstoppable tide of this era, as long as one does not want to be swept away, or even wants to oppose the torrent of the times fiercely against the world government, they must transform the Navy into an ark capable of resisting any impact. To accomplish this, the first step, and the most important step, is to simultaneously enhance the Navy's combat power and its control over various forces of the sea. In other words, aside from Wano country, other sources of troops must also begin to be contacted. Secondly, more naval branches need to be established, such as the Alabasta branch, which is already preparing construction materials. Although the waters in the New World are very murky, the Navy must perfectly grasp the control over the Paradise and the 4 seas. But to achieve all this, Michael would definitely need the support of the Old Man and Granny Tsuru. It seems he should start instilling some radical thoughts into the Old Man, Granny Tsuru, and the future admirals. Let them witness the power of Mr. Virtue and Mr. Justice. Michael, your smile is a bit sinister. Shishiwan. Don't accuse me, this is clearly a wise smile of strategy and foresight. Allah, Ace, look, it's Grandpa. Carp made a funny face at 1-year-old Ace, but Ace showed a look of inexplicable disdain. Due to Michael's interference, Ace's birth did not get delayed beyond 20 months, and he was born normally. Therefore, Ace is 1 year older than in the original story. Grandpa ugly. You little rascal really know how to tell jokes. Carp confidently patted Ace's small head. How innocent. Such innocence. Father, Admiral Sengoku has arrived. Lucio's voice came from outside the courtyard. Carp looked up just in time to see Sengoku entering through the door. Sengoku was not wearing the Navy uniform, but a standard white suit issued internally. Do you have any sense of duty left? It's been a whole month since you conferred honors to Michael, and you're just at home playing with your grandson. Though I don't expect much from G3, at least show your face at Navy headquarters. How can you, an old bachelor, understand the joy of accompanying a grandson at home? Before accompanying your grandson, you should recognize your own responsibilities, you old rascal. Sengoku berated Carp a few times, looking a bit relieved, then sat down next to Carp. He extended a finger and gently poked Ace's cheek. The theoretical enemy completed a wonderful first meeting at this moment. Sengoku's movements were careful. After all, he had never directly interacted with a baby. Even Razanani and Michael were not small when he picked them up. Get away, your finger is almost thicker than Ace's arm. Carp disdainfully swatted Sengoku's hand away. You didn't come here just to scold me, did you? Scold you? I've been wanting to kill you. Sengoku was furious. Mentioning this, your good son Monkey D. Dragon has created a self-reliant army after leaving the Navy. Now he has overthrown the regime of a kingdom. Well, what? The self-reliant army indeed intervened in the civil war of the Salb Kingdom, I know that, but how could a group that merely organizes protests overthrow a regime? Carp was even more shocked upon hearing Sengoku's words. He knew how powerful his son was, but overturning a country is not something that can be achieved with personal strength alone. Even Kaido had to establish a puppet regime when invading Wano. The Salb Kingdom is considered a strong nation in the South Sea, and it is also one of the biggest opposers to the abolition of human trafficking and slavery, emulating the Celestial Dragons. And just like that, a country can be overthrown just because the government says so. Sengoku certainly knew that the ruler of this nation was a tyrant. How could he not know that what this country has done has nothing to do with justice? But in order to maintain relative peace, he had no choice but to turn a blind eye to such situations under the orders of the world government. From a personal standpoint, he even felt that Dragon was doing the right thing. But he is an admiral, the highest decision-maker of the Navy now. He absolutely cannot tolerate the existence of a self-reliant army. I'm here to inform you that Monkey D. Dragon will be placed on the Navy's bounty list starting today. The bounty amount is 1 billion berries. Sengoku initially thought Carp would be shocked or even angry at this news, only to find that his old buddy didn't even look up. He paused for a moment, but immediately thought of a certain characteristic of Carp. Zzzz. Looking at the bubble of snot, Sengoku could only swallow all the words he wanted to say. Then he turned and walked out of the room. Admiral Sengoku, are you leaving so soon? Lucio, who was hanging clothes in the yard, asked curiously upon seeing Sengoku come out. Yeah, that old guy Carp fell asleep again. Sengoku then looked at Lucio's platinum hair. It turns out he hadn't paid too much attention before, but now that he looked, the color was strikingly similar to that of his adoptive son. Even the luster was completely identical. By the way, Lucio, what is your child's name? Ace. Yes, he's already 1 year old. What a coincidence. Sengoku shook his head, then gave Lucio a deep look. The education of the child must be taken seriously. You must not let Ace follow in Dragon's footsteps, become part of the self-reliant army, or even become a pirate or something. 3 days later, Solb Kingdom. Overthrowing a tyrannical regime is much simpler than I imagined. Sitting at the table, Ivankov tilted his gigantic head and made strange yoga poses, but the subsequent reconstruction of the country is indeed too difficult. It may be tough, but it is a step we must take. Monkey D. Dragon sat at a similarly paper-strewn table. We are here to liberate the people, to topple those nobles who impose tyranny, allowing the nation to welcome equality and peace rather than leaving behind a mess of ruins. Mr. Dragon is right, but merely using force to overthrow does not bring peace to the world. Establishing a new order after the overthrow is key. Indeed, a white-haired woman carrying more documents walked in through the door. It was Alvia, who had already changed into the attire of the self-reliant army. Since our chief strategist has said so, I can only set aside all complaints and work hard. Hee. Rather than working, I think you should first look at them. Alvia smiled, put down the documents, and opened the door again. 2 people walked in. Ivankov suddenly stood up and jumped out from behind the table with a somersault. Bear, Ginny, my dear little brothers. You do look quite decent in this outfit. Just like I said when I rescued you from the prison. Let's change this world. And the first step to changing the world is to deal with these documents together. Hee. Outside the door, Cerrone lowered his head, looking at the excited Ivankov, and said with a smile, ha ha ha, you just want to slack off. Immediately the room was filled with cheerful laughter. Although the Solb Kingdom was in a state of disarray, the citizens were filled with hope for a new life. Thus, shortly after the war, they began to rebuild their homeland. The living honored the deceased in this way, keeping themselves busy and using activity and time to soothe their pain. Meanwhile, the self-reliant army, led by Monkey D. Dragon, was also hard at work, engaging in the reconstruction across various sectors. Naturally, this included Ginny and Bear, who were well known in the Solb Kingdom. But today, Ginny and Bear arrived at the church that used to treat the wounded citizens and self-reliant army warriors of the Solb Kingdom, where a strange person was sitting. He was dressed in a Navy officer's uniform with wings on his back and a gentle light emanating from his hand. After a while, a severely ill old man actually recovered his health. Thank you, Navy sir. May God bless you, old man. After the strange man sent the old man away, he turned around and looked at Bear and Ginny. Then he revealed a gentle smile. Could you two take me to find Brother Dragon? Who exactly are you? Why do you want to see the boss? Ginny suspiciously stuffed the last piece of meat from the bone into her mouth and then asked. As for why, it's Boss Long, the elder brother's elder brother, which makes him my elder brother. However, to distinguish between Long and Ivankov, Long became the boss in Ginny's words. And this strange Navy man in front of her wants to see the boss right away. Ginny, who was once a slave in God's Valley, has a poor impression of both the celestial dragons and the Navy. After fleeing to the Kingdom of Solb, she witnessed some Navy members from the South Sea Navy colluding with King Beckley of the Kingdom of Solb. Therefore, this Navy man in front of her must be someone who poses a threat to the boss. Bear, catch him first. Ginny, he just helped Grandpa Lenny heal. He shouldn't be a bad person, right? Bear's overly kind and pure heart made him very sensitive to the goodwill and malice emanating from others. And he felt no malice from the man before him. The bloodstains on his cuffs looked somewhat out of place. Yet those gem-like blue eyes revealed a hint of pity when they looked at the two of them. You idiot, Bear. This is obviously a disguise to deceive us. Ginny retorted, then turned to the strangely smiling Navy man. State your name first. I was careless. I am Rear Admiral Michaela of the Navy headquarters. Michaela nodded courteously to the unfortunate couple now dressed in the uniforms of the Self-Salvation Army. Perhaps you don't know, but I have known Boss Long since we were children. Bear then leaned down and whispered in Ginny's ear. He doesn't seem to have any ill intentions, and a single person can't cause much turmoil. If he could take us all out by himself, why would he need us to lead the way? Ginny, feeling a bit restless, slapped her head and turned towards the former Solb Royal Palace, now the camp of the Self-Salvation Army. Sorry, she's usually not fond of the Navy. I completely understand. As a former slave of God's Valley, it already surprises me that you didn't attack me the moment you saw me. Michaela followed closely beside Bear, but his words left Bear's honest face showing an expression of extreme surprise. Michaela patted his arm and laughed. Ah, there's no need to be so nervous. I just know a little more than you do. It's just a bit regrettable. Your environment back then was so poor that you didn't even get the chance to take out a few celestial dragons. A hint of murderous intent suddenly flashed in Michaela's smiling eyes. Bear shuddered, his expression somewhat complicated. The Navy isn't entirely just the lapdog of the celestial dragons, is it? Walking through the streets of the Kingdom of Solb, Michaela could clearly feel the unusual gazes directed at them from all directions. TSK Tisk, it seems that this Navy man is not popular in the place where the fire of liberation was first ignited. However, Michaela was generally satisfied. Brother Long was indeed a naturally rebellious body. From the first operation, he understood the importance of establishing a new order after the war. Moreover, those wearing the uniforms of the Self-Salvation Army on the streets were all righteous individuals with their own beliefs. This team is really quite impressive. Soon Michaela, accompanied by Bear, arrived at the Salb Royal Palace. At this moment, a group of Self-Salvation Army members was lifting a large amount of gold and silver treasures out of the treasury. Register all the properties and exchange them for berries to support the reconstruction of the entire kingdom of Salb. The remaining part will be used to purchase weapons and all the supplies we need. The kingdom of Salb is the starting point. It is absolutely not the end point. Our goal is to liberate the entire world. Michaela looked at Monkey D. Dragon, who was commanding the Self-Salvation Army, feeling quite emotional. In the past, when Dragon was in the Navy, he often wore a cold expression, especially towards the likes of Don Quixote and Akainu, being particularly aloof. Now, although Dragon still showed no smile on his face, he no longer appeared lifeless. His resolute will broke through the gloom that once enveloped his eyes. Only then could it be said that Dragon had entered the deep sea. After finishing his command, Dragon saw the tall Bear and walked over. Bear, is something wrong? Dragon raised his head and looked at Bear's face. I just saw Ginny storm into the warehouse in anger. Today shouldn't be your clinic time, right? Well, before we arrived today, someone had already healed all the patients, even Grandpa Lenny, who was seriously ill. He claimed to be a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. And he wants to see you, Bear said, then moved his massive body aside, revealing Michaela beside him. Yo, Brother Long, hope you're doing well. Michaela. Dragon's eyes widened in shock, and the next moment, with a powerful fist, he unhesitatingly swung it towards Michaela's head. Hey, do you still see me as a child? Michaela flapped his wings and dodged the strike. Rear Admiral. Dragon, having missed his strike, waved his hand to disperse his armed hockey. It seems you don't want to keep pretending anymore, do you? Monkey D. Dragon looked at the little brother he had met in Marineford, filled with emotion. At that time, the two of them were aware of each other's secrets. Michaela knew he was preparing to leave the Navy, and he also knew Michaela's monstrous talents. Now that boy who tried so hard to disguise himself as ordinary has already become a Rear Admiral. What exactly changed him? Do you hear what you're saying? Is this human talk? Michaela looked at Dragon, whose face still hadn't gotten rid of the imprint of his shoes. What do you mean by pretending? I was just a bit lazy back then. Let's set aside the memories of the past for now. Dragon interrupted Michaela's grumbling with a wave of his hand. Who sent you to the kingdom of Salb this time? Is it Admiral Sengoku or the old man? Look, you're getting anxious again. Michaela put one hand behind his back and pointed at Dragon with the other. Can I come to see my good elder brother, whom I haven't seen in years? By the way, I also came to reinforce my elder brother's beliefs and thoughts. Upon hearing this, Dragon looked at the Self-Salvation Army officer responsible for intelligence transmission, and after receiving the affirmative answer that there are no Navy ships around the kingdom of Salb, he finally believed Michaela. Of course, Michaela wouldn't blame Brother Long. If he were to start a rebellion and prepare to liberate the entire world, he would be even more cautious than Brother Long. Friend, even if you were my biological father, I would have to check your background first. Just as Dragon was about to speak, a member of the Self-Salvation Army came rushing from the direction of the prison. Leader, bad news. The former king we imprisoned. He's dead. Upon hearing this, Bear instinctively looked at the bloodstains on Michaela's cuffs. Could it be that coincidental? What? Ivankov leaped through the window, snatching the wanted notice. His expression darkened instantly, and combined with his large face, it exuded an overwhelming presence. The world government's actions, so swift. Is a wanted notice already issued just for intervening in the civil war of the Salb Kingdom? Michael took back the wanted notice from Ivankov and placed it on the table. Now all the core members of the Self-Determination Army had gathered in this room. Don't be too naive. The world government has long had its eyes on you, the Self-Determination Army. You've merely been holding protests and parades, so they didn't bother to intervene. But now that you've changed your tactics and truly overthrown a member nation of the world government, successfully reducing the influence of the Celestial Gold, this is something they cannot tolerate. Fortunately, you are still far from being on their list of intolerable threats. Michael pointed at the wanted notice on the table, otherwise Brother Long's bounty wouldn't just be a mere billion. Michael's words poured cold water over the heads of the Self-Determination Army members. Once their heated minds cooled down, he then served them a bowl of hot soup. Including Long, everyone had underestimated this matter, thinking that after overthrowing the Salb Kingdom, they could simply replicate this action in every country with tyrannical rule. However, in reality, the Salb Kingdom was merely a beginner's difficulty. If it weren't for Jinny and the friends of Xiong being captured by the Salb Kingdom, to threaten him, Xiong alone could have flattened the kingdom. Even now, with Xiong only knowing how to rescue people and not having learned many combat methods. Michael looked around, noticing that all the members of the Self-Determination Army had fallen into silence. All right, why does everyone look like they've just lost a family member? Michael clapped his hands, but you're in luck, because I'm here. I was just about to ask, why is this Navy guy standing here with a look that says I'm on your side? Ginny suddenly reacted, why does everyone just assume he can stand here? Her words made everyone snap back to reality. Yet Michael remained unfazed, patting Long's shoulder and saying, why am I standing here? Because what I pursue is essentially no different from what you in the Self-Determination Army desire. You want to overthrow the world government and establish a new order. And I want the celestial dragons and the world government to be utterly destroyed. To achieve this goal, I will spare no means and unite all forces that can be united. Long suddenly paused, murmuring, unite all forces that can be united. Michael nodded without hesitation. Exactly. This is the first step of the revolution. The first step of the Revolutionary Army. Don't you think the name Self-Determination Army is becoming less appropriate? Michael spread his wings, gradually lifting off the ground. This world, under the rule of the celestial dragons and the world government, has completely rotted and cannot be healed. It must be toppled and rebuilt. I know there are some pirates who are as honorable as the noblest of knights. I also know some navies who are as cruel and merciless as the most evil villains. Unite all forces with ourselves as the torch to illuminate this path of revolution. For those who sacrifice for great ambitions dare to change the sun and moon. Now we have ignited a spark on the land of Salb. Then, the momentum for a prairie fire has begun. At this point, Michael extended his hand, smiling as he looked at the members of the Self-Determination Army. Want to join me in making a revolution? An ancestral skill, quality guaranteed with verifiable achievements. Hey, everyone, hurry to the Salb Grand Plaza. Tonight, there will be a celebration feast for victory. I said everyone. Let's all put down our work for tonight. Moreover, tonight Leader Long has something important to announce. The messengers of the Self-Determination Army rushed through the streets, spreading the news. Whether civilians or members of the Self-Determination Army, they all set down their tools and came to the Salb Grand Plaza. There the plaza was already filled with a large amount of food and drink which Xiong and Ginny had bought in the afternoon. Everyone, hurry and take your seats. As Ginny, the local tough girl, called out, everyone gathered around the bonfire and sat on the ground. Without distinction between the Self-Determination Army and civilians, they mixed together. Soon the joyful atmosphere of the banquet gradually took over. All those present had been under immense stress lately. The suffering they had endured from war finally found an outlet. Everyone raised their glasses in celebration, rejoicing in their rebirth from now on. At the same time, it was also a memorial. A memorial for those who died in the war, hoping they could find eternal rest. Ivankov even drank a few more cups and began to perform a funny and quirky dance in front of the bonfire. His huge face didn't scare anyone, instead it made the children laugh to tears. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, everyone remained at the table, directing their gaze towards Monkey D. Long and the eccentric figure beside him with a pair of pure white wings. Under his leadership, this country was liberated from top to bottom. The king was deposed and the slavery policy was abolished. Everyone welcomed a new life. All of this stemmed from this man and the warriors of the Self-Determination Army behind him. Like a ray of light pushing open the door of despair in the darkness. With the onset of the great pirate era, the will for freedom once again truly shook the entire sea. These warriors fighting for freedom ignited their fury against the world government and the celestial dragons. Citizens of the Salb Kingdom and warriors of the Self-Determination Army. I am Monkey D. Long. Long stood up, his deep voice resonating throughout the plaza. Instantly, everyone fell silent. They waited, anticipating what this man who had liberated the Salb Kingdom would say. The former king of the Salb Kingdom, Bicoli, has been executed by the Self-Determination Army. The Salb Kingdom will welcome a new tomorrow. Upon hearing that the tyrant Bicoli, who attempted to imitate the celestial dragons, had been executed, many citizens of the Salb Kingdom, especially those from the lawless southern lands, quietly wept. The demon who had brought them a tragic life was finally dead, and beneath the tears the light of hope gradually filled their eyes. Long paused for a moment before continuing, from today onward the Self-Determination Army will officially be renamed the Revolutionary Army. We shall change the world together. We will bring down the lofty celestial dragons and pull them down from their divine thrones. What? Ivankov leaped through the window, snatching the wanted notice. His expression darkened instantly, and combined with his large face, it exuded an overwhelming presence. The world government's actions, so swift. Is a wanted notice already issued just for intervening in the civil war of the Salb Kingdom? Michael took back the wanted notice from Ivankov and placed it on the table. Now all the core members of the Self-Determination Army had gathered in this room. Don't be too naive. The world government has long had its eyes on you, the Self-Determination Army. You've merely been holding protests and parades, so they didn't bother to intervene. But now that you've changed your tactics and truly overthrown a member nation of the world government, successfully reducing the influence of the Celestial Gold, this is something they cannot tolerate. Fortunately, you are still far from being on their list of intolerable threats. Michael pointed at the wanted notice on the table, otherwise Brother Long's bounty wouldn't just be a mere billion. Michael's words poured cold water over the heads of the Self-Determination Army members. Once their heated minds cooled down, he then served them a bowl of hot soup. Including Long, everyone had underestimated this matter, thinking that after overthrowing the Solb Kingdom, they could simply replicate this action in every country with tyrannical rule. However, in reality, the Solb Kingdom was merely a beginner's difficulty. If it weren't for Jinny and the friends of Xiong being captured by the Solb Kingdom, to threaten him, Xiong alone could have flattened the kingdom. Even now, with Xiong only knowing how to rescue people and not having learned many combat methods, Michael looked around, noticing that all the members of the Self-Determination Army had fallen into silence. All right, why does everyone look like they've just lost a family member? Michael clapped his hands, but you're in luck, because I'm here. I was just about to ask, why is this Navy guy standing here with a look that says I'm on your side? Jinny suddenly reacted, why does everyone just assume he can stand here? Her words made everyone snap back to reality. Yet Michael remained unfazed, patting Long's shoulder and saying, why am I standing here? Because what I pursue is essentially no different from what you in the Self-Determination Army desire. You want to overthrow the world government and establish a new order. And I want the celestial dragons and the world government to be utterly destroyed. To achieve this goal, I will spare no means and unite all forces that can be united. Long suddenly paused, murmuring, unite all forces that can be united. Michael nodded without hesitation. Exactly. This is the first step of the revolution. The first step of the Revolutionary Army. Don't you think the name Self-Determination Army is becoming less appropriate? Michael spread his wings, gradually lifting off the ground. This world, under the rule of the celestial dragons and the world government, has completely rotted and cannot be healed. It must be toppled and rebuilt. I know there are some pirates who are as honorable as the noblest of knights. I also know some navies who are as cruel and merciless as the most evil villains. Unite all forces with ourselves as the torch to illuminate this path of revolution. For those who sacrifice for great ambitions dare to change the sun and moon. Now we have ignited a spark on the land of Solb. Then, the momentum for a prairie fire has begun. At this point, Michael extended his hand, smiling as he looked at the members of the Self-Determination Army. Want to join me in making a revolution? An ancestral skill, quality guaranteed with verifiable achievements. Hey, everyone hurry to the Solb Grand Plaza. Tonight, there will be a celebration feast for victory. I said everyone. Let's all put down our work for tonight. Moreover, tonight Leader Long has something important to announce. The messengers of the Self-Determination Army rushed through the streets, spreading the news. Whether civilians or members of the Self-Determination Army, they all set down their tools and came to the Solb Grand Plaza. There the plaza was already filled with a large amount of food and drink, which Xiong and Jinny had bought in the afternoon. Everyone, hurry and take your seats. As Jinny, the local tough girl, called out, everyone gathered around the bonfire and sat on the ground. Without distinction between the Self-Determination Army and civilians, they mixed together. Soon the joyful atmosphere of the banquet gradually took over. All those present had been under immense stress lately. The suffering they had endured from war finally found an outlet. Everyone raised their glasses in celebration, rejoicing in their rebirth from now on. At the same time, it was also a memorial. A memorial for those who died in the war, hoping they could find eternal rest. Ivankov even drank a few more cups and began to perform a funny and quirky dance in front of the bonfire. His huge face didn't scare anyone, instead it made the children laugh to tears. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, everyone remained at the table, directing their gaze towards Monkey D. Long and the eccentric figure beside him with a pair of pure white wings. Under his leadership, this country was liberated from top to bottom. The king was deposed, and the slavery policy was abolished. Everyone welcomed a new life. All of this stemmed from this man and the warriors of the Self-Determination Army behind him. Like a ray of light pushing open the door of despair in the darkness. With the onset of the great pirate era, the will for freedom once again truly shook the entire sea. These warriors fighting for freedom ignited their fury against the world government and the celestial dragons. Citizens of the Solb Kingdom and warriors of the Self-Determination Army. I am Monkey D. Long. Long stood up, his deep voice resonating throughout the plaza. Instantly, everyone fell silent. They waited, anticipating what this man who had liberated the Solb Kingdom would say. The former king of the Solb Kingdom, Bicoli, has been executed by the Self-Determination Army. The Solb Kingdom will welcome a new tomorrow. Upon hearing that the tyrant Bicoli, who attempted to imitate the celestial dragons, had been executed, many citizens of the Solb Kingdom, especially those from the lawless southern lands, quietly wept. The demon who had brought them a tragic life was finally dead, and beneath the tears the light of hope gradually filled their eyes. Long paused for a moment before continuing. From today onward, the Self-Determination Army will officially be renamed the Revolutionary Army. We shall change the world together. We will bring down the lofty celestial dragons and pull them down from their divine thrones. The establishment of the Revolutionary Army was not a significant event. It might not even come into the view of the world government before liberating another country. The billion bounty placed on Monkey D. Dragon by the world government served more as a warning than for any real significance. It was merely about toppling a nation located in the South China Sea. To the world government, the threat was even less than the pirates gathering in the first half of the Grand Line's paradise. In the original work, the world government similarly underestimated the Revolutionary Army. It wasn't until 14 years later, in the year 1516 of the Sea Circle calendar, during that year's World Conference, that the world government began to take Dragon and the Revolutionary Army seriously, believing they would become the greatest threat to the world government within the next 5 to 6 years. In other words, the Revolutionary Army still had a long time to develop in the shadows. At this time, the banquet had concluded, and after experiencing the renowned scenes established by the Revolutionary Army, the citizens and the revolutionaries finally calmed down and returned home to rest. Meanwhile, a group of revolutionary cadre gathered around a table at their base, discussing the most critical issues at hand. We are still lacking funds, and it is foreseeable that as the number of Revolutionary Army members gradually increases, food will also become a significant problem. The world is not only comprised of our revolutionary forces. We must assist as many as possible who wish to resist tyranny. And for those who join us, we must provide them with weapons and teach them to fight. I need a vast army that can one day spread across the entire world. Dragon sat at the head of the table and spoke thus. Yet all eyes, including Dragon's, turned to the man slumped in a chair beside them. Why are you all looking at me? Continue your meeting. I don't have flip-flop marks on my face. Michael looked around somewhat puzzled. You are our chief of staff for the Revolutionary Army. Ginny pointed at Michael's face and exclaimed, don't act like this doesn't concern you. Wasn't it you who invited us to join the revolution? TCH Bear, hurry up and shut your big stupid woman's mouth. Or let her shout even louder, so everyone knows that Rear Admiral Michael is your Revolutionary Army's chief of staff. Although Ginny has always held a slight grudge against me for being a Navy officer, I truly cannot feel angry at her. It's too tragic enough to give me another reason to take down those celestial dragons. Though Ginny has a quick temper, what she says holds merit. Dragon nodded and looked at Michael. I want to hear your opinion. Brother Dragon, what you said is not wrong in a general sense, but it is too vague. Michael said as he straightened his posture. Though he was somewhat laid back, he held immense respect and admiration for the ancestral craft. In revolution, attitude is key. As I mentioned earlier, we must help others resisting tyranny, which is indeed correct. Michael spread out the world map on the table. However, your awareness is still insufficient. Why must it only be those who resist tyranny? What about the royal families that also rule nations but manage to ensure their citizens live happily under the world government's oppression? Can they not be our targets for persuasion? What about those rare, uncorrupted personnel from the world government? Or those who are essentially adventurers and treasure seekers, but are labeled as pirates? Do not be surprised. Revolution is about uniting all forces that can be united as long as they can genuinely reshape and transform this world. Even if it means toasting and sitting at the same table with my enemies, it is also acceptable. With each word Michael spoke, the expressions of the revolutionary cadre changed. This theory was something they had never heard before. Yet after listening, they felt a sense of enlightenment. Is this what they call revolutionary awareness? Unite all forces that can be united. Monkey D. Dragon kept chewing on this phrase, a glint of brilliance gradually appearing in his eyes. The issue was not with his goals, but rather that they were not putting everything into action. Michael was right. Why only unite the Revolutionary Army with other resistors of tyranny? Anyone who is dissatisfied with the world government can be included in the revolutionary ranks. Exactly, our most important goal is to overthrow the world government, so regardless of which faction it is, as long as it benefits our revolutionary goals, we can unite. We must distinguish between primary and secondary issues, and before resolving the primary contradiction, there is no need to pay attention to any secondary contradictions. Michael suddenly raised his head. Goodness, just from this discussion, they are beginning to draw broader conclusions. No wonder you are the innate embodiment of rebellion. Michael secretly wiped a cold sweat, and then continued to look at the world map. Brother Dragon, as for the issues of funds and food, they can also be easily resolved. For funds, we can just rob the heavenly gold. Michael pointed to several fixed shipping routes. Generally speaking, heavenly gold is transported along a few fixed routes by member nations to designated locations, then taken over by the world government's working ships or naval vessels, and then transported to Mariawa. But doesn't that mean we are robbing the money of those impoverished citizens? Ginny finally stopped frowning and asked, her tone carrying a purity untainted by corruption. The exceptionally tall bear beside her also looked at Michael with the same question in his eyes. Michael exchanged a glance with Dragon, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, Ginny and Bear were too innocent, and their perspective on the issue was overly narrow. Let's not even discuss how you would return the money to its rightful owners. Michael pointed to his head. Think with your heads. Even if the money returns to their hands before a successful revolution, it will only be waiting to be extorted again. So it is better to take from the people and use it for the people. Utilizing these resources to accelerate the revolution is the greatest return you can give to those who contributed heavenly gold. Making them no longer need to pay the heavenly gold is our ultimate goal, isn't it? Ginny and Bear exchanged glances, speechless for a long time. Michael did not continue explaining to the two of them, and instead pointed to a position on the map, the East Sea. Here, Brother Dragon, your hometown Windmill Village in the East Sea and the nearby coastal villages are renowned for their rich resources, especially Frost Moon Village, where the food output is often several times or even dozens of times higher than that of the surrounding areas with immense food reserves. Frost Moon. Dragon paused upon hearing this. The Frost Moon from Wano country. Exactly, Frost Moon. Gung Saburo, the renowned swordsmith from Wano country. Why are the people from the Land of Harmony appearing in the East Sea? Currently, there is only one speculation: it might be in pursuit of a certain deceased person. Mikhail shook his head. If he spoke too detailed about this matter, it would surely raise suspicion. Knowing some major events is one thing, but being so clear about trivial family matters is somewhat strange. Shiryuki Gung Saburo left during the locked country period of the Land of Harmony, perhaps in search of his sister, Shiryuki Tachiko. As for who Shiryuki Tachiko is, she is the first fool of the Straw Hat Pirates, the disciple of the world's greatest swordsman, one of the most notorious generations, a high-ranking official of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, and the grandmother of Roronoa Zoro. No matter what, the resources of the East Sea are incredibly rich, and the control of various forces over the East Sea is actually not strong, making it undoubtedly the most suitable place for a base among the four seas. Moreover, there are quite a few places similar to the Salb Kingdom in the East Sea. As a native of the East Sea, you should be clearer about this than I am. Brother Long. Long wore a calm expression and nodded. So now that everyone understands what our goal is next, I, as the Chief of Staff, will issue a new directive. From today onwards, Alvia, you need to select some individuals with higher cultural levels to help you undertake the literacy work of the Revolutionary Army. If there really aren't suitable personnel, then take a trip to Alabasta DR. Clover and the others have already established a firm foothold there. Wait. Ginny suddenly panicked. What you mean is, besides learning to fight, we also have to. That's right. And cultural classes. Mikhail said excitedly, his pure white wings suddenly unfurling, casting gentle holy light upon everyone, evoking a wave of warmth. However, the smile on his face was devilishly wicked. In contrast, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. A group of people in their 20s still had to go to school. Remember, political power comes from the barrel of a gun, but culture and civilization can solidify that power. I don't want to overthrow the world government only for you to become the next batch of celestial dragons due to ignorance. Mikhail's voice was unusually stern, and a chilling murderous intent surged in his eyes. At once, everyone knew. The Chief of Staff was absolutely serious. Mikhail, where have you been these days? Where could I go? I just casually found an uninhabited island to train. Facing Tao Tu's inquiry, Mikhail, without a hint of guilt, fabricated, you know, I don't want my fruit abilities to be known so soon, nor can I expose my whereabouts to the celestial dragons. I suspect they want to find an opportunity to send those CP0 after me. Mikhail shrugged. To be honest, the latter half is just talk. Stussy definitely did not report his encounter with me. The celestial dragons are probably feeling quite constrained. Is that so? Did you really just go to train? If you went to places like Joy Street, then you are dead. I will definitely report you to the Navy's Internal Affairs. Well, since the establishment of the Sword Special Operations Unit, the Internal Affairs no longer has jurisdiction over Navy officers of colonel rank and above, and it has been completely handed over to us. Mikhail pointed to his nose and said with a smile, in other words, if you report me, you'll have to contact my snail. Tao Tu opened her mouth and in the end could only force out one sentence. Shameless. Thank you. After exchanging a few words, Tao Tu began to tell Mikhail what happened during his absence, what the Sword Special Operations Unit's miraculous members had done. However, as she listened to Tao Tu's account, Mikhail began to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. These kids want to hunt pirates. To be honest, as Navy personnel, they certainly have no problem capturing pirates. But as the saying goes, one should act according to their strength. Damn it, these kids, while fishing in the sea, caught the biggest great white shark. Yesterday, while successfully pursuing a group of pirates and driving the enemy's ship back to Sabadi Archipelago, they encountered a single small skiff. According to Stella's description to Tao 2, it was a small boat that looked like a coffin with a pale, beardless man sitting on it expressionless. Her memory was fixed on his eyes filled with rage like a hawk's and a giant black sword. It is said that Razanani and T. Bone carried these unfortunate fruit users back. After hearing this, Mikhail felt that the subordinates he had recruited had somewhat questionable luck. Going out to catch a pirate, yet running into the rookie called Hawkeye, who harbors great hostility towards the Navy. Though he is still new and even of similar age to Razanani, his strength far exceeds that of his peers. And according to Stella's description, the supreme Great Blade Black Blade Knight is already in his hands. So others suddenly fell into the water is one thing, but did Stella and Smoker not react? No. Tao 2 shook her head, saying she could easily take out those little guys with one hit. But she is the Navy that carries the code of color animal. Moreover, Tao 2 later investigated this Hawkeye and found that he was only 21 years old, yet had already been rewarded 400 million berries. In the future, he will undoubtedly be one of the Navy's greatest threats. The main issue is that originally Mr. Smile was supposed to accompany them and provide protection, but he was carried to the casino by them. Mikhail's mouth twitched. This kind of operation was undoubtedly instigated by that grandson Smoker. How are their injuries? The injuries are actually not severe. The opponent's attacks were not aimed at people, but at the ship. Also, the psychological trauma is quite significant. Tao 2 couldn't help but smile. A few of these little guys have been training quite well recently, so it's not a bad thing for them to face some setbacks. However, still keep an eye on Hawkeye's movements. This time, he just attacked the ship, but next time it might not be the same. Such a talent who does not belong to any faction must either be assimilated quickly or dealt with decisively. Is there any other bad news? Well, there really is. Tao Tu's expression turned serious as she said, the world government has issued a notice that in 3 days a group of celestial dragons will come to Sabaody Archipelago for a visit. Mikhail suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with astonishment. This is clearly fantastic news. The dragon people's outings are subject to meticulous and strict inspections and reviews by the world government and the Navy. They may even conduct long-term eradication efforts against pirates and gangs in the area months in advance. Any factor that could pose a threat to the dragon people must be completely eliminated. However, this time the dragon people are unexpectedly heading to the Sabaody Archipelago. The reason for this has left the staff of the world government speechless. What do you mean they are coming to the Sabaody Archipelago to personally buy a batch of slaves because there are no good ones available? They even say that we who serve as dogs for the dragon people are completely incompetent. How absurd. Since the last great purge, who would dare to engage in slave trading in the Sabaody Archipelago? 2 officials of the dragon people walked along the main street of Island No. Wano, which was once the largest slave trading hub in the entire sea, but after the previous purge it could easily be described as desolate. Back then, those slave traders and the gangs that supported them were all effectively wiped out by Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit and his subordinate. Now Islands 1 to 29, even under the Navy's initiative, have shed their stigma and transformed into resettlement points for those who are homeless or temporarily without a home. They have little interest in slave trading, although they serve the dragon people. Having witnessed the suffering and deaths of slaves tortured by them, they can't help but feel a sense of sorrow. After all, who knows if they might one day find themselves, due to a single word from the dragon people, transformed from officials of the world government into slaves, chained and branded. But that being said, with the intelligence of those dragon people, they would probably find it hard to understand why the slave traders were eradicated by Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, right? Even if they don't understand, it won't stop them from being angry at us when they see there are no slaves to buy. The 2 continued to lament. This is simply an unsolvable deadlock. As officials responsible for leading the way for the dragon people, if they were to vanish, it would be the CP0, those hidden demons under white cloaks that would come after them. Just as the 2 were at a loss, suddenly a tall figure blocked their path. They looked up to find a large albatross. Morgans. The big news, Morgans, one of the underground emperors. That's corrected his eye. Morgans displayed a very polite demeanor, exuding an air of cultured sophistication. However, the 2 officials of the dragon people knew just how formidable this large bird was. Firstly, his age was unknown. The God Valley incident was exposed by him, which led to the abolition of the slave system in public. Moreover, after exposing this matter, neither the world government nor the dragon people troubled Morgans. Instead, the World Economic Journal became the only mainstream and authoritative media in the entire Pirate King world. Everyone knows that the big news Morgans behind the World Economic Journal is only interested in news. He would never accept bribes, report on things he didn't want to, and he detests being controlled in his reporting. I wonder if Mr. Morgans has stopped us for some reason. Of course, when someone stops you on the street, there must be a reason. Morgan said this while wrapping an arm around the shoulders of the two Dragon People officials walking towards Island No. 13. Let's go. The street is not a suitable place for conversation. Regardless of whether they were willing to follow him, he forcibly led them along. Having mixed in the underground world, he still retained some combat ability, even though he was a journalist. After all, he was also a Zoan fruit user, and his physical strength was not low. After half inviting and half forcing the two Dragon People's officials to Island No. 13, Morgan stretched his long bird neck looking around, as if searching for something. Oh, found it. Suddenly Morgans looked in a direction, mumbling as he walked over. The two Dragon People officials raised their heads and saw the place Morgans was heading towards. It was a somewhat concealed small tavern with a sign that read Shaki's Extortion Bar. At a glance, it was clearly a black market establishment. Which good person would put the words extortion on their sign, damn it? The two could only complain, silently wondering if such remarks would provoke the anger of this birdman and get them killed. Dingling. Morgans pushed open the door, and a clear wind chime sound completely incongruous with the sign rang out. Upon entering the tavern, Morgans pushed the two Dragon People's officials forward. Then he sat down at the nearby counter and spoke to the owner, who was wiping glasses. Shaki, bring me a pure wheat beer to calm my nerves. Damn, I'm a journalist. My hands are meant for risking my life to capture news photos and write sensational headlines. Not for kidnapping. Although I have done my fair share of kidnapping informants, I haven't been this handsome since the God Valley incident. The woman referred to as Shaki was none other than the former emperor of Amazon Lily, the former captain of the Kuja pirates who had retired from piracy at the tender age of 22. Indeed, as the former emperor of Amazon Lily, Shaki had retired even earlier than the previous Emperor Flameflower. For years after Shaki's retirement, the world-shocking God Valley incident occurred. She poured a glass of exceptionally good beer and pushed it in front of Morgans. Morgans, although you're complaining, your body is quite honest. Of course, if you were threatened by that guy who clearly isn't a bird, but has wings, you'd choose to return to your old profession too. Morgans rolled his eyes. Sitting in the corner, a woman clad in the traditional attire of the Amazon Lily Empress looked up at Morgans. Tisk, you're still so cowardly, you stinky bird. Morgans frowned and turned around, only to be taken aback by the woman's appearance. Fire Flameflower, after the God Valley incident, didn't you go missing? How did you end up here? The former member of the Rocks Pirates, the former Empress of Amazon Lily Flameflower. Though not young anymore, she was still only less than 10 years older than Shaki, retaining her former stunning beauty. I've been right here, but it's just that no one found me. Just as Flameflower was about to speak again, the back door of the tavern was slowly pushed open. A man dressed in Revolutionary Army uniform entered, his wings behind him, so pure that they made others feel ashamed. However, the two men following him made Flameflower frown. Rayleigh and Jabba, the mainstays who defeated the Rocks Pirates. Hello everyone, I assume you don't need me to introduce myself. Michael, dressed in the Revolutionary Army uniform, tucked his wings away after entering. To be honest, Xiaqi's tavern is somewhat small. However, some of you may not recognize me, so let me introduce myself. I am Michael, a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and concurrently the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. Regarding my identity, I hope everyone can keep it confidential. Of course, it's fine if you don't. After all, pirates, when they speak, tend to slander the kind and excellent Navy. After Michael finished speaking, he let Rayleigh and Jabba come forward from behind him. At this moment, these two had yet to decide where to go after retiring and had been idling away their time in a village in the South Sea. This time, Michael had contacted them specifically through Morgans. They initially thought that their meeting with this young Navy officer on Batlira Island in the South Sea would be their only encounter. However, they did not expect that Michael would take the initiative to contact them. At first, they wondered if this was some Navy tactic to lure them into a trap. But then they realized that since the Navy already knew their hiding place, it would be easier to send someone to them. Moreover, they were going to the Sabaody archipelago. Such a place was actually not very suitable for taking action. Driven by curiosity, along with the boredom of retirement, the two of them readily accepted Michael's invitation. They also did not expect to encounter an old acquaintance here. To be precise, it was an old enemy. However, after the disappearance of Rocks and the disbandment of the Rocks Pirates as another pirate crew that had lost their captain, their reunion now bore no hostility. Rocks lost and went missing. Roger won and died. In that battle, regardless of whether one was a loser or a winner, the outcome was not favorable. Fireflower, why are you at Xiaqi's tavern? Rayleigh was more curious about why this woman was involved. He had known Xiaqi for quite some time. He met the tavern owner and super information dealer Xiaqi when he first came to the Sabaody archipelago. As the former empress of the Amazon Lily, it's quite normal for me to temporarily have nowhere to go and to stay at a junior's place, right? Fireflower snorted coldly. Although she had no feelings for Rocks having lost in a fight, it was only natural to harbor some resentment. The Empress of Amazon Lily. Former Empress. Junior. Jabba gestured with his fingers. So you're saying that Sister Xiaqi is the former Empress? Rayleigh looked at Xiachi only to see her calmly smoking a slender cigarette without saying a word. He had no choice but to temporarily suppress his questions. Have you all finished your pleasantries? Michael revealed a warm and heartwarming smile, lightly tapping the table, the tap-tap sound echoing in the small tavern. If you're done, then let us begin the war meeting. War meeting? Jabba nearly fell off his chair upon hearing this term. Little brother, you must be mistaken. You, a publicly known Navy officer, secretly a Revolutionary Army member, are now going to hold a war meeting with us, a group of former pirates. This situation is something an ordinary person would take a long time to comprehend. Although Jabba was just expressing his own thoughts, he represented the attitude of everyone present except Morgan's. They could not understand what this young Navy officer was trying to do. Meanwhile, Michael cast his gaze toward the Celestial Dragon officials who had long collapsed in fear nearby. He threw a glance at Morgan's, but the latter rolled his eyes and ignored him. Then, gesturing with his hand as if to grasp something tightly, Morgan's finally stood up from the bar, lifted the two Celestial Dragon officials from the ground, and placed them on the table surrounded by prominent figures. The atmosphere felt as if they were about to be eaten alive. Of course, the madman's diary did not unfold. Michael rested his chin on his hand, smiling as he looked at the two Celestial Dragon officials before him. You two are the ones who came to scout the route for the Celestial Dragons, right? Yes. One of the officials stuttered in reply. Don't kill us, or the Celestial Dragons will not spare you. Don't be ridiculous. Would the Celestial Dragons get angry over two incompetent dogs? Of course they would, but their anger would be directed at you. Michael was smiling, but the smile did not reach his eyes. This cold gaze made Morgan's shiver involuntarily. I'm glad I'm on this guy's side, Morgan's mumbled, choosing to continue drinking his beer. If the Celestial Dragons who wanted to buy new slaves couldn't get any, do you incompetent people think you would directly become their new slaves? As officials, I believe you know better than I what it means to become a slave to the Celestial Dragons, right? The two officials trembled violently, all over a sense of terror that had always lingered in the depths of their minds surged forth in response to Michael's question. Absolutely do not become a slave. In Navy, sir, what do you want to know? As long as we are not made into slaves, we are willing to do anything. Yes, anything. Michael nodded in satisfaction. It must be said that the terrifying rule of the Celestial Dragons made even those on the same side as him feel anxious. It's simple. Report the itinerary of this Celestial Dragon outing according to this plan. Once completed, I can guarantee that you will absolutely not become slaves. After saying this, Michael surprisingly stood up, shook hands with the two, and let them leave. Are you not afraid they will report this matter to the world government? Two small scouting officials being held hostage in a small tavern by a Navy Rear Admiral, the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, two former empresses of the Amazon Lily, and the right-hand men of the Pirate King Rayleigh and Jabba. Michael sneered. If you were from the world government, would you believe such a daydream? Well, it's time for us to take our turn. Michael turned back and looked at the four people whose faces were filled with shock. What's wrong? You all look like you've seen a ghost. You actually want to take action against the Celestial Dragons? Rayleigh asked in a low voice. Aren't you a Navy man? But I'm also part of the Revolutionary Army. Michael shrugged dismissively and said, moreover, it's not me who wants to take action against the Celestial Dragons. It's you terrifying pirates who will do it. I am Michael, pure and noble. A few pirates sitting at the table exchanged glances. This was the first time they had encountered such an audacious man. Why should we go after the Celestial Dragons? The first to crack was not the usually impatient Jabba, who had always followed Roger. After Roger's death, he simply sided with Rayleigh. Seeing that Rayleigh had not spoken up, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, it was the fiery flower sitting directly opposite Michael, who couldn't hold back. This former empress of the Amazon Lily was not known to be an easy person to deal with. In her life, she hated being used the most. After saying this, she stood up, preparing to leave. Before Xiachi could reach out to stop her, Michael calmly addressed the fiery flower. Why should you go after the Celestial Dragons? Do I look like someone who would let you work for free? You kind of do, Rayleigh interjected from the side. You tactical players have dirty hearts. Exactly. The fiery flower nodded eagerly upon hearing someone support her view. You must be trying to trick us. Michael shook his head. Is her temperament a bit too impulsive? Thankfully, she hadn't been the empress of the Amazon Lily for too long before she set sail and joined the Rocks Pirates. However, when I initially prepared to gather you all, I had already discussed the terms with Xiachi. Michael's words drew everyone's attention to Xiachi. Xiachi calmly took a puff of smoke and then nodded. Indeed, I find the conditions proposed by Michael to be very fair, even somewhat disadvantageous, making it quite difficult for us to refuse. Xiachi's words thoroughly piqued the curiosity of the fiery flower and Rayleigh. What could a naval major propose that we cannot refuse? If the person saying this were Carp or Sengoku, I might believe it, Xiachi said, reaching out to reassure the fiery flower. as a successor nearly a decade younger than the fiery flower Shiachi, actually seemed to be the more mature one. What terms? Just listen and you'll know. Under Ziaki's reassurance, the fiery flower finally sat back down. With her long legs crossed and arms folded, she regarded Michael with a scrutinizing gaze. Speak, let me see what terms you can propose that I cannot refuse. Michael's smile flickered for a moment. In fact, the fiery flower's reaction was entirely within Michael's expectations. This was the first step of negotiation, capturing the other person's attention. Regardless of the other party's attitude, her focus had already been thoroughly drawn into the matter with just a few words. The second step was to lay out any potential interests and future prospects, commonly referred to as drawing big cakes. Originally, I wanted Shiachi to take action, but you are more suitable. So as long as you can participate in this operation. As a reward, I will offer the entire Amazon Lily a pardon, ensuring its transformation from a pirate nation to a naval nation. Upon hearing this, except for Shiachi and Morgans, who already knew the terms, the fiery flower, Rayleigh, and Jabba were all stunned. What is this guy talking about? Turning a pirate nation into a naval nation? Is he really joking, or is it that kind of humor that isn't funny at all? The Amazon Lily has been a pirate nation since its inception. Yes, it is a pirate nation, but who says that just because it started as a pirate nation it can never turn back to righteousness? Surely you, Her Majesty, the fiery flower, aren't the type to say the laws of our ancestors must not be changed, right? Michael tilted his head and asked. This question left the fiery flower at a loss for words. If she were really that kind of person, she definitely would not have relinquished the position of Empress to Shiachi and then set sail to join the Rocks Pirates. And Shiachi was also not that kind of person, otherwise she wouldn't have abdicated and retired after merely a few years as Empress. Most importantly, the Amazon Lily had never had any ancestral laws. In reality, the Amazon Lily went to sea as pirates not only to seek a livelihood, but also to reproduce. After all, there is no magical river water that guarantees pregnancy. Of course, I understand the reasoning, but can joining the Navy provide a better path? The fiery flower had clearly begun to calm down, and her intelligence, once that of the Amazon Lily's Empress, regained its upper hand. Even if she despised the celestial dragons, she wouldn't joke around with the future of the Amazon Lily. Until she heard enough benefits to sway her, she remained resolute in her disagreement. However, when Michael heard what the fiery flower said, he felt that this was basically secured. When you are willing to listen to my proposal, you have already acknowledged my line of thought. I just want to ask you one question. Michael said leisurely. Do you think the three designated admirals of the Navy in this generation, namely Akainu Akiji and Kizuru, will become stronger in the future and reach their true peak? If any one of them attacks the Amazon Lily, do you think you will have the strength to resist? One sentence struck at the sore spot. The Amazon Lily, viewed from the present, had no future. Although the grassroots 9 snake warriors were powerful, any competent warrior could skillfully master Haki and possess considerable physical capabilities. However, this Haki alone would not be enough to withstand the future admirals, let alone the Buster Call. The Navy's technological advancements in warfare that set them apart from pirates were truly frightening. No. The fiery flower hesitated for a long time, but in the end, she seemed to deflate, her spirit somewhat diminished. The Amazon Lily is not a match for the future admirals. To be precise, neither I nor Shiachi can withstand the 3 admirals. The Amazon Lily lacks more high-end combat power. Michael nodded. No wonder she was the Empress. Her intelligence was truly impressive when her emotions were stable. After all, there are very few people in the world of pirates who can effectively manage a country. So, Your Majesty, the fiery flower, regarding the current situation of the Amazon Lily, a wise sage named Kevin Durant created a way. If you can't beat them, join them. Isn't that just surrendering, you bastard? Although the fiery flower still vocally criticized him, her eyes were filled with uncertainty. Your Majesty, the fiery flower, think about the survival and reproduction of the Amazon Lily. Joining the Navy means that the women of the Amazon Lily will no longer have to set sail to seek breeding. The elite warriors of the Amazon Lily with Haki and proficiency in marksmanship and martial arts are the most sought-after recruits by the Navy. The next Empress of the Amazon Lily, as long as she is not weaker than either of you, will be guaranteed a position as an elite rear admiral. Then congratulations, a new faction within the Navy led by the Empress of the Amazon Lily and the elite rear admiral of the Navy has been born. And all of this only requires you to act as an assassin to eliminate the celestial dragons. The rest will be handled by me. What Michaela said was completely grounded in reality. The quality of naval recruitment has significantly declined over the years. The 3 appointed generals, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, along with these 5 powerful individuals known by their code names of Color Animal, represent the last peak of naval recruitment. It could even be described as a return of light. In the next 20 years, the quality of naval recruitment will decline year after year. Even someone like KB, the king of deserters, can become a hope for the Navy. The hope of the Navy truly is quite amusing. Therefore, to improve all of this, and to make his revolutionary path smoother, reforming the source of troops is imperative. The numerous swordsmen of Wano country are part of the plan. The female warriors of Amazon Lily skilled in archery and armed hockey are equally part of the plan. After all, the infusion of new blood is the only way for an organization that has fallen to become a pawn to find an opportunity for rebirth. But if I go and assassinate the celestial dragons, I will surely be hunted down by CP0, damn it. That is the price. Michaela smiled and said, as the Emperor of Amazon Lily, do you have the courage to make sacrifices for this country? Fireflower half opened her mouth, a hint of struggle crossing her beautiful face. Doubt and guilt intertwined. The doubt was regarding Michaela's plan. The guilt was for Amazon Lily and Shiki. Because of her earlier stubbornness, she ultimately chose to abandon the entire country in pursuit of Whitebeard, joining the Rocks Pirates. When Shiki took over her throne, she was only 14 years old. She didn't even ask Shiki if she wanted to become the Empress of Amazon Lily. Fireflower finally raised her head and glanced at Shiki. She made her final decision. He'll do it. Fireflower nodded heavily. As long as it can put the entire country back on track, I am willing to give everything. Shiki looked at Fireflower in astonishment. In his impression, this former emperor was always capricious, placing her personal joys and sorrows above those of the citizens. Though she wasn't tyrannical during her reign, she certainly did not act like an emperor. Instead, she resembled a beautiful and spoiled princess. Now Fireflower was no longer the emperor. Yet she seemed more like a wise ruler than ever before. Michaela nodded. This condition was one that Amazon Lily could not possibly refuse. He then turned his gaze towards Rayleigh and Jabba. What about you? Do you want to take on this job? Jabba remained silent as he noticed Rayleigh staring intently at Michaela's face, as if trying to discern something from it. Michaela, what exactly are you plotting? Rayleigh spoke in a low voice. Your ambition is far greater than I imagined. Ambition? No, I am merely an ordinary person who cannot stand this world and wishes to change it. Michaela spread his hands and stated casually, if a torrential flood is to change the world, then I am the first drop of water that breaches the dam. If a raging fire is to change the world, then I am the spark. We can join in too. Rayleigh pointed at the table. Let's change the plan from assassination to kidnapping. I want to execute the celestial dragons, just like we did with Roger. If you agree, then it's a deal. Michaela squinted his eyes. From Rayleigh's calm gaze, he saw a flame of vengeance that had never extinguished. Under Michaela's instigation, there were signs of rekindling. Execute the celestial dragons. You pirates sure know how to play. That's certainly wonderful. Deal. In the year 1503 of the Sea Circle, on the first day of the new year, a massive and magnificent ship set sail from Marineford. This time, there were as many as 26 celestial dragons on board. It was precisely because of this large number that the manpower of CP0 was insufficient, so the Gorosei even dispatched the Knights of God, the organization responsible for judging the celestial dragons, to provide protection. However, Figolando Greenberg, as the supreme commander of the Knights of God, had more important tasks and did not accompany them. Isn't it a bit excessive to send so many people for protection? The Environment Marshal God Marcus Maz said while crossing his arms to an old man beside him who was holding a sword in both hands. Nowadays, whether it's pirates or anyone else, only a madman would dare to attack the celestial dragons, right? And besides, isn't the destination Sabaody Archipelago? Hasn't Peach Rabbit already cleaned it up with her troops? You're right. St. Nasilu is not even looking up, meticulously stroking the first generation of Getetsu in his hands. As the first generation of the Getetsu series, and one of the most powerful creations, it is one of the supreme great swords. Sabaody Archipelago. Have you forgotten about that navy named Michaela? Isn't that guy Roswald still shouting that he wants him to pay the price? It's because of him that they have no new slaves available. Nasilu said with a hint of disdain. As one of the Gorosei under him, he obtained an immortal life with IMS power. In their eyes, these grotesquely fat and dim-witted celestial dragons also disgusted them. However, this disgust was due to the fact that the other party caused the noble existence of the celestial dragons to lose its grandeur. But wasn't that navy named Michaela saved by Sengoku and the others? That's right, Sengoku has a close relationship with him. We don't need to offend Sengoku over someone like Roswald. The two Gorosei's conversation was exceptionally pragmatic. In their eyes, Sengoku was one of the top-tier powers on the entire sea. Even they had to take Sengoku's attitude seriously. During the previous search for the heir of the Pirate King, although Sengoku still obeyed the orders, he had clearly shown signs of displeasure. Moreover, recently Sengoku has promoted that navy named Michaela to a rear admiral. It seems he is responsible for some secret tasks. Should we have CP0 warn him in passing? Of course, although there are plenty of pigs like Roswald, the identity of the celestial dragons must remain lofty. As the two Gorosei spoke, they returned to Marineford. At this time, they were still unaware that soon a major event that would shake the entire world would occur at the celestial dragons' destination Sabaody Archipelago. If they could foresee this, the first thing they would do would definitely be to kill Michaela. Father, where are we? This is the Sabaody Archipelago, Charles, a realm inhabited by commoners, but it is also the place that supplies us with slaves. Slaves. I want new slaves. The 4-year-old Charles had the dull visage typical of inbreeding, resembling a typical celestial dragon, and exclaimed, I haven't had a new slave in 2 months. Exactly, that's why this time we must see why those lowly creatures haven't sent more slaves. Rodsword snorted. If there were truly no suppliers for slaves, he would catch them himself. After all, the Sabaody Archipelago is teeming with commoners who could serve as slaves. Gentlemen, please proceed this way. The 2 officials leading the way nodded and bowed as they guided the celestial dragons. However, they were sweating profusely, needing to wipe their brows every few steps. They were currently following the route set by Michael leading the celestial dragons. But seeing the numerous CP0 and members of the Knights of God around, they felt a bit uneasy. Even if the assassins were those prominent figures, could they really succeed? If they fail, would they be exposed? Should we tell the Knights of God about this? Damn it. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. At a time like this, that would definitely be a death sentence. The hushed whispers of the 2 officials, though quiet, still caught the attention of the Knights of God. This organization, responsible for adjudicating and protecting the celestial dragons, was also composed of elites among the celestial dragons. Unlike the useless Rodsword, they often inherited the excellent genes of the 20 founding kings and possessed formidable combat strength. Especially in a state of heightened alert, overhearing the quiet conversation of the 2 leading officials was not difficult. What are you 2 talking about? What is it that you want to tell us? A black-haired woman from the Knights of God suddenly appeared behind them, her soft words laced with a chilling intent. No, Knight, we have nothing to say. It's just that this journey is a bit long, and we were afraid you would feel fatigued. Yes, that's right. He is correct. The 2 officials swallowed hard, stammering in response. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, but they had no thoughts of admiration. After all, she was a member of the Knights of God among the celestial dragons. Those are relentless killers. However, in the next moment, the vision of the 2 officials suddenly tilted, and they fell to the ground. At that moment, they realized they were dead. Their heads had been severed without them noticing. The woman before them wiped the long sword in her hand. A cold smirk hung at the corner of her mouth. She then turned to the other members of the Knights of God and said there may be an ambush, protect everyone, and return the same way. She needed no evidence and did not have to heed the orders of the celestial dragon she was protecting. This outing was in reality led by the Knights of God. And now she believed that the 2 leading officials had betrayed them and revealed their whereabouts. The situation is thus: the enemy's target should be you, St. Rodsword, so you should return to the ship next. What do you mean? How dare someone threaten a celestial dragon? Rodsword had just begun to speak when he suddenly felt a sticky liquid splattered across his face. The member of the Knights of God who had just been commanding him was now decapitated. A seemingly worn sword had mercilessly severed the neck of the black-haired woman. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. It was supposed to be her who was cutting down others, right? Clearly back in God Valley when she was slaughtering recklessly, it brought her so much joy. It turned out that being killed was such a painful thing. She wanted to see who had struck the blow, and in the last moment before her consciousness faded, she finally recognized the face of the assailant. 17 years ago, she had seen this face in God Valley. The right hand of the pirate king, Dark King Rayleigh. Rayleigh, you truly have no mercy for the fairer sex. Jabba charged towards CP0 and the other members of the Knights of God. As he passed, he couldn't help but tease Rayleigh, these are celestial dragons. Rayleigh shook his head, a cold smile on his lips. They are both great enemies and bear great grudges. How can I show mercy? After saying this, he merely narrowed his eyes. The Conqueror's hockey swept across the field. The most efficient method of clearing out in the world of the Pirate King, except for the members of CP0 and the Knights of God, all celestial dragons rolled their eyes and fainted. Stepping over Rodsword, who had rolled his eyes and fainted, Rayleigh rushed toward the encircled CP0 and Knights of God, who were surrounded by Jabba. Not a single one of them would be spared. Although he subjectively thought so, it was not his idea. It was Michael's request. When dealing with celestial dragons, that guy was definitely the most terrifying devil. Rayleigh, Jabba. They are all subordinates of the Pirate King GOLD. Roger. One CP0 shouted loudly, then crazily retreated, taking out a Den Mushy, preparing to report this information to the 5 elders. But the moment the call was connected, a long, beautiful leg radiating black light appeared in the field of vision, approaching quickly. In the next moment, he was sent flying. Hello. On the other end of the Den Mushy, the voice of Izambaron V. Nashuro was just heard before being crushed to death by a kick from Fireflower. CP0, you are truly good dogs of the celestial dragons. Back when the Rocks pirates were destroyed, you had a hand in it too. Fireflower chuckled lightly, then grabbed the hair of this CP0 member and tossed him back into the battlefield. 7 members of the Knights of God, 9 members of CP0. Facing the 3 major pirates led by Rayleigh, they appeared somewhat powerless. Even though there were strong figures among them at the elite Rear Admiral level, it simply was not enough. Even the weakest Fireflower far exceeded the elite Rear Admiral level. The battle concluded swiftly. After all, under Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki, they spared the time needed to hunt these pigs. After Rayleigh killed the last member of the Knights of God, Michael appeared. Surveying the bloody battlefield, Jabba and Fireflower bore some traces of battle. But Rayleigh looked as relaxed and comfortable as an old man out for a stroll. Except for the bloodied sword in his hand. Alright, next it's time for these pigs. Let's go. Morgans is already ready. When the Celestial Dragons awoke that day, they found themselves taken far away from the Sabeti archipelago by Michael and his companions. Roswald opened his eyes to see his son staring ahead, his face filled with terror. Following his son's gaze, Roswald felt a sudden dampness between his legs, having soiled himself in fear. The other Celestial Dragons around him were equally affected. This was merely because the ground before them was strewn with the corpses of the Knights of God and CP0, along with their severed heads. Unlike their usual enjoyment of gunning down slaves and innocent civilians, the sight of dead slaves and civilians brought them only pleasure, joy, and an unsettling sense of normalcy. In their worldview, all life other than the Celestial Dragons was merely animals. Killing a person was no different from killing a rabbit. Thus, even if just the corpses of CP0 lay before them, they were at most angry and enraged that no one was there to protect them any longer. However, the Knights of God were different. They too were Celestial Dragons. How could their kind be beheaded and displayed before them? They finally realized. When one is killed, they die. Even if they were Celestial Dragons, they considered themselves gods above all beings. A round of applause resounded, capturing the attention of all Celestial Dragons, including Roswald. A group emerged from a nearby cave. At that moment, Roswald snapped back to reality and realized they were in an extremely deep abyss. The brightness came from a pure white flame scattered above them. This flame was holy and beautiful, provoking an instinctive disgust within them. Damn it! You lowly pirates dare to capture the great Celestial Dragons and have killed members of the Knights of God. Do you wish for death? That's right. Hurry and release us, then commit suicide. Perhaps we may consider leaving your despicable bodies as specimens instead of sending you to the furnace. Even after soiling their pants from fear upon the appearance of those outside the Celestial Dragons, they returned to their arrogant and filthy selves. The words that came from their mouths were utterly foolish. Yet they felt no sense of wrongdoing. The leader removed his hood and cloak, revealing a navy uniform as pure white as the flames. He then strolled up to Roswald and said with a gentle smile, "Hello, dear Roswald Saint. My name is Michael. Have you heard of me? That's right, I'm the one who killed all the suppliers of slaves to you." Roswald's already dull mind was completely stunned. Navy? How could the Navy be with pirates? And shouldn't the Navy be the dogs of the world government and the Celestial Dragons? Why did this Navy named Michael stand before him like a person? You are that Navy. That's right, it's me. Since you are Navy, you naturally understand our noble status as Celestial Dragons. Before he could finish the words to release them, the Navy called Michael slapped his words back into his mouth. I am Navy, and I know you are Celestial Dragons. A cold, merciless killing intent gradually surfaced on Michael's face, but I have never considered Celestial Dragons to be noble at all. Just a bunch of swine who commit crimes at will because of their birth. Since the Gorosei won't intervene, the world government won't intervene, and the Navy won't intervene, then I must find a way myself. After Michael finished speaking, he scanned Roswald and all the Celestial Dragons. How could this group representing the dirtiest aspect of the world still have the audacity to claim to be gods? Gods. There should not be, nor should there ever be such gods in the world. If there were, then he would drag them down from their divine thrones and strip their bones, to make a monument that warns all who attempt to become gods. And here was Michael's execution ground prepared for these Celestial Dragons. Morgans, are you ready? TSK Tisk, of course it's all ready. I've set up the recording equipment, and after it's done it will be copied and sent to every corner of the world except for Marineford and Marineford. Morgans let out a strange laugh, his eyes filled with fervor and admiration. If I had known you weren't just killing, but also planning such a big news story, I wouldn't have needed you, Michael, to threaten me. I would sponsor it myself to be a part of it. This is an execution of Celestial Dragons. Morgans was this way willing to go to any lengths for a big story. What? Report on the deaths of Celestial Dragons. Then I would even be willing to sacrifice my own life. After saying this, he went to the prepared filming location, awaiting Michael's command. From this moment on, he had fully realized. He had pledged his life to Michael. This guy would undoubtedly bring him countless shocking news stories. After all, this guy was truly capable of stirring up trouble. Michael felt a bit uneasy under Morgan's fervent gaze. He remembered that Morgan's was not the kind to break easily. Shaking his head and driving all distractions from his mind, Michael looked at Rayleigh, Jabba, and the Flameflower trio. Let's begin. After Michael spoke, he moved to Morgan's side. Nodding to signal Morgan's to start recording, he saw the three great pirates appearing in front of the camera without any attempt to hide their faces. They then hung a flag with crossed double swords with 3 blank spaces for their heads at the back. Subsequently, Rayleigh spoke up. Hello world. I am the right hand of the Pirate King Dark King Rayleigh. Let me introduce the other two. This is the left hand of the Pirate King Jabba, and this one is the former member of the Rocks Pirates Flameflower. Rayleigh along with the 2 others stood together exuding a terrifying presence as if it were tangible. Meanwhile, the celestial dragons before them finally reacted and understood just who stood in front of them. They might be arrogant and foolish, but they were not completely devoid of sense. The words right hand of the Pirate King thoroughly awakened the deepest fears within them. They awakened the power that their might could never contend with. Rayleigh gave a cold glance and continued, as you can see, these before you are the so-called celestial dragons. Unfortunately for them, they have fallen into our hands. Of course, this is an immense stroke of luck for you, which means these celestial dragons will no longer be able to persecute you. I will announce one thing. We will issue bounties and wanted notices for all celestial dragons members of the world government and CP organizations. In 3 days, the wanted notices will officially be released, which means you have 3 days to distance yourselves from these groups. As he spoke, the Flameflower retrieved 3 execution blades, just like those used in the execution of Roger. Rayleigh took one without hesitation and pierced it through a celestial dragon's body. Raising his head, blood splattered across his face as he coldly smiled. The Cross Guild is officially established from today. The establishment of the Cross Guild was naturally Michael's idea. At this time, neither Rayleigh nor Jabba, who had not completely turned into slackers, hesitated after hearing Michael's proposal and immediately joined. In the manga, the Joker Buggy Crocodile and Dracula Mihawk established the Cross Guild, putting bounties on the Navy. Thus, it is quite reasonable for him to establish the Cross Guild and put bounties on the Celestial Dragons and the world government. Tisk. It turns out that the Celestial Dragons cry and lose control like everyone else when they are killed. Morgan, you look like a perverse murderer, smiling while filming the execution. No perversion can compare to you, Michael. I am merely cleaning up garbage, Michael said as he patted Morgan's shoulder. No need to thank me. Morgan shook his head. His participation in Michael's plan was entirely voluntary. As a journalist, he had been threatened more than once by the Celestial Dragons and the world government. Now, seeing these pigs in trouble, he was overjoyed. With Rayleigh, Jabba, and Fireflower's abilities, killing a few Celestial Dragons wouldn't take much effort. Soon the corpses of all the Celestial Dragons lay scattered across the ground. However, one remained. Roswald's foolish 4-year-old son Charlos. Michael, this is the last one. Jabba glanced at Fireflower, and Rayleigh gritted his teeth and stepped forward, saying, if those two can't bring themselves to harm the child, then let me do it. Jabba, you've all done enough. Michael shook his head and lifted Charlos from the ground. Cowering in fear, Charlos seemed completely stunned by the scene before him, barely breathing and hardly blinking. Michael's actions, however, eased Rayleigh and the others' hearts. Killing the Celestial Dragons posed no psychological burden for them, even giving a sense of vengeful pleasure. But facing a 4-year-old child, even if he was a Celestial Dragon, it was hard for them to go through with it. Although the Celestial Dragons had harmed many civilian children, it did not mean that they would lower their humanity to the same level as the Celestial Dragons. Michael watched their expressions, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. He stopped Jabba, not to save Charlos, but to prevent these pirates from completely losing their humanity. As for Charlos, he served another purpose. After all, the year pig must survive until the day of slaughter, right? After finishing filming, Morgan immediately returned to his base with all the equipment. In the days to come, he would copy these images thousands of times and anonymously send them to various influential figures. Meanwhile, Michael held Charlos, and along with Rayleigh, Jabba, and Fireflower circled around the sea, avoiding 2 rounds of Navy patrols, and arrived at the massive ship used by the Celestial Dragons. At this moment, the entire Sabedi archipelago was engulfed in a massive search operation. Under the leadership of Vice Admiral Momonosuke, they began focusing on the areas where the Celestial Dragons had gone missing. Tisk, you Navy really are obedient. In such a short time, you're almost sealing off the entire Sabedi archipelago for the missing. After Fireflower took down a CP9 member left behind on the massive ship, he looked at Michael, his words tinged with a hint of mockery. Stereotypes aren't changed with just a few words, especially for those who have witnessed the horrors of God Valley. However, Michael shrugged it off and smiled, saying, it's just a matter of putting in effort. This level of force is far less than when Momonosuke and I conducted the cleansing of the Sabedi archipelago. I've heard Shiki mention the cleansing of the Sabedi archipelago. It was very bold, and the methods were effective. Rayleigh approached Jabba from the other side of the massive ship, saying the other half has been thoroughly searched, and the remaining personnel have been eliminated. I know you might describe the methods of the cleansing as despicable or shameless, because I feel the same way. Michael's smile took on a slightly sinister tone. You must remember, I am not a virtuous person. Once something happens that is incompatible with our principles, I will truly eliminate you. Michael showed no signs of concealing his inner thoughts, but precisely because he laid everything on the table, Rayleigh and the others skipped the stage of questioning and directly fast-forwarded to weighing the pros and cons to decide whether to join. So now if you don't kill this little celestial dragon and bring us onto the celestial dragon's ship, what are you really up to? In response to Fireflower's question, Michael nodded. Those who know me best are you, Fireflower. Michael pointed to the massive ship resembling a fortress on the sea and said, what do you think of this ship as the operational base of the Cross Guild? And you have searched the mobile treasury on this ship, right? The celestial dragons came for leisure and spending this time, so they should have brought quite a bit of treasure, right? Rayleigh paused, glancing around once more. Using this massive ship as the operational base for the Cross Guild, it certainly seemed safer than establishing a base on some island. As for the treasury, in my lifetime, the total value of treasures found with Roger is probably not as much as this. Ha ha ha, nonsense. Michael looked at Rayleigh's shocked face and mocked. You think you can compare the treasures you seek with those of the celestial dragons who control the world's economic lifeline and are supported by the world? Who gave you that confidence? Cough, cough, cough. Rayleigh coughed to cover up his earlier slip. Anyway, based on my rough estimate, it's worth at least 5 billion berries. 5 billion. Home as the startup capital for the Cross Guild, that is definitely enough. Michael nodded and smiled. All right, there's no time to waste. You should take this treasure-laden ship and disappear into the Grand Line. This ship is still within the Navy's surveillance range, you know. Fireflower surprisingly did not counter, but raised a very realistic question. Rayleigh and Jabba also looked at Michael. After just a few brief interactions, they had begun to unconsciously seek Michael's opinion on everything. This? Simple, Michael said, raising the motionless Charlos in his hand, looking like a rag doll. Isn't it time for this thing to make its appearance? On the coastline of the Sabeti archipelago, the Navy was patrolling alongside CP9. Unlike the Navy's routine demeanor, CP9 was risking their lives in search of the celestial dragons. After all, if they couldn't find them, they wouldn't even want to think about it. They would be doomed. Just then a figure with wings clutching a cloth bag staggered toward the coastline. A keen Navy soldier immediately recognized him as Michael, who had recently been promoted to Rear Admiral and had then resigned from his position as Vice Admiral. It's Rear Admiral Michael. His condition seems a bit off. Wait, the person behind him is Rayleigh the Dark King. Witnessed by numerous Navy personnel and CP9 members, Rayleigh kicked Michael from midair to the shore. However, upon seeing the many navies, he frowned slightly and then left. Rear Admiral Michael, are you all right? The Navy soldiers immediately surrounded him. As a veteran of the Sabeti archipelago, Michael held significant status in their eyes, second only to Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. Meanwhile, CP9 was gritting their teeth. According to their intelligence, Michael was the culprit who had destroyed the slave trade in the Sabeti archipelago and was a thorn in the side of the celestial dragons. But when they finally saw what Michael was holding in his arms, they immediately cast that thought aside. If there weren't so many Navy personnel, they would have rushed in front of Michael and given him a few respectful bows. It was the celestial dragon Charlos. Although there was only one celestial dragon, they had turned the situation from certain death to merely a matter of severe punishment. The Navy lacked personnel, and their CP organization needed even more. The world government would certainly take this into consideration. Rayleigh, Jabba, they killed the celestial dragon. I did my utmost to save this last one. After saying this, Michael lost consciousness. His last thought before blacking out was, damn Rayleigh, he truly put in a lot of strength with that kick. The news of Michael saving the celestial dragon quickly spread throughout the Sabeti archipelago. Both the Navy and CP9 gathered here, but at this moment no one paid attention to the massive ship belonging to the celestial dragons slowly sailing out of the port, ultimately disappearing into the sea. Michael conveniently fainted for 3 whole days. On the 3rd day, just as he woke up, he was greeted by an unexpected visitor. Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. At this moment, Michael was leaning against the bedside, revealing an expression of resentment for not being able to outdo Rayleigh. When it comes to acting, he believed in doing it thoroughly. A half-hearted performance was an insult to professionalism. Sitting beside the bed, Stella was peeling an apple for him, while Razanandi was helping to massage his shoulders. Smoker was reporting to him that the usually harsh Hina had secretly started learning to smoke. Shiryu and T. Pudding were both smiling, wryly, one trying to cover Smoker's mouth, while the other did their best to restrain Hina from completely losing her temper. Exactly. Keep suppressing me. T. Pudding. Otherwise I won't be able to control myself, and will kill Smoker. Just as Sakazuki entered, he happened to witness this scene. This left him feeling inexplicably chilled to the bone. He had a strange feeling that at some point in the future an old man would say such a line. Moreover, he himself would be the one to be killed in that line. Shaking his head to discard the unsettling thought, he then raised his head to look at all those present. Peach Rabbit, I have something to discuss with Michael. The nearby Peach Rabbit raised an eyebrow and then signaled to the members of the Sword Special Task Force. The few people who were just clowning around instantly ran out the door, closing it behind them. Michael twitched his mouth. These ungrateful bastards. It's just Akainu, right? Why didn't you take him out with you? He wasn't afraid of Akainu. It was just that he couldn't get along with those who had differing philosophies. Michael, this time I am here as a special investigator appointed by the world government to investigate the Celestial Dragon assassination incident. Shouldn't this kind of thing be the job of Borsellino? Recently, Vegapunk went to the O'Hara ruins and Kizuru accompanied him as a bodyguard. Sakazuki sat on the wooden chair by the bed, picked up the half-peeled apple that Stella had left behind, and continued peeling it. His knife skills were far superior to Stella's. So what have you discovered? Michael looked at Sakazuki, whose expression was surprisingly calm. In the days you were unconscious, every prominent figure in the world, including the Celestial Dragon's kings, high-ranking officials of the world government, the Navy headquarters, and major pirate organizations received a video. This video depicted the execution of the Celestial Dragons by the Dark King Rayleigh Jabba and former Rocks Pirates member Fireflower. They announced the establishment of the Cross Guild and in turn placed a bounty on the Celestial Dragons world government officials and the CP organization. Recently, information regarding the Cross Guild has indeed been circulating across the seas, along with rumors that those brutal kings, monarchs, and bloodthirsty pirates would also be placed under the Cross Guild's bounty. As Sakazuki spoke, he set down the knife he had finished peeling with. For me, eh? Michael raised an eyebrow. Are we that close? Sakazuki's hand, which was halfway extended, paused, then he abruptly withdrew it and took a hard bite. Damn, I came to see a patient without bringing anything, and I even eat the patient's fruit. Michael. Sakazuki interrupted Michael's impending insults in a low voice. You saved the only surviving Celestial Dragon, but I still need to ask you. Ask me what? Ask me how I managed to rescue a Celestial Dragon from the hands of 3 major pirates. Or ask me what kind of role I played in this incident. You're not the kind of man who would care about the fate of the Celestial Dragons. Sakazuki stood up, looking down at Michael, and surprisingly revealed admiration. Just like me, aside from the Navy, I don't care about anything, whether it's civilians, the world government, or the Celestial Dragons. After saying this, Sakazuki stood there silent, waiting for Michael's response. Michael raised his head, squinting at Sakazuki, who seemed ruthless and unfeeling. Suddenly, he smiled in understanding. Yes. How could someone like Sakazuki, a true top-tier powerhouse, with such an extreme personality, be willing to be a dog for the world government and the Celestial Dragons? Sakazuki, in the future, do you want to become the Admiral of the Navy? Sakazuki and Michael conversed in the hospital room for a long time, to the point where Tao Tu and Stella began to suspect that Michael was having an affair with Sakazuki. Just as Tao Tu was getting impatient and preparing to eavesdrop on their conversation, the door suddenly swung open. Sakazuki emerged with an unchanged expression, a signature large cigar clamped between his lips, while behind him came Michael's frantic voice. I've already said I'm a patient. Who smokes in a hospital, you fool? Sakazuki did not respond and left the hospital on his own. Tao Tu cast a deep glance at the back of Sakazuki the red dog before entering the hospital room. Inside, Michael was cursing as he waved his hand to disperse the smoke. What were you two talking about? What did we talk about? Michael looked up with a gentle smile and said we were probably just getting to know each other's future employment trends a bit better. Without waiting for Tao Tu to ask more questions, Michael got off the hospital bed. By the way, what about the Celestial Dragon I saved? In the special care ward on the top floor. But what do you want to do? Tao Tu frowned. Aren't you the one who hates Celestial Dragons the most? Even always wanting to kill them as quickly as possible. Tao Tu did not finish that half sentence. After all, the hospital was filled with members of CP9. The first half of that sentence might not have serious consequences, since no one liked them except the Celestial Dragons themselves. But the second half was typical of great heresy. Even if a vice admiral or rear admiral in the Navy said such things, they would face severe consequences. Just like I once said. For my goals, I would not hesitate to sit down and drink with my enemies. As Michael spoke, he walked towards the special care ward on the top floor. Along the way, he encountered several CP9 members confirming his identity. However, given that he had saved the only survivor among the Celestial Dragons in plain view, he faced little resistance along the way. Upon reaching the top floor, he happened to run into a doctor who sighed as he came out. How's the situation? Sahi has shown no response at all. The doctor looked at Michael, shook his head, and said, he doesn't respond to food, and there's no reaction when talking to him. He hardly even blinks. But I did notice that his ears twitched slightly when he heard your name. Michael understood in his heart. He then bypassed the doctor and pushed open the door to the special care ward. Inside the room, a small, chubby celestial dragon was sitting on the hospital bed dressed in an old but funny-looking spacesuit. Nearby, several CP9 spies were anxiously pacing. Upon seeing Michael enter, one of them wanted to scold him for being an unrelated person, but was immediately stopped by an informed colleague. He was one of those searching by the coast, and he personally witnessed Michael saving the celestial dragon and being severely injured by Rayleigh. Therefore, he was not surprised by Michael's appearance here and even felt inexplicably relieved. Although this recently promoted Rear Admiral had a bad reputation among the celestial dragons, he could not afford to worry about that anymore. He quickly stepped forward and slightly bowed his head to Michael. "Rear Admiral Michael, thank you for your hard work. It's nothing, just unfortunate." Michael waved his hand dismissively and then asked, "What about St. Charlos? Is there still no response?" "Sigh, that's right." The CP9 member sighed and looked back only to be completely stunned by the scene unfolding before him. It seemed that upon hearing Michael's voice, Charlos actually turned his head and looked this way. This unexpected movement nearly made the CP9 spies burst into tears. Their lives were finally secure. "It seems that St. Charlos only reacts to me now." Michael nodded to the CP9 spies and said, "Why don't you all step outside and let me see what exactly is happening? Perhaps St. Charlos can still be saved." "All right. Well, leave everything to you, Rear Admiral Michael." The spies were not particularly responsible people. In the face of the brutal celestial dragons, preserving their own lives was the only truth. Thus, after Michael spoke, no one expressed any objections, and they all ran out faster than ever. This was also the reason why Michael disliked the CP organization. This group of spies was destined to be mere dogs for others and could never achieve anything. "St. Charlos, do you still remember who I am?" As Michael's voice resonated, his holy light also shone upon Charlos. As the holy light touched the celestial dragon, Charlos suddenly shivered, and vitality gradually returned to his eyes. Having experienced the hellish scene of the three great powerhouses slaughtering celestial dragons, Charlos finally emerged from his near-death state. The gaze he cast upon Michael gradually transformed from confusion to realization, and finally to fervor and adoration. "You are my god. You are the deity who wields the light. Aren't you celestial dragons always saying that you are the gods of this world?" Michael smiled and said, "Noble celestial dragons, how can you say that I am a god? No, they know nothing." Charlos' throat squeezed out a hysterical voice. Simultaneously, he stumbled and fell from the hospital bed. He raised his head, still gazing at Michael with fervent eyes, and then his chubby body suddenly knelt down on the ground. "My God, please accept my loyalty. Everything I have shall be dedicated to you." Michael was taken aback. He knew that the scene must have left a shadow on this celestial dragon. However, he never expected that it would lead a celestial dragon, who usually looked down on others, to kneel before a Rear Admiral. Moreover, it was a very sincere kneel, as he even knocked his head several times on the floor with a loud thud. "Good Charlos, since you believe I am your god, then you will absolutely obey my orders from now on, right?" "My god, of course I will listen to you." Charlos raised his head, and the resentment that once filled his eyes had completely faded away. Michael's figure appeared, even more towering in his gaze. "Good, remember what you said today." Michael nodded, reached out to lift Charlos from the floor, and tossed him back onto the hospital bed. "Isn't your sword Roger's ace? Why have you changed it after such a short time?" The Warring States looked at the slender, straight sword beside Michael, which shimmered with a gentle, holy light. On the sword guard of the straight sword, intricate wing patterns were carved. "This is the ace that has been reforged by the holy flame, but ace was Roger's sword. Now it is called Morning Star." Michael caressed the blade of Morning Star, and Warring States faintly heard the soft, low-sung hymns of paradise in his ears. Shaking his head, he realized that the sound had vanished without a trace. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Warring States entered work mode. "So you were out searching for the celestial dragon when you happened to stumble upon the scene where Rayleigh was executing the celestial dragons. Do I look like someone who would specifically go out to rescue celestial dragons?" Facing Warring States, Michael spoke with an ease that betrayed no guilt. "To be precise, I discovered clues about Rayleigh Jabba and the flame flower on the Sabati archipelago, and it was during the pursuit of them that I accidentally rescued the last surviving celestial dragon, Charlos." "It's St. Charlos," Warring States emphasized. All right, Saint. It doesn't seem like this esteemed title would spare them from Rayleigh and the others' blades." Michael made a face, sitting on the sofa while listening to Warring States grumbling. Although the old man was only in his 50s, his overthinking had made him seem somewhat prematurely aged. "Forget it, I have no desire to delve deeper into your situation." Warring States shook his head helplessly and continued, "However, this is good news, at least before this incident, as the navy that was specifically named by the celestial dragons for accountability, your name, had already been presented before the five elders. Now, not only has everything prior been wiped clean, but St. Charlos' family has also sent you a substantial amount of supplies as a token of gratitude for saving Charlos." Michael was taken aback. Gratitude. What kind of supplies? Gold and silver treasures. If so, just keep them. They can go straight into the Navy's funds. I don't want to use gold extracted from the common people. Interestingly enough, they're not gold and silver treasures. Instead, it's a batch of devil fruits and famous swords. Well, that's acceptable. Michael relaxed, knowing that the devil fruits in the possession of the celestial dragons were quite valuable. They should be useful for cultivating more strong warriors. However, immersed in his future plans, Michael failed to notice that Warring States was intently watching him. Michael, is the Cross Guild really the creation of Rayleigh Jabba and the Flame Flower? Of course not. In response to Warring States' scrutinizing gaze, Michael solemnly analyzed, there must be a particularly wealthy individual backing this newly emerged organization. While speaking, he took out several wanted posters from Warring States' desk. However, these were not the wanted posters issued by the world government, but rather the Cross Guild's reverse wanted posters. Coincidentally, one of them even bore Michael's big face. The bounty reached 1 billion, currently the highest bounty on the Cross Guild's reverse wanted list. Even I have made it onto the Cross Guild's wanted list. It seems Rayleigh is really quite annoyed with me, considering I managed to snatch someone from the hands of those three. Although Michael appeared somewhat shocked, he understood that this was Rayleigh's means of protection. After all, no one would suspect that the mastermind behind the Cross Guild would be the one with the highest bounty on the reverse wanted list. Surprisingly, aside from being generally mediocre at teaching his disciples, Rayleigh's mind was still quite sharp. It's precisely because of the existence of the Cross Guild that the Holy Land Marineford has been entirely sealed off under the orders of the Five Elders. Warring States sighed, saying, more importantly, a large number of grassroots personnel from the world government have resigned. The world government has temporarily fallen into a state of semi-paralysis. Upon hearing Warring States' words, Michael was quite satisfied. The commotion created by the Cross Guild was significant enough, and the threat was serious enough. The current world government had no extra thoughts to manage the Revolutionary Army. What? The Revolutionary Army is going to overthrow those brutal regimes. Let them do as they please. After all, if one regime is overthrown, another will rise. The Revolutionary Army wouldn't be able to confront the world government anytime soon. But the Cross Guild was different. They were genuinely hunting and offering bounties on the world government's personnel. In the dilemma of whether to die with friends or die poor, the world government unhesitatingly chose to die with friends. Forget it, you can leave now. Warring States looked at Michael, who continued to drift off, and suddenly felt that this kid's way of handling matters was becoming more and more like that reckless carp. Just watching them was giving him a headache. So Warring States, those supplies have already been sent to the Sabati archipelago. Take care of yourself. I will be leaving now. Michael turned and left Warring States' office. Brother Michael, you rescued a celestial dragon. Unfortunately, but yes, I did. And then a batch of supplies was sent over. You used to be a celestial dragon, are you asking me? How would I know? It would be so exaggerated. My father never looked like the kind of celestial dragon who made one feel disgusted. Besides, I moved away from Marineford after I turned 6. Razanandi gazed at the mountain of supplies before him, his eyes wide with disbelief. After all, he had truly never witnessed such a spectacle. Michael was also somewhat astonished. He had tried to think in exaggerated terms, but he hadn't expected it to be this outrageous. A total of 20 devil fruits, along with 500 weapons forged by various master blacksmiths, among which at least 50 were of legendary quality. However, the exact level of the weapons would require further study. However, compared to the weapons, it was the devil fruits that intrigued Michael more. From the packaging, he could discern which devil fruits were top-notch and which were relatively average. 3 devil fruits were individually housed in boxes made of expensive wood, while the rest were piled in a large box. Michael opened the 3 boxes to unveil their contents. His pupils suddenly constricted. Charlos the mole embedded within the celestial dragons had truly given him a tremendous surprise. The 3 devil fruits were all familiar faces. The first was the sweet fruit, featuring both red and purple colors adorned with heart patterns. The second fruit had the same color and luster as gold, namely the paramecia type gold fruit. As for the third fruit, it had a skin composed of numerous small flame-like spiral patterns. The logia type burn fruit. Michael reached out and weighed the so-called fruit that not even dogs would eat, revealing a faint smile. This fruit was truly not suitable for Ace. Ace was meant to follow the path he had planned. As for the burn fruit, it should belong to the Revolutionary Army. The burn fruit and the flames of revolution, don't they go hand in hand? 3 days later, in the East Sea Frost Moon Village. I never expected that a cross guild would exist in this world with a reverse bounty order. Truly audacious. Sitting in the tea room of the dojo, Frost Moon Gung Shiro lifted his teacup and spoke to the man across from him, Monkey D. Dragon. That's not surprising. After all, Rayleigh is the first mate of GOLD. Roger, and that man has the gaze of a lion. Dragon raised his teacup to his lips, saying, Therefore, when the opportunity for revenge arises, he will certainly seize it without hesitation. However, what the Revolutionary Army seeks is even greater than the Cross Guild. Behind Frost Moon Gung Shiro's slightly white glasses, his slender eyes opened slightly gleaming with intelligence. I can help you resolve the issue of purchasing food, but I hope you can keep it a secret and not let others know that the food is sourced from Frostmoon Village and its surrounding areas. Of course. Dragon nodded in agreement. We are engaged in the most dangerous work in the world, so we will certainly be cautious not to involve civilians, there is no but. Frost Moongung Shiro shook his head as if he could foresee the future. I cannot join the Revolutionary Army, and my daughter has just been born and my father is beginning to age. Dragon, being rejected once again, had no reaction. This outcome was not unexpected for him. Because since he witnessed the swordsmanship that could sever even paper if one did not wish to cut, he had once discussed the realms of swordsmanship with Michael when he was still in the Navy. In Michael's eyes, this was the highest realm. The Wano country, which was sealed off, also had descriptions of this swordsmanship mirroring Michael's theories. Thus he remembered it vividly, and when he truly witnessed it, the shock was no less than when he discovered Michael's talent. All right, since Mr. Gung Shiro has no intention of doing so, I will not bring it up again from now on. Dragon nodded, making a promise. The two continued to sip tea in silence. After a while, the usually energetic Ginny poked her head out from in front of the tea room. Boss Dragon, that guy has arrived. I've told you many times, Ginny, Dragon said with a hint of exasperation. You should call him Chief of Staff. I was just considering his secret identity. Ginny chuckled, causing the bear behind her to smile bitterly. Even after becoming part of the Revolutionary Army, Ginny's childish temperament remained unchanged. All right, Bear, stop making that face. Suddenly, Bear felt someone patting his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Michael wearing a large white hood. We are freedom fighters fighting for the world. Upon finishing his words, Michael landed on the ground. However, he did not enter the tea room, but instead waved at Ginny. Come here, Big Eater, I need to talk to you. Who are you calling a Big Eater? Just look at the meat in your hand. You can't even forget to eat while passing a message. Michael twitched his mouth and then handed the wooden box he had been holding to Ginny. Open it and take a look. What is this? A devil fruit. Ginny opened the box and looked at the quietly lying flame fruit inside, somewhat puzzled. She had seen devil fruits before. Back in God Valley, they had escaped from the hell dubbed God thanks to the devil fruits obtained by seizing them from the celestial dragons as prizes during the hunting competition. It was just that they had bad luck and encountered Charlotte Lean, a member of the Rocks Pirates at the time, who snatched away the fish fruit mythical Zoan Azure Dragon form. Otherwise, the Revolutionary Army would have another Ivankov with the Azure Dragon form. However, having once witnessed Bear's expression when he ate a devil fruit, as well as hearing Bear's description later, she learned that this thing was so disgusting it made one gag. As a superfoodie, she felt a bit apprehensive. Michael, where did this devil fruit come from? Dragon's expression turned serious. If it was a reward from the Navy, then the abilities of these fruits have all been confirmed and recorded. In other words, this could expose Michael's connection to the Revolutionary Army. But Michael shook his head and smiled, saying, It's all right, this is a thank you gift from a celestial dragon after I saved one. Who can know what a celestial dragon has in their collection? Celestial dragon. Everyone present furrowed their brows sharply, but instinctively looked towards Michael. They certainly would not hold any grievances against Michael for a single sentence. They had witnessed his hatred towards the celestial dragons and the world government. What exactly happened? Dragon asked in a deep voice. Recently, the only incident related to the celestial dragons was the execution of the celestial dragon that announced the establishment of the Cross Guild. That's right, it's this matter, Michael said with a smile, without concealing anything from his comrades in the Revolutionary Army. To set this trap, I had to sacrifice quite a lot of interest to bring Rayleigh Jabba and Fire Flower out of retirement. So you are the one behind the Cross Guild. You're quite perceptive, Brother Dragon. That's correct, it was me. I organized the Cross Guild, I was the one who ambushed the celestial dragons, I warned the entire world, and I was the one who saved a 4-year-old celestial dragon. Michael casually revealed this series of events that shook the world. Even Monkey D. Dragon fell into a brief stupor at that moment. But upon careful consideration with Dragon's intellect, he immediately discerned the truth. The establishment of the Cross Guild, although on the surface, seemed like a reckless bounty hunter organization. In reality, the existence of the Cross Guild would become the greatest smokescreen for the Revolutionary Army. Before the Revolutionary Army could truly move on to the next stage of significant actions, they would only liberate neighboring countries in the 4 seas, which would not provoke the world government or the celestial dragons. For the world government, the threat is far less than that of the Cross Guild. To keep the Revolutionary Army hidden in the shadows, did you simply create another massive and dangerous organization? For the revolution, we should spare no effort, should we not? Michael smiled, placing the wooden box in Ginny's hand. As I just mentioned, Ginny, this is the Logia flame fruit. You should also be aware of the power of Logia fruits. Although devil fruits are notoriously difficult to consume for the sake of the revolution, we should be willing to risk our lives, let alone endure a bit of bad taste to gain power. And you want to continue fighting side by side with Bear, don't you? To be honest, for Ginny, the last sentence was the ultimate strike. After all, she had proposed to Bear several times only to be rejected by this overly pure-hearted fellow. Honestly, even Michael, as an observer, wanted to pry open Bear's head to see what structure lay inside. Side by side, fighting together, Ginny nodded silently. She knew that her combat abilities had already fallen far behind Bear, who possessed half Bacchania bloodline, and had consumed the mochi fruit. Although the transfer of information on the battlefield mostly relied on her and her small team, she didn't want to stop there. She wanted to do more. Ginny's hand slowly but firmly reached for the mochi fruit, the orange-eared fruit, before her resembling a leaping flame. Gulp. After swallowing hard, Ginny steeled herself. Then she opened her mouth wide and stuffed the entire mochi fruit inside. In the instant of rapid chewing, her whole being turned grayish-white, feeling as if she would ascend at any moment. For someone like Ginny, who loved food, the impact on her taste buds was definitely more terrifying than dying once. But despite the pain, Ginny resolutely swallowed the mochi fruit. Meanwhile, her body quietly began to change. Hiss! With a soft sound, a small flame ignited on her forehead. After one appeared, soon the second, third. In no time, Ginny was surrounded by flames. Yet she felt no scorching heat from the flames. Instead, she felt a sense of intimacy and comfort. She wanted to merge with them. This thought flashed by, and Ginny suddenly realized she had soared into the air, her entire lower body transformed into flames. From today onwards, you are the nature-type user of the mochi fruit. Michael tilted his head to look at Ginny. Congratulations, you've obtained the key to the world of the strong. But for the subsequent training and guidance, you must pay more attention, Brother Long. Just as Michael finished speaking, before Long could respond, Ginny suddenly landed on the ground. Snacks? What snacks? Where are the snacks? I want to eat. Go, Bear, hurry up and take Ginny away, as she looks like a starving ghost reincarnated. General, please be understanding. Bear was about to speak, but was interrupted by Michael waving his hand. I know that for you who come from the slave origins of the Valley of Gods, the greatest happiness is simply being full. Michael nodded. Once upon a time, I also experienced that kind of hunger. Rest assured, from now on you will no longer go hungry. Not just for you, we will fight for a world without slaves, for a world where no one goes hungry anymore. For this vision, you all must become strong. Michael's words were such that even Ginny, who often contradicted him unusually, did not retort, simply nodding obediently and leaving with Bear. At this moment, Michael watched the backs of the two leaving and smiled contentedly. To be honest, even though you are younger than both of them, it feels like you are their elder. Long revealed a barely noticeable smile. Even Ivankov doesn't worry as much as you do. Do those two seem even a bit adult-like? Michael rolled his eyes directly, climbing in through the window into the tea room. Hello, Xuanyua Jingshiro, I've long admired you. General Staff, I am merely a leisurely person running a dojo in the village. How can you say you admire me? Ahaha, that's true. Due to the grain procurement, the Revolutionary Army stayed in Xuanyua village for about a week before securing enough food. During this week, apart from training Ginny and Bear using the methods that Carp used to train them, Michael hardly did anything else. Indeed, Bear was also included in the training. Although Bear possessed formidable fruit development abilities and the naturally powerful physique of the Bacchania race, perhaps due to his overly kind nature, his combat skills and talent were even below Ginny. Fortunately, his training for hockey remained relatively normal. During this time, Michael and Long also summarized Bear's best combat method: to leverage strengths and avoid weaknesses, winning through absolute power advantage and fully developed fruit abilities. Moreover, the ability of the mochi fruit could indeed help him avoid his shortcomings as much as possible. Am I a bit too foolish? Sitting by the sea in Xuanyua village, Bear's expression of disappointment was hard to hide. Michael looked resentfully at the guy who was even two of himself tall when sitting down. Once again, I must emphasize, anyone over 188 meters tall is considered a giant. However, upon hearing Bear's words, Michael's mouth twitched. Foolish. That is indeed somewhat true. But foolish does not equate to weak. Bear is one of the few beings in the world of One Piece with no defeats. That's right, no defeats. At most, there was no clear winner. With the nearly fully developed mochi fruit paired with the Bacchania bloodline, his combat power surely ranks among the top 3 in the vast world of the 7 warlords. Bear, open your arms. Michael stepped in front of Bear. Watching Bear obediently extend his arms, Michael was enveloped in a holy light, healing the injuries he had accumulated over several days. These hands once brought freedom to you, Ginny and Ivankov. They also brought liberation to the entire Soul Bay Kingdom. These hands were once called the Hands of Liberation by Ivankov and Ginny, have you forgotten? Now these hands of liberation will wield their power for the sake of the entire world. Since starting to train the Special Sword Unit, Michael's motivational speaking skills have skyrocketed. Upon meeting Bear, this ability reached its peak. Bear's self-esteem born from his upbringing constantly tormented him. Sometimes, even motivational speaking could not cure such issues. Bear, how could you be slacking off with Michael? Suddenly, a delicate voice echoed in the air, and a burst of orange-red flame streaked across the sky, landing squarely on Bear's shoulder. But the moment it landed, the flame transformed into a youthful and beautiful girl. You two are really something. Today I almost got beaten into a tomato by Big Brother Long. So you two are meeting here, huh? Not allowed. I want to join in too. Ginny's voice interrupted Bear's daily emo moment. Michael looked at the pair of star-crossed lovers and suddenly said, "The fire of revolution and the hands of liberation. Ginny, do you want me to marry you too?" Michael smiled at the stunned expressions of the two. In life, one must not leave regrets. A wedding witness. No, Commander, we are not that kind of couple. At Xiong's words, his simple, guileless face went crimson, yet his protestations belied what his heart refused to admit. Perched on his shoulder, Ginny's expression dimmed for a moment, but as if by habit she recovered and laughed teasingly at Mijiale. Haha, Mijiale, I tried a few times before. Xiong never takes the bait. Marriage isn't truly necessary, is it? Mijiale clicked his tongue as he regarded the two, who said one thing and meant another, feeling a faint irritation rise within him. Had this been the man he was before deciding upon revolution, those two would have been entangled in love and longing without end. Yet now, having resolved to alter the fate of the world and to bring a better ending to the seas, why, he wondered, should he not begin with those before his eyes? Xiong, do you truly not love Ginny? Mijiale stood before him and lifted his head. His gaze was clear, as if seeing straight into a veiled heart. Or is it precisely because you love her that you must refuse her? With that single question, Mijiale seemed to pierce the secret Xiong had long buried within. Xiong glanced at Ginny on his shoulder, whose eyes brimmed with hope, then looked to Mijiale, whose face had taken on a gravity it rarely wore. At last Xiong sighed. I am not worthy of Ginny, but I will be by her side forever until the day she no longer needs me. Mijiale rolled his eyes. Beneath his teasing there lay nothing but a hint of exasperation. You say you are not worthy. Then if one day on the battlefield Ginny were snatched away by the Tianlongren's Divine Knight Corps and forced to be a Tianlongren's wife, would you stand idle? Xiong, I do not recall a coward such as you among our revolutionary army. At Mijiale's words, both Xiong and Ginny shuddered. It was not anger so much as surprise, astonishment that Mijiale's hypothetical image cast such an oppressive weight upon their chests. Especially for Ginny, a nameless fury seemed to surge up in her breast, impatient to be unleashed. Xiong's expression shifted repeatedly. At the mere thought of Mijiale's scenario, Xiong's hand clenched without his will. It was utterly intolerable. His only wish was that those he loved might live happily in this world forever. Not only Ginny, but Yuan Kufu and Brother Long as well, and perhaps now even Mijiale. If his own cowardice led Ginny to such a fate, Xiong shook his head. He would never allow it. For a long moment, the three fell silent. Then unexpectedly, a single word burst from Xiong's mouth. 5 years. 5 years. What 5 years? Within 5 years we will liberate all 4 seas. Xiong declared with iron certainty, then looked to Ginny on his shoulder. On the day the 4 seas are liberated, I will ask you to marry me. Mijiale arched an eyebrow at the resoluteness in his tone. Not bad for a man. It seemed even Xiong could not accept the fate of having his betrothed taken by a Tianlongren. The setting sun painted Ginny's face with a rosy glow. The usually feisty, carefree girl said nothing, only nodded, her eyes alight with delight. What did you tell them this time? Aboard the revolutionary ship, Long leaned against the mast and coldly watched as Mijiale returned on deck. I said, Brother Long, could you stop staring at people with that face? Mijiale shrugged. Nothing much, merely gave them a bit more motivation. He said with a smile, you two sure have leisure for such things. Yuan Kufu, his dark broad face serious, approached holding a ledger. The provisions have been purchased. This stock will sustain the current revolutionary army for at least 1.5 to 2 years. But we will certainly need more hands, so this amount is not as generous as it seems. Still, I checked. The stores in Donghai are frightfully large. I avoided buying too much for fear of drawing the Navy's attention. Mijiale and Long both nodded. Yuan Kufu, though seemingly the most impulsive, had earned the sobriquet Big Brother from Xiong and Ginny for reasons that were not merely of age. Therefore, our best option is to set the liberation of Donghai as our next goal, Yuan Kufu proposed. That way we secure the most stable source of grain. No. Mijiale rejected the plan without a second thought. Long also inclined his head in agreement with him. Hey, at least consider before you contradict me. No need to consider, Mijiale said with a smile. When you purchased the grain, did you visit a nearby place called Fengche Village? Yes, we went. Fengche village ranks second in yield only to Shuangyue village among these hamlets, and in other produce it is even more bountiful. Yuan Kufu answered after a moment's thought. Then do you know whose village Fengche is? Mijiale asked, glancing mischievously at Long. Long's placid face betrayed no ripple, but his upper body stiffened abruptly. Whose village? Yuan Kufu, puzzled by the reactions of Mijiale and Long, asked, is there any great figure still in Donghai? Fengche village is the hometown of Navy hero Kapu. When Mijiale finished speaking, Yuan Keifu's hand spasmed. Navy hero Kapu. The one who once defeated Rocks at the Valley of the Gods. The one who, fighting alongside Luojia against Rocks, had created their chance to flee. In truth, Kapu and Luojia had once been benefactors to the three of them. Enough. Let's set aside such irrelevant matters for now. Notify everyone away anchor. Return to Bertigo. At Long's command, Yuan Kufu ceased his idle chatter with Mijiale nodded and departed. Mijiale leaned against the railing and watched the sail billow overhead. After the ship had run a while, Long finally changed his posture. He straightened, then turned his back to Mijiale and asked softly, old man, how is he lately? Kapu. Eating well, drinking well, at home, amusing his grandchildren every day. In the Navy, I've never seen anyone lazier than him. Mijiale rolled his eyes. Not even Sengoku could curb Kapu's obvious idleness. After all, that old soldier truly excelled at shirking duty. Is that so? Then good. Perhaps the hour had come even for the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Mingchi Dilong showed a rare wistfulness. With a son like me, he must have much to worry about, right? Mijiale cut him off without hesitation. Nonsense. When your family name is Mingchi, I have yet to see one who is easy to worry over. In a certain sea area of the East Sea, a small sailboat drifting on the ocean suddenly erupted with a high-pitched laughter. Ha ha ha. The first mate really truly is a treasure that never ages. A young man wearing a straw hat and sporting red hair sat on the deck excitedly reading a newspaper. Hey, Shanks, what's going on? Jesus Burgess, who had just been eating nearby, leaned over to look at the World Economic Journal in Shank's hand. The paper prominently featured a detailed report on the establishment of the Cross Guild and the execution incident involving the Celestial Dragons. Jesus Burgess shuddered at the gruesome scenes depicted. Shanks, your former first mate, is quite a ruthless character, daring to execute the Celestial Dragons, and took out 25 of them in one go. Only one was rescued by a Navy major. Shanks nodded, but his attention quickly shifted away from Rayleigh and the execution scene, focusing instead on a wanted poster nearby. Navy Major Michael with a bounty of 1 billion. Shanks said with interest, this matter is truly intriguing. Intriguing. Upon hearing Shanks' tone, Jesus Burgess immediately became curious. It is said that the Celestial Dragons personally came to the Holy Land because the human trafficking and collusion with gangs on Sabaody Archipelago were wiped out by the Sabaody Navy. And the mastermind Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit and this Navy Major named Michael. This is a bit too coincidental. Too coincidental. Jesus Burgess, being a clever man, instantly understood the undertones in Shanks' words. You mean this Navy is not very honest, huh? We will have to wait and see. But it is foreseeable that this man will definitely have a place in the seas from now on. Ola ola, you little ones. Why are you running away? Look at my face. You brats. On the Sabaody Archipelago, at the base of the Sword's secret special forces, Carp, who hadn't shown his face in front of Sengoku for a long time, suddenly appeared here. He wasn't wearing a Navy uniform, but a floral beach outfit. The members of the Sword Special Forces were currently being chased and beaten by an old man in flamboyant beach shorts. Michael was leisurely lying under the shade of a tree, watching his beloved subordinates being chased like frightened dogs, feeling quite pleased. Indeed, after enduring Carp's training, people inevitably get a bit twisted. Dragon was like this, and so was Michael. Michael, I will hate you for a lifetime. The one screaming this was the usually tough-talking smoker. At this moment, transformed into smoke, he was caught by Carp with a big leap and was swiftly buried in the ground, leaving only his head exposed. After taking a beating from Carp, Smoker was left with no strength even in his Logia form. Beside him, 3 companions had already been neatly buried. Nina, Shuan, and T. Pum. Bang. Opt. With a cloud of dust and screams, Smoker numbly glanced sideways. Someone who transformed back from gold was also buried. Oh, Roz and Andy. 4 of them. And in the entire training field, only Stella was still struggling to hold on. Huh. Stella. Now it's just the 2 of us left. You might as well surrender. Old man. You think you can bury me in the ground? You can forget it. Usually gentle Stella would inexplicably become irritable when facing her master Carp, as if Carp triggered her second personality. As she said this, she suddenly turned around, and ice spikes charged forth, shooting towards Carp like a torrential storm. If facing some billion bounty pirates, they might retreat due to such a level of attack. But Carp didn't mind at all, his hands quickly turning black-purple with the color of armament hockey. It didn't turn out to be the expected punch that cleared the screen. Instead, he quickly reached out and swatted away all the ice spikes shooting towards him. This put the buried individuals nearby in a tough spot. With both ice and electric shocks, the secondary damage was even more unbearable than Carp's critical hits. The worst off was Rosinante. Due to his size, he bore the brunt of the impact. His eyes rolled back, and he completely fainted. Michael rolled his eyes, took out a small notebook, jotted down some notes, and shouted to Carp, "Old man Carp, that's enough for today." Hearing Michael's voice, Carp nodded and laughed loudly. "Just right, I was still worrying about how to deal with my disciples. If I go too hard, what if they don't recognize me later?" After saying this, Carp walked over to the Sword Special Forces members and pulled them out of the ground one by one like pulling out radishes. To be honest, they have performed quite well. Carp finally said something reasonable. "Last time they hadn't even lasted half the time before I buried them all in the ground. Being buried means they are weak, and being weak means they need more training." Michael smiled with no trace of sympathy in his eyes. Potential is all squeezed out. Since returning to Sabaody Archipelago, Michael has been giving special training to the members of the sword unit. At first, it was about distributing weapons suitable for them, with many bizarre items sent by Charlos. For example, a supersized weapon embedded with sea stone at the top caught Smoker's eye. Among them, the highest quality, ranked among the 21 great swords, the Garuda, was a giant sword and naturally went to T. Pung. As for the devil fruit T, Pung felt that neither of the two fruits was suitable for him. Rosinante, after deliberation, chose to eat the gold fruit. After that came even more devilish training. Michael believed that he was not a teacher like Rayleigh who misled people, but his teaching skills were indeed just so-so. So at this time his connections came into play. Besides Peach Rabbit, who often came over to beat the kids, Michael also invited many elite vice admirals to join. For instance, Admiral Kizar Borsellino and Admiral Akiji Kazan. And then there was Carp in front of him. Even the most unlikely Akainu had come over twice. Of course, those 2 times were the hardest for Michael's subordinates. It was truly almost half-cooked. But Michael did not blame Akainu. Being injured now was much better than dying on the battlefield. After all, the seas ahead will become increasingly dangerous with the acceleration of time. 2 years later, in a certain sea area near the calm belt of the Grand Line, a fully armed sailboat sped across the surface of the sea, and after successfully escaping the calm belt, they immediately raised the sails, causing their speed to surge. Finally, we've made it out of that treacherous calm belt. This time we really racked our brains to come up with this plan. The risks are great, and the rewards certainly huge. That's right, the Sabaody Archipelago has completely banned human trafficking. This time in our quest for treasure, besides gold and silver, we even captured 3 remarkably beautiful little devils. With their looks combined with the current environment, if we sell them all to the celestial dragons, it might be worth at least as much as the gold and silver we've found. A group of ruthless pirates celebrated their lucky escape from the calm belt while calculating how much they could profit this time. However, their captain did not lose his reason in the face of such high profits. Instead, he coldly surveyed his subordinates. "Don't get too carried away, you bunch of idiots. Don't you know that in the past 2 years a mysterious naval force has emerged in the Grand Line? It's not just pirates like us. They are eager to eradicate all who commit serious crimes. Those targeted by them will definitely not be left alive. Moreover, according to the world government officials we've bribed, it seems that even the world government and celestial dragons want to know specific information about this force, but they've been stonewalled by the Navy's higher-ups. So if we want to dispose of our goods, it's going to be troublesome. We absolutely cannot go to the Sabaody Archipelago. Of course, this is also a huge opportunity. As long as we find a way to connect with the celestial dragons or their lackeys, we can definitely sell this high-quality merchandise for a considerable price." While speaking, the pirate captain pointed to a small island on the nautical chart, saying, "Recently, a family named Don Quixote has gained a notorious reputation in the underworld. Rumor has it that their leader was once a celestial dragon who lived in Marineford. Through them, we should be able to connect with the celestial dragons. As for the gold and silver, we can even trade it directly to the Don Quixote family for berries. I've already contacted them. The deal will be made on this island." One of the lackeys immediately began to flatter the captain. "Captain Baruka truly deserves to be our leader. So far-sighted, cunning, colluding with the wicked, heartless. Throw him into the sea to feed the fish." After tossing the lackey, who had a negative emotional quotient and no verbal ability, into the sea, the pirate captain, known as Baruka, was about to continue speaking when the entire ship suddenly shook violently. "Damn it, can you even sail this thing?" Baruka's previously suppressed anger erupted. "We're in the Grand Line. Everything must be done with utmost caution. Otherwise, even without the Navy, this sea will completely swallow us alive." "Captain Baruka, we were hit by another ship." "Ship? What ship, eh?" "It seems to be a warship." "What do you mean it seems to be?" Barely standing, Baruka picked up the long sword on the table and walked toward the deck, revealing a hint of a bloodthirsty smile. If it really is the Navy blocking our path, then I'm afraid it won't end well. After all, he is a legitimate sword master. Regular Navy forces could never be his match. His subordinates, who had already been thrown about, were now unreliable. He had to take matters into his own hands. With this thought, Baruka forcefully pushed open the cabin door and stepped onto the deck. Looking around, he saw his subordinates sprawled in all directions. Blood pooling beneath them had already stained the deck a dark red. Baruka's expression froze, sensing something was amiss. Just as he was about to leap into the sea, a cloud of smoke suddenly surged from the air, rushing towards him. As it neared, it gradually coalesced into a figure, a white-haired youth bearing a large cross. Although it was obvious he was very young, his appearance bore a hint of ferocity. Even Baruka, who had navigated the seas for many years, found himself momentarily breathless. Draped in a pure white cloak, the words "Justice" fluttered in the sea breeze. Tisk, you finally decided to roll out from the cabin, huh? You trash of the sea. The white-haired youth revealed a mischievous smile. Baruka stared dumbfounded at the young naval officer before him. Even without prior knowledge, he could tell that this person before him was a natural-type devil fruit user. In simpler terms, he was doomed. With this thought, he instinctively glanced around. Earlier, his gaze had been fully drawn to his subordinates' corpses. Now he noticed that multiple others adorned in justice cloaks were also present on the deck. Not far from the ship's railing, a row of black railings appeared out of thin air. Sitting atop them was a beautiful girl with long pink hair, though her expression was far from beautiful. And on the warship that had collided with his ship stood a tall man who resembled a zombie. He wielded a giant sword that clearly exuded quality, gesturing threateningly towards this ship. Next to him stood a man with a mask, casually providing comic relief. If I do this, and then this, can I slice this ship in half while sitting? Yes, definitely. May I ask who this zombie is? I am your second uncle. Beside the mask stood a smiling blonde woman. Even in this life-and-death situation, he instinctively felt compelled to praise her beauty. As she waved her fingers, several tiny clouds followed her fingertips in a dance. This beautiful woman seemed to be the leader among the young people present. At this moment, the white-haired youth transformed back into smoke and slipped into the cabin behind him. Soon, all the surviving pirates were brought up to the deck. He swallowed hard, opening his mouth with a hoarse voice. Stop, don't say anything. Defending yourself is of no value, as we have thoroughly grasped the evidence of your crimes before making our move. Now is not the time to arrest you, but rather for the Sword's secret special unit to execute judgment on you and seize all the loot you have obtained. Quick Sword Baruka bounty of 76 million. Barely qualifies as a big fish, right? However, before the white-haired youth could finish his act, he was interrupted. Rina is almost speechless. Only now do I realize that Smoker is such a loquacious man. Rina has grasped all the information and confirmed its accuracy. Hurry up and take action. If you are not quick enough, Michael will hang you with Hylu stone and leave you spinning on a fan all day long. Or he could hang you from the lamp post outside the Navy headquarters and display you for a whole day. After hearing Rina's voice, Smoker instantly felt overwhelmed. All right. Stop it, Rina. Why are you bringing up that damned lamp post again, you idiot? Does that guy Michael have some peculiar affection for those thick, dark, and hard cylindrical objects? The white-haired youth was 17-year-old Smoker, and the identities of the others were naturally evident. The pink-haired girl scolding Smoker was Rina, and in just 2 years, aside from her slightly youthful face, her body was no different from the mature woman in the original story. The two researching ship slicing and comedy were T. Penj and Shioen. The blonde beauty who always maintained a smiling demeanor, yet inexplicably exuded pressure, was of course Stella. You are the secret unit of the Navy. You guessed it right. As a reward, I will now send you to reunite with your subordinates. Smoker nodded seriously, and the smoke emanating from him suddenly rushed into the mouths and noses of all the pirates before him. Carbon monoxide poisoning is a torturous way to die. Such scum confirmed to have committed crimes cannot be allowed to die easily. After a while, under the dual agony of suffocation and carbon monoxide poisoning, these pirates initially struggled and convulsed wildly, but their movements gradually slowed down until they fell completely silent. These depraved lives ultimately perished on the sea. Go down and search and see what they have brought out from the comm belt. At this moment, Stella spoke up. Yes. Everyone immediately began to act. Over the past 2 years, they had mostly been under Stella's command during missions. Michael only assigned them tasks and pointed out the general direction, while he himself would not join their actions, always running around the sea with Michael. Thus, Stella had effectively become the actual commander of this secret special unit. After the division of labor, everyone entered the ship's cabin. After all, this was a pirate with a bounty of 76 million. This pirate ship was indeed quite large. After a while, there was finally feedback. Stella, we found a large haul of gold and silver treasures in the bottommost warehouse, along with 3 little girls. From their attire, they seem to be from the Amazon lily. Aside from that, it's all just food to cover up the situation. Take everything. Yes. Rina looked at the three girls in front of her. The beautiful young girls who had just begun to develop looked a few years younger than her. She couldn't help but frown. She rarely had such empathetic experiences. Back when Major Michael conducted a major purge of the Sabeti archipelago, Rina regretted not being there. Fortunately, Rina chose to join the Sword's secret special unit, so Rina has more opportunities to eliminate scum like this from the sea. Smoker sighed, then lifted the box filled with treasures and walked towards the deck. Let's go, Rina, take them away from here. Rina nodded, extending her hand to create a barrier, gently lifting the three girls. To her now, their weight was no different from that of a feather. They were clearly under a heavy dose of sleeping pills, otherwise with the chaos on the deck, how could they still be sleeping so soundly? Fortunately, they were from Amazon Lily. Ordinary people would probably be taken away directly by these sleeping pills. After leaving the cabin and returning to their military ship, they began to wrap things up. Right angle flying bird, Pinge, big bird. Rust tide. The ones taking action were T. Pinge and Shioen, this golden duo. Over the past 2 years, they had sunk countless smuggling ships and pirate ships using the same moves. This technique for destroying evidence was second nature to them. They still remembered how when Michael first showed them this technique, they were somewhat resistant. Now they were completely enjoying it. Of course, this was also one of the main reasons why the Celestial Dragons and the world government had not been able to grasp any information about this secret special unit. After shattering, they would rust it into dust. The most excessive part was tossing it into the vast, endless sea. No matter how powerful the world government is, how can they trace anything when the ashes are scattered? Even if you bring in a certain Grim Reaper elementary school student who is as tall as an adult's calf, you won't find any clues. Follow my orders, set sail. Stella glanced at the three girls settled by Rina, then nodded at Shioen. The beautiful mission time is about to end, and next we have to regroup with that perverted Michael. Rina has to remind you, think about the last time you called him that you were lying in bed for a full 3 days. Damn, isn't that just you reporting me? Rina was just trying to correct your mistake. The Grand Line to Danio Island. Hey Doflamingo, that pirate named Baruka actually dares to ask us for help in selling slaves to the Celestial Dragons at this juncture. How many times have I told you, Torpole? I said not to approach suddenly. At this time, the young Doflamingo had not yet fully succumbed to his evil desires, and he was not yet dressed in the outrageous flamingo outfit. Instead, he wore a pure black shirt with a loose red tie around his neck. Of course, it wasn't particularly good looking. Rosanani, this isn't a big deal. I mainly want you to see how our Don Quixote family operates. Doflamingo tilted his head and said this to his long-lost younger brother whom he had reunited with after many years. Rosanani merely nodded and did not speak. At this moment, he wore a hood painted with red hearts, his outfit resembling a mutated clown costume, finally draped in a coat made of black feathers. He was already thinking about how he would be mocked by Michael and Shioen when they saw this outfit. As for why he was here, a year ago he was still acting alongside the secret special unit. But one day Michael suddenly called him to the deck to assign him an undercover mission. Thus Rosanandi entered the Don Quixote family several years ahead of the original plot. At this time Doflamingo was younger and more trusting of others. Moreover, since his humanity had not yet been completely erased, he was very trusting of his reunited brother. Rosanani also remembered Michael's instructions. Rosanani, whether your brother can survive depends on whether you can capture him before he becomes irredeemable. Time ticked away second by second as the entire Don Quixote family remained gathered within that very room. Doflamingo, the appointed hour has passed, yet those pirates have yet to arrive. Have they renounced the deal, or have they encountered some unforeseen calamity? There's no need to rush. Ever since the Great Purge of Sabeti Archipelago, the number of slave traders has plummeted by over 90%. Those who remain are true desperados, men who stake their lives on every transaction. Doflamingo lounged with his feet propped upon the table, gazing idly upward at a cobweb clinging to the corner of the ceiling. And now, with that mysterious naval force sweeping across the Grand Line, their tardiness is in fact perfectly expected. Moreover, Doflamingo was simply bored. Let them wait. After all, he could always amuse himself later by dismantling those pirates piece by piece. So now we're even accepting slave trading commissions. At the sound of that voice, Doflamingo froze, while the others stood utterly stunned. They recognized it instantly, Rosananti's voice. Yet the truth was staggering. This marked only the second time Rosananti had spoken since joining the Don Quixote family. His first words uttered upon reuniting with Doflamingo had been, "I am Don Quixote Rosananti." Thereafter he had remained silent, utterly mute. And now, over this matter, he had spoken again. In that instant Doflamingo sensed a subtle dissonance, but recalling his younger brother's gentle nature, he dismissed it without further thought. Rosananti, I know you've always been kind-hearted since childhood, but in this world, Whether serving the world government, joining the Marines, or becoming a pirate, kindness is the one thing no one truly needs. You must grow up now. Though his tone remained flippant, an undercurrent of protectiveness, hard-won and deeply buried, tinged Doflamingo's words, revealing his intent to guide his long-lost brother in his own flawed way. Yet that method, distorted from its very inception, had long since veered irredeemably off course. Rosinante gave a slight nod, then discreetly rolled his eyes inwardly, silently scoffing. Is this kindness? Am I not merely trying to seize you before it's too late, to save your life? Deep within Rosinante's heart lingered an indescribable dread of Doflamingo. Perhaps it stemmed from revulsion at his brother's atrocities, or perhaps from the childhood horror of witnessing Doflamingo slay their own father. Yet he knew with chilling certainty this elder brother was born a villain, and Rosinante's sole duty was to fulfill Brother Michael's mission before Doflamingo descended irrevocably into utter depravity. And so, having spoken those words, Rosinante lapsed once more into silence, calculating time in his mind. He had already transmitted the coordinates to Brother Michael. Why had they not arrived? As Rosinante's inner anxiety surged, a sharp metallic click echoed from the door latch. Then in the next breath, the door burst violently open. The Don Quixote officers instantly bared cruel, predatory grins, poised to mock the tardy pirates, only to find instead of ragged buccaneers a phalanx of Marines. All wore the crimson cloaks of justice, high-ranking Marine officers resplendent and unyielding. Even Doflamingo faltered for a heartbeat, then raised both hands ready to unleash his power. TCH. In an instant, a pure white flame coalesced into the shape of a soaring bird, streaking through the doorway like a celestial arrow. Doflamingo's expression twisted in shock. He felt it unmistakably. The invisible threads he'd just extended toward the Marines severed and incinerated, utterly consumed by that avian fire. Well now, who might this distinguished Marine officer be? The Don Quixote family has never once acted against its conscience. A faint twitch tugged at Doflamingo's lips as he leaned back into his trademark nonchalance. Should there be anything our family can do to assist the Marines' prey, do tell us. Is that so? What if I wish the Don Quixote family erased, entirely? Upon hearing that voice, Rosinante finally exhaled, a quiet, profound relief. Brother Michael had arrived. Bathed in golden sunlight, a Marine with radiant white gold hair strode through the doorway, silhouetted against the blinding glare. Smoker hurried forward, deferentially pulling out a chair. Michael shot him a wry glance and smiled. Smoker, no need to fawn so eagerly. Kajina has already reported your whispered criticisms behind my back. Upon returning to Marine headquarters, I'll show you what thick, black, and unbreakable truly means. Smoker paled and retreated to his place, whereupon Michael lifted his gaze toward the young Don Quixote family assembled before him. Truth be told, among the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo ranked among the most adept at assembling elite teams. His subordinates wielded formidable devil fruit powers. And he commanded men like Virgo, a master of armament hockey whose ambition would soon drive him to infiltrate the Marines and ascend years later to the rank of Vice Admiral. Yet one flaw remained undeniable: Doflamingo himself lacked gravitas. Chased like a stray dog by Vice Admiral Tsuru. Hardly impressive. His aura paled beside Mihawk's. His impact fell short of Crocodile's or Boa Hancock's. Among the warlords, he occupied solidly mid-tier status. If not for his substantial role in the New World arc, he might well have faded into ignominy as the warlord most unworthy of the title. Moreover, his early dominance in the underworld likely owed less to raw talent than to his former celestial dragon heritage. In short, his capabilities never matched his boundless ambition. Erase the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo scoffed, a derisive chuckle escaping his lips. Even Vice Admiral Tsuru, the former chief of staff, had never uttered such absurdity. As a born villain, he understood perfectly how to exploit his identity, turning privilege into power, status into impunity. Even stripped of his celestial dragon title, the world government still regarded him not as former, but as eternal. They had repeatedly urged him to join their ranks, lead CP units, or even enter the Sacred Knights Order. Each offer he declined, with contemptuous amusement. Protect those bloated, witless aristocrats. He may have been born a celestial dragon, but he refused to call such gluttonous fools his kin. What? You doubt me? Michael tilted his head, strands of luminous hair cascading as holy radiance poured forth, soft, inexorable, filling the modest chamber with sacred light. How astonishing, a villain speaking so boldly before the Marines. At that moment, several blossoms of pure white sacred flame ignited midair. Behind his sunglasses, Doflamingo's eyes narrowed, pressure surging, suffocating. He felt it, the devastating, annihilating force coiled within those flames. Then comprehension struck. So, you are the legendary naval force whispered of across the seas. Michael nodded, offering a smile both serene and perilous. Hello, scum. Michael did not hesitate to admit it, which not only failed to instill fear in Don Quixote Doflamingo, but even brought him a hint of pleasure under the pressure. He received an unprecedented explosive piece of information. Scum. That word is truly the highest praise for me. I can tell that you are indeed scum through and through. Michael raised an eyebrow looking at Don Quixote Doflamingo in front of him. Currently, Don Quixote Doflamingo was just a young man who had recently entered the scene, even a year younger than Michael. He was not yet the Doflamingo known as Heavenly Yaksha and Joker. However, the essence of that extreme scum was unmistakable. There was no way around it. He was born to be a pure villain. Otherwise, he would not fear the powers of Granny Crane's wash-wash fruit so much. Washing away the evil within Doflamingo's heart was equivalent to washing away the majority of his soul. He would never accept it. But they were all children born of the same parents, so how come Rosinante, even witnessing his brother kill their father, didn't turn out twisted? It seems that evil really has nothing to do with genetics. Doflamingo, I don't want to waste my breath on you. As soon as Michael spoke, the holy flames in the air began to change, and lifelike white birds appeared before everyone. Their gazes all pointed directly at the members of the Don Quixote family. Even a born villain could not help but break out in a cold sweat in the face of this situation. As the saying goes, Chin Hui had 3 friends. The reason Doflamingo created the Don Quixote family was that deep down, he yearned for family. Otherwise, he would hardly have any doubts about Rosinante's return. And Torpal, Virgo, Diamante, and Pico were all chosen by him as family. And now Michael was threatening Doflamingo with their lives. Doflamingo, take action. This group of Marines is simply too much. Virgo could no longer endure the intensely heated bird in front of him, and his hands instantly became deeply black, armed hockey swirling around. After all, it's the power of the fruit. It should be effective against hockey. Avi. Doflamingo attempted to shout a warning, but Virgo's actions came without warning. But in the next moment, with Virgo's scream, his eyes widened in shock and his mouth twitched continuously. Because Virgo's hands, just now wrapped in armed hockey, disappeared. They were neither severed nor shattered. Instead, after coming into contact with the white bird, they were slowly burned to nothing. Not a speck of dust was left. Hockey can indeed counter fruit abilities, but your hockey is still not enough to extinguish my holy flames. Throughout it all, Michael did not move an inch, maintaining his hands crossed in front of him. As the one in the Don Quixote family most proficient in hockey besides Doflamingo, Virgo was unable to withstand even this slightest bit of Michael's power. If they had any desire to fight before now, even Doflamingo seemed to have a hint of self-destructive intent. In this single moment, the power displayed. Why hadn't such a guy shaken the seas like those Marine admirals nicknamed Color Animal? The Marines. What kind of conspiracy are they plotting? Don Quixote Doflamingo, you're a good boy, aren't you? Michael finally stood up, glancing at Virgo, who had completely passed out. Are you really here to help slave traders connect with the celestial dragons? Good boy. This title made Doflamingo suddenly recall Vice Admiral Crane. Tisk, no matter what my answer is, you won't let me off, will you? Doflamingo looked into those eyes that shone brighter than any precious sapphire, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Proficient in the 3 types of hockey, he keenly sensed the indifference in those eyes. He was even more difficult to deal with than Granny Crane. There was no escaping. No, you guessed wrong. Michael finally smiled, his previously holy and merciless face coming to life. I can give you a chance to atone for your sins while saving your subordinates. Michael's attitude suddenly made a 180, almost causing Doflamingo's heart to leap out. A chance? What kind of chance? Please elaborate. Recently, I've felt that the underground world is too chaotic and at the same time too vast to manage properly. Michael extended his hand, gently pinching Doflamingo's cheek. It took a lot of manpower and resources to clear out a single Sabati archipelago, let alone clean the entire underground world. So, Doflamingo, I'm giving you a chance. An opportunity to become the biggest star in the entire underground world. After Michael finished speaking, he looked at Doflamingo with great interest. Bad guys do deserve to be killed. But in this special period, Michael needs manpower. Thus, some capable bad guys must be squeezed as much as possible, even if it means extracting 3 or 2 oils from their bones. For example, letting Doflamingo unify the underground world seems to create a huge entity, but in reality, as long as Michael holds the key to Doflamingo's life, the actual control of the underground world will fall into Michael's hands. This not only saves manpower and resources, but can also provide some indirect assistance to the Revolutionary Army and even the Marines. For instance, the Heavenly Gold. After all, in the original story, it was Doflamingo who robbed the Heavenly Gold. Isn't it great to have them follow history? Moreover, bad guys are all of the mindset that a real man should not live beneath others for long. When they are ready to betray, it will also be convenient to eliminate them, thus making full use of them. After all, Michael is an angel, not some demon. The entire underground world. Isn't your ambition a bit too grand? No, is your ambition sufficient to support your unification of the underground world? Facing Michael's counter-question, Doflamingo remained silent for a long time before finally letting out his signature laughter. Such an irresistible condition after all, even I want to live. Then, it's a deal. After saying this, Michael decisively turned and walked towards the door with all the Marine officers. Just as he was about to step out the door, Michael turned back, speaking with indifference. Don't think about playing double-cross. My eyes have been on you all along. Stella and the others also looked at Doflamingo. This person must have committed many sins in his past life to be rewarded with encountering Michael in this one. Could you repeat that? You brought those 3 down from the pirate ship? Michael calmly asked Rena, once more pointing at the 3 girls still sound asleep. Yes, Major Michael. We indeed found them on the pirate ship. After they ambushed the pirate ship, Stella and her team went to meet Michael. However, before they could report on the seized goods, Michael took them directly to the island designated for the transaction. All right, there's nothing else for you to do now. Everyone except for Mr. Ishao, please leave. Michael waved his hand, and the members of the Sword Special Unit promptly filed out. Over the past 2 years, if they learned anything, it was that they had to obey Michael's orders with absolute compliance. After all, if you disobey Sengoku will teach you a lesson. If you ignore Garp, he will just laugh and say you've grown up. If you disregard Akiji, he can't be bothered with you. If you dismiss Kazara's words, not only will he not care, but he might even join you in slacking off. If you ignore Akainu, you'll end up as half-cooked. But no one could compare to Michael's punishment. Smoker had already been stripped down to his underwear and hung at the bow of the ship, serving as a human figurehead for quite some time. Now letting them leave also meant they would have to bring Smoker down. After all, he was a talented figure in the Navy and deserved some respect. After the team left, Michael turned to Ishao. Mr. Ishao, has there been any movement in Mary Geos? Not for now. It has remained unchanged compared to the past 2 years. Ishao, a powerhouse at the Admiral level, had no immediate role under Michael's command, so he temporarily stepped away to take on the crucial task of monitoring Mary Geos. This was a task only possible for him due to his terrifyingly extensive observation haki. Currently, only Yisho's combat power could allow for a safe escape from the Knights of God or the Gorosei when his identity was exposed. Fortunately, Ishao had never been exposed in the past 2 years. Very well, but for now, please return, Mr. Ishao. Michael revealed a gentle smile. The situation with the Celestial Dragons has stabilized completely. There won't be any troubles in the short term. Just in time. I've recently been blacklisted by the casinos near Mary Geo's islands. I told you your luck is just meant to bankrupt those casinos. Michael shrugged, but I'm more than happy to see casinos go bankrupt due to good fortune. Ishao paid no mind to Michael's teasing, using his supreme great knife, Extreme Fire Line, to touch the ground, finding a chair in front of him to sit down. Then with his eyes closed, he looked towards Michael. What's the situation with these young ladies? They are from the Amazon Lily, and this black-haired little one is the future Empress of Amazon Lily. So a pirate with a bounty of 76 million boldly ventured into the Calm Belt and took their crown prince from the Kuja pirates. Even Ishao, who was usually calm, displayed a look of shock. Has the Kuja pirates weakened to such an extent now? Michael nodded, then shook his head. Weakened undoubtedly. Last year, the former Empress of Amazon Lily just passed away. In their helplessness, they could only rely on the former Empress to temporarily handle state affairs. But with a guy who was defeated by Smoker wanting to defeat the Kuja pirates, Hedon is basically a joke. It was merely a case of taking advantage of the situation to abduct someone from the ship. Hearing Michael's explanation, Ishao nodded as well. That made sense. So what do you plan to do with these children? What to do? I can only say that their arrival is truly timely. Michael's lips curled into a triumphant smile. The promise I made to the Fire Flower can finally be fulfilled. After all, I am a man of my word, so I suppose I will reluctantly recruit Amazon Lily. Yar, Michael, you really are a thick-skinned fellow. The one who calls the power of the gravity fruit luck has no right to call others thick-skinned. What? The 3 sisters of Hancock are missing from the ship. Shaki suddenly raised her head and looked at the disguised Fire Flower who had come to the bar. According to the timeline in the original work, Fire Flower should have already devolved into a short old lady, gradually losing most of her powers. Yet at this moment, Fire Flower still resembled the stunning beauty from 2 years ago, with only a few fine lines appearing at the corners of her eyes, as if to say to the passage of time, "Is that all?" Fire Flower herself was puzzled by this matter. Having given up on herself, she had sensed that she was about to face early aging. But after collaborating with Rayleigh and Jabba, and even strengthening through occasional sparring, she had become considerably stronger. Initially, she thought the battles had maintained her state, but later realized it should be due to Michael. Michael's holy light was the only unknown power she had come into contact with in the past 2 years. This power was a reasonable explanation for her resistance to aging. However, she currently had no time to study Michael's holy light in detail with Shiki. That's right, when the Kuja pirates contacted me, the incident had already occurred for almost half a day. Sai the Emperor has just passed away, and the Kuja pirates immediately turned into a scattered mess. Shiki rubbed her forehead. Fireflower, don't panic. I will now notify all intelligence channels to focus on searching for information about the little Hancock sisters. Before I came here, I also asked Rayleigh and Jabba for help. Although they are not particularly skilled in intelligence work, the Cross Guild has quite a few members, and at the very least they should be of some assistance. In the small bar, the former Empress of Amazon Lily and her predecessor could only look at each other in silence, waiting for new information to come in. After quite some time, a series of knocks on the back door echoed, the kind that only allies would recognize. Fireflower hurriedly opened the door, only to find several Navy officers standing outside. Just as she was about to take a defensive stance, she noticed the leader was Michael. Michael, Ms. Fire, please don't be alarmed. Michael calmly pressed down on Fireflower's shoulder, reminding her in a voice only the two could hear, they don't know your identities, they just think you are the children's relatives. Children, you found Hancock and the others. Yes, the little Hancock sisters are quite lucky. Michael nodded, his smile radiant. I'm lucky too. Where's this? What happened to me? 12-year-old Boa Hancock slowly woke up on a strange bed. After a brief moment of confusion, her memories came rushing back. She immediately remembered that her two younger sisters, Santasonia and Mariglood, were taken away by a group of pirates while they were playing near the bow of the ship. She quickly looked to both sides of the bed and saw her sisters still deeply asleep. It seemed her stronger abilities and potential had caused her to wake up earlier. But what should she do next? Although Hancock was being groomed as the heir apparent, she was just a 12-year-old girl. She truly lacked the ability and experience to handle such a crisis. Just then the door creaked open. Oh, you're awake now. A man dressed in navy attire walked in, his platinum hair slightly swaying as he pushed the door open, casting a near-physical holy light. Navy. Before Hancock's mind could fully process this, two older girls rushed in from outside. Great. Hancock, it's wonderful that you're okay. You must not let pirates capture you again. That's not something a royal heir should experience. Young Hancock stared blankly at the two beautiful older girls in front of her, unsure of who they were and why they knew her. And why were they so concerned about her safety? Who are you? This question left both Fireflower and Shiki stunned. This was precisely the question that was the hardest for them to answer. After all, according to the records of Amazon Lily, Shiki, the previous emperor, had already passed away. As for Fireflower, she was merely missing as the emperor from even further back, but due to the issues with the Cross Guild, she could not reveal her true identity. Let me answer that question. Michael noticed the awkward situation between the two and stepped forward, saying both of them were once residents of Amazon Lily, but after going out to sea they never returned and settled elsewhere. Upon hearing Michael's explanation, young Hancock immediately believed him. Such situations were quite common in Amazon Lily, and usually those citizens who settled outside would send their daughters back to Amazon Lily to be raised. This was also the reason why the population of Amazon Lily could be maintained at a healthy level. So what exactly happened to me? Did I take too much sleeping pills so my memories aren't very clear? Michael raised an eyebrow and then casually waved his hand, three beams of light suddenly appearing and pouring into the bodies of Hancock and her sisters. Holy healing technique. This was an application of the ability Michael unlocked while developing his fruit powers over the past 2 years. It could instantly heal some physical injuries and had a tremendous effect on calming the mind and soothing emotions. The effect took hold much faster than using holy light directly, and most importantly, it did not require physical contact to channel the holy light. Under the efficacy of the holy healing technique, not only did Hancock's mind become clear, but Santasonia and Mariglood also gradually began to wake up. At this moment, the two little girls still had their adorable appearances easily discernible as future beauties, second only to Hancock. After all, they had not yet resorted to eating the Hercules hot pot to gain power and transform into the burly figures from the original story. Watching the three sisters of Hancock embrace and cry, a slight smile appeared on Michael's face. Over the past 2 years, Michael had been looking for a formal opportunity to intervene in Amazon Lily. After all, since he was preparing for a peaceful takeover, he certainly could not forcefully knock on the gates of the country. Otherwise, how would that be any different from the world government? Thus, if he wanted to achieve his goal through gentle means, he had to rely on the kidnapping incident of the Hancock sisters, which he knew roughly the year of, but not the specific time or location. But starting today, he knew that as a transmigrator, all events would inevitably come rushing toward him. This constitution is simply a calamity magnet. The Sword's special operations team could drop the Hancock sisters just by sweeping through some wild monsters on their way. This also solved a small problem for Michael. Without the Hancock sisters, Michael had planned to disguise himself as an amnesiac man and then drift to Amazon Lily to forcibly open a new map. Thus, Michael hurriedly brought the people to Sabeti Archipelago, delivering them to Shiki. As the cries of the Hancock sisters gradually faded, Michael continued, "Let's go. I'll take you back to Amazon Lily. You won't capture us. We are members of the Kuja pirate crew." Well, how should I put it? Michael rubbed his chin, then suddenly revealed a sly smile. "You soon won't be." "Well, what do you mean?" Hancock instantly fluffed up like an agitated kitten. Her pout was only cute. The defensive posture she struck seemed like she was playfully teasing Michael. At this moment, Michael understood that without power, every movement seemed like a cute act. "Enough, Michael, don't bully the kids. Let's hurry up and leave," Fireflower said as she walked toward the door, but was pulled back by Michael. "You actually want to go back to Amazon Lily? Do you want the world government to fully fixate on Amazon Lily?" One sentence from Michael suppressed all of Fireflower's impatience. "Don't forget, this is the price you must pay. And that is you cannot return to Amazon Lily until the world government is completely destroyed." "Michael is right, let me handle this time." Shiki lit a cigarette, brought it to her lips, took a puff, and slowly exhaled. "Tell that old guy Rayleigh to come over and help me run the shop." Having said that, she walked toward the door. Young Hancock glanced at Michael and then at the grim-faced Fireflower. Although she was not quite sure what had happened, she still ran out after Shiki. As a fellow Amazon Lily resident, she felt they were far more trustworthy than the Navy. Santa Sonia and Mariglud closely followed their sister. "Michael, will I achieve that goal in my lifetime? Do what you should do and leave the rest to me." Michael turned to leave, leaving Fireflower alone. "I will let you see a world where everyone can live happily." "What, Amazon Lily? Are we really heading to the legendary Daughter Island? Oh heavens! Which angel has bestowed this blessing upon me?" "It is my brother Michael." Especially Cheyenne, who usually maintained a nonchalant demeanor, was completely taken aback by this news. Michael couldn't help but twitch his lips, glancing at his unambitious subordinates, feeling a strong urge to dismiss them both. But after some thought, he restrained himself. "It's rare to have such talent join us. If they are unambitious, let it be." The others, who could still think rationally, naturally had their doubts. "Michael, I remember Amazon Lily. It's the territory of the Kuja pirates, right?" Stella frowned slightly and glanced at the cabin where Shiki and the Hancock sisters were. Although Amazon Lily is notorious for its plundering, targeting pirates who venture into the calm belt and smuggling fleets attempting to take shortcuts, fundamentally, they are still pirates. Can we as the Navy even set foot on the island? "Don't worry about that, Stella," Michael said as he took her hand and gently patted it. "Soon the Kuja pirates will cease to exist." "You actually plan to destroy the entire Kuja pirates? Your comprehension skills. You should interact less with those of low intelligence like Smoker and more with Robin. Robin is clever." Michael sighed and spoke softly. "Though saying destroy isn't entirely incorrect, it's just that the method differs from your understanding." Upon hearing this, Stella looked at Michael thoughtfully. Knowing Michael as she did, he was certainly not the type to kill all pirates. What he believed in was maximizing benefits. For instance, instead of eliminating Doflamingo, he used him as a puppet to consolidate the underworld. As for Amazon Lily, it should also be for achieving some goal. Although my brain isn't too bright, I will always stand by your side. Even if I plan to do something extremely rebellious in the eyes of the world government. Most of what you do is quite rebellious. Under Shiki's guidance, within just a day the group arrived at Amazon Lily. The speed of this warship is indeed a bit outrageous. Shiki marveled at the increasingly clear sight of Amazon Lily in the distance. Though she anticipated that under his guidance they would reach Amazon Lily faster than expected, she never imagined it would be this quick. Generally speaking, even the Kuja pirates' ship, pulled by two serpents, would take nearly 2 days to return from the Sabeti archipelago to Amazon Lily. Thinking of this, Shiki was even more astonished by the advanced naval warfare technology. No need to be so shocked. Even within the Navy, there isn't a ship faster than this. Michael chuckled and said, "Of course, unless Vegapunk suddenly decides to upgrade the Navy's technology using his own resources, then it would be another story." "What do you mean by that?" Shiki raised an eyebrow. As the strongest information broker in the Grand Line, she keenly sensed the oddity in Michael's words. Isn't Vegapunk aligned with the Navy? Or rather, not aligned with the world government? What do you think? Michael did not directly answer Shiki's question, but turned to shout towards the cabin. "We're almost at Amazon Lily, prepare to disembark." At that moment, a massive pirate ship approached from the southeast. Judging by its size, it could even slightly outmatch the war beasts of elite vice admirals. "That's the Kuja pirate Snake Princess." Shiki turned her head and immediately recognized the ship. "It seems they've noticed this warship and intend to stop us. I feel it might not just be about stopping us." Michael's lips twitched. "Have you forgotten? Amazon Lily has just had its princess kidnapped by a group of audacious outsiders." With that single statement, Shiki knew what was about to unfold. But after thinking it over, she could only condense her thoughts into one phrase. "Be gentle when you strike. After all, they will be your comrades in the Navy from now on." Shaki, if only everyone in Amazon Lily were as clever as you, that would be wonderful. After Michael finished speaking, he spread his wings, gently flapped them, and soared into the air, heading towards the rapidly approaching Snake Princess. At that moment, Shaki glanced at the man on the other side of the railing, feeling the sea breeze. When would this blind man, not dressed in Navy attire, finally make his move? As an information broker, she instinctively wanted to gather information on all unknown entities. After all, given Michael's character, he certainly wouldn't recruit a mere gambler into the Navy. And just with a fleeting glance, the man immediately turned his head to look in Shaki's direction, revealing a friendly smile. However, this action sent a chill down Shaki's spine. This terrifying observation, Haki. Is it really that sharp? In an instant, Shaki felt as if she had been completely laid bare before the man. This sensation of being seen through was unsettling. Forcing herself to regain focus, she turned her gaze towards Michael. She saw him spiral upwards, arriving above the Snake Princess, and then gently descend onto the deck. Without the slightest intention of concealing his presence, he stood on the deck, openly wearing a smile. Enemy attack. On the deck, members of the Kuja pirates immediately sounded the alarm, drawing their bows, and an arrow once knocked was already infused with a dark purple Haki. Michael's eyes lit up. Yes, this is it. Even the ordinary members of the Kuja pirates on deck possess exceptional marksmanship and Haki. And in the absence of high-level combat power, they still manage to protect the safety of Amazon Lily thanks to the comm belt serving as a natural defense and a large number of elite warriors. Their basic combat strength is top-notch across the entire sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows of varying lengths and thicknesses flew towards him from different directions. The only commonality was the Haki infused in the arrows. Michael remained unperturbed, drawing the straight sword Morning Star from his waist. With a sweep of his hand, all the arrows, even those imbued with Haki, were knocked down onto the deck. Kuja pirates, bring out someone who can speak. Your princess is currently aboard my ship. Michael's words had barely left his lips when, without a moment's hesitation, he commenced the next round of volleys. Damn it, the local customs are indeed fierce. Michael's lips twitched, and pure white holy flames erupted from his wings, incinerating all the arrows that sliced through the air. Faced with such a daunting spectacle, the elite warriors of the 9 Serpent Pirates finally began to react. This navy was somewhat formidable. Yet the current 9 Serpent Pirates had no way to deal with such an absolute powerhouse. Have you all calmed down? Michael surveyed the area, noting the troubled expressions on the faces of the various 9 Serpent warriors. Then let those who currently hold power step forward. Didn't I mention that your heir is in my hands? Can't you understand human speech? After Michael reiterated that Hancock was in his possession, a few Season 9 Serpent warriors exchanged glances and proceeded into the enormous ship's cabin. Moments later, a snake adorned with white and purple spots appeared before Michael, carrying 2 elderly ladies. I am 100-day flower. I am 1000-day grass. The 2 old ladies seated upon the serpent bowed their heads in deference to Michael. Michael raised an eyebrow. The original story had never provided specific details about the 9 Serpent Pirates, and even the entire Amazon Lily was predominantly focused on the Empress Boa Hancock. As a complete nation, having a few elderly ladies serve as ministers was quite normal, especially in this difficult time following the recent death of the previous emperor. You 2 are now the highest authorities in the 9 Serpent Pirates, correct? We, the sisters, have gained the trust of the previous emperor. Until the heir grows up and ascends the throne, we will temporarily command the 9 Serpent Pirates and oversee the entire Amazon Lily. Michael nodded. Exactly, this is how it should be. It can't be that in the entire Amazon Lily there's only one esteemed figure like Fireflower, right? Given the physical endurance of the women of Amazon Lily, as long as they did not die in battle, they should survive. Just now you mentioned that our Amazon Lily's heir is in your possession. Indeed, the little girl named Hancock, along with her 2 sisters, is aboard my warship. Michael shrugged. I truly did not expect that after the death of the Empress of Amazon Lily, your heir would be captured right under your noses by a pirate with a bounty exceeding 70 million. This Navy gentleman, did you defeat that pirate and rescue young Hancock? The lady known as 1000-day grass lost her composure, her face filled with the relief of regained hope. However, 100-day flower, as the elder sister looked at Michael's face and asked, what does the Navy require from us to be willing to return our heir? She could not believe that a Navy officer would so kindly rescue the heir of Amazon Lily. Firstly, although their nation had been forced by geographical circumstances to become a pirate nation, that was simply the truth. Secondly, Amazon Lily was not even a member of the world government, so, in the eyes of many regional justice Navy officers, they could not even be considered humans. In such a context, her caution was wholly justified. While this matter can indeed be discussed thoroughly, Michael glanced back casually. Under his interference, the perfumed snake had failed to continue blocking his ship, the Seraph. Seeing the Seraph had securely docked at the shores of Amazon Lily, Michael smiled at the two elderly ladies across from him and said, "My warship is now ashore, let us discuss the specifics in Amazon Lily." Without giving the 9 serpent pirates a moment to react, he flapped his wings and soared into the air. A few disgruntled 9 serpent warriors aimed to target Michael and midair, but to their surprise, they simply could not lock onto that figure. His flight speed was beyond their imagination, instantly placing him out of their effective shooting range. 100-Day Flower, what should we do? It seems the heir truly has been rescued by this Navy officer. We should follow him and see what conditions he intends to propose. But if his demands are too excessive, with the power he just displayed, obliterating our temporarily leaderless 9 serpent pirates would be utterly effortless. 100-Day Flower glanced at the Season 9 serpent warrior, who spoke. What could he possibly desire? Simply killing us all would suffice, wouldn't it? Unless for him the condition must be something achievable only if we are alive. As Michael approached, the Seraph members of the special unit, Sword, had already set foot on the land of Amazon Lily. Meanwhile, the 3 young Hancocks returned home under the guidance of Shiki. In that instant, the 3 little ones were nearly brought to tears with joy. When they were just captured, their hearts were filled with despair. They even dreamed of the horrific fate of becoming slaves to the celestial dragons. Although they had no idea what the celestial dragons truly were, or what they looked like, they had heard the adults speak of the horrific deeds of the celestial dragons since childhood. All right, stop crying now. Shiki patted the heads of the little girls for the first time, displaying a maternal smile. You are safe at home now. The 3 little ones wiped their eyes and nodded repeatedly. Although Marie Grud's tears had ceased, she was still hiccuping. This scene was perfectly captured by Michael's keen eyes. Then a thin layer of holy light descended, dispelling Marie Grud's physiological spasms. How did the negotiations go? Shiki looked at Michael, raising an eyebrow. The 9 serpent pirates are not easy to deal with. Indeed, quite fierce, Michael nodded. But unfortunately for them, circumstances are stronger than individuals. Hancock is in my hands, and even if they are difficult to negotiate with, they are now easier to deal with. Hearing this, Shiki couldn't help but sigh, then lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. In this world, the one thing that cannot be lost is power. Once lost, suffering follows closely behind. Feeling a bit down, Michael frowned, a faint and gentle holy light forming a barrier between the second-hand smoke and the 3 little girls. No, I'm relieved, Shiki shook her head. I'm glad it's you, Michael. Don't celebrate too early. While being a pirate is precarious, at least we don't have to face even more terrifying opponents. Michael, meeting the curious gazes of the 3 little ones, said to Shiki, but becoming a Navy officer means facing challenges far beyond these small hardships. In the calm belt, the fragrance serpent ship of the 9 serpent pirate group outperformed ordinary naval vessels in performance. Especially in terms of speed, the 2 enormous serpents providing power made it only slightly slower than the Angel of Fire. Thus, Michael did not wait long on the shore before the fragrance serpent ship landed with the 9 serpent pirate group. At this critical moment, the Amazon Lily, which had strictly forbidden the presence of men, was too weary to mention this matter. Even the veterans of the 9 serpent pirate group tacitly avoided mentioning it. After all, they were merely adhering to tradition, not harboring disdain for men. Therefore, even the Sword Special Forces, with several male members, were temporarily ignored. Daylily, 1000-Day Grass, it really is you. At this moment, a voice came from behind Michael. It was Shiki, who had been sitting nearby talking to the sisters Hancock. The 2 elderly ladies were instantly stunned upon seeing Shaki's face. After a long moment, they finally regained their composure. Shiki, your majesty. You are still alive. The 2 elderly ladies rushed towards Shiki with tears streaming down their faces. This was Shiki, the most intelligent of the recent emperors of Amazon Lily, especially in comparison to that brash woman Flameflower. Although they had always believed Shiki had died of lovesickness, it seemed the truth was otherwise. But regardless of anything, the Amazon Lily was saved. Stop. What are you doing? The previous emperor passed away a year ago, and the current crown prince is too young. Why not have you ascend the throne again to preside over the situation? The 2 elderly ladies each hugged one of Shaki's legs, clearly determined to keep her. Michael even noticed the 2 elderly ladies using their armed color hockey. Can we discuss this later? Shaki's mouth twitched as she knew this would happen upon returning to Amazon Lily. The current priority is the crown prince and the Navy's issue. Thanks to Shaki's reminder, Daylily and 1000-Day Grass finally remembered Michael, who was standing to the side. Then they realized that the previous emperor seemed to have arrived at Amazon Lily with the Navy. Let's return to the palace of Amazon Lily first. Shiki said to the 2 elderly ladies, then looked at Michael. Have your people follow along. After a chaotic journey, the group finally arrived at the palace belonging to the 9 Serpent Empress. However, those Amazons who were immensely curious about the male species were ultimately kept outside the gates. Michael wiped the sweat from his brow. These women, who had never seen a man, were truly frightening, each more so than the last. Their extreme curiosity led to this situation. So I still don't understand why Amazon Lily insists on keeping only women within its borders. Michael shrugged and looked at Shiki, who was with the Hancock sisters. Even I have no idea about this matter. I only know that this has been an ironclad rule observed by the Amazons since ancient times. Shaki's expression carried a trace of helplessness. I don't understand the reasoning behind it either, but as the Nine Serpent Empress, I can only choose to abide by it. After all, her ascension had been rather hurried, especially since it was due to that woman Flame Flower suddenly quitting her position. Hearing their conversation, Daylily and Thousand Day Grass were taken aback. Shiki was so familiar with this Navy man, what exactly did he want Amazon Lily to do? From Shaki's attitude, it seemed she did not have an aversion to the conditions the Navy was about to propose, but rather appeared supportive. The two elderly ladies exchanged glances, realizing they could only take one step at a time. Everyone took their seats, and Shiki did not return to the throne of the Nine Serpent Empress under the persuasion of Daylily and Thousand Day Grass, but instead sat beside Michael. Compared to the identity of the Nine Serpent Empress, she preferred being the information dealer Shiki or the tavern owner Shiki. Sigh. Your Excellency, the Navy, please present your terms. Daylily could only let out a long sigh before looking at Michael. Since you have returned our crown prince, we will keep our promise. Michael nodded. He had long anticipated this attitude. The Amazon Lily during this period was at its historical low point. At this moment, the Navy did not take this pirate group, which only plundered but did not kill indiscriminately, seriously, as there were far more dangerous pirates in the Grand Line. Thus, Amazon Lily could enjoy a brief period of peace. It was during this moment of minimal presence that the Nine Serpent Pirate Group and Amazon Lily could transition their identities. I hope that from today on the Nine Serpent Pirate Group will be completely disbanded. As soon as Michael's words fell, everyone except Shiki and Yi Xiao, who were already aware, showed expressions of shock, including the members of the Sword Special Forces. Disband the Nine Serpent Pirate Group. Daylily suddenly stood up. Your Excellency, the Navy. Please don't rush, Lady Daylily. Michael maintained a polite and gentle tone throughout. Please let me finish all my terms before speaking. You are to disband the Nine Serpent Pirate Group because from the moment you agreed, you became part of the Navy. From now on, the nation of Amazon Lily will gradually transform from a pirate nation in everyone's eyes into a Navy nation. As for the Crown Prince Hancock and her two sisters, they will be personally trained and protected by me so that when they grow up, they can secure a place within the Navy. After Michael's speech, the entire room fell silent. Everyone felt a profound shock to their worldview, especially Daylily and Thousand Day Grass. They had witnessed 4 generations of Nine Serpent Empresses, and the mark of a pirate nation had long been ingrained in their hearts. Yet Michael's very words urged them to become part of the Navy. They had wanted to firmly oppose this, but upon considering the awkward predicament Amazon Lily was in and the calm demeanor of the previous emperor, they hesitated. They began to contemplate the possibilities of this matter. Military funding instead of plundering. You can freely select good men from the Navy. This guarantees a livelihood while increasing the population to make the nation prosperous. The future empress will also hold a senior position within the Navy. You really still want to hesitate? As Michael's gentle yet alluring voice echoed, Daylily was completely shaken. Once again, she looked at the Navy man named Michael. Behind him were clearly a pair of pure white wings, yet why did it feel like he should have 2 devil's horns sprouting from his head instead? The weather today is quite pleasant, isn't it? As the General Sengoku sat in his office gazing out the window, after making a remark, he lowered his head once more. Busy. Overly busy. Ever since the Revolutionary Army and the Cross Guild emerged, the world government seems to have been pricked at its sore spot, becoming exceedingly active. Especially after the Celestial Dragons were frightened to the core by the Cross Guild, the 5 elders completely sealed off Marineford, preventing the Celestial Dragons from leaving. The world government also seemed to have temporarily shed a heavy burden, beginning to attend to other matters. For instance, uniting various member nations to resist the infiltration of the Revolutionary Army. But unfortunately, the results were not significant. The Revolutionary Army's influence did not expand into the Grand Line, and the world government's control over the seas was not as strong as imagined. Moreover, the unpredictable and elusive movements of the Revolutionary Army led the world government to dispatch CP spies and coordinate with the Navy multiple times over the past 2 years, attempting to corner the Revolutionary Army, yet each time they came up empty. In the end, they could only increase military spending on the Navy, expanding the naval forces of the seas, and recruiting more new soldiers, encroaching upon the living space of the Revolutionary Army. For Sengoku, this situation was truly a mixed blessing. On one hand, military funding had increased, and although it forced him to desperately recruit Navy personnel from the seas, he still had the final say on how to use those funds. On the other hand, his workload had suddenly skyrocketed. He had been completely locked within his office. God knows how long he had been living this two-point life between the office and home. Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but sigh, secretly grumbling. That Michael and Rosinante fellows, don't they know to come back and check on him once in a while. The last time he saw Michael and Rosinante was when Michael sent Rosinante back to infiltrate his elder brother's side. Just then the snail phone beside him suddenly rang. Buru 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 buru. Sengoku reached out to pick it up without even looking, continuing to review documents. Hello? This is Sengoku. Yo, old man, it's me. It seems like we haven't seen each other in a while. Michael. Sengoku abruptly looked up at the snail phone, and indeed the snail phone mimicked Michael's carefree demeanor perfectly. The last time we met was a year ago when you sent Rosinante to infiltrate. Speaking of which, what brings you such a busy man to call me today? Ahem, old man, can you stop being so sarcastic? Michael's laughter was still cheerful. I'm currently on my way back to Marineford. Are you surprised? Is it unexpected? So, what scheme are you planning this time? Knowing Michael, Sengoku suspected he had ulterior motives for returning to Marineford. It's that. I've managed to bring back another batch of Navy personnel, and I need your approval. You're already a Rear Admiral. You have quite a few slots for autonomous recruitment. Hearing Michael's words, Sengoku was somewhat dismissive. When Stella enlisted, I wanted to say 1 or 2 new recruits really don't need to be reported to me in detail. Ahem, I understand what you're saying. Michael's smile suddenly took on a strange tone. When did I say it was only 1 or 2? So how many? 1. Country. What do you mean a country? Sengoku initially didn't grasp it. Are you saying that an entire nation's people want to join the Navy? Sengoku immediately could no longer focus on his documents, throwing his pen onto the desk and grabbing the snail phone, saying, You're not trying to fool me, are you? However, Michael on the other end was incredibly calm. Of course I'm not fooling you. But don't worry, it's only the young adults of this country joining the Navy. Is that what I'm worried about? Sengoku's lips twitched, then he posed a rather important question. You just said an entire country wants to join the Navy. Which country is it? Sengoku knew that this country was definitely not a member of the world government. Member nations regard the Navy as their subordinates. How could they possibly lower their status like that? In other words, it should be some non-member country. And considering Michael set his sights on it, it was likely a poor place with simple customs and a strong martial spirit. Oh, it's the Amazon lily in the Calm Belt. You should be quite familiar with it. Michael's words left Sengoku completely stunned. Amazon lily. Is it the same Amazon lily he knows, and not some similarly named country? Are you talking about that daughter's country in the Calm Belt? The Amazon lily where the warrior nation of 9 snakes resides. Besides that, is there another Amazon lily? Michael's laughter echoed in Sengoku's ears once more. Yet Sengoku remained silent for a long time. The same question kept echoing in his mind. Amazon lily, isn't that a pirate nation? What attitude does Sengoku have? Xiachi looked at Michael as he hung up the snail phone and gently asked, receiving such news all of a sudden must be quite shocking, right? What attitude could I have? Michael replied with a smile, surprise. If I weren't in the office, I'd probably pop a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Once Sengoku processed the information, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. As the current actual authority of the Navy, he had a thorough understanding of the entire maritime situation. Naturally, he was well aware of the characteristics of Amazon lily, a nation of women who believe that strength equals beauty, a place where even a qualified warrior could flexibly utilize armed hockey. Such excellent warriors had certainly attracted the Navy's interest. After all, Amazon lily had always been strong, but not indiscriminate in killing primarily raiding pirates and merchant ships near the Calm Belt. It was precisely this mode of behavior that resulted in the 9 Snakes pirate crew being famous, yet almost no bounty was placed on them. They only symbolically placed some bounties on each generation of 9 Snake Empresses. According to intelligence, the previous 9 Snake Empress had passed away and the heir was still just a child, which meant, what pirate nation there aren't even any pirates worth a bounty? Clearly, it was just a civilian nation with an excessively fierce culture. Joining the Navy made perfect sense. It was entirely their own choice. They'll handle the next matters. Your identity is not suitable for appearing in Marineford. Michael turned to Xiachi. Tell the Flame Flower that I have fulfilled my promise to her. Is this the legendary Marine headquarters? Outside the dock of Marineford, Hancock the Younger looked up towards the distant Marine headquarters building. A sound of wow escaped her lips. So what do you think? Isn't it quite majestic? Indeed, it's about the same size as my palace. Listening to the unguarded and naive words from Hancock the Younger, Michael's lips twitched. Damn, I forgot about that. She is a legitimate princess, the kind that lives in a palace. And no matter how grand the Marine headquarters is, it is still an office building incomparable to her royal palace in luxury. That's not the point. The important thing is when we meet the Marines later, you mustn't instinctively act or run away. We won't run away. We are the brave warriors of the 9 Snake tribe. The Hancock sisters, now completely familiar with Michael, rolled up their sleeves, revealing their slender arms. Michael's lips twitched again. Brave warriors. Who was it that got kidnapped from their own pirate ship? However, he was too lazy to continue arguing with the three little girls. You all get a day off today, dismissed, Michael said to the members of the Sword Special Unit behind him. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone except Stella and Yixiao vanished in an instant. Don't the Marines ever give days off? Hancock the Younger cast a questioning glance at Michael. In her little mind, Michael's image had begun to develop into that of an oppressive boss. Don't talk nonsense, they are. Urgent. Yes, urgent, Michael said, not giving Hancock the Younger a chance to respond as he strode towards the Marine headquarters. The three little girls hurriedly chased after him. Yixiao and Stella followed at a leisurely pace behind. It is at times like this that I can truly feel that Michael is just a 23-year-old young man. Mr. Yixiao, are you joining the Marines this time? It's not yet time. Holding the extreme Dao fire line and touching the ground, Yixiao replied softly. I merely acknowledge Michael, but I have yet to endorse the Marines. Stella nodded thoughtfully, then quickened her pace to catch up with Michael walking alongside him. The golden and platinum strands of hair danced in the breeze, unexpectedly harmonious. Michael, I await the day your plan succeeds. By then it will surely be a wonderful world, right? In the office of the Admiral, Sengoku had already set down the documents in his hand, stood up from behind the desk, and began to exchange glances with the three little girls. You are the princess of Amazon Lily. Besides being a princess, I am also a new recruit about to join the Marines. Hancock nodded, showing no sign of nervousness in front of the Marine Admiral. Although Santa Sonia and Marigold appeared somewhat timid, they at least didn't show it on the surface. Michael nodded with some satisfaction. Don't be fooled by the extreme personality of Hancock in the original work. As long as it doesn't involve Luffy, her intelligence is top-notch. As a princess, Hancock is actually perfect. She has talent, courage, and intelligence. As one of the few female users of Conqueror's Haki, her talents can rival Yamato for the top 2 female talents. The two have highly similar configurations. Aside from both being adept in the 3 types of Haki, Yamato's only advantage is probably having Kaido as a father. At least Yamato can come into contact with the profound technique of Conqueror's Haki early on. New recruit. Do you know that your Amazon Lily has always been a pirate nation? What pirate nation? I don't know. Hancock the Younger glanced at Michael, then relaxed and cheerfully said, Is there even one wanted pirate in Amazon Lily right now? Sengoku's lips twitched. If he still didn't realize that the little girl before him had completely colluded with Michael, then he would have been a useless Marine Admiral. What a sharp-tongued little brat. Sengoku snorted, but the smile on his face was impossible to conceal. I hope that after you become Marines you won't bring your pirate habits into the Marines. Although it sounded like he was still complaining, he had actually acknowledged Michael's act of persuasion this time. There are many young adults in Amazon Lily, and coming to Marine headquarters is too troublesome and too conspicuous. Seeing that Sengoku had agreed, Michael spoke up. So what I mean is simply let them join and train at Sabaody Archipelago. Just right after the recent cleanup, many areas in Sabaody Archipelago have opened up enough to accommodate this large batch of new recruits. Alright, I'll leave this matter to you. Sengoku nodded and sat back down in his chair. Since it's your initiative, you take full responsibility for it. Sengoku didn't care how Michael would handle it. He never worried about Michael's ability. Just then a messenger outside the door turned and walked in, saying, Report to Admiral Sengoku. Vice Admiral Akainu, Vice Admiral Spider, and Major Doberman are here. Let them in. Sengoku paid no mind, but Michael frowned slightly. There's no need to mention Sakazuki. Spider and Doberman are among the most radical factions. Especially Doberman, who was radical enough to reprimand Redhair during the Marineford War. They couldn't have come at a worse time. Michael looked towards the office door as 3 imposing figures walked in one after another. Sit down, everyone sit down. Sengoku waved his hand towards the group before him. So on one sofa sat Akainu, Spider, and Doberman. On the other side sat Michael and the 3 little girls. Perhaps due to the overwhelming killing intent radiating from the 3 radicals, the 3 sisters, who faced no fear in front of Sengoku, showed signs of paleness when facing them. After all, the oldest Hancock is only a 12-year-old child. Sakazuki, do you have something to say? Sakazuki shook his head and didn't answer, but the nearby Spider and Doberman both passionately began to speak. Admiral Sengoku, we have already heard. The pirate nation of Amazon Lily actually wants to join the Marines. This is a delusion. Simply a delusion. That's right. As Marines, we absolutely cannot allow this to happen. This is clearly the infiltration of pirates into the Marines. Michael's eye twitched. Those who are familiar with him know that those 2 sentences had completely ignited Michael's anger. What a joke. After all the effort I put into securing high-level recruits, you now dare to oppose. Oppose your grandfather. Spider Doberman. Michael stood up, his eyes narrowing slightly. If you 2 are simply looking for trouble, I don't mind helping you relax. Mikhail is quite a renowned figure within the entire Navy headquarters. After all, he is the strongest key figure remaining elusive while achieving merits that are not widely known, but is recognized as the adopted son of a famed general from the warring states. He was promoted to lieutenant colonel at the age of 18 and became a rear admiral by 20. Although the admirals who were given code names based on color animal reached their ranks in their 20s, Mikhail's case was different. However, such promotions were based on absolute strength and no one would dare question them. To most people, Mikhail is merely perceived as a devil fruit user with the rare ability of flight. Beyond that, there is nothing more to say. Thus, only the high-ranking officials of the Navy have any real understanding of Mikhail's strength. Ordinary rear admirals and colonels do not fall within this category. In the past 2 years, Mikhail had been shuttling between the Special Covert Operations Unit, the Revolutionary Army, and the Cross Guild, rarely making an appearance at the Navy headquarters. This has led to a general indifference towards Mikhail from figures like Doberman and Gecko Moria. What concerned them was that Mikhail had brought the crown prince of a pirate nation to marry Geos and claimed he would turn the entire Amazon Lily into a Navy nation. For the ultra-radicals who believe that anyone can be killed for the Navy, this was utterly intolerable. Thus, after Mikhail stood up, what Doberman and Gecko Moria felt was not pressure, but humiliation. A privileged Navy figure dared to challenge them who had fought their way through the seas. Mikhail, don't think that because you are the adopted son of a warring states general, we will go easy on you. You have made a grave mistake. You should have killed these pirate descendants yourself. Mikhail merely cast them a glance and then fixed his gaze intently on Sakazuki's face. Hey Sakazuki, is this your stance as well? His voice was filled with chilling intent. I thought we had reached some kind of consensus during our last meeting. I know nothing. I merely came to report on the recent situation of the G1 branch to the warring states general. Sakazuki shrugged, showing no emotional fluctuation. Due to the increasing number of pirates in the New World and their growing strength, I wish to transfer Rear Admiral Gecko Moria and Major Doberman to G1 to assist me. Throughout, Sakazuki maintained a calm demeanor even when glancing at the three sisters of Hancock, merely pausing his gaze for a moment. At this point, Mikhail suddenly understood. If Sakazuki had objections to this matter, he would definitely voice them directly rather than have subordinates or colleagues convey messages. He is intelligent and strategic, but his manner of expression is always straightforward. He may not care much for the lives of his colleagues, but he would not play tricks on them either. Very well, now I understand, Mikhail said, and his wings suddenly unfurled as he charged towards Gecko Moria and Doberman. Neither of them had anticipated that Mikhail would strike in front of the warring states and Sakazuki. Mikhail extended his hands forward, pressing them against the faces of both men. Compared to these two combatant Navy officers towering over 2.5 meters, Mikhail's physique appeared somewhat petite. Yet it was precisely this petiteness that made Mikhail's terrifying strength even more astonishing. Mikhail pressed their heads directly into the floor. The damage was not severe, but the humiliation was intense. In their shock, they felt a surge of rising anger. However, at that moment, they realized an unacceptable fact. They could not stand up. The force exerted by Mikhail's hand was something they could not withstand even if they used all their strength. They were firmly pressed into that pit. Especially as the fingers gripping their faces began to retract, they were left with bruises on their faces. It was only then that they suddenly realized. This Mikhail was clearly a monster, just like Sakazuki and the others. All right, Mikhail, are you going to kill other Navy officers in front of me? As warring states intervened, the power Mikhail exerted on Gecko Moria and Doberman was instantly retracted. He smiled as he returned to the sofa, randomly ruffling one of the little heads among the three. Santa Sonia immediately blushed and lowered her head. At this age, little girls are particularly defenseless against gentle older brothers. Warring states, it's not that I wanted to act, but they provoked me first. Mikhail shrugged. As rear admirals and majors of the Navy, they must not be so mouthy in the future or else they will genuinely end up dead. Though Mikhail smiled, there was no trace of mirth in his icy blue eyes. Doberman and Gecko Moria, pulling their heads out from the floor, trembled all over, their eyes filled with apprehension and fear as they looked at Mikhail. They could sense that next time Mikhail would indeed kill them. All right, Mikhail, I assure you this matter will be the last. They simply do not understand your plans. Sakazuki stood up, warring states regarding my earlier request. I approved it. You can take Gecko Moria and Doberman to G1 now. Warring states' tone revealed no emotion, but it was the greatest concession. After all, he felt that this matter was a blood profit, and the emergence of two radical fools nearly ruined it. Now warring states had begun to sense the increasingly clear factional struggles. He started to contemplate assigning all these radical combatants to the New World, making better use of their capabilities. Then we take our leave. After saluting warring states, Sakazuki left the office with his men. So what was the point of their visit? At this moment, Hancock suddenly asked, was it just to get beaten by you? After all, you can't expect everyone to be intelligent. Mikhail shrugged, revealing his signature gentle smile. However, after experiencing everything just now, Hancock felt that Mikhail's smile sent chills down her spine. So, old man, is the matter regarding Amazon Lily settled? Yes, since you are in charge, you will be fully responsible for it. Warring States nodded. Just don't cause any trouble. As for military funding, you don't need to worry about it. Mikhail nodded and then pointed at the 3 little ones. By the way, besides that, let's assign these 3 little ones to my subordinates. As a rear admiral, having only Stella as a direct subordinate feels a bit too meager.